This is the sixth time, isn't it? Damn it. Can I no longer remember? Deep underground, a young man named Uchiha Fongtian rubbed his heavy head and muttered to himself as he rose. His true identity was that of a traveler from another world. By a twist of fate, he had inadvertently crossed over into the realm of Naruto, where, according to the system's guidance, he was tasked with assisting Uchiha Madara in realizing the Moon Eye plan. Regrettably, each attempt had been thwarted by Naruto Uzumaki, preventing the successful execution of the Moon Eye plan. Fortunately, the system afforded him 9 chances for error upon failure. He would revert through time and begin anew. However, the time and place of this temporal regression were entirely random. Progress towards the completion of the Moon Eye Plan 09 as Fengtian regained consciousness. These words flashed in his mind. He read the message with an impassive expression, his heart betraying no emotion. Having undergone 6 cycles of reincarnation, he understood precisely what the 09 represented. Each time he captured a tailed beast and absorbed it into the outer path golem, this number would increment. With the completion of each, Fengtian's abilities would be significantly enhanced. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. Could this be the place where Madara survived after the 4th Great Ninja War? Fengtian continuously surveyed his surroundings, finding that the scene before him closely resembled the depictions from the anime. It seems the immediate priority is to locate Madara in this cycle. I must fulfill the Moon Eye plan, he murmured to himself softly, and then, with a sudden shift in his gaze, the Threedemo Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Though its efficacy pales in comparison to the Byakugan, it can still guide me to Madara's approximate location based on the flow of chakra. With that, Fengtian began his search for Uchiha Madara, encountering little resistance along the way. In just half an hour, he arrived at the remnants of a massive wall that had recently been breached. Clearly, from the context of the narrative, this must have been the wall that Obito had just shattered in his attempt to rescue Rin and Kakashi. Without further thought, Fengtian focused his gaze and noticed, not far off, a throne crafted from wood, upon which the aged Uchiha Madara sat, connected to the outer path golem by several tubes, his hand resting on a scythe, vigilantly observing him. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Though Uchiha Madara's voice was soft, it resonated with an overwhelming sense of pressure. As he spoke, numerous white Zetsu emerged from the surroundings, their attention fixated on Fengtian, as if ready to devour him at any moment. "I am Uchiha Fengtian. I come bearing the intention to assist Lord Uchiha Madara in realizing the Moon Eye plan." Upon hearing this, the lifeless gaze of Uchiha Madara flickered with a glimmer of interest. He slowly lifted his head to regard Fengtian, and with a gravelly tone, he continued to speak. "The Eye of the Moon plan. How could you, little imp, be aware of it? This is a secret, Lord Madara. Please allow me to join the Eye of the Moon plan." Uchiha Madara remained silent to him. This plan had been meticulously devised for a long time and could not be disrupted by the sudden appearance of an individual. Noticing Madara's prolonged silence, Fengtian unveiled his Threedemo Sharingan, revealing his identity and strength to him. Yet Madara still uttered no words, his gaze toward Fengtian deepening for the prodigious Uchiha clan. The Threedemo Sharingan was of little consequence. Seeing this, Fengtian sighed deeply then, as the 3 tomo began to spin, it astonishingly transformed into the fabled Manjiki Sharingan, reversing cause and effect. Fengtian murmured quietly, an extraordinary power emanating toward Uchiha Madara. The numerous white Zetsu nearby, witnessing this, attempted to rush forward to stop Fengtian. "Wait!" Uchiha Madara's fierce roar halted the actions of the white Zetsu. As he sensed the peculiar energy, Madara's aged body surprisingly regained some vitality, gradually rejuvenating, with abundant chakra coursing through every part of him. As a member of the Uchiha, I naturally comprehend the price required to obtain this power. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was no longer decrepit. He began to test his body, seeking to savor the sensation. However, what surprises me is that your Manjiki Sharingan appears to be quite unique. There is no record of this eye in any documentation. Lord Madara, I have named this Manjiki Sharingan Destiny. Surely, Lord Madara has sensed this extraordinary power. This technique, named reversing cause and effect, allows one to alter certain causes in reality to influence past effects. In other words, I utilize this destiny to modify the cause of your aging, Lord Madara, thereby obtaining the effect of restoring your strength. Upon finishing his statement, Feng Tian felt a discomfort in his eyes. Maintaining the formidable effect for Uchiha Madara required an overwhelming expenditure of causes. Enough, I understand. With Madara's words, Feng Tian felt a wave of relief as he hastily closed his Mangeki Sharingan, gasping for breath. Soon, the rejuvenated Uchiha Madara began to age rapidly once more, ultimately reverting to his frail, elderly form. The aged Madara continued to sit upright upon the wooden seat in that brief moment of regained strength. His thoughts instantly drifted back to his youthful battles with Hashirama. Chapter 2. The Micro-Explosive Celestial Star. What does it mean? Feng Tian was taken aback by Uchiha Madara's words. The man before him not only possessed knowledge of the Eye of the Moon plan, but was also aware of the existence of Kagaya's will. Even as a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, Madara felt compelled to grip the scythe tightly in his hands, his expression betraying a sense of vigilance toward Feng Tian. Lord Madara, you need only release Kagaya's will. The rest shall be left to me. Feng Tian spoke softly, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Madara's gaze remained fixed on Feng Tian, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After a prolonged scrutiny, sensing no hostility from the latter, he summoned a white Zetsu to his side and extended his hand toward it. In a matter of moments, Kagaya's will materialized atop the white Zetsu. Its heart racing with panic, utterly astonished that someone had uncovered its true identity. Kagaya's will offer an explanation. Uchiha Madara's voice, though calm, resonated with a palpable sense of dominance. Lord Madara, I am but a manifestation of your consciousness. How could I possibly be associated with the Otsutsuki Kagaya? Is that so? Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly ignited with a glimmer of murderous intent. Despite being in the twilight of his years, the aura of a seasoned warrior still enveloped him, radiating a formidable presence. Faced with this unexpected menace, Kagaya's will initially sought to continue its defense, but just as it was about to speak, Feng Tian's voice echoed in the ears of all present. Kagaya's will, the third offspring of Otsutsuki Kagaya, existing in the distant past, altered the inscriptions left by the Sage of Six Paths in a bid to rescue Kagaya. Before Uchiha Madara could invoke Izanagi's resurrection at the Valley of the End, it had already taken residence within Madara's being, seamlessly replacing its own consciousness when Madara unleashed Kagaya's will. I presume this is your first encounter with Madara, Kagaya's will. Upon hearing Feng Tian's analysis, Kagaya's will was drenched in cold sweat. It had intended to continue its defense, but found itself ensnared by Uchiha Madara's unyielding grasp. Lord Madara, I am but an incarnation of your consciousness. Please do not be deceived. Kagaya's will pleaded, only to be met with Madara's icy gaze. As he invoked the technique cause and effect, a peculiar energy emanated from Feng Tian's eyes. The moment Kagaya's will came into contact with this energy, its very will began to dissipate. It desperately pleaded for mercy, yet to no avail. In mere moments, the original consciousness of Kagaya's will, which was a result of a prior alteration, was modified by Feng Tian, leading to the emergence of a completely new consciousness, the true essence of Uchiha Madara's will. Following this, Madara posed a few simple questions to this authentic version of Kagaya's will and uncovered the harsh truth that his original consciousness had indeed been replaced. For one who had always exuded pride, he found himself momentarily discomposed, trembling as he lifted his scythe and struck down upon Kagaya's will with a single, swift motion. In an instant, it was cleaved in two. Due to external interferences, the effect of cause and effect rapidly dissipated. As the consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki's black Zetsu reasserted itself within the vessel, it swiftly recognized its division into two halves and realized it had been exposed. Thus, with resolute determination, it prepared to flee, intending to retreat into obscurity for several decades before seeking a more suitable host. Attempting to escape? Feng Tian scoffed coldly, subsequently unleashing the technique cause and effect. This forced Black Zetsu's desire to flee to transform into a resignation to resist. In an instant, the being that had intended to escape stood frozen in place, as if ensnared in an endless illusion. Observing this, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze toward Feng Tian. Sensing the scrutiny from Madara, Feng Tian immediately understood, disregarding the discomfort in his eyes, and resolutely activated cause and effect once more, momentarily restoring Madara to his peak state. Quickly, I cannot sustain this for long, Feng Tian urged as his current strength, with not a single seal unlocked, had reached its limit. You speak too much, Madara. Now revitalized, wore an expression of disdain and arrogance. He then directed his attention to Black Zetsu, clapping his hands and proclaiming, "Meteorite shower." As Madara's words echoed, the surrounding soil and stones surged toward Black Zetsu, and a small black hole began to draw everything into its abyss. Fortunately, Feng Tian had anticipated this. He executed a body flicker technique, evading the impending pull of the black hole by positioning himself behind Madara, thus avoiding an embarrassing fate. However, Black Zetsu was not so fortunate. It was ensnared by the myriad of earth and stones, inexorably drawn into the black hole, which culminated in a final, reluctant echo from Black Zetsu, marking the definitive end of its existence. With the sealing concluded, Feng Tian hastily lifted the cause and effect technique from Madara, who, with a cold snort, reverted back to his elder form. Feng Tian gasped heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his eye, clearly indicating that this exertion had taken a significant toll on him. The elder Madara returned to his throne, resting his hand upon his scythe. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Feng Tian below. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Earlier, you mentioned Kagaya Otsutsuki and the alteration of the tablet. What is the nature of this matter?" Feng Tian did not respond immediately. After a brief respite, he slumped to the ground and replied, "Lord Madara, everything you witnessed in the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha lineage has been manipulated by the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki's Black Zetsu, a deity in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into opposing forces that interact to give rise to all phenomena. This is a universal truth applicable to all things in existence. This can be interpreted as the necessity of acquiring the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans simultaneously to attain overwhelming strength. This also led to Lord Madara, who, in the final battle, bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama Senju, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan. From this perspective, the text is indeed accurate. But what is the true purpose of Black Zetsu, the inheritor of Kagaya Otsutsuki? The elderly Madara could not help but speak at this moment. Most of what Feng Tian stated was undeniably true. Even one as proud as he was eager to uncover the genuine intention of Black Zetsu, the consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki. "Lord Madara, your plan for the Eye of the Moon involves using the Outer Path Golem to absorb the 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and ultimately become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, unleashing infinite Tsukuyami. Although I am astonished by how detailed your knowledge is, I still wish to understand its true purpose." Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled faintly and replied, "Its ultimate goal is, in fact, to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki." Chapter 3. Gathering 3 tails of chakra to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara repeatedly murmured this phrase, then directed his murky gaze towards Feng Tian, continuing, "Are you implying that the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan actually aims to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki? And who is this Kagaya Otsutsuki?" Feng Tian responded, "Indeed. The true contents of the tablet are beyond comprehension. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, she is an exceedingly formidable being, one whom even in your prime, you would not stand a chance against." "Oh, there exists a being more powerful than I and Hashirama? I am quite intrigued to witness this." Hearing Feng Tian's description of Kagaya Otsutsuki piqued Uchiha Madara's interest, and a rare glimmer of fighting spirit flickered in his lifeless eyes. Observing the conversation veering off course, Feng Tian made several attempts to steer Madara back to the matter at hand. Returning to the main topic, Feng Tian elaborated on his plan. First, he intended to capture the tailed beasts to continuously enhance his own power. With each tailed beast captured, his ocular prowess would grow stronger, based on previous reincarnations. To restore Uchiha Madara to his peak state for an extended period through causality reversal, the power of at least 3 tailed beasts was necessary. Thus, he planned to overturn Uchiha Madara's original scheme, directly utilizing Obito to assemble a group of skilled individuals to capture the tailed beasts. Once the number of tailed beasts exceeded 3, the entire shinobi world would face a peak Uchiha Madara, with both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju deceased. The only potential threat to Uchiha Madara would likely be Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. In other words, as long as the Outer Path Golem absorbed 3-tailed beasts and sealed Orochimaru away, there would be no one in the shinobi world capable of standing against Uchiha Madara. After listening to Feng Tian's explanation, Uchiha Madara nodded thoughtfully. His lifespan was limited, and all actions were inextricably linked to the Outer Path Golem. The execution of this plan relies heavily on both Feng Tian and Obito. Let us proceed as you suggested. Additionally, Obito should be returning shortly. You can directly coordinate with him regarding subsequent matters. After uttering these words, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. There was no alternative. Remaining as still as possible was the most effective means of preserving his life. Initially, he had hoped to wait for a future day when Obito would resurrect him using the rebirth of the soul technique. But given Feng Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan's unique ability to reverse cause and effect, it seemed unnecessary to pursue such complexities. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Feng Tian turned to see Uchiha Obito, bloodied and hollow-eyed, entering the room. "Welcome back, Obito." Obito, having just endured the agony of losing Rin, was engulfed in despair, questioning the very necessity of existence in this wretched world. He was oblivious to Feng Tian's presence. "I am Uchiha Feng Tian." He introduced himself politely, extending a hand toward Obito, who completely ignored the gesture. Unperturbed by the snub, Feng Tian spoke with unwavering conviction. "Obito, this world holds no necessity for existence. Let us forge a new world together." Upon hearing these words, Obito lifted his gaze, and a flicker of light ignited within his previously vacant eyes. It was the first time he truly regarded this unfamiliar man before him. "A new world," he murmured, fixating on Feng Tian. "I want to create a world where Rin exists. Tell me, what must I do?" Feng Tian turned toward Uchiha Madara, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Subsequently, Feng Tian revealed the entire Moon Eye plan. After absorbing Feng Tian's words, Obito's eyes regained their focus. He shouted toward Uchiha Madara, as if summoning the very essence of his being. "Grant me power. I need the strength to create a new world." With the objective achieved, Feng Tian stepped aside. Madara, witnessing this, rose slowly, wielding his scythe, and approached Obito. "Very well. From this moment on, you shall begin your training with me." Obito remained silent, activating his Manjiki Sharingan to demonstrate his resolve to Madara. The power of this eye appeared to be quite extraordinary. Madara's murky gaze fixated on Obito's newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan, and with just a glance, he sensed the remarkable abilities contained within. Seeing that events had fallen into place, Feng Tian calmly remarked, "Obito, bring forth Rin's body." "How dare you speak such words?" Obito retorted, his eyes instantly shifting to the Manjiki Sharingan, his voice brimming with fury, as if ready to charge at Feng Tian in a violent confrontation. The elderly figure gazed at Obito, refraining from interruption, his curiosity piqued regarding Feng Tian's subsequent actions. "You misunderstand me, Obito. I merely require the chakra of the Three Tails and harbor no intentions of desecrating Rin's memory," Feng Tian stated calmly, maintaining his composure in the face of Obito's threats. "This is a necessary step to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. I must swiftly acquire power to create a new world alongside you." Upon hearing these words, Obito's expression softened slightly. He had sensed an immense and peculiar chakra within Rin's body shortly after her demise. Without further contemplation, he had directly placed her corpse along with that chakra into the Kamui space. Following Feng Tian's explanation, he realized that this formidable chakra was indeed the legendary chakra of the Three Tails. With this understanding, Obito ceased to dwell on the matter. Turning to Feng Tian with a cold demeanor, a hint of menace in his voice, "Listen, I am not fond of you. However, for the sake of the plan, I am willing to comply this once, and only this once. The extraction of chakra will be conducted by me alone. No one shall interfere." In response, Feng Tian helplessly raised his hands, signaling with his gaze that he was indifferent as long as the objective was achieved. Subsequently, Obito departed to a concealed location to commence the chakra extraction. Given Rin's death, the extraction proved to be a swift endeavor. Soon, Obito emerged with a sphere of exquisite Three Tails chakra before them. Observing this, Feng Tian promptly turned to the elderly figure and activated the technique Cause and Effect, allowing the elder to restore his power. "Excellent, you have performed admirably, Obito," the elder remarked approvingly. Taking the Three Tails chakra from Obito and casting it directly into the outer path statue. With a thunderous roar, the chakra began to circulate within the statue. At this moment, Feng Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, internally anticipating the extent to which their abilities would be enhanced. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God Technique. The outer path statue absorbed the Three Tails chakra with remarkable speed, nearing completion in less than half an hour. Fortunately, as it merely required the manipulation of the statue to absorb chakra, the energy expenditure was minimal. Otherwise, given Feng Tian's current ocular prowess, he would not have been able to sustain the cause and effect technique for such an extended period. With a final roar from the outer path statue, the absorption of chakra officially concluded. At this moment, Blood trickled from the corners of Feng Tian's eyes. The prolonged use of the cause and effect technique placing a significant burden upon him. However, the absorption process had proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Progress of the Eye of the Moon plan. 19 Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to extract a ninjutsu. As a mechanical voice echoed within Feng Tian's mind. A colossal wheel, visible only to him, materialized before him. The roulette was inscribed with the names of numerous formidable individuals, Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju, Itachi Uchiha. I hope to draw a remarkable ninjutsu this time, Feng Tian murmured softly, with a delicate touch of his finger. It seemed as though he had activated the switch of fate, and the roulette began to rotate slowly. Its pace was unhurried, yet it possessed an indescribable rhythm, as if each revolution represented a pivotal choice of destiny. Of course, this phenomenon was visible only to Feng Tian. Even the illustrious Uchiha Madara, with his Rinnegan, could not perceive the existence of this roulette. It was akin to a secret concealed within the crevices of time and space, revealed only to those chosen by destiny. As the roulette accelerated with increasing speed, it appeared to draw the very fabric of space into its whirl. Feng Tian's heartbeat quickened in tandem, each thump echoing his yearning for unknown abilities. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the names illuminated with a faint glow upon the roulette. Each name represented a legendary figure within the ninja realm. Stop, Feng Tian silently commanded. As his will resonated, the roulette seemed to be held in place by an invisible hand, gradually coming to a halt. The pointer ultimately settled upon a name that, among the many powerful individuals, seemed rather unremarkable, yet at that moment, it appeared to be illuminated by the light of fate. Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze? A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Tian's mind. To his understanding, the current Minato possessed no particularly formidable offensive techniques, the only extraordinary ability being the legendary space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Congratulations, host, for selecting Minato Namikaze. Please proceed to choose Minato's ninjutsu. As this familiar mechanical voice resonated, several skill icons associated with Minato appeared before Feng Tian. Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, Heavenly Soaring Swallow Dance. Light Instant Shadow Residue, Whirlwind Super Flash, Tornado Rasengan. The first two names seemed relatively normal. However, upon encountering the exaggerated titles of the latter techniques, he could not help but scoff. This fourth Hokage truly has a talent for naming. To borrow the words of the second Hokage, under normal circumstances, I would surely be amused by these names, but at present, I lack the luxury for such levity. After much contemplation, Feng Tian gently tapped on Flying Thunder God. Instantly, information regarding Flying Thunder God flooded his mind. There was no denying that the ordinary Rasengan was merely a basic ninjutsu, offering little enhancement to his combat prowess. The other skills could only reach their full potential when grounded in the logic of Flying Thunder God. Given the current circumstances, Flying Thunder God was undoubtedly the optimal choice. If Feng Tian were to develop it effectively in the future, it would yield significant results. Subsequently, a vast and resplendent mental force surged into Feng Tian's mind, akin to the warm sun that suddenly breaks through on a spring day, overwhelming him with its intensity. This mental energy was pure and unblemished, reminiscent of a mountaintop blanketed in fresh snow, instilling a sense of reverence within him. Sensing an unprecedented pure power, Feng Tian's lips unconsciously curved into a faint smile. It has arrived, this familiar and formidable force. With a sudden jolt, Feng Tian opened his eyes wide, his pupils beginning to swirl, and within a mere breath, transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In that instant, it seemed as though his ocular prowess had undergone a qualitative leap, rendering the world around him remarkably clear. Every subtle flow of chakra, even the dust particles suspended in the air, could not escape his perception. You seem to have grown considerably stronger, observed Madara, who had returned to his elderly state, keenly noticing the change in Feng Tian. Despite his frail condition, his insight remained astonishingly acute. Thanks to both of you, I have unlocked another layer of my power, Feng Tian replied with a hint of confidence in his voice. Not far away, Obito, having awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, also felt a rise in his perceptive abilities. He sensed Feng Tian's transformation, yet a lingering hostility persisted within him. What do you intend to do next? Madara's voice echoed once more, tinged with a barely perceptible gravity. His original plans had been thoroughly disrupted by the sudden turn of events, despite his discontent. Curiosity about Feng Tian's forthcoming actions prevailed. I plan to seek assistance. After all, relying solely on myself will not suffice to capture the tailed beasts. Feng Tian replied, his gaze drifting toward the cave entrance as he began to walk. Do you require any assistance from me? Madara's voice resonated behind Feng Tian, causing him to pause momentarily. That will not be necessary. At present, I merely wish to find a few allies. There is no need to trouble you. Whom do you intend to seek? At this point, Madara's eyes sharpened, narrowing as he scrutinized Feng Tian, seemingly attempting to decipher something from his expression. Uchiha Shisui. As his words fell, Feng Tian's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing deeper into the cave, leaving only a faint trace of chakra lingering in the air. Follow this boy. After Feng Tian departed the underground, Madara slowly spoke, signaling the white Zetsu lurking nearby to stealthily pursue Feng Tian. Understood, Lord Madara. Several white Zetsu figures gradually emerged from the earth, moving like phantoms, silently advancing. Their forms seemed to meld with the ground itself, leaving no trace in their wake. Once all was accomplished, the elderly Madara returned to his wooden throne, shifting his gaze to Obito. During this time, I shall teach you the Outer Path Divine Tree and other ninjutsu. Only if you can keep up will you qualify to be part of the Eye of the Moon plan. Excellent. Chapter 5. Uchiha Shisui and Itachi. Feng Tian murmured softly to himself, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. Standing outside the hidden leaf village, he beheld the familiar majestic scene before him, towering houses intertwined with lush trees, creating a tranquil and serene tableau. He lifted his gaze, the immense barrier shimmering under the sunlight like an invisible shield, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the village. Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply, taking resolute steps toward the barrier. Stop. Who are you? A stern voice shattered the surrounding calmness. Shortly after, several ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors swiftly approached him, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. In the face of this situation, Feng Tian displayed no signs of panic. He halted, speaking in a calm and natural tone. I am Uchiha Feng Tian, a member of the Uchiha clan. His demeanor was serene, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. Oh? So you are one of the Uchihas. Do you have any way to prove it? The expression of the approaching Leaf Ninjas softened slightly upon hearing Feng Tian's claim to Uchiha lineage. Being fellow clan members, they naturally felt a sense of familiarity. This was also a result of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's, arrangements, which had placed the Uchiha, originally at the heart of the village, on the periphery as guards. Upon hearing their words, Feng Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. He then swiftly activated his ordinary Sharingan, showcasing it to the guards. As a member of the Uchiha clan, nothing could better attest to his identity than the Sharingan. For even if one were to steal it, they could not switch it as freely as Feng Tian, which indirectly proved his Uchiha heritage. Oh, a three-tomo. I see you are quite impressive. The tension that had initially enveloped the scene dissipated significantly after Feng Tian displayed his three-tomo Sharingan. The guards' previously taut expressions relaxed, their eyes reflecting warmth and recognition. This is nothing. Compared to Brother Shisui, I am far from it, Feng Tian humbly remarked, his voice imbued with admiration for Shisui and Itachi. Indeed, not everyone can compare to that prodigy. You may be young, but awakening the three-tomo Sharingan suggests your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. One of the guards patted Feng Tian on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Hee. The future is uncertain for anyone. So, may I enter the village? Go ahead. With that, the Uchiha guards parted to create a path, signaling Feng Tian to proceed. Without hesitation, he strode confidently through the gates of the hidden Leaf Village. It is noteworthy that at the moment he crossed the boundary, he experienced a fleeting sense of peculiarity. However, he did not dwell on it. Upon entering the village of Konoha and gazing upon the familiar structures, he began his search for Uchiha Shisui. Drawing upon the experiences from his previous reincarnations, at a certain waterfall within Konoha, the torrents cascaded with a thunderous roar, infusing this tranquil locale with a dynamic energy. Beneath the waterfall, two figures were engaged in an intense clash. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, two prodigious ninjas, were immersed in their routine sparring practice. The shurikens sliced through the air, leaving trails of silver, their collisions producing crisp sounds. Each encounter encapsulated their relentless pursuit of speed and power. Shisui, your movements are becoming increasingly swift, Itachi remarked, his voice calm and steady, maintaining an impressive focus even amidst such high-intensity training. Itachi, your rate of progress is not to be underestimated either, Shisui replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of affirmation towards Itachi. The two activated their Sharingan simultaneously, their crimson eyes sharp as hawks, striving to capture every subtle movement of the other, seeking that ephemeral flaw. Yet, despite being equally gifted members of their clan, their battles often saw Shisui guiding the younger Itachi. Following an intense exchange, they swiftly distanced themselves, preparing for the next round of attacks. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The two called out in unison, and massive fireballs collided in midair, erupting with dazzling light and formidable energy, instantly engulfing the entire area. As dust and smoke billowed, Uchiha Itachi stood still, attempting to discern Shisui's figure through his Sharingan. However, just as he prepared to launch his offensive, a short blade had silently pressed against his neck. Itachi, this time I have triumphed, Shisui declared with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. Yet, a cunning smile appeared on Itachi's face. Is that truly the case? At the moment Shisui was about to confirm his victory, a loud bang resonated as the smoke dissipated, revealing that a kunai was firmly held against Shisui's waist, immobilizing him. Substitution jutsu? Itachi, you still favor this trick, Shisui said. But such a simple technique is not solely your domain. With that, Shisui smiled slightly before transforming into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. In an instant, Itachi swept the kunai behind him, while simultaneously, Shisui's short blade was drawn, both aiming for each other's vital points. Yet, at the precise moment of contact, they both withdrew, exchanging glances and sharing a knowing smile. It appears that once again, they have reached a stalemate. Itachi, you have been well taught by Shisui, otherwise, I would not be able to keep pace with you. Ha ha ha. The two lay on the grass, laughing uncontrollably, unaware of how long they had been lost in their mirth. Eventually, Shisui was the first to rise, gathering his belongings, and then he spoke. Let us conclude today's training. Itachi. Understood, Itachi replied, quickly getting to his feet and tidying up before preparing to return with Shisui. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Who goes there? Shisui and Itachi exclaimed almost in unison, their voices tinged with undeniable seriousness and vigilance. Years of battle experience had honed their ability to detect subtle changes in their surroundings. And at this moment, their instincts warned them of an impending danger. As a series of faint footsteps echoed, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows, coming into view before Shisui and Itachi. It was Feng Tian. At last, I have found you, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 6. Flying Thunder God Technique. In the face of Feng Tian's sudden appearance, Shisui and Itachi quickly recalibrated their mindset, entering a state of combat readiness. They understood well that regardless of Feng Tian's intentions, they must remain vigilant to confront any potential threat. Shisui narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Feng Tian in an attempt to glean further information from his expressions and demeanor. Meanwhile, Itachi silently activated his Sharingan, poised to capture Feng Tian's movements in anticipation of a possible confrontation. Who are you? What brings you to us? Shisui inquired calmly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Feng Tian offered a faint smile, refraining from an immediate response. He seemed to relish the tension in the air, as if waiting for the right moment. At last, he spoke slowly. My name is Uchiha Tian. I have come for the future of the Uchiha clan. At this revelation, both Shisui and Itachi exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Feng Tian's forthright mention of the Uchiha clan's future. What do you mean? Uchiha Shisui's eyes narrowed further as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, readying himself for action. My aim is to create a world devoid of conflict, war, and bloodshed. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, I require your assistance. Feng Tian's voice was deep and solemn, though soft. His words resonated clearly in the ears of the two. Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of unease crossed Shisui's face, but it vanished almost as quickly. What reason do I have to trust you? How can you prove your sincerity? Shisui's words instantly chilled the atmosphere. Feng Tian sighed softly, then activated his Manjiki Sharingan. His intentions clear. If words would not suffice, he would compel them to comply through strength. The movement of Shisui was swift, almost instantaneous as he activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan of Feng Tian, appearing behind him. He did not hesitate. He swung his sword with precision. However, just as the short sword was about to make contact with Feng Tian, his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, Feng Tian emerged leisurely from the woods, as if nothing had transpired. Was it a high-level stand-in technique? No, it was space-time ninjutsu. Shisui's reflexes and analytical prowess were astonishing within the brief encounter. He deduced the type of ninjutsu employed by Feng Tian. He was correct. Feng Tian had utilized Flying Thunder God, to teleport to a pre-marked location prior to Shirzue's attack, effortlessly evading the strike. Shall we continue? Feng Tian's demeanor remained composed, as if all of this were merely a matter of course. Meanwhile, Shirzue gradually rose, maintaining his combat stance, and activated his three-tomo Sharingan, prepared to discern Feng Tian's movements. Space-time ninjutsu was scarce. With a few more probes, he could gather intelligence about his opponent and devise appropriate countermeasures. Thus, Shirzue initiated another series of actions, his movements becoming increasingly rapid. Even with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Feng Tian could only barely perceive the fleeting afterimages of Shirzue. Success. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Shirzue's face as he reappeared behind Feng Tian, seizing the opportunity created by Feng Tian's momentary distraction to deliver a decisive strike. Yet, once again, the outcome was eerily similar. Just before the short sword could touch Feng Tian, his figure vanished once more, only to reappear slowly from the woods. This disappearance bore a resemblance to a teleportation, akin to the skill of Minato Namikaze with Flying Thunder God. Through this trial, Shirzue had garnered a fundamental understanding of Feng Tian's ninjutsu. To validate his hypothesis, Uchiha Shirzue turned, swiftly forming hand seals, and soon unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, directed at Feng Tian. The colossal fireball, imbued with an aura of destruction, engulfed everything in its path. Feng Tian felt a wave of heat wash over him and swiftly dodged. It was not that he was unwilling to utilize Flying Thunder God, but rather that Shirzue's fireball targeted the very grove marked by Feng Tian's technique. Should he employ Flying Thunder God, he would still be vulnerable to the fireball's assault, leaving him with no choice but to evade. Indeed, Shirzue observed Feng Tian narrowly escaping the fireball without a hint of disappointment. Instead, a subtle smirk graced his lips, reflecting his sense of triumph. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Feng Tian's space-time ninjutsu was indeed Flying Thunder God. Now, with his fireball obliterating the grove that had been marked, it signified that Feng Tian could temporarily no longer employ Flying Thunder God to evade his subsequent attacks. Upon contemplating this, the smile on Jishue's face grew increasingly vibrant. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Feng Tian as he evaded the descending fireball. This time, I shall see how you escape. Without hesitation, Jishue swung his sword towards Feng Tian. Yet, in the face of Jishue's strike, Feng Tian merely turned, a profound smile gracing his features. Reverse cause and effect. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Whoosh. In the midst of Jishue's astonishment, Feng Tian once again eluded his slash through the use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Before Jishue could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a kunai pressed against his waist. The outcome was clear. Jishue was behind him, with Feng Tian holding the kunai steady, his demeanor remarkably composed, as if all of this had been meticulously orchestrated. Impossible. Your mark should have been in the forest. How could you possibly appear behind me? Jishue questioned. Confusion etched across his face. It's quite simple. I merely left a mark on you. Impossible. When did you mark me? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian pointed to his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and stated, This is the ability of my eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It can alter the very essence of cause and effect. The cause of the mark you destroyed has been modified to the effect of you being marked. I understand now. With that, Jishue lowered his short blade, a look of relief washing over his face. This time, he had faced a complete defeat, yet as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he naturally possessed the grace to accept his loss. At that moment, Jishue spread his arms wide, his eyes shifting to their normal state, seemingly prepared for what was to come. However, before Feng Tian could make any move, he felt a kunai pressed against his waist. You are far too careless. Have you forgotten my presence? Chapter 7. Intentions confronted with Itachi's menacing threat, a faint smirk graced Feng Tian's lips as he did not turn around. Instead, he spoke in a tone laced with regret. Uchiha Itachi, placing too much faith in your own eyes is not always a virtue. What? Before Itachi could voice his surprise, Feng Tian's eternal Mangeki Sharingan activated once more, invoking the reverse cause and effect. His figure gradually dissipated into the ether, only to reappear, exuding an icy demeanor, with a kunai poised at Itachi's throat. Humph, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Itachi, undeterred by the threat, mirrored Feng Tian's indifference, boldly taunting him, as if he regarded his opponent with disdain. You don't genuinely think that your shadow clone will have any effect, do you? Feng Tian remarked, lightly grazing Itachi's skin with the kunai. In the next moment, a crimson hue blossomed quietly. A fine wound appeared at the side of Itachi's neck. Blood seeping forth like dew in the morning light, trickling down his fair skin and falling to the ground with a soft, crisp sound. How is this possible? In Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered a glimmer of disbelief as he gazed incredulously at the flowing blood, an unprecedented horror surging within him. This body, undeniably a meticulously controlled shadow clone, should not have bled so profusely, even if injured. Yet, the scene before him was strikingly real, profoundly shocking. Even more disconcerting was the sight that met his gaze as it drifted past the shadow clone, falling upon his true self hidden in the shadows. Astonishingly, a similar wound had manifested on his own neck, blood silently coursing down. I hold dominion over the causes and effects of this world. Should I wish it, you would already be a corpse. At the moment those words escaped Fengtian's lips, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi swiftly distanced themselves, their Sharingan spinning to its utmost limit. Beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads, a testament to the dread instilled by this peculiar ability. Itachi, this adversary is no ordinary foe. Shisui, you leave first. I shall hold him off. The hushed exchange between the two was captured by Fengtian, who, upon hearing this, displayed a rare expression of helplessness. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, sighed softly, and approached the pair. I assure you, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, I bear no malice towards you. Now, may I have your undivided attention? In an instant, Fengtian's figure appeared before Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi like a specter. Observing that Fengtian had yet to make any aggressive move, the two momentarily relinquished their weapons, trusting that he did not harbor ill intentions. Witnessing this, a weight lifted from Fengtian's heart, and he inwardly mused, that was close. After repeatedly executing the reversal of cause and effect, even with my enhanced ocular prowess, I was nearing my limit. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are astute individuals, capable of discerning the situation. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to rely on the flying thunder god to escape. As this thought crossed his mind, a bead of sweat began to form on Fengtian's brow, though it went unnoticed by the two Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I require your strength to aid me in realizing a grand plan. Fengtian then laid bare the entirety of his moon I planned before Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing Fengtian's exposition, the air grew heavy, enveloped in an eerie silence. Uchiha Shisui rested his hand upon his chin, contemplating the veracity of this matter. As time wore on, his brow furrowed ever deeper. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi fixated on Fengtian, intent on discerning the truth of his claims through the minutiae of his movements. At last, Uchiha Shisui broke the awkward silence. I believe I comprehend your intentions. You aspire to collect the tailed beasts, transform into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and ultimately unleash the Tsukuyomi through the moon's reflection to achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi. Am I correct? Indeed, that is the case. You previously stated that this concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. Therefore, what connection does this entire affair hold for us? Shisui's eyes had unknowingly shifted into the Manjiki Sharingan, his piercing gaze imbued with an overwhelming pressure. Even Fengtian, a fellow possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan, would find himself utterly outmatched before Shisui's full potential was unleashed. Truly, Uchiha Shisui is a prodigy among prodigies. At the tender age of 13, he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and mastered the world's most formidable Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Kodoame Tsukumi, you say? To be honest, I am quite curious as to whose Jinjutsu is superior, yours or my own inverse causality. Alas, this is neither the time nor place for such a discussion. Fengtian did not flinch in fear of Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi. Rather, his tone was laced with regret. In the not-so-distant future, the higher-ups of Konohagakure would undoubtedly take action against the Uchiha clan, who were already prepared for a coup. However, I can unequivocally assure you that even your Kodoame Tsukumi cannot alter reality in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Shisui's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. Are you suggesting that the fate of our Uchiha clan is already sealed and unchangeable? A hint of reluctance tinged Shisui's voice. Fate is not absolute, however, at this juncture. The Uchiha clan's actions are indeed incapable of altering the outcome. Fengtian responded slowly, his eyes deep and seemingly able to glimpse into the future. Nevertheless, since I have chosen to disclose this plan to you, I must have my reasons. Finally, Uchiha Itachi spoke up, his voice deep and authoritative. What is your intent? Do you wish for us to become your pawns in this Moon Eye plan? Indeed, Mr. Itachi, you are astute, though your assertion is not entirely accurate. Fontian rose slowly, placing a hand on Shirsue's and Itachi's shoulders, and spoke in a low tone. This world is ultimately rife with filth and turmoil. War between great nations has never ceased. What I seek now is to create a perfect world. Even though this world is rife with hypocrisy, it is still preferable to the nauseating reality that surrounds us. Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi, would you be willing to join this sacred endeavor to forge a world devoid of war and filth? I can assure you that those ensnared within the infinite Tsukuyomi shall eternally bask in a fade of beauty, free from any suffering or tribulation. Chapter 8. The Scorpion of the Red Sand. Upon hearing these words, Shirsue rested his chin upon his hand, plunged into deep contemplation. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to the stillness that precedes dawn. Suddenly, Shirsue turned, his profound gaze seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space, locking onto Itachi as he unleashed a Genjutsu. Faced with this abrupt illusionary assault, Itachi exhibited a rare moment of astonishment. His figure swayed slightly, as if seized by an invisible hand. Losing its balance and ultimately collapsing onto the soft grass, his eyelids gently descending as he slipped into a profound slumber. "What do you mean, Shirsue?" Fontian exclaimed. Instinctively activating his Sharingan, his voice laced with confusion, yet his eyes remained fixed upon Uchiha Shirsue. Upon witnessing Itachi's unconscious state, Shirsue's gaze flickered with a hint of reluctance. But swiftly resolved, he spoke. "I have merely erased Itachi's memories of this place. This matter is of great significance, and given Itachi's youth, I cannot allow him to fall into such perilous circumstances." Pausing momentarily, he turned his attention to Fontian and continued, "As for your plan, I am willing to participate. But you must ensure your words are not mere fabrications, otherwise, even if I must traverse to the ends of the earth, I will obliterate you from this world at any cost." As his words resonated, the gentle expression on Shirsue's face was swiftly replaced by an icy intent to kill. His Sharingan glinted with a chilling ferocity, as though it could peer into the depths of one's soul, instilling fear in all who beheld it. In that instant, he resembled a vengeful deity returned from the abyss, emanating a palpable aura of dread. In the face of Shirsue's sudden hostility, Fontian remained remarkably composed. He offered a light smile, casually spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "As you wish. My initial objective was solely you. As for Itachi, he is currently of little consequence." Fontian shrugged, signaling that everything was inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Shirsue's demeanor gradually dissipated. He then turned his gaze toward the direction of Konohagakure, and with a weary sigh, he forcibly suppressed the overwhelming sense of reluctance that threatened to engulf him. "What shall I do now?" Shirsue's sudden inquiry tacitly acknowledged his acceptance of participation in Fontian's Moon-Eye plan. Journeying to Sunagakure, seeking assistance while capturing a prize, Uchiha Shirsue gave a slight nod, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. Without further ado, he and Fontian set forth on their path to the hidden sand village. Their figures elongated in the twilight glow, gradually receding into the distance, leaving behind an expanse of vacant grassland. Notably, as they passed through the gates of Konohagakure, several Uchiha guards greeted Shirsue with warmth. However, what they received in return was a memory-erasing Genjutsu reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's. This elicited a sense of incredulity from Fontian, pondering the affinity for casting illusions upon others. In a dimly lit cavern within Sunagakure, a strikingly handsome youth with crimson hair meticulously sharpened the blades of a nearby puppet. His movements were precise and delicate, akin to the creation of an exquisite masterpiece. This youth was none other than Scorpion, the defector from Sunagakure. At that moment, he had completely mastered the puppet of the third Kazekage, whom he had assassinated, yet he felt no sense of fulfillment. Driven by an insatiable pursuit of artistic perfection and a profound reverence for the art of puppetry, a wildly reckless thought flickered through his mind. The human body is inherently fragile. If I could transform myself into a puppet, would I not become stronger? Having previously experienced the transformation of a living person into a puppet, he pondered the potential outcomes of altering his own being. Scorpion began to muse aloud. As this terrifying notion took root, gradually blossoming and ultimately influencing the entirety of his existence, one could hardly place blame solely on Scorpion. Having lost his parents at a tender age, he grew up in an environment rife with insecurity, which fueled his desire to convert living beings into puppets. Upon learning that his parents had been slain on the orders of the third Kazekage, he directed his hatred towards him. orchestrating an assassination that precipitated the onset of the Third Shinobi World War. Scorpion's gaze fell upon the puppet of the third Kazekage, now lifeless, and a chill passed through his expression. Yet, the deceased were beyond return, and hatred could not alter the past, even having personally executed the Kazekage. He remained profoundly empty within. Perhaps, he mused, I could begin to experiment, preserving only my heart while transforming the rest into a puppet. Just as Scorpion resolved to embark on this endeavor, he suddenly sensed an anomaly, and immediately commanded the puppet of the third Kazekage to unleash a flurry of iron sand towards the cave's entrance. Who? Scorpion shouted, preparing himself for a swift retreat. To his astonishment, the iron sand he had released inexplicably vanished mere meters from the cave's mouth, as though it had never existed. Soon after, two figures emerged, slowly advancing deeper into the cavern. At last, we have found you, Scorpion of the red sand. As Scorpion beheld them, Fontion and Uchiha Shirsue's silhouettes gradually materialized before his eyes. As the gaze of the Leaf Village ninja, Scorpion, fell upon the forehead protector adorning Shirsue's head, he discerned the latter's identity. At that moment, a chilling demeanor enveloped his countenance, and chakra transformed into slender threads, incessantly flowing towards the third Kazekage's puppet. Subsequently, he produced several scrolls, preparing himself for battle against the two individuals before him. Sensing Scorpion's coldness, Fontion spoke first. Do not be alarmed, Scorpion. We harbor no hostility. With a sardonic tone, Scorpion retorted, your words betray a certain arrogance. Although Fontion projected a facade of peace, he could not dissuade Scorpion from his guarded stance. Reluctantly, in pursuit of Scorpion's formidable power, Fontion continued, I seek your assistance, Scorpion. A rogue ninja such as yourself appears to have nowhere to call home. You may regard my domain as a sanctuary for renegades. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's vigilance waned somewhat, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the duo as he replied, I see. That sounds intriguing. Alas, my principle has always been to protect myself without reliance on others. It seemed fortune smiled upon him. Just recently, he had acquired the third Kazekage, and now he had quality materials delivered to his doorstep. Chapter 9. Susanoo, it appeared the situation was growing increasingly precarious. Shirsue regarded the hostile Scorpion with a calm demeanor, his eyes narrowing slightly as he uttered those words. Simultaneously, his eyes shifted to the ordinary form of the three-tomo Sharingan, and he slowly drew the short sword from his back, clearly prepared for an imminent confrontation. Is that the Uchiha clan SI? Excellent. It seems the quality of this material is remarkably high, Scorpion observed, his excitement palpable as he beheld Shirsue poised for combat, unfazed by the tension in the air. Then I leave it to you, Shirsue. Indeed, finding allies is no simple task. Fontion, exasperated, rubbed his temples in silent frustration. The battle was on the brink of eruption. In an instant, Shirsue vanished from sight, reappearing before Scorpion. With a graceful flick of a short sword, he traced a brilliant arc in the air, unleashing a wave of sword aura towards Scorpion. Scorpion let out a cold chuckle, swiftly forming hand seals as the air around him seemed to solidify in response to his movements. Ninja of the Leaf Village, your speed is commendable. However, within this relic, my traps and poisons shall be your greatest nightmare. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them fractured, and massive arms constructed of sand and stone erupted forth, seeking to ensnare Shirsue's movements. Yet Shirsue deftly evaded the sudden onslaught, his Sharingan rapidly spinning as he unleashed a series of Genjutsu attacks aimed at disrupting Scorpion's focus. However, Scorpion appeared well prepared. Having heard tales of the Uchiha clan's prowess in illusionary techniques, he had refrained from locking eyes with Shirsue since the onset of battle, significantly mitigating the effectiveness of the Genjutsu while simultaneously launching a poison shuriken. The dart traced a peculiar trajectory through the air, aiming directly at the vital point of Jishue. In a split second, Jishue's form shifted again, narrowly evading the lethal strike, while simultaneously, the short sword in his grasp transformed into a silver flash, targeting the head of Scorpion. Scorpion scoffed, folding his body like a sheet of paper, effortlessly dodging the attack, while activating hidden traps lurking in the shadows. In an instant, the ruins were filled with the fervor of battle, flames erupting and debris flying. Time could not afford to linger any longer. With a surge of thought, Jishue swiftly formed hand seals, rapidly gathering a substantial amount of chakra in his mouth, soon unleashing a massive fireball directed at Scorpion. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous fireball, exuding terrifying heat, caused the already narrow cave to heat up rapidly, while the air around it thinned under the intense temperature. rendering numerous traps ineffective against this fiery onslaught. In the face of this spectacle, Scorpion remained composed, his hands rhythmically moving as he skillfully manipulated chakra threads, commanding the third Kazakage's puppet to confront the great fireball. Just as the fireball was about to strike the puppet, its mouth opened wide, releasing countless iron sand particles to form a defensive barrier that withstood the blow. After successfully blocking the attack, Scorpion continued to manipulate the third Kazakage's puppet, advancing towards Jishui. The puppet extended its arms, brandishing two razor-sharp blades, imbued with a relentless killing intent aimed at Jishui. Witnessing this, a chill flickered across Jishui's face. He resolved to hold nothing back and swiftly take down Scorpion. In quick succession, his three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, transitioning in an instant to Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. With a fierce roar, Jishui summoned a vibrant green half-formed Susanoo, centered around himself. Here it comes. The legendary technique exclusive to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. Observing from the sidelines, Feng Tian gasped in awe upon witnessing Jishui activate Susanoo. Despite having seen it countless times, each manifestation still ignited a fervor within him. The giant blades of the third Kazakage's puppet struck down upon Susanoo, and in an instant, the blades shattered upon impact. Scorpion's handsome visage, for the first time, displayed a grave expression, his eyes fixated on the artful half-formed Susanoo, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Is this the fabled Susanoo? It appears far from easy to contend with. The emerald half-formed Susanoo resembled a war deity emerging from ancient legends, exuding a terrifyingly oppressive aura. Scorpion, your traps and puppets are mere trifles in the presence of absolute power. Jishui's voice resonated through the armor of Susanoo, echoing in every corner of the cave, imbued with an undeniable dominance. Is it truly so? Your Susanoo cannot last much longer, Scorpion remarked lightly, producing a scroll. As Feng Tian laid eyes on the scroll, an unusual gravity overtook his expression, and his gaze swiftly shifted to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Reversed cause and effect. With a fierce shout from Feng Tian, the scroll that had materialized in Scorpion's hand vanished in an instant. Before Scorpion could react, Feng Tian continued, Enough, Scorpion. We sought you out merely to invite you to join us. There is no need for you to squander such a precious technique as the puppet mastery. This ultimate art was recently perfected by me. How could you possibly know its name? While the scroll's disappearance was noteworthy, Scorpion was far more astonished by Feng Tian's utterance of the term puppet mastery. Nevertheless, Feng Tian remained composed. His intervention was merely to prevent Scorpion from carelessly wasting this technique. Should Scorpion truly unleash the puppet mastery and summon an army of puppets, the confrontation would inevitably devolve into a protracted struggle. Although Shishui's Susanoo was not intimidated by these puppets, it could not guarantee survival until every last puppet was vanquished. The outcome of their duel was yet to be determined, but a battle would undoubtedly impact both of their future capabilities. Observing the situation, Shishui chose to dispel his Susanoo. His eyes felt an uncomfortable strain, and his breath became slightly erratic. It was evident that activating the Susanoo had taken a significant toll on him. Scorpion, join us. Our goal is to create a perfect world devoid of war and bloodshed. I believe you must despise this tumultuous reality filled with conflict. Come, join us, and let us change this world together. Feng Tian smiled as he extended his hand towards Scorpion, eagerly anticipating his response. However, the latter did not answer immediately, instead becoming lost in contemplation. At last, after a brief silence, Scorpion raised his gaze to Feng Tian and spoke. You are correct. I indeed harbor a deep disdain for this filthy reality. However, if I am to join, I have two conditions. Chapter 10, Twilight, pray tell your conditions. Feng Tian inquired with genuine curiosity. First, I require absolute freedom beyond the scope of our missions. No one, including you, shall dictate my thoughts. Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Feng Tian's lips, and a flicker of approval glimmered in his eyes. This demand is quite reasonable. After all, a true warrior must possess their own pride. I pledge to you, our primary objective is to gather the tailed beasts. As for matters beyond the mission, so long as you do not turn your blade against your comrades, you may act as you see fit. Secondly, Scorpion's voice resonated once more, now laced with a chilling undertone. During the execution of our mission, should we encounter formidable shinobi who stand in our way, I shall claim their corpses and refine them into my puppets, assimilating their strength as my own. Feng Tian's expression flickered momentarily before settling into calm composure. He nodded slowly. In principle, there is no objection. However, remember this. Do not take lives unless absolutely necessary. Though we walk in shadows, we must avoid needless slaughter, lest we draw undue attention and invite unnecessary complications. Very well, Scorpion declared. Then I, Scorpion, shall join you. With that, he withdrew all his puppets, including the third Kazekage, and strode toward Feng Tian. Now, I find myself curious. What is the name of our organization? At this question, not only Scorpion but even the silent Shui turned his gaze toward Feng Tian, eyes alight with curiosity and inquiry. They had worked together for some time. Yet the name of their organization remained a mystery, an omission that now loomed large. Feng Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully, sinking into deep contemplation. Observing this, Scorpion and Shui exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with skepticism. What kind of farce is this? All this posturing, and yet no name for the organization? How utterly unreliable. Their unspoken thoughts mirrored one another, a shared sense of having boarded a dubious vessel. Let us call it Twilight, Feng Tian announced at last, a spark of enthusiasm in his voice. A light that walks in darkness, it perfectly embodies who we are. Twilight. Not a bad name, Shui conceded with a nod. Yet Scorpion pressed further, his next question casting a momentary chill over Feng Tian's demeanor. Aside from the three of us, there must be others in this organization. I am curious, who truly orchestrates all this? The higher echelons of Konoha? Or perhaps the leadership of the Uchiha clan? A shadow of coldness flickered across Feng Tian's face, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Scorpion of the Red Sand, he intoned, his voice edged with warning. You should know, clever men often meet swift ends. What you need to know, I will tell you. As for what you do not, I advise you not to seek the truth. No sooner had the words left his lips than Feng Tian's eyes shifted into the Mangeki Sharingan, their depths unfathomable. The power of inversion of cause and effect activated, and in an instant, the third Kazekage scroll tore free from Scorpion's grasp, materializing before him. To his astonishment, the massive blade severed earlier by Shursue's Susanoo was miraculously restored. At this moment, Scorpion was astonished to discover that he seemed to have lost all connection with the third Kazekage puppet, rendering him unable to exert control over it. In stark contrast, before him, Feng Tian merely waved his hand, and the two razor-sharp blades were poised directly against Scorpion's neck. What kind of ability is this? Scorpion felt no fear in the face of the threatening blades. Instead, he was profoundly impressed by Feng Tian's extraordinary power. As a puppet master, especially a prodigious one, he had never imagined that one day his puppet would break free from his control and be used by another to threaten him. How could he not feel astonished? Just a trivial trick, nothing noteworthy, Feng Tian said coldly, and then he directly lifted the effect of the cause and effect reversal. The subject of the organization was thus concluded. What we must now undertake is an endeavor fraught with peril. Are you all psychologically prepared? The moment Feng Tian's words fell, Scorpion and Shizuka exchanged glances and nodded slightly. It was no jest. Both were seasoned ninjas who had endured countless battles, and in their eyes, there was hardly anything they deemed particularly challenging. Satisfied with this exchange, Feng Tian nodded and continued. Very well, since that is the case, let us commence the plan to capture the one-tailed Shikaku. As he spoke, he began sketching a rough map on the earthen wall with a kunai. Currently, Sunagakure was in disarray due to Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage, making it an opportune moment to seize the one-tail. He then glanced at Scorpion, his eyes betraying a hint of affirmation. Shifting the topic, he elaborated. Although the third Kazekage is deceased, there are still several formidable individuals you must remain wary of. First is Rasha. The power he commands over sand and gold is on par with any elite ninja. He requires your utmost attention. Then there is Scorpion's grandmother, Chiyo. Though she tends to remain inconspicuous, her puppet techniques are by no means inferior to yours. With that, Feng Tian cast a meaningful glance at Scorpion. The latter merely snorted softly, choosing not to respond. Finally, there is one more individual to be cautious of, and that is Maki. This man possesses a keen intellect and remarkable leadership skills. His combat prowess remains unknown, but I can affirm that he is also someone to keep an eye on. After delivering this information, the map etched on the wall began to take shape. As a resident of Sunagakure, Scorpion was once again awed by Feng Tian's ingenuity. Although the map was rudimentary, every significant detail was meticulously illustrated, including the number of guards, their distribution, and even the most clandestine residents of the Kazekage. In that moment, Scorpion gazed at Feng Tian in astonishment, his face betraying a myriad of emotions, his lips trembling slightly as he inquired, "How did you create this map?" As a mere denizen of the Sand Village, I find myself incapable of crafting a map akin to yours. What does this signify? Merely trivial tricks, I suppose. Feng Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, and he proceeded to outline the battle strategy to the two companions. Both were prodigious ninjas, able to grasp the nuances of the plan with minimal communication. What initially appeared to be a somewhat intricate strategy was swiftly organized and finalized in the span of mere moments. After conveying all necessary details, Feng Tian strode purposefully towards the exit, flanked by Ji Shui and Xia. At that moment, his spirit soared, and he proclaimed, "Thus, the operation to capture the tail beast officially commences." Chapter 11. Xia Luo Sha. Alas, my brother, do you think it necessary to remain vigilant at this late hour? There is no other choice, my friend. Ever since the assassination of the third Hokage, the neighboring great nations have cast their greedy eyes upon our sand village. This predicament is unavoidable. At the entrance of the sand village, two guards engaged in a desultory conversation, having stood watch from dawn until dusk. Their condition could only be described as abysmal. However, this was an inevitable consequence, following the assassination of the third wind shadow. The entire sand village found itself under the scrutiny of various nations. Their endurance thus far was largely due to the timely emergence of the formidable Luo Sha. Rumor has it that the higher-ups plan to nominate Lord Luo Sha as the fourth wind shadow. I wonder if this news bears any truth. Alas, my brother, this is beyond the contemplation of mere chunin like us. Let us dutifully maintain our post. Hey, you might jest, but having stood here for so long, my vision has begun to blur. Just now, I could have sworn I glimpsed the third wind shadow. Ha ha ha, it seems you truly are seeing things. How could the third wind shadow possibly appear before you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the puppet of the third wind shadow materialized before the two guards, spewing toxic sand iron from its mouth. In a mere breath, both were grievously injured. How could this be? Is this truly the third wind shadow? One guard's gaze was fixed in disbelief upon the puppet. His voice tinged with incredulity, but soon the effects of the poison began to take hold, and he felt his consciousness ebbing, as if he were on the brink of slumber. Meanwhile, the other guard, fighting against the venom's effects, drew a kunai and plunged it into his palm. In an instant, the sharp pain momentarily overpowered the poison, granting him a fleeting clarity. Gritting his teeth, he shakily retrieved a signal flare and, summoning all his strength, launched it into the air. In an instant, the sky over the sand village was illuminated, as if it were day once more. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Remain vigilant! Where is Luo Sha? Where is Lord Luo Sha? The villagers of the sand village, who had previously succumbed to slumber, were roused by the radiant flare. Their eyes brimmed with fear. Some sought refuge in the underground passages arranged by the ninjas, while others donned their battle attire and made their way to the northern gate, from whence the signal had been fired. Humph, how utterly tiresome, remarked Sked disdainfully, standing at the northern gate. Immediately, he produced several scrolls and laid them before him. Just as he was about to proceed further, his gaze abruptly fixated on a certain direction. Humph. With a disdainful huff, Scorpion's chakra threads pulsated rhythmically. And under his command, the third Kazekage puppet materialized before him, releasing a torrent of iron sand to form a colossal protective shield around himself. Almost instantaneously, as the shield took shape, a deluge of sand and gold surged towards him from the east, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Countless grains of gold sand swiftly engulfed Scorpion, and then, a figure descended upon the cloud of golden sand. The farce was about to come to an end. Scorpion. The figure was none other than Rasha, who was on the verge of becoming the fourth Kazekage. Rasha stood firmly atop the golden sand cloud, surrounded by a wave of natural energy that seemed to command the very grains of sand around him. He slowly raised his right hand, palm upward, and with a soft incantation, the encircling gold sand receded like a tide, revealing Scorpion and his impenetrable iron sand shield. A flicker of surprise flashed in Scorpion's eyes, but it quickly gave way to indifference. He manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, tautening the chakra threads in preparation for the impending battle. Rasha, do you truly believe you can defeat me with merely this? Scorpion's voice echoed through the puppet, laced with contempt. Rasha smiled faintly, offering no direct reply, but instead, he gently waved his arm. Instantly, the surrounding gold sand began to flow in an unusual rhythm, weaving intricate patterns in the air, reminiscent of ancient runes, radiating a soft glow. This was the long-lost secret technique of the sand village, the sand gold barrier, capable of immobilizing foes and absorbing their chakra. This is my latest research, the sand gold barrier, which will allow you to witness the true power of gold sand. Rasha's voice resonated within the barrier, each word brimming with confidence. Countless grains of gold sand, under Rasha's command, gradually enveloped Scorpion, while a peculiar light flickered above the sand. A glow belonging to sealing techniques. Upon witnessing this, a grave expression crossed Scorpion's handsome face. He continued to command the third Kazakage puppet to unleash a torrent of iron sand, attempting to disrupt the flow of the gold sand. However, Rasha merely scoffed. He raised his palm slowly, and in an instant, even more gold sand surged towards Scorpion, as if intent on burying him completely. Yet, Scorpion's form flickered, vanishing amidst the encircling gold sand. Rasha frowned slightly, immediately sensing that Scorpion had not retreated but had instead utilized some secret technique to conceal his presence. Humph. Trying to escape? Rasha scoffed coldly, his hands quickly forming seals. The surrounding gold sand seemed to receive a command, weaving itself into a massive net in the air. Every inch covered by the gold sand, lying in wait for Scorpion to reveal himself. At that moment, the voice of Scorpion suddenly echoed beside Luo Sha's ear, laced with a hint of mockery. Do you think you can trap me like this? Luo Sha, you are still too naive. Luo Sha swiftly turned around, only to catch a fleeting shadow as Scorpion had already appeared behind him, the chakra thread in his hand coiling silently around his neck like a venomous serpent. However, Luo Sha reacted with remarkable speed, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. Impressive reflexes, Scorpion chuckled lightly, then transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight once more. Luo Sha narrowed his eyes, meticulously sensing every subtle movement around him, while simultaneously manipulating the sand and gold to swirl protectively around his body, prepared for either defense or capture of Scorpion. Yet, as time passed, Scorpion's figure remained elusive, plunging Luo Sha into an unusual contemplation. At that moment, several figures materialized beside Luo Sha within the sand-hidden village, their auras unstable, clearly having expended considerable chakra to arrive at the north gate in haste. Lord Luo Sha, what is the situation? One of the village's jonin inquired, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings, his demeanor tinged with tension. It's Scorpion. I just engaged him. But he suddenly vanished. I am unsure of his intentions, Luo Sha mused, resting his chin on his hand, pondering this seemingly absurd predicament. How could Scorpion, a rogue ninja, so brazenly launch an attack on the sand-hidden village? Did he harbor some ulterior motive? The only things that could draw him to the village were Chio, and, not good, his target is the One-Tail. You must return and defend at once. Luo Sha exclaimed suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his voice rising urgently. He swiftly turned and began to move in the direction of a certain area within the sand-hidden village. At that moment, a mocking voice rang in his ear. Where are you going, my dear Lord Luo Sha? Chapter 12, Infiltration Bang. A resounding crash reverberated through the tranquil night, akin to thunder heralding an impending storm. It seemed Scorpion was eager to unleash chaos. What is the situation on your end, Shirzue? From the shadows, a deep and powerful voice emerged, tinged with urgency and anticipation. Under the moonlight, the figure was partially obscured, blending seamlessly with the night. Soon, Shirzue replied, his silhouette stretching beneath the dim streetlights like a sword poised to unsheath. He grasped a ninja from the sand-hidden village with one hand. The ninja's face was pale, eyes tightly shut, as if ensnared in an endless dream. Shirzue's eyes, adorned with the legendary Sharingan, gradually ceased their rotation, resembling a vortex in the abyss coming to rest. A testament to the jinjutsu he had cast upon the ninja. Have you located the One-Tail? Yes, Shirzue responded, and promptly discarded the now unconscious sand-hidden village ninja aside. The location of a certain guardian crane had been discerned through illusion by this unknown ninja. Let us commence our actions. Scorpion may not hold out for long, and we must move swiftly. Feng Tian spoke with a calm yet insistent tone, his voice imbued with an undeniable urgency, as if urging the gears of fate to turn more rapidly. Ji Shui nodded slightly, his gaze intense, and in the next moment, he had already positioned himself ahead, akin to a streak of lightning cleaving through the night sky. Under the cover of darkness, the two moved like phantoms through the alleys of Sunagakure, each step meticulously avoiding the patrolling ninjas, silent and unseen. Feng Tian and Ji Shui halted before what appeared to be a quaint residence. Just as they were about to make their move, an elderly voice suddenly reached their ears. Ah, young lads, have you come here to seek the old woman? As the words fell, the figure of Granny Chio materialized, clad in simple garments, her white hair cascading, and her face etched with deep lines. yet her eyes radiated wisdom and kindness. Ji Shui, I leave this to you. Feng Tian, unfazed by Granny Chiyo's unexpected appearance, exhibited a composed demeanor. As if everything had been anticipated, Ji Shui acknowledged with a slight nod, then his expression sharpened. In an instant, he transformed into a black flash, drawing his short sword from his back, charging towards Granny Chiyo with blinding speed. Granny Chiyo squinted her eyes. Though aged, her agility remained intact. As Ji Shui advanced rapidly, she swiftly summoned several puppets, engaging in fierce combat. Drawing from his previous battle with Scorpion, Ji Shui discerned a critical weakness in these puppet masters, the chakra strings. Puppet masters manipulate their creations via these chakra lines, which possess formidable elasticity but lack sufficient hardness. To ensure agile control over the puppets, the strings cannot be overly rigid. This meant that if Ji Shui could sever the chakra lines, the puppet master's power would be significantly diminished. With this realization, Ji Shui's gaze sharpened, through several probing maneuvers. He had grasped Granny Chiyo's control frequency. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a decisive strike, the terrifying blade aura aimed directly at the chakra line she manipulated. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Granny Chiyo adeptly adjusted her puppets, evading Ji Shui's fierce slash at an exceptionally unconventional angle. Ah, young man, your perception and insight are commendable. You have quickly identified the puppet master's weakness, Granny Chiyo remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of coldness. Her murky eyes then darted towards where Feng Tian had been positioned, only to break into a cold sweat in the blink of an eye. Where did that boy go? Impossible. How did he evade my senses? Granny Chiyo was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how someone could vanish without a trace from her perceptive range. Since the inception of the battle, although her attention was predominantly ensnared by Shi Shui, her extensive combat experience rendered her immune to such elementary blunders. Without further contemplation, Shi Shui's fierce assault descended upon her once more. With a furrowed brow, Granny Chiyo begrudgingly continued to manipulate her puppets to engage in combat with Shi Shui, her gaze intermittently darting towards the interior of the room, a flicker of anxiety reflected in her murky eyes. Inside, the dim golden light flickered, casting mottled shadows across the space, while the air was infused with a faint scent of milk and an almost imperceptible tension. Feng Tian inhaled deeply, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance, a remnant of employing the technique of reversing cause and effect. Just in time, discomfort began to creep into his vision. It seemed prudent to refrain from this technique unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Feng Tian successfully altered causality through reversing cause and effect and ventured into the room, enduring his discomfort while gradually approaching a particular chamber. Suddenly, a shrill and urgent cry of an infant shattered the stillness of the night, resonating in Feng Tian's heart like thunder. He swiftly turned, his gaze piercing, locking onto the source of the sound, an involuntary smile of indescribable joy gracing his face. It appeared that events were unfolding favorably. With a slight lift of his lips, Feng Tian followed the sound to her room. As he gently opened the door, a beam of soft light poured in, illuminating the cherubic face of Gaara, who had recently become a Jinchuriki. He lay curled up on the bed, eyes tightly shut, his tiny mouth opening and closing, emitting a series of cries. It seemed he sensed the disturbance from the outside world, expressing his discontent. Like Naruto, Gaara was born as a host for a tailed beast. His life has been rather tragic. Feng Tian gazed at the wailing Gaara, murmuring to himself, "Then, allow me to bring this to an end." Having spoken, he slowly approached Gaara, his eyes a mixture of excitement, apprehension, and a touch of compassion. Just as he extended his hand, poised to touch the fragile life, a sturdy hand suddenly grasped his arm. A powerful force emanated from the grip, compelling him to halt. In his ear, a deep, oppressive voice reverberated, akin to a mountain pressing upon his heart. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 13. The Capture. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing these words, Feng Tian's pupils dilated in surprise. He gradually turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a figure with disheveled yellow hair, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure, glaring at him with a face full of murderous intent. Yashimaru? In an instant, Feng Tian recognized that the ninja before him was none other than Gaara's uncle, Yashimaru. As the beloved uncle of Gaara and a member of the Umbu from Sunagakure, Yashimaru's life can be described as profoundly tragic. The birth of Gaara led to the demise of Yashimaru's sister, Gaara's mother, instilling in him a deep-seated hatred for Gaara. Yet, bound by duty, he was compelled to protect him. Subsequently, he received orders from the fourth Kazekage, Gaara's father, to assassinate Gaara. Ultimately, the assassination attempt failed, resulting in Yashimaru detonating the explosive tags on his person, thus concluding his sorrowful existence. Consequently, Gaara fell into utter despair. Gathering his thoughts, Feng Tian swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to extricate himself from Yashimaru's grasp, appearing just outside the door. Yashimaru, you are a good person. I do not wish to take your life. Therefore, please leave on your own accord, and I shall act as if nothing transpired, he declared. In an instant, Feng Tian's eyes shifted to the Mangeki Sharingan as he advanced towards Gaara, threateningly proclaiming, "Oh, is that so? Given your eyes, you must belong to the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure. As allies, how can you engage in such disgraceful acts behind our backs? You shall not leave here unscathed today." Before his words could fully dissipate, Yashimaru violently swung his arms, launching several kunai, each manipulated by his threads, like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards Feng Tian with lethal intent. Each kunai was imbued with a menacing aura, seemingly intent on piercing Feng Tian entirely. However, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Feng Tian merely shook his head slightly, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a smirk. With the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and the reverse causality technique, his figure vanished instantly, seamlessly blending into the shadows, evading all kunai attacks with perfection. In the next moment, while Yashimaru was still in shock, Feng Tian materialized behind him like a specter, kunai poised against his throat. The cold steel of the kunai starkly contrasted with Yashimaru's warm skin, a palpable aura of death enveloping him. "Give up. Had I truly wished to kill you, you would have already been a corpse." Feng Tian's voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word striking Yashimaru's heart like a hammer. His gaze was filled with an endless murderous intent, as if he could transform that intent into a tangible force, ready to consume Yashimaru entirely. Yashimaru scoffed, a flicker of unwillingness and rage flashing in his eyes. He attempted to launch a surprise attack with several kunai from behind. But under the terrifying insight of the Mangeki Sharingan, such feeble gestures were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The moment he made his move, Feng Tian had already evaded effortlessly, once more using the Flying Thunder God technique. "It appears you are fully prepared to meet your demise," Feng Tian remarked, his expression icy, exuding an insatiable aura of death as he stepped closer to Yashimaru, reminiscent of a soul-reaping king. Yashimaru's countenance grew gravely serious, acutely aware of his absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. However, as an elite of Sunagakure Zumbu, he would never surrender easily, even when faced with a member of the Uchiha clan endowed with the Mangeki Sharingan, the young scion of the Uchiha clan. "Do you presume that such trivial means can compel my submission? I shall defend Gaara to my last breath." Yashimaru's voice resonated with unwavering resolve as he swiftly drew an explosive tag from his waist, preparing for a final stand. Observing this, Feng Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. He had no desire to bring matters to this point with Yashimaru. As much of Yashimaru's tragedy stemmed from the internal power struggles within Sunagakure, rather than any fault of his own. However, having engaged in conflict, there was no turning back. "Yashimaru, why must you persist in this? The future of Sunagakure should not be inscribed through sacrifice and hatred." Feng Tian's words bore a note of admonition. Yet his movements remained unimpeded, his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating in preparation to counter Yashimaru's potential retaliation. Just as Yashimaru was about to activate the explosive tag, Gaara's wails shattered the heavy atmosphere. In that moment, Yashimaru suddenly recalled the dreadful consequence of unleashing the explosive tag here. The catastrophic blast would inevitably engulf Gaara as well. Overcome with regret, he turned to the sobbing child, an expression of remorse flashing across his features. Yet Feng Tian had no time for such deliberations. He halted the rotation of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and in the next instant, Gaara appeared in his arms through reverse causality. "What?" Witnessing Gaara's sudden disappearance and reappearance in Feng Tian's embrace, Yashimaru gasped in astonishment. "You had best not harm that child, for you will face the wrath of all Sunagakure." Relentless until death, Yashimaru's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Feng Tian, his murderous intent barely concealed. Is it merely Sunagakure? I truly do not regard it with any significance." Feng Tian retorted with a scornful smirk before swiftly employing Flying Thunder God, vanishing from sight under Yashimaru's menacing gaze. Within the room, only Feng Tian's voice, dripping with provocation, echoed, "Farewell. Until we meet again." Outside Sunagakure, The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling above. Feng Tian's form appeared like a specter in a desolate expanse. At his feet lay a kunai, quietly resting, his meticulously placed, flying thunder god marker. Gaara continued to wail in his arms. The innocent, yet piercing cries cutting through the stillness of the night, as if intent on shattering its tranquility. Feng Tian's brow furrowed. Even he, typically composed, felt a surge of agitation. "Be quiet. My head is spinning," he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with exasperation and annoyance. Yet, his simple reprimand seemed ineffective in soothing Gaara. The child's cries only grew louder. In desperation, Feng Tian resorted to his illusionary arts. He gently closed his eyes, raising his hands slightly, his fingertips shimmering with a soft luminescence. After a brief moment, Gaara's cries gradually ceased, giving way to a profound stillness. Under the influence of the illusion, he had peacefully succumbed to slumber, with traces of tears still glistening upon his cheeks. Feng Tian gently laid Gaara upon a flat stone, his movements tender and cautious, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility of his dreams. Rising to his feet, he swiftly formed hand seals, a triumphant smile illuminating his face, his eyes glinting with a mischievous sparkle. At last, success, he murmured to himself, his tone imbued with satisfaction and pride. My second-tailed beast, Shikaku. Chapter 14. Illusionum? Feng Tian's presence has vanished. It appears he has succeeded. I too must hasten my retreat. In the midst of a fierce battle with Chiyo, Shizuka sensed the moment Feng Tian's aura dissipated and prepared to withdraw at any moment. His gaze turned towards the serious-faced Chiyo, while his mind was already formulating a plan. With a swift strike, he repelled several puppets, and then used a body flicker technique to distance himself from Chiyo. What does this mean? Are we not continuing? Chiyo inquired, taken aback by the sudden change in the battle's dynamics. However, Shizuka slowly raised his head, his eyes transitioning to the Sharingan. The tone of his voice light yet suffused with an oppressive weight. After such a prolonged engagement, you must have surmised my true identity. Simultaneously, his remarkable speed paired with the Sharingan was a rare combination indeed. I deduce that you must be the instant-moving Uchiha Shizuka of Konoha, Chiyo remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. Discovering her opponent's identity did not bring her any sense of accomplishment. Rather, the gravity of her expression deepened. Your guess is accurate, but allow me to clarify one point. Shizuka responded, as the Sharingan spun rapidly, an overwhelming surge of chakra gathering in his eyes. I am called the Instant not solely for my speed, but because the instant an enemy perceives me, they have already fallen into an illusion. Please, take a moment to rest, Chiyo. Before his words could fully resonate, the space around Shizuka seemed to warp, countless flecks of light shimmering, creating an illusion where the distance between him and Chiyo was both infinitely close and infinitely far, weaving a tapestry of distorted time and space. Chiyo's pupils dilated sharply as she realized she was being ensnared in a formidable illusion. Yet, as one of Sunegakure's foremost puppeteers, her reflexes were remarkably swift. She quickly formed hand seals, striving to break free from the bindings of this illusion. 3 treasures collapse. With Chiyo's incantation, the surrounding air appeared to solidify, and 3 puppets arranged themselves in a triangular formation, channeling a mighty tornado at their center, attempting to carve a tangible path through the illusionary realm. However, as these tornadoes approached the borders of Shizuka's released illusion, they dissipated as if encountering an invisible barrier, vanishing without a trace. The corners of Ji Shui's mouth curled into a faint smile as his figure flickered in and out of the illusionary space, each appearance accompanied by a disquieting surge of chakra. Chiyo, your mastery of puppet techniques is indeed unparalleled, yet before my jinjutsu, the distinctions between ninjutsu and reality shall blur. Chiyo softly repeated the term jinjutsu, recognizing it as the unique illusionary art of Uchiha Ji Shui, whose formidable power even she could scarcely conceive. Just as an unprecedented sense of crisis welled up within her, Ji Shui's voice resonated once more, seeming to pierce through the barriers of illusion and reality, striking deep into her soul. Do not worry, Chiyo. My purpose here is not to take your life, but merely to allow you a brief respite, to prevent an unnecessary war for Sunegakure. As Ji Shui's words settled in, Chiyo felt a warm and gentle energy envelop her. It was a soothing chakra technique intertwined with his jinjutsu. Her body gradually relaxed, her consciousness began to fade, and eventually, all returned to tranquility as she fell into a profound slumber. Ji Shui, confirming that Chiyo was entirely ensnared in the illusion, slowly retracted his Sharingan. The surrounding space gradually ceased its distortion, returning to its original state. With a soft sigh, he turned and vanished, leaving Chio peacefully lying as if merely lost in a deep dream. Rest easy. May this illusion grant a fleeting peace to both Sunagakure and Konoha, Jishui silently prayed. Then turned to gaze back toward the battlefield where Scorpion was engaged. At that moment, Scorpion faced nearly the entirety of Sunagakure's forces. Even having employed the puppet jutsu, he found himself in a somewhat precarious situation. His eyes surveyed the scattered remains of shattered puppets, revealing a profound seriousness within his gaze. Why are the Konoha ninjas taking so long? How much longer must I wait? Scorpion thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. As the main target of all firepower, enduring this long was commendable. In truth, if he wished to retreat, Raza and his companions might not be able to capture him. But he could not afford to withdraw just yet. He needed to buy enough time for Feng Tian and Jishui. If he retreated now, once Raza and the others reacted, their efforts would be in vain. The frustration of being caught in a situation where he could neither fight nor flee was one of the primary reasons for his discontent. Humph. Scorpion, face reality. Your puppets have suffered significant losses, and even the third Kazakage's puppet cannot withstand much longer. Surrender now. Raza shouted at Scorpion, standing atop a floating mound of sand. Palms raised as he relentlessly manipulated the sand to wreak havoc upon Scorpion's puppets. Humph. Rasha, it seems your chakra has been significantly depleted as well. Can you endure until the end? Scorpion cast a disdainful glance at Rasha from a distance, acutely aware of the opponent's remaining strength after such a prolonged battle. Upon hearing these words, Rasha's expression darkened momentarily, yet he swiftly composed himself and retorted with a cold laugh. Scorpion, you seem to have forgotten that this is the village hidden in the sand, my domain. Even if my chakra is diminished, I can still harness the power of this land to entomb you here completely. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile crept across Scorpion's lips. Relying on external forces? That is not the mark of a true warrior. However, since you wish to depend on the sand gold, allow me to show you what true mastery of artistic manipulation entails. As Scorpion's words fell, he swiftly retrieved a secret scroll from his robe, flicking his fingers to unleash a swarm of tiny mechanical insects that surged forth from the scroll, instantly enveloping his remaining puppets. These mechanical creatures, seemingly imbued with life, rapidly repaired the damaged puppets and even reassembled discarded parts into new combat units. What is this? Rasha's expression shifted as he beheld the extraordinary and efficient repair technique, leaving him momentarily at a loss. This is my latest masterpiece, the mechanical regeneration technique. Each mechanical insect is meticulously cultivated by me. They can sense my will and transform waste into combat power, Scorpion proudly proclaimed, simultaneously commanding the restored puppets and the newly formed mechanical army to launch an even fiercer onslaught against Rasha. On the battlefield, sand, gold, and mechanical puppets intertwined, creating dazzling sparks, as the entire village hidden in the sand seemed to tremble. Although Scorpion's puppet army was fewer in number than before, with the assistance of the mechanical insects, each puppet became more agile and powerful, imposing unprecedented pressure on Rasha. This is intolerable, Rasha thought to himself, acutely aware that he could not continue to exhaust his energy in this manner and must find the key to breaking the deadlock. Rasha-sama, the number of puppets is simply overwhelming. We must devise a solution. Nearby, the calm and collected elite jonin of the village hidden in the sand, Maki, also spoke up. In his view, Scorpion, despite his youth, truly possessed the strength of a Kage. Initially, he believed Scorpion had employed some peculiar method to assassinate the third Kazakage. But now he realized that Scorpion indeed possessed the rumored power to single-handedly obliterate a nation. Everyone, remain steady. Let me think of a solution. Faced with such a dire situation, Rasha could only offer words of reassurance to his comrades, while his mind raced to devise a strategy to counter the enemy. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind, and he exclaimed, to uncover the puppeteer's weakness, we must seek someone well-versed in puppetry. Where is Granny Chio? To confront a genius puppeteer like Scorpion, we must enlist Granny Chio's aid. Upon hearing this, Maki's expression shifted to one of subtle complexity. He turned to look at Rasha and spoke in a low voice. Chio Baba and Yashimaru are guarding Gara. Not long ago, it seems there was a battle over there, and Chio Baba may not be able to come for a while. Upon hearing this, Rasha's countenance darkened. With no other recourse, he continued to manipulate the sand gold to fend off Scorpion's assault. Were it not for the multitude of civilians in Sunagakure, he would not have expended so much chakra for defense. For now, they could only maintain a stalemate. Meanwhile, Shursui sensed a slight disturbance in the space beside him, and soon a figure gradually materialized before his eyes. As Shursui recognized the newcomer, he relaxed his grip on the short sword he had been holding tightly. It was Fontian. Quickly, Shursui, we must retreat, Fontian exclaimed, one hand pressed against his bleeding eyes, staggering towards Shursui. In that moment, he was far from the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. He seemed engulfed in an abyss of darkness. Seeing this, Shursui hurriedly stepped forward to support Fontian and inquired with concern, "What happened? What is going on? Hurry. My eyes. My vision is beginning to blur. I can barely see." Chapter 15. Altering Causality. The scene shifted back half an hour prior. "Excellent. I shall accept the one-tailed chakra," Fontian declared with a proud smile as he extended his hand towards the slumbering Gara. Under the moonlight, Gara's body appeared exceptionally frail. As if a mere breeze could disperse him, Fontian's fingers lightly touched Gara's forehead, and at that moment, a peculiar wave seemed to permeate the air. Under his control, a vast and surging chakra, like an ancient beast awakened from slumber, slowly emerged from within Gara, ultimately coalescing in the palm of Fontian's hand. The speed of chakra absorption was surprisingly rapid. Could it be that since he had only just become a Jinchuriki, the process of assimilation was still incomplete, thus allowing for quicker absorption? As the chakra orb in his hand grew increasingly refined, Fontian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. However, the piercing sounds of battle from Scorpion's side continued to reach his ears, filling him with a sense of anxiety. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he had no choice but to hasten the extraction of chakra. Before long, as time swiftly passed, all of the one-tailed chakra had been completely siphoned from Gara. In this moment, Gara appeared exceptionally fragile. Having lost the one-tailed chakra, the flame of life flickered in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breathing faint, and even the slightest flutter of his eyelashes seemed devoid of strength. As if the entire world had receded from him, Fontian quietly observed Gara, who was on the brink of death, and a glimmer of compassion flickered in his gaze. "I love you, Gara, yet you are a pitiable soul. Regrettably, I am not a virtuous person, so I must express my apologies." Fontian spoke with a tone laden with remorse. After extracting the chakra, he effortlessly employed the technique known as reverse cause and effect, transforming the chakra of the one-tail into a transient essence that could reside within his Mangekyou Sharingan. To put it simply, he encapsulated the one-tail's chakra within his unique Kamui space, which he named Destiny Space. Without hesitation, Fontian lifted the frail Gara and, with a thought, prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return him to his chamber. At that moment, Gara, who had been ensnared in an illusion and rendered unconscious, miraculously exhibited a flicker of consciousness, desperately struggling as though battling against an unjust fate. Fontian gazed down at Gara's youthful visage, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. After a moment of silence, he sighed resignedly, his voice tinged with an indescribable struggle and resolve. "Very well, I cannot persist as a purely malevolent being. Gara, allow me to amend your tragic future." With that proclamation, Fontian acted without delay, his eyes suddenly ignited with an extraordinary radiance. The unique splendor and mystery of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of chakra coalesced within his eyes. An unprecedented power surging through his being, a clear indication that the technique of reverse cause and effect had reached its zenith. "What is happening?" Fontian gasped in disbelief and agony, sensing his energy draining away. He realized that the cost of altering this cause far exceeded his expectations, an exhaustive toll that threatened to deplete him entirely. However, despite enduring such immense pressure and suffering, Gara's waning life force began to slowly yet resolutely revive under the influence of Fontian's power. Concurrently, Fontian's eyes experienced an intense discomfort, blood cascading from the corners, staining his face. "Gara, this is a debt I owe you." Fontian gritted his teeth, a glint of madness and determination flashing across his features. He was resolute in his endeavor. His chakra surged uncontrollably towards his eyes, while the essence of cause and effect permeated the air, forming a peculiar and mysterious realm. Within this domain, the boundaries of time and space grew indistinct, as everything was reimagined and redefined according to Fontian's will. In Gara's chamber, Yuichiro Maru's expression twisted with regret and self-reproach. "Why? Can I not even manage this small task? Is the gap between myself and others truly so vast? His voice was low and hoarse, akin to desiccated leaves trembling helplessly in the wind. He pounded the floor with fervor, each strike seemingly an attempt to expunge the torment and helplessness that dwelled within him. His fists became marred with blood, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically repeating this motion. In that moment, when despair and self-reproach intertwined, Yakimaru keenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity, fixating on the source of the disturbance as if striving to penetrate its essence. In the next instant, the figure of Fontian appeared before him like a specter, cradling in his arms none other than Gaara, whom Yakimaru had vowed to protect at all costs. Yakimaru's pupils constricted sharply, his voice trembling with rage. "It's you." Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly manipulated his chakra threads, launching several sharp kunai towards Fontian. However, to his astonishment, the once agile Fontian failed to evade the onslaught. His body marked with several ghastly gashes. Coughing, Fontian grimaced against the discomfort coursing through his eyes, enduring Yakimaru's assault before hurling Gaara into the air. In the next heartbeat, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Seeing this, Yakimaru disregarded the pursuit of Fontian and hurried towards the direction in which Gaara was descending, racing to catch him. Soon, Gaara was cradled in his arms. Yakimaru gazed down at the slumbering Gaara, quickly checking his condition. Relieved to find that he was merely in a deep sleep and unharmed, he exhaled, allowing himself to relax. His gaze drifted towards the direction where Fontian had disappeared, a peculiar expression crossing his face, lost in thought. At that moment, having exhausted the last vestiges of his chakra to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, Fontian arrived beside Shizue, shouting urgently, "Quick, Shizue, we must retreat." One hand pressed against his bleeding eyes, he staggered towards Shizue, utterly devoid of the calm demeanor he once possessed, as if engulfed by an endless darkness. Shizue, upon seeing this, rushed forward to support Fontian, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "What happened? What transpired? Quick, we must go. My eyes. My vision is beginning to blur. I can scarcely see." Chapter 16. Support for Scorpion. Fontian was in a state of utter disarray. Not only had he depleted his chakra, but his breath was faint, and his garments were drenched in blood from the numerous wounds he bore. He appeared like a specter of blood, struggling to walk, relying solely on Shizue's assistance to move. "What happened? How did you become so disheveled?" Shizue asked with a tone of concern as he helped Fontian to move slowly. "Do not mention it. I misjudged my own capabilities, believing that altering causality and changing a person's fate would be a straightforward endeavor. Little did I realize that I had underestimated the backlash of this causality." Fontian chuckled bitterly, then slowly raised his head to gaze in the direction where Scorpion was engaged in battle. Although his vision was somewhat blurred, he could discern a rough outline. "Have you obtained the items?" "Yes. The operation has gone relatively smoothly. Now we merely need to withdraw unscathed for it to be perfect. That may prove challenging. Given your current state, whether you can exit the Sand Village remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Fontian halted, relying on his formidable willpower to approach a nearby house. He leaned against it and spoke in a low voice. "Jishue, the situation with Scorpion may be dire. You should head to the front door for support. I will join you shortly." Hearing these words, Jishue appeared somewhat apprehensive and questioned, "And what about you? What will you do?" As Jishue posed this question, Fontian merely shook his head gently and replied with confidence, "Do not underestimate me. I only need to rest for a moment to recover my chakra. Then I will employ causality reversal to restore my condition. As for how we will reunite, that is even simpler. You carry my Flying Thunder God mark. Just return to Scorpion's lair, and I will find a way to extricate myself." Acknowledging Fontian's resolve, Jishue refrained from further discussion, nodding before promptly making his way to the front door. After Jishue departed, Fontian endured the excruciating pain in his body and gradually slid down to rest in the shadow beside the house. The surrounding tranquility starkly contrasted with the turmoil within him. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate, attempting to excavate the last vestige of strength from the depths of his weakened body to restore his chakra. A faint metallic tang of blood permeated the air, a warning from his body, indicating that the burden of causality he had undertaken had far surpassed his limits. At the front gate of Sand Village, Lord Raza, "The puppets have been nearly eradicated. What shall we do next?" A ninja from Sand Village inquired beside Raza. After such an extended engagement, aside from Raza, nearly all others on their side bore wounds. Some had even been afflicted by the toxins carried by the puppets, suffering greatly. While the air around the front gate seemed thick with poisonous miasma. You have all performed admirably. I shall take it from here. Raza replied with a tone laced with authority. He gestured for everyone to withdraw, preparing to confront the weakened Scorpion alone. Upon hearing his command, the ninjas of Sand Village, including Maki, retreated. However, a few less severely injured ninjas instinctively positioned themselves behind Scorpion, their faces etched with fury, eager to charge forth and rend Scorpion to pieces. Rosa stood alone in the forefront, gazing intently at Scorpion in the distance. With a somber tone, he remarked, "Scorpion, you have strayed too far." His voice resonated with depth and strength. Your puppet art, though formidable, has deviated from the essence of true artistry. Genuine art is the blossoming of life, not the coldness of machinery. Scorpion let out a derisive snort, refraining from retorting. He understood well that conversing with Rosa was now futile. The most pressing matter was to await news from the direction of Feng Tian. Your puppets are nearly annihilated, if you have any last words. Now is the time to voice them, Rosa continued, drawing closer to Scorpion. Meanwhile, the surrounding gold sand, under his command, gradually formed a circle of encirclement around Scorpion, as if poised to consume him at any moment. TCH, a tiresome trick, Scorpion scoffed, stowing away the damaged third-generation wind shadow puppet. His gaze turned towards Sunagakure, revealing an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha are unreliable. The only ones I can trust are my own puppets, he said, a slight smile of relief gracing his lips, for at that moment, he possessed no means to thwart Rosa's assault. He had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he remained at his post, calmly awaiting the hour of his demise. Observing this, a fierce determination flickered across Rosa's face. He raised both hands, and an endless wave of gold sand surged forth, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, closing in on Scorpion, just as the sand was about to engulf him. A voice echoed from afar, Jisue's voice. Though soft, it resonated with clarity among the ninjas of Sunagakure. In an instant, his figure materialized beside Scorpion. And as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, a massive and imposing green Susanoo erupted, dispersing the encroaching gold sand. TCH, you certainly took your time, Scorpion remarked with dissatisfaction, casting a reproachful glance at Jisue. Unfazed, Jisue refrained from arguing. He recognized how difficult it was for Scorpion to endure against nearly the entire force of Sunagakure. "That you are from the Uchiha clan of Konoha," Rosa exclaimed upon noticing Jisue's Sharingan, deducing his true identity based on his age. "You are the Shunshin Jisue of Konoha?" Hearing this, Jisue momentarily withdrew his Susanoo, stepping forward to shield Scorpion. He addressed Rosa. "Let me clarify. I have defected from Konoha. If you must label me, then I am now known as Shunshin Jisue of the Uchiha clan." Jisue unsheathed the short sword from his back, its tip pointed to the ground, as he regarded Rosa with unwavering seriousness. "Shunshin Jisue, I have heard that your reputation in Konoha is quite esteemed. Yet why would you associate with a traitor from our Sunagakure? Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" As Luosha squinted slightly at Shirzue, a hint of menace permeated his words. However, Shirzue merely shook his head lightly, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his eyes began to whirl incessantly, signifying his resolve. "I am compelled to act thus, for the salvation of this war-torn world. I have resolved to protect this individual and should conflict arise, I shall not shy away." Chapter 17. The sealing technique of sand. Upon hearing this, Luosha's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of Shirzue's formidable prowess, and even more so of the dreadfulness of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, as a ninja of Sunagakure, he could not passively witness a rogue leaf ninja flaunting his arrogance within his territory. "Shirzue, your actions have crossed the line of Sunagakure." Luosha's voice was grave and resolute. "As a ninja of Sunagakure, I cannot turn a blind eye to this." Shirzue stood his ground, unwavering. "Lord Luosha, I comprehend your position, but I implore you to understand my predicament. Everything I do is for the sake of a greater peace." "Peace?" Luosha scoffed. "Achieving peace through collusion with rogue ninjas? How utterly ludicrous." The atmosphere instantly escalated to a peak of tension, with both parties on the verge of confrontation, as if a spark could ignite an explosion at any moment. At that moment, Luosha made his move, launching an assault with his palms raised, as if summoning the very forces of the earth. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Golden Sand Cascade." A massive torrent of golden sand appeared to be manipulated by an invisible force, transforming into sharp projectiles that surged towards Shirzue and Scorpion like a tempest. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Shirzue's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his Susanoo once more. The immense green half-figure of Susanoo enveloped both him and Scorpion, resembling a moving fortress, exuding an aura of inviolability. Shirzue held unwavering confidence in his Susanoo, convinced that this form of absolute defense could withstand any assault. As the golden sand projectile struck the impenetrable armor of Susanoo like a torrential downpour, a deep resonant sound echoed in the night sky. Upon contact, the projectiles seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, falling helplessly to the ground. Those seemingly indestructible projectiles appeared feeble in the face of Susanoo's absolute defense. Witnessing this, Luosha's expression grew even more somber. He understood the extraordinary skill of Shirzue, yet he had not anticipated such mastery over Susanoo. Nevertheless, as a ninja of Sunagakure, he would not easily concede. "Shirzue, do you think this will suffice to thwart me?" Luosha bellowed, once again manipulating the golden sand to coalesce in the air, preparing to unleash an even more ferocious attack. Shirzue countered with unwavering calmness, "Lord Luosha, I harbor no intent to be your adversary, but I beseech you to understand, all my actions are in pursuit of a greater peace. If battle is unavoidable, I shall exert my utmost effort. Words are futile. I have already expressed my intent. Today, Scorpion shall not depart from Sunagakure, no matter the circumstances." Arsha continued to roar, manipulating the sand gold as if it were a surging torrent, completely submerging the colossal half-body Susanoo of Shizuka. Following this, Arsha clasped his hands together, and an overwhelming array of intricate sealing symbols swiftly adorned the sand gold, gleaming like stars descending into the mortal realm. Sand waterfall sealing technique. With this fierce cry, the symbols appeared to activate, releasing a dazzling radiance. The formidable sealing force entwined around Shizuka and Scorpion like chains, binding them along with the half-body Susanoo, securely entrapping them within the vast sealing array formed of sand gold. After accomplishing this, Arsha's complexion turned ashen, panting heavily. His gaze fixed intently upon the enormous sealing array created from sand gold, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. At last, it is over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Arsha observed for a moment, noticing that the sealed Shizuka and Scorpion remained utterly still, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Lord Arsha, are you all right?" Nearby, Maki rushed to Arsha's side upon noticing his unusual demeanor, expressing concern. "I am fine, Maki. The rebellion has been sealed. The task of reinforcing the seal shall be entrusted to the village's specialized sealing team," Arsha replied, his expression tinged with worry as he glanced toward the direction of Gaara. Without further hesitation, he summoned a small amount of sand gold, forming a cloud of sand beneath him. He then gradually stepped onto the sand cloud, instructing Maki briefly before grimly propelling himself toward Gaara. Earlier, when Shizuka had emerged to provide assistance, Arsha had noted that Shizuka's figure had appeared from within Sunagakure, while Scorpion had attacked from the front gate. This indicated that, at the onset of their battle, Shizuka had already infiltrated the inner sanctum of Sunagakure. With his meticulous thoughts, he quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. After sealing the two, he hastened toward Gaara. Although he had left two contingencies behind, he could not guarantee Gaara's safety. It was crucial to remember that, on the surface, two adversaries had already emerged, the Scorpion of the Red Sand and the Leaf's Shunshin Shizuka, both formidable ninjas in their own right, though temporarily sealed by Arsha, who could assure that no third or fourth individual lurked in the shadows. Contemplating this, Arsha's expression darkened immensely. He had no time to recuperate. He pushed himself to his limits, racing toward Gaara. As fate would have it, he passed by the resting place of F-10. Due to Arsha's heightened tension, he failed to notice F-10's presence. Oh, what brings Arsha here? Could it be that Shizuka and the others have encountered difficulties? That seems unlikely. F-10 murmured to himself, observing Arsha as he sped along the sand cloud. Though his vision remained blurred, he still noticed the movements of Rasha, as he was the only one in the entire Sunagakure capable of flight. After a brief respite, he had regained a modicum of chakra. Yet the pain and discomfort radiating from his eyes continued to torment him. However, the thought of the predicament that Scorpion and Shirzue might be facing compelled him to forcibly activate the technique, cause and effect, restoring his body to its peak condition. Soon, with the aid of cause and effect, his physical form was fully revitalized, though his Manjiki Sharingan fell into a dormant state, likely to remain unusable for an extended period. Yet, this was of little consequence. He had secured the chakra of the One Tail, and he could elevate his power later when necessary. After performing a few simple movements to assess his condition and finding no significant issues, he concentrated and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. His destination was the mark he had previously placed on Shui. What on earth had transpired? Shui, Scorpion, you must not perish so easily. Hold on. Chapter 18. Reunion. Feng Tian's speed was remarkable. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his agility had increased exponentially. In merely the time it takes for a half stick of incense to burn, he arrived at the front gates of Sunagakure, with the night as his cloak. He cautiously concealed himself in a shadowy corner, intently observing the unfolding scene. He witnessed several Sunagakure ninjas, armed with scrolls, encircling a colossal sealing array made of sand and gold. As they continuously formed hand seals, an array of intricate symbols emerged upon the massive structure. Additionally, for ninjas stood at the periphery, casting a rudimentary barrier to establish a robust defense. It was evident they had taken extensive precautions. They were reinforcing the seal. Could it be that Shui and Scorpion had been sealed? Feng Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over him as he struggled to comprehend how two legendary genius ninjas could be captured so easily. After a brief moment of shock, he steadied his emotions, closed his eyes, and began to sense the chakra of Shui and Scorpion. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inwardly rejoiced. Indeed, I knew it could not be so simple. Shui is quite clever. He must have taken advantage of Rasha's inattention to subtly cast an illusion on him. Through Feng Tian's perception, there was no trace of Shui or Scorpion's chakra within the sealing array. According to his conjecture, Shui had deployed an illusion against Rasha, leading him to mistakenly believe he had successfully sealed the two of them. The ability to deceive Rasha so effectively was likely tied to Rasha's anxious state. Had he remained calm and conducted a thorough examination, he would undoubtedly have uncovered the ruse. As thoughts returned to the present, Feng Tian speculates that Shui and Scorpion have successfully departed from this location and may have already reached their previously agreed rendezvous. With this in mind, he hesitates no longer and employs the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly retreating towards the markers he had previously established along the way. Meanwhile, at Scorpion's cavern, Shui and Scorpion sit on the ground, both feeling a touch of fatigue after such an intense battle. I will go to the entrance to await his return. You should remain here and rest, Shui suggests, rising slowly. Noticing that Feng Tian has not yet returned, he decides to check the cave's entrance. Should Feng Tian remain absent for a while longer, he plans to venture into Sunagakure alone to retrieve him. Whatever you say, Scorpion replies with a dismissive pout, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction as he gazes at Shui. Though he owes his escape to Shui's assistance, his pride prevents him from acknowledging this fact. Thus, he retrieves several scrolls, releasing the puppets contained within, and begins to repair those damaged in the preceding battle. Observing this, Shui merely smiles slightly before his form swiftly disappears, reappearing at the cave's entrance moments later. To his surprise, less than the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn. A flash of light from the Flying Thunder God mark beside him heralds the arrival of Feng Tian. What is the situation? Have the ninjas from Sunagakure discovered our presence? Shui inquires, his face lighting up with a smile at Feng Tian's arrival. However, he is acutely aware that his previous ruse cannot remain concealed for long, and he fears that should Sunagakure uncover the truth, they may dispatch pursuers for a search. Your methods are commendable. For now, Sunagakure has yet to detect anything. Moreover, I left a surprise for Raza there, so we are likely safe for the time being, Feng Tian replies nonchalantly, casting a reassuring glance at Shui. Before Shui can respond further, Feng Tian suddenly recalls something and shifts the topic, asking, by the way, where is Scorpion? Did he return with you? Upon hearing this, Shui smiles faintly and glances deeper into the cavern, responding, he returned with me. He is currently inside, repairing his puppets. With this revelation, Feng Tian's previously furrowed brow finally relaxes. He exhales a long breath of relief, reflecting, it seems this operation has gone relatively smoothly. Everyone is safe and sound. However, deep down, he understands the immense cost they have incurred for the sake of this tailed beast chakra. First and foremost, there is Scorpion. His puppets, including the third Kazekage, have suffered extensive damage in this battle, leaving him with severe losses as the primary force. So many damaged puppets, how long would it take to restore them? If the cause and effect of Feng Tian were still operable, it would certainly save a considerable amount of time. Unfortunately, during this battle, due to reckless alterations of causality, Feng Tian's vision and ocular power sustained severe damage. if he does not promptly deliver a tail beast chakra to the outer path golem. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan may incur permanent harm. In contrast, Shursui, although not gravely injured, found his identity exposed, which could potentially bring significant trouble to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. This was the only aspect that troubled Shursui at present, even though he had ostensibly defected from Konoha. He could not help but remain concerned for the village and his clan. Once this matter is settled, what shall we do next? Shursui inquired, for in his eyes, swiftly executing the Eye of the Moon plan and creating a world devoid of war and conflict was of utmost importance. As for Scorpion, he could proceed to the next location for capturing tailed beasts on his own. As for us, we shall return to Konoha first, then rendezvous with Scorpion. Fengtian spoke lightly, his mind already strategizing the next course of action. He needed to swiftly gather a sufficient number of tailed beasts to augment his power before the entire ninja world could react and unite to protect them. Otherwise, the situation would become increasingly complex. Upon hearing this, Shursui nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, he too was eager to advance the Eye of the Moon plan and was prepared to head to the next location for capturing tailed beasts. He then asked, "Where is the next location for capturing tailed beasts? Which tailed beast shall we capture?" Chapter 19, Scorpion's Dilemma inside Gaara's residence in Sunagakure. "Gaara," Scorpion called out loudly, pushing open the door to Gaara's sleeping quarters. To his surprise, he found Yashimaru cradling the already slumbering Gaara, softly murmuring something. Observing this scene, Scorpion hurriedly approached and carefully took Gaara from Yashimaru's arms. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Gaara was unharmed. Only now could he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lord Scorpion, Yashimaru then came to his senses, immediately kneeling on one knee to express his apologies to Scorpion. "Yashimaru, tell me, what has transpired here?" After gently placing Gaara on the bed, Scorpion inquired of Yashimaru. Based on the traces of the fierce struggle within the room, it is evident that a violent confrontation occurred. "Lord Gaara, this place was invaded by a young member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. I engaged him in combat, yet I was utterly outmatched. I am ashamed to admit that I was unable to prevent him from taking Gaara away, but inexplicably, he returned Gaara to me approximately half an hour later. To this day, I remain perplexed regarding the intentions of that Uchiha youth." Yaksha spoke, his hands instinctively clenching, his words imbued with a sense of shame and a feeling of helplessness over his inadequacy. "The Uchiha youth? Are you referring to Shunshin Shursui of Konoha?" Gaara pondered, resting his chin on his hand in deep contemplation. Given the timeline, Shursui indeed fits the description. No, it is not him. Although that Uchiha possesses a Mangeki Sharingan akin to Shursui's, I am certain it is not Shursui. There were two adversaries in total, Lord Gaara. The Shunshin Shursui you mentioned must be the one engaged in battle with Granny Chiyo outside. As for the intruder within, it is evidently not him. Upon hearing this, Gaara's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern as he began to meticulously analyze the events that had transpired. "If what you say is true, then this matter becomes considerably complex. The Shunshin Shursui of Konoha is colluding with a rogue ninja from our Sunagakure, and lurking in the shadows, there exists an unknown, formidable Uchiha. Based on the information we currently possess, their objective appears to be Gaara. However, I can't shake the feeling that I have overlooked something crucial." As Gaara spoke, he slowly approached Gaara's side. He extended his hand, gently caressing Gaara's delicate face, then gradually closed his eyes to attune himself to the occurrences surrounding Gaara. Moments later, Gaara abruptly opened his eyes, shock evident within them. He staggered back a few steps, his voice tinged with disbelief. "How is it possible? I cannot sense the tailed beast chakra within Gaara. What is happening? This is simply unheard of. I have never heard of a Jinchuriki being able to remain unharmed after severing their connection with the tailed beast." Beside him, Yaksha also displayed a look of astonishment upon hearing Gaara's words. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and tense, his pupils dilating slightly, clearly shaken by this unexpected turn of events. "Lord Gaara, what does this mean?" Yaksha voice quivered, struggling to comprehend how Gaara could remain safe in the absence of tailed beast chakra. Gaara did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved once more to the bedside of Gaara, gazing intently at the slumbering child, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He took a deep breath, seemingly striving to organize his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. "There is only one possibility. The tailed beast within Gaara has been forcibly extracted or sealed away by some powerful force. And this sealing technique is exceptionally sophisticated, to the extent that he has not sustained any harm from it. Forcibly extracted or sealed? Yashimaru echoed Raza's words, a surge of ominous premonition welling up within him. Who possesses such capability, and for what purpose? Raza shook his head, his brow furrowed. It remains unclear at this moment. Nevertheless, whoever is responsible signifies that Sunagakure is facing an unprecedented crisis. Although Gaara is temporarily safe without the tailed beast, in the long run, his protective umbrella has vanished, and we have lost a significant strategic asset. What shall we do? Yashimaru asked eagerly, fully aware of Gaara's importance to Sunagakure and the potential consequences of losing him. Raza pondered for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. First, we must ascertain the identity and intentions of that Uchiha ninja. Secondly, we need to bolster the village's defenses to prevent any possible attacks. Most importantly, we must protect Gaara and ensure he suffers no further harm. As for the secret of the tailed beast's extraction, we must investigate swiftly and reclaim the lost power. Yes, Lord Raza. Yashimaru promptly responded, ready to execute the orders. And he slowly retreated, soon vanishing from sight. Raza glanced at the sleeping Gaara and then turned his gaze to the night outside. With no one knowing what thoughts occupied his mind, near Konohagakure, the figures of F10 and Shursui moved swiftly through the woods, their faces showing signs of fatigue after a prolonged run. F10, we are not far from Konoha now. I am quite curious as to why we are not accompanying Sasori to that location. I have my reasons for doing so, Shursui, and besides, our destination is nearly upon us. Promise me, regardless of what you see later, do not be overly astonished. F10 turned to Shursui, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Still being mysterious at this moment, I truly cannot comprehend you, Shursui replied with a dissatisfied pout, genuinely doubting that he would witness anything capable of surprising him. Soon, they stopped beside an inconspicuous cave, and upon seeing this, F10 displayed a fleeting expression of relief before stepping into the cave first. At F10's gesture, Shursui followed him into the enigmatic cavern. The deeper they ventured, the more their path descended, as if they were heading toward the depths of the earth. F10, why do I feel as though numerous eyes are watching me nearby? This sensation is rather unsettling, Shursui remarked with a serious expression, his vigilance heightened. It's nothing, merely some white zetsu. There's no significant issue. White zetsu. Before Shursui could voice his inquiries, F10, who was leading the way, halted before the wall that Abido had shattered. Upon reaching chapter 20, where the absorption of a tailed beast chakra occurs, under the guidance of Feng Tian, Ji Shui slowly ventured deeper. However, the scene that unfolded before him profoundly shook his very soul. Before him lay a colossal and grotesque figure, the outer path demonic statue, prostrated on the ground in a manner that defied description, its immense form seemingly capable of devouring all surrounding light. From the statue, several solid-colored tubes twisted like contorted vines, extending until they reached a solitary wooden throne. Seated upon the throne was an elderly man, wielding a gleaming scythe. The passage of time etched deeply into the lines of his face. This man was Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja who once stirred the very winds of fate. At this moment, upon noticing Jishui's entrance, the aged Madara slowly raised his head, his eyes, filled with an overwhelming pressure, fixated on the newcomer. After a brief pause, his gaze shifted from Jishui to Feng Tian above. He rose deliberately, resting a hand on his scythe, his lips parting slightly to utter words that, though softly spoken, bore an aura of authority. Feng Tian, what does this signify? Feng Tian, unfazed by the inquiry, shrugged nonchalantly before replying. Lord Madara, this is my ally, named Uchiha Jishui, also a member of the Uchiha clan. He has been instrumental in our tailed beast capture plan. Additionally, I have enlisted another aide, who is already departed for the next location of the tailed beast capture. Before Madara could respond, Jishui, upon hearing the name Madara, was overtaken by astonishment. He stepped back in disbelief, his mouth trembling as he whispered, Madara? Is this truly our ancestor, Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Did he not perish in the Valley of the End during his battle with the first Hokage? How could he possibly be alive now? Madara's gaze lingered on Jishui's face for a moment, his renegade seemingly capable of unraveling every secret. Perceiving the shock and confusion within Jishui's heart, a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Jishui, there is no need for your astonishment. In this world, many things transcend the bounds of ordinary imagination. I, Uchiha Madara, am one of those extraordinary existences. Ji Shui endeavored to compose himself, acutely aware that any display of discomposure before such a formidable ancestor would be unwise. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within, and respectfully bowed, "Lord Madara, I am Uchiha Ji Shui. It is a great honor to meet you. However, I must express my shock at your survival, for..." Madara gently waved his hand, interrupting Ji Shui, "Let the past remain in the past. What is paramount now is the future. Ji Shui, I have heard of your commendable performance in the tailed beast capture plan. You have done well. The Uchiha clan is fortunate to have a ninja as remarkable as you. I find solace in that." After these words, Madara's gaze once again shifted towards Feng Tian, continuing, "Feng Tian, how goes the progress?" "It proceeds smoothly, without significant hindrances," Feng Tian replied, extending his hand. Although he could not yet employ the technique of cause and effect, extracting the One-Tail's chakra from the Destiny's space posed no considerable challenge. As time elapsed, the earthy yellow chakra of the One-Tail's began to coalesce and expand in his hand. Within the span of a few moments, it had grown to nearly the size of a basketball. Observing this, the elderly Madara nodded affirmatively, gesturing for Feng Tian to place the chakra sphere into the outer path golem. Thanks to the previous infusion of the Three Tails chakra, Madara's body had experienced substantial recovery. Thus, he did not require Feng Tian's assistance with cause and effect for mere absorption of chakra. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nodded without hesitation, directly tossing the chakra sphere into the mouth of the outer path golem. With a thunderous roar, the infusion of the One-Tail's chakra caused the golem to emit a resounding noise, and blood began to trickle from the corners of its many eyes. As time passed, the chakra within it burgeoned immensely. "It appears that progress is favorable. I wonder what new abilities we shall gain this time." Feng Tian observed the golem absorb the chakra, and as the consumption accelerated, the familiar power of cause and effect began to coalesce in his eyes. Sensing the restoration of this power, a smile soon graced Feng Tian's face. He raised his gaze to the elderly Madara, who was struggling to maintain his form, and swiftly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, stating, "I shall assist you." As Feng Tian's words fell, the formidable force of cause and effect enveloped the elderly Madara, gradually restoring him to his peak condition. "Excellent, Feng Tian, you have performed admirably," Madara exclaimed. And under the influence of cause and effect, he swiftly regained his former glory. With a clap of his hands, the mouth of the outer path golem opened wide, and the speed of chakra absorption surged. In less than half an hour, the One-Tail's chakra in Feng Tian's hand was entirely consumed. Satisfied with this accomplishment, Madara nodded and signaled for Feng Tian to dispel the effect of cause and effect. In an instant, Feng Tian complied and lifted the technique. Following this enhancement, not only had his ocular power significantly increased, enabling him to activate and deactivate cause and effect instantaneously, but he had also unlocked the skeletal form of Susanoo. Though it was merely a skeletal form, its defensive capabilities had been immensely augmented, providing assurance for the subsequent plans. The Moon's Eye Plan. Progress on Tailed Beast Collection 29. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an opportunity to draw a skill. As the familiar voice of the system echoed in Feng Tian's mind, a colossal will appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Tian could not suppress a smile, and he stepped forward to tap the wheel with his finger, prompting it to begin its slow rotation. The wheel accelerated, as if it were drawing in the very fabric of space, causing Feng Tian's heartbeat to quicken in anticipation of which ninja's divine skill he might obtain. His gaze remained fixed on the names shimmering with a faint glow on the wheel, each representing a legendary tale. "Stop!" Feng Tian silently willed, and as his intent resonated, the wheel came to a gradual halt, as if held by an unseen force. The pointer finally landed on a name, but as Feng Tian discerned it, his smile abruptly faded, replaced by an expression of awkwardness. What kind of luck is this? How could it be you? Chapter 21, Kimui Phase Shift. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Uchiha Obito Youth. You may now select from Uchiha Obito's Youth skills, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Kimui Phase Shift, Izanagi. Feng Tian examined the skill icons before him, his lips twitching slightly. He turned to glance at Obito, who was training not far away, his expression becoming increasingly complex. "This luck is truly unparalleled," he muttered with a wry smile. Then without further hesitation, he gently tapped the icon for Kamui Phase Shift. Instantly, a peculiar energy enveloped him, as if countless streams of data surged through his mind, resonating with his body. In that moment, Feng Tian's eyes began to gleam with a distinctive radiance, the unique brilliance of Kamui phase shift. As the energy dissipated, he successfully mastered this godlike skill. Now my ability to survive has reached its peak, Feng Tian whispered, believing that at this stage, selecting Kamui phase shift was indeed the most perfect choice. While Izanagi was also quite impressive, that skill would automatically unlock as his ocular power increased, making it unnecessary to squander such a precious opportunity. Moreover, employing Izanagi would result in the loss of an eye, and Feng Tian was not like the future Danzo, who could afford to waste a Sharingan. Feng Tian, it seems your ocular power has notably increased, the elderly Obito remarked as he settled onto a wooden throne, surveying Feng Tian from a position of dominance. His tone laced with authority. I am well, thanks to everyone's blessings. My ocular power has indeed improved significantly, Feng Tian replied with a neutral expression. His gaze towards Obito imbued with equal parts reverence, pity, and a hint of caution. Now, with your current ocular power, can you sustain my prolonged return to peak condition? After the elderly man spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in the depths of his murky eyes. He trembled as he rose, leaning on his scythe for support, eagerly awaiting Feng Tian's response. Time passed, yet Feng Tian remained silent, merely shaking his head. The forced expression on his face seemed to convey his answer. Very well. It appears that things are still somewhat reluctant. Observing this, the elderly man had no choice but to temporarily concede. He returned to his wooden throne and continued. So, what must you do next? That young man Obito, after undergoing my rigorous training these past few days, has managed to grasp his abilities to a preliminary extent. According to the classification of strength, he should rank above Special Jonin. Is it necessary to take him along for this mission? Before Feng Tian could respond, Obito, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His left eye, a common one formed from the structure of White Zetsu's body, contrasted with his right eye, which belonged to his own Mangeki Sharingan. A mission? I am quite interested. Obito rose steadily, determination shining in his eyes as he looked at both Madara and Feng Tian. His eagerness for battle igniting fervently. This was to be expected. Obito had trained in the dim depths for an extended period. Had it not been for his deep-seated convictions, his youthful spirit might have succumbed to madness long ago. There's no need for that. The current battle does not require Obito. Let him continue his training with you. Feng Tian stated. Indeed, that is acceptable. Both Feng Tian and Madara simultaneously disregarded Obito, causing his expression to momentarily stiffen before returning to normal. He clenched his fist in secret, vowing to become stronger, powerful enough to command the attention of all. Feng Tian, since Obito will not be participating in the operation, when do you intend to depart? Madara's gaze once again focused on Feng Tian, his tone laced with curiosity. I must gather enough tailed beasts before the entire ninja world realizes what is happening. Furthermore, before I leave, I plan to make some arrangements here, Feng Tian replied, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes as he regarded Madara. Arrangements? What do you mean? Madara's inquiry deepened, curiosity intensifying. Lord Madara, while this enhancement of ocular power may not allow you to maintain your peak condition for long, I assure you that after I make the necessary arrangements, I can enable you to temporarily escape the outer path golem, regain your peak state, and emerge on any battlefield, unleashing chaos for a brief period. Upon hearing this, Madara's murky eyes suddenly brightened, revealing an expression of disbelief mixed with immense longing. He trembled as he asked, Feng Tian, can what you speak of truly be so miraculous? Feng Tian nodded gently, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Lord Madara, have you forgotten? I wield the power of causality. Some methods are beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. The elderly figure leaned slightly forward, as if eager to grasp every word spoken by Feng Tian with utmost clarity. So, how exactly do you intend to execute the plan? Feng Tian offered a subtle smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. That, dear Lord Ban, is a matter you need not concern yourself with. Rest assured. When all is prepared, your desires shall be fulfilled. After a moment of silence, Ban appeared to deliberate over something, ultimately nodding slowly. Very well, Feng Tian. I shall trust you this once. But remember, this matter is of great significance, and there must be no room for error. Fear not, Lord Ban, Feng Tian replied respectfully. Bowing deeply, I shall dedicate myself entirely to ensuring that everything proceeds flawlessly. After all, capturing the tailed beast this time poses considerable risks. Should we encounter insurmountable challenges, I hope you might lend your assistance. That is only natural, Ban responded, leaning back against the wooden throne, his murky eyes gradually closing as he deliberately diminished his presence to the utmost degree. The burden of absorbing chakra weighed heavily upon him, and he required time to digest it. Observing this, Feng Tian shifted his gaze to the side, addressing Shizue. Shizue, having dawdled for so long, shouldn't we be on our way? At this, Shizue snapped back to reality, his gaze focusing on Feng Tian, a hint of apologetic smile gracing his face. My apologies. Feng Tian nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood Shizue's astonishment. After all, if one were to suddenly learn that their long-deceased ancestor was not only alive, but also the clandestine orchestrator within their own organization, it would indeed leave anyone in a state of prolonged shock. Where shall we head next? Yun Hidden Village. Chapter 22. They on the outskirts of the Land of Thunder. Nestled within the towering mountains lay a secluded cave that had become the secret base where Scorpion meticulously restored the third wind shadow puppet. Under the dim, warm light, Scorpion's fingers moved like a nimble dancer, navigating the intricate joints of the puppet with precision, each touch a testament to his mastery over the art of puppetry. The damage inflicted during the earlier battle with Sand Hidden Village had been severe, had it not been for the puppet's exceptional quality. It would have long since shattered like those of lesser craftsmanship. TCH, waiting this long with no news, those Leaf Village ninjas are truly unreliable. Scorpion's handsome visage darkened with discontent. Since parting ways with Feng Tian in Sand Hidden Village, he had adhered to the plan, lying in wait around Yun Hidden Village for days on end. Throughout this time, he not only comprehended the village's geographical layout and the patterns of guard rotations, but also gained intimate knowledge of the daily routines of his targets, the two Yuzuki brothers. This information resembles a meticulously crafted puzzle, gradually assembling the perfect action plan in his mind. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of a cold smile crept onto Scorpion's lips. He gently caressed the frigid metallic surface of the third Kazekage puppet, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with it. However, the next moment, upon sensing the familiar chakra emanating from the cave entrance, his expression returned to one of indifference. How slow they are, the ninjas of Konohagakure, especially that one known as Shunshin no Jutsushi, who turns out to be so sluggish. Scorpion observed the slowly approaching Feng Tian and Jishue, his lips curling in disdain as he mocked them. Yet, before Jishue could retort, Feng Tian met Scorpion's gaze, his expression filled with contrition, and spoke. I apologize. I had to set up some contingencies back in Konoha, which took a bit of time. After speaking, noticing Scorpion still methodically repairing his puppet, Feng Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued. To express my apologies, I shall take responsibility for the puppet's repair. Just you? Upon hearing this, Scorpion finally lifted his head, casting a scornful look at Feng Tian. His words dripped with skepticism. He truly found it hard to believe that a mere Uchiha could possess the expertise to repair puppets. However, Feng Tian simply shook his head in response to the doubt, his eyes shifting to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and confidently declared, It's quite simple. I merely need to alter the cause and effect. As Feng Tian's words fell, a peculiar force of causality enveloped the already damaged third Kazekage puppet. This mysterious power of causality repaired the puppet at a visibly astonishing speed, leaving Scorpion utterly aghast. Scorpion's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Under his gaze, the third Kazekage puppet was swiftly restored by the causality, power unleashed by Feng Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan, as if time itself had reversed and all damage had been erased. What is this ability? A tremor laced Scorpion's voice. He had never encountered such a miraculous and efficient means of repair. Feng Tian smiled, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope Sharingan shimmering in his eyes. He gently clapped his hands, signaling Scorpion to bring forth the remaining remnants of the 100 machine manipulation. This is the unique ability of my kaleidoscope Sharingan, inversion of cause and effect. By altering the causality of things, one can achieve many seemingly impossible feats, including the repair of puppets, Feng Tian explained, his tone imbued with pride. Although Scorpion was internally astounded, his exterior remained impassive. He retrieved the remaining remnants of the 100 machine manipulation, placing them on the ground, awaiting Feng Tian's next move. Feng Tian activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan once more, and that strange force of causality surged again, enveloping the remnants of the 100 machine manipulation. As the subtle whirring of machinery and flickering lights filled the air, the once shattered puppet components began to reassemble, gradually restoring their original form. This was truly astonishing. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Scorpion's eyes. He had believed his mastery of puppet techniques to be unparalleled, yet he had to concede that the Uchiha boy before him possessed a formidable power beyond his comprehension. Well, Scorpion, your puppets have been fully restored. We can commence with the next phase of our plan, Feng Tian declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Scorpion remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He then produced a meticulously crafted map detailing the defensive arrangements surrounding the hidden cloud village and the frequent activity points of the two Yuzuki men. After carefully examining the map, Ji Shui and Feng Tian exchanged satisfied nods, casting affirming glances at Scorpion. Observing their reactions, Scorpion smirked with pride. Though he maintained an exterior of indifference, internally he was elated. Feng Tian scrutinized the map, resting his fingers against his chin, lost in profound contemplation. Time seemed to freeze at that moment until he gradually raised his hand, resolutely pointing to several critical locations on the map, beginning to outline a bold and meticulous action plan. Before long, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Feng Tian had meticulously presented his plan in detail to Scorpion and Ji Shui. The brilliance of the strategy and its audacity moved both men. Yet it was swiftly followed by a deep sense of unease. Ji Shui was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with unmistakable concern. Feng Tian, this plan is exceedingly perilous. The strength of the hidden cloud village far exceeds that of the sand village. Their combat prowess is beyond our imagination. A slight misstep could lead us to an irretrievable doom. Scorpion, too, uncharacteristically voiced his apprehensions, his words calm and direct. What Ji Shui says is entirely valid. The risks and rewards of this plan are starkly disproportionate. While success would yield immense benefits, the consequences of failure are equally unbearable. In the face of their worries, Feng Tian merely shook his head gently. Ever since the second-tailed beast had been absorbed into the Outer Path's demonic statue, the power of causality within him had significantly enhanced, allowing him to perceive deeper and more distant information. He distinctly sensed that several familiar and powerful presences were gradually approaching. I have no other choice. This is the fastest method we have to gather the tailed beasts at present. If we do not hasten our pace, I fear that they will arrive. Chapter 23. The two Yuzuki men, they? Who are they? Ji Shui and Scorpion inquired in unison upon hearing Feng Tian's words. At this moment, the two individuals were utterly perplexed. However, judging by Feng Tian's expression, it was evident that their strength was formidable. Even the usually enigmatic Feng Tian furrowed his brow when discussing this matter. They were a group of terrifying pursuers. Time and again, just when I believed the world was coming to an end, they would appear just in time to disrupt my plans. If my memory serves me correctly, this marks my sixth encounter with them. Feng Tian spoke with a worried expression, his eyes filled with concern. It was precisely due to their relentless pursuit that Feng Tian had directed all his newly acquired skills towards survival techniques. Whether it was the previous Flying Thunder God or this time's God of Destruction, both were designed to adapt to an uncertain future. After Feng Tian's words, Ji Shui and Scorpion were even more bewildered. Although they comprehended each word Feng Tian uttered, when pieced together, it left them utterly confused. Never mind. It's not a significant issue. Let us proceed with the actions as I previously suggested. However, this time it may require Ji Shui to exert himself a bit more. Feng Tian concluded, casting a glance at Ji Shui, his eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. For the sake of that grand plan, this small sacrifice is inconsequential, Ji Shui replied firmly. And then, under the gaze of the two, he swiftly departed to carry out the task assigned by Feng Tian. Bah, what a tedious endeavor. Scorpion muttered disdainfully upon seeing Ji Shui set off. He merely shot a fleeting glance at Feng Tian, let out a slow sigh, and then began to arrange his puppets, preparing to lay an ambush at the location designated by Feng Tian. Once the two had set off, Feng Tian followed closely behind Scorpion. His arrangements were far more intricate than Scorpion's, but such was his burden as the nominal leader of the Twilight Organization. While others were merely required to engage in combat, he had to consider far more. Within the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning. Hey, you two from the Yuzuki clan, is what you said true? Hey, Killer Bee, when will you finally take things seriously? According to the intelligence from the sand-hidden village, this matter is far from simple. The two members of the Yuzuki clan rested their chins on their hands, wearing expressions of exasperation as they observed Killer Bee, who was still singing and dancing in front of them. Yo, Yuzuki clan, there's no need for excessive worry in the hidden cloud village. With me and my beloved Oni-chan protecting you, everything is but a trifle. Killer Bee remained unfazed by the concerns of the Yuzuki clan, maintaining his optimistic demeanor while continuing his eccentric performance. I'm being serious, Killer Bee. As fellow Jinchuriki, you should treat this matter with the gravity it deserves. The Yuzuki clan member struggled to suppress her irritation as she spoke. In her view, the extraction of the One-Tails chakra by a mysterious organization was certainly not good news for them as Jinchuriki. Since the adversary could successfully extract the One-Tails chakra from the heavily fortified sand-hidden village, it indicated that their strength was indeed formidable. Though it is true that the overall strength of the Yunin village surpasses that of the Sunigakure, they must still approach these mysterious organizations and their unknown intentions with utmost seriousness. Oh, Yuzuki, my brother and I are the most formidable duo in the ninja world. No organization can stir up any trouble in our presence. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki felt utterly defeated by Killer Bee's unyielding optimism. She began to regret seeking him out to express her concerns, realizing it was a blatant waste of time. Recently, she had sensed inexplicable phenomena, though she had not uncovered any concrete evidence. Nevertheless, her instincts warned her that she was being closely monitored. This was the very reason she had sought out Killer Bee, to ascertain whether he had also sensed anything peculiar. However, instead of gaining any insights, she found herself wasting precious moments. Just as Yuzuki was about to speak again, she noticed that Killer Bee had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the matter would have to be brought to the attention of the third Reikage. She pondered whether he had the time to address such concerns. Standing in the empty corridor, Yuzuki reflected on the unpredictability of life and was about to turn and make her way to the third Reikage's office when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger gripped her, freezing her in place like ice. Whipping around, her keen gaze pierced the shadows, fixated on a dark corner. Yet, instead of words, she was met with several shuriken glinting ominously, streaking through the stillness like meteors in the night, carrying a lethal threat. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuzuki's eyes, quickly replaced by calmness as a faint smile graced her lips. Her figure moved like a whisper of wind, executing a seamless sidestep, evading the deadly shuriken with remarkable agility. It seems you arrived sooner than I anticipated, Yuzuki remarked, her voice low and somber. In the next moment, a figure appeared before her, as if conjured from the shadows. Yuzuki focused her gaze to reveal a handsome man clad in Konoha ninja attire, a short sword slung across his back. It was none other than Uchiha Shursui, an elite ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. I see now, the mysterious organization extracting tailed beast chakra is indeed from your village. Yuzuki's tone was laced with disbelief, but more so with anger and disappointment. Her eyes shimmered with disdain, as if, in that instant, all her positive sentiments towards Konoha had evaporated. TCH, truly a band of hypocrites. Her voice dripped with sarcasm and contempt, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. However, Shizuki remained unmoved by her sarcasm, his expression as tranquil as water. He slowly drew the short sword from his back, its blade glimmering with a faint cold light, as if capable of freezing all that it touched. Simultaneously, his eyes shifted to the three-tomo Sharingan, revealing an inexhaustible intent to kill, an unwavering resolve. The tip of his sword gently touched the ground, yet it seemed to send tremors through the very space around them, a heart-stopping aura of menace quietly spreading. Chapter 24. Susanoo and the two-tailed beast. Yuzuki sensed Shizuki's murderous intent, a flicker of tension momentarily crossing her mind. During the brutal Third Shinobi World War, Shizuki had earned renown across the ninja realm through sheer strength, establishing the name Shunshin Shizuki as a formidable force. She had previously heard from the brothers Killer Bee about the remarkable figure of Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and she surmised that Shizuki, bearing a name nearly as illustrious, must possess considerable prowess as well. Humph. Shizuki, should you wish to capture me, feel free to try, Yuzuki declared darkly, attempting to provoke Shizuki. Without hesitation, she activated her simplified tailed beast mode, her body adorned with blue cat-like chakra patterns, her hair spiking upwards, and her eyes turning a striking white. With no glance back, she fled into the distance. In this form, Yuzuki's physical capabilities were immensely enhanced, her speed so great that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Shizuki activated his three-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to catch a glimpse of Yuzuki's movements. Thinking of escaping? Shizuki murmured. Then, guided by the chakra trail left by Yuzuki's flight, he embarked on his pursuit. Their movements were swift, and within moments, Shizuki had tracked Yuzuki to a cave. No escape? He questioned, radiating an aura of menace as he advanced step step toward her. Yet, Yuzuki merely smirked coldly and swiftly detonated the explosive tags she had previously placed at the cave entrance. Boom! With a series of explosive sounds. Countless stones blocked the entrance through which Shizuki had just entered, sealing off the only exit. Escape? I believe you've misunderstood. To be precise, I was luring you here. Yuzuki retorted with a mocking expression, deciding to reveal her true form. In an instant, her body transformed alongside the flow of the Two Tails chakra, entering tailed beast mode. Before Shizuki stood a colossal cat demon, entirely enveloped in blue flames, the complete form of the Two Tails. Before Shizuki could react, a massive blue fireball coalesced within the demon's mouth and swiftly charged toward him. Upon seeing this, Shizuki hurriedly dodged, even though the blue fireball moved with incredible speed. It could not catch up to his figure. However, just as Shurshui thought he could effortlessly evade the impending danger, the blue fireball unexpectedly dispersed into numerous smaller orbs, each imbued with a tracking essence relentlessly pursuing him. Upon witnessing this, Shurshui's expression shifted dramatically. It was as though the blue fireballs had an unyielding lock on him. No matter how he maneuvered, escape was impossible. Thus, he chose to abandon all pretense of concealment. In the blink of an eye, his eyes transitioned to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Immediately thereafter, the so-called absolute defense, Susanoo, was summoned in an instant. The massive green half-formed Susanoo, shielding him at the center, successfully blocking the barrage of blue fireballs. With the Susanoo wielding a spiral spear, an intense clash ensued with the Two Tails. In the half-formed state of Susanoo, Shurshui unleashed a torrent of attacks, utilizing the rapidly spinning weapon to inflict severe damage upon the Two Tails, each strike resonating with thunderous roars and showers of sparks. The Two Tails, undeterred, opened its colossal maw and unleashed a searing torrent of blue flames in an attempt to engulf Susanoo. However, Susanoo stood firm, akin to an impregnable fortress, withstanding the fiery onslaught. Confronting the fierce onslaught of Susanoo, the Two Tails exhibited its formidable prowess, deftly evading the strikes with agility and speed, seeking opportunities to counterattack. In a moment of confrontation, the Two Tails suddenly seized upon a flaw in Susanoo's defenses and launched a fierce counter. It clawed viciously at Susanoo's form, attempting to rend the colossal figure asunder. Yet, Susanoo appeared almost invincible. Even when struck by the Two Tails' claws, it merely sustained shallow scratches. Give up. You shall never triumph over me, Shurshui remarked coolly, attempting to persuade Yuzuki to cease its resistance. However, the response was a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountain, causing it to tremble precariously. Observing this, Shurshui could only sigh, fully aware that his time with Susanoo was limited, prompting him to seek a swift resolution. Susanoo 99. He shouted with fervor as the chest of Susanoo opened wide, unleashing a multitude of green spikes that surged forth at astonishing speed towards the Two Tails. Caught off guard by the rapid onslaught of spikes, the Two Tails was unable to evade, instantly being pierced by numerous projectiles. Its massive form was struck, causing it to retreat violently, crashing heavily against the rocks behind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is it over? Shurshui mused, witnessing the success of his attack, swiftly releasing Susanoo. At this moment, his breath was slightly ragged. Prolonged use of Susanoo was a considerable strain. Yet, as the dust settled, the colossal figure of the Two Tails astonishingly re-emerged before Shurshui's eyes. At this moment, one side of its body lay in utter ruin, seemingly on the verge of collapse, its breath faint to the point of near invisibility. Yet, astonishingly, beneath the glow of the blue flames that enveloped it, those shattered limbs appeared to be imbued with life, slowly writhing as they commenced their arduous self-repair. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, within merely 2 breaths. The colossal form of the Two Tails had restored itself to 70 or 80% of its former glory, resembling a titan reborn from the abyss, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. How is this possible? Ji Shui, witnessing this scene, was momentarily struck with disbelief, his voice quivering slightly with shock. However, the crisis was far from averted. Instead, it grew more urgent. From the immense maw of the Two Tails, a fireball, as scorching as the sun, began to coalesce, its flames almost igniting the surrounding air. In the next heartbeat, it hurtled toward Ji Shui like a meteorite descending from the heavens. Ji Shui's heart raced. Just as he prepared to evade with his agility, a figure emerged like a specter, unhesitatingly placing itself before him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, the air thick with tension. Susanoo, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a pair of obsidian hands, akin to those of a deity, surged forth to firmly grasp the fireball capable of incinerating all. Almost instantly, an indescribable force erupted, extinguishing the fireball and rendering it into nothingness. You were careless, Ji Shui. Allow me to take it from here. Chapter 25, Tailed Beast Ball. My apologies, Feng Tian. This time, it was my oversight. Ji Shui gazed apologetically at Feng Tian, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, Feng Tian offered no further words, merely casting a glance that urged Ji Shui to step aside. Complying, Ji Shui nodded slightly and withdrew to observe the clash of the two combatants. Roar. The two tails, unfazed by Feng Tian's sudden appearance, wore a slight smirk, brimming with disdain for the latter. Come, let me witness the prowess of you so-called perfect Jinchuriki. Feng Tian spoke with an air of nonchalance before unleashing the techniques of Flying Thunder God and Reverse Causality. Through their synergistic effect, his figure instantaneously materialized directly above the two tails. The sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that the two tails could not react in time. Almost immediately, the dark skeletal form of Susanoo emerged, and a hand imbued with an overwhelming presence struck down fiercely upon the two tails below. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Feng Tian's strike landed squarely on the two tails, the tremendous impact driving the massive creature deep into the earth. Did we succeed? Ji Shui murmured softly, a flicker of delight crossing his face, clearly brimming with confidence in Feng Tian's offensive maneuver. Feng Tian exhibited no signs of elation. Rather, his gaze was intensely fixed on the newly formed pit, as his kaleidoscope Sharingan began to rotate slowly, cautiously preparing for the impending events. Moments later, the two tails had yet to emerge from the abyss. However, a torrent of azure flames erupted from the opening. Within this conflagration, a shadow resembling a rodent appeared, emanating an ominous heat that directly locked onto Feng Tian, launching an assault. The Fire Mouse Jewel? This presents quite a dilemma. Feng Tian grimaced as he observed the multiple Fire Mouse Jewels hurtling towards him, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to evade them. Nevertheless, regardless of where he sought refuge within the confines of the cave, evasion proved futile. It was as if they were relentlessly tracking him. Feng Tian, this attack cannot be dodged. You must endure it with Susanoo, Ji Shui shouted, urging him to heed the advice. Yet, Feng Tian dismissed Ji Shui's suggestion. Given the current circumstances, the cost-effectiveness of reversing causality far outweighed that of invoking Susanoo. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "What a nuisance." Reluctantly, he resorted to the technique of reversing causality to alter the target of the Fire Mouse Jewels. In no time, the onslaught ceased its pursuit of Feng Tian and redirected towards the pit. With a thunderous crash, the two tails leapt from the chasm, its eyes ablaze with fury, fixating menacingly on Feng Tian and Ji Shui. It had never anticipated that its own tracking Fire Mouse Jewels would turn against it, resulting in a significant setback. As it utilized the restorative properties of the blue flames to mend its form, it opened its maw wide, gathering immense energy from its surroundings, coalescing it into a dark, spherical mass. In the span of a single breath, the aura emanating from the sphere became exceedingly terrifying. It resembled a black hole, voraciously consuming the energy in its vicinity, transforming it into a force that seemed capable of annihilating everything. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Feng Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his back drenched in cold sweat. Incredulity etched across his face as he spoke, his voice laced with trepidation. Is that the tailed beast ball? Has it lost its mind? Using the tailed beast ball in such a cursed place? Ji Shui, upon hearing these words, also grasped the gravity of the situation. Judging by the energy radiating from the tailed beast ball, its detonation would render everything around it into nothingness. Even itself would not be spared. Feng Tian's eyes remained fixed on the terrifying tailed beast ball. He could hardly fathom that the creature before him was driven to such madness. It was prepared to sacrifice itself to obliterate the two of them. He cast a resolute glance at Ji Shui, dissuading him from the notion of invoking Susanoo to withstand the tailed beast ball. According to Feng Tian's judgment, utilizing the tailed beast ball in such a confined space would unleash a terrifying explosive energy, which even their incomplete Susanoo could not withstand. Only a complete Susanoo might stand a chance against such devastation. There was no other option. I must proceed with this course of action. Forgive me, Shui. Feng Tian glanced at Shui once more, his gaze filled with resolute determination. However, Shui, being exceptionally astute, instantly comprehended Feng Tian's intentions. No, Shui exclaimed in desperation, attempting to halt Feng Tian's actions. Yet, Feng Tian merely shook his head gently and, before Shui could react, activated the technique of reversal of cause and effect. The space warped, and light and shadow intertwined. In an instant, Shui felt a blur before his eyes, and when he regained focus, he found himself several miles away, surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. It hurts. After executing the technique, Feng Tian's eyes erupted with a torrent of blood, resembling a string of red pearls that stained his clothing. His breath was feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The chakra within him dissipated like smoke swept away by a tempest, leaving no trace behind. He staggered a few steps, barely managing to steady himself, his complexion as pale as parchment, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, the backlash from the recent reversal of cause and effect was too much for Feng Tian to bear, even after having upgraded his ocular power twice. Let everything be destroyed. With a furious roar from the Yuzuki door, the formidable tailed beast ball had now fully materialized. Without hesitation, the ball, imbued with the essence of annihilation, hurtled toward Feng Tian. Confronted with the imminent threat of the tailed beast ball and sensing its destructive aura, Feng Tian's lips involuntarily twitched. In that moment, he lacked the strength to employ reversal of cause and effect to alter fate, and even the Flying Thunder God technique, his means of escape, was rendered ineffective against this overwhelming force. He felt ensnared by the net of destiny, unable to break free. There was no choice but to endure. This was a grave predicament. In the next instant, the horrific tailed beast ball detonated, its blinding radiance consuming Feng Tian entirely. As if even heaven and earth were torn asunder by its might. Time seemed to freeze, the air thick with the stench of blood and despair, while Feng Tian's figure gradually faded into nothingness amidst the endless destruction. Chapter 26. The Killer Bee Boom. The explosion triggered by the tailed beast ball obliterated everything within a kilometer radius. Even Shui, several miles away, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him as he sensed the blast shockwave. This terrifying explosion might spell doom for Feng Tian. With a worried expression, Shui spoke up. And after briefly steadying his breath, he rushed toward the epicenter of the explosion without a moment's hesitation. Hold on, Feng Tian. You must not falter. Is it over? At the epicenter of the explosion, the two Yuki men trembled as they rose, speaking in hushed tones. At that moment, she was profoundly affected by the blast. Her breath, faint and fragile. A few wisps of blue flames enveloped her, steadily mending her body on the verge of collapse. Her gaze drifted into the distance. And upon realizing that there was no one before her, confirming that Feng Tian and the others had turned to nothingness, a cold smirk barely graced her lips. Humph. Some ignorant little pests dared to target me. This is your fate. Yet, now that this matter is resolved, I should promptly report to Lord Third Rakage. For this transgression occurred near the hidden cloud village. It seems I may have overstepped my boundaries. Upon finishing her words, Yuki Min promptly seated herself on the ground to begin recovering her chakra. As for her injuries, she felt no concern. With the healing powers of the blue flames derived from the two-tailed beast's chakra, it was merely a matter of time before she would heal. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intently at the direction before her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead unbeknownst to her. Before her, space suddenly rippled. And in the next moment, with a distortion of reality, Feng Tian appeared before Yuki Min, unharmed. How is this possible? How did you manage that? Upon seeing Feng Tian, Yuki Min instinctively rose, trembling as she stumbled back a few steps. However, Feng Tian offered no response. He merely scanned his surroundings. Upon realizing that everything around him had been rendered to nothingness under the effect of the tailed beast ball, he quietly marveled. Abito's abilities are indeed remarkable, thankfully. My choice was not in vain. Feng Tian reflected on the tense moment that had just transpired, once again marveling at the extraordinary nature of Kemui's intangibility. Just moments before the tailed beast ball was to strike him, he had recalled his trump card, Kamui. In a moment of desperation, he had seamlessly slipped into Kamui's space, successfully evading the explosion of Yuki Min's tailed beast ball. In terms of defense, even Susanoo could not compare to the remarkable nature of Kamui's intangibility. As Feng Tian stood before her, completely unscathed, Yuki Min was consumed by an overwhelming fear. She could not comprehend how he had emerged unscathed from such a terrifying explosion. Yet, in her current state, she was far from being a match for Feng Tian, so she instinctively prepared to flee without a second thought. However, it was in vain. Even though Yuki Min was quite swift, her speed was insignificant in the face of Feng Tian's Flying Thunder God. Just as she was about to turn and escape, Feng Tian instantly appeared before her, delivering a powerful punch that sent her flying several meters. Cough. After receiving a solid blow from Feng Tian, Yuki Min spat out a mouthful of blood, plunging into utter despair. Do you still wish to escape? Feng Tian advanced step by step towards her, and at that moment, their identities underwent a profound transformation. Feng Tian resembled a cat, playfully toying with the exceedingly fragile Yumu Min, who, despite exerting every ounce of effort, found herself ensnared in Feng Tian's clutches. How foolish to underestimate me. Unable to endure Feng Tian's haughty demeanor, Yumu Min, fueled by her anger, summoned her last reserves of strength, preparing to forcibly initiate her tailed beast transformation and engage in a desperate struggle against Feng Tian. However, Feng Tian had already discerned her intentions. He swiftly activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan and employed the technique of reversing cause and effect, instantly depleting her chakra. Even the blue flames that had been raging upon Yumu Min were extinguished to eternal silence under the influence of this technique. Do you have any other means at your disposal? Surrender your struggle. It will alleviate your suffering, Feng Tian remarked with a cold smile, extending his hand towards Yumu Min, ready to forcibly extract the chakra of the two tails from her. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Blades suddenly shot towards Feng Tian from an unknown source. Humph. Reinforcements? Feng Tian grimaced in displeasure, but swiftly evaded the onslaught of blades with a flying thunder god technique. Oh, Yumu Min, have you encountered some difficulties? Fortunately, I have arrived ahead of the adults. These foes are no match for me. At this critical moment, the figure of Killer Bee appeared before them, singing nonsensically while adopting a rather peculiar gait as he approached Yumu Min. The explosive aftermath of Yumu Min's tailed beast bomb had generated such a commotion that Killer Bee, recognizing the familiar chakra of the tailed beast, promptly realized that Yumu Min might be in peril and rushed to her aid. Killer Bee, when will you ever act seriously? Yumu Min glanced at the eccentric Killer Bee with a look of exasperation. Even in her dire predicament, she preferred not to be rescued by someone so frivolous. After all, she prided herself on her aloofness, and each of Killer Bee's appearances disrupted the carefully cultivated image she had maintained. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is here as well? Excellent. This aligns perfectly with my prior predictions. Feng Tian's gaze fixated on the suddenly appearing Killer Bee, and instead of feeling any surprise, a glint of madness flickered across his face. The prospect of collecting two-tailed beasts at once thrilled him immensely. Ah, so this is the adversary that Yumu Min spoke of? No matter, regardless of the foe. They shall be swiftly vanquished before my esteemed self, Killer Bee remarked, finally taking note of Feng Tian in the distance. Despite his blithe words, a serious glimmer crossed his eyes as he peered through the lenses of his goggles. He had retrieved the blades he had previously thrown and now produced several more, totaling 7, positioning them across his body, ready for battle against Feng Tian at any moment. Are you the murder hornet? How intriguing. Alas, I am not skilled with the blade. Hence you shall not find me as your adversary. Chapter 27. Sisanu, the Eight Tails, and the Bull Demino, do you have accomplices? Upon hearing Feng Tian's words, Karabi could not help but inquire. Feng Tian merely smiled at this remark, and in the next moment, the figure of Shishui appeared instantaneously, standing beside him. You must be well rested. It is now your turn, Feng Tian remarked, casting a slight smile towards Shishui. Shishui nodded subtly, drawing the short sword from his back, and then turned to Feng Tian, asking, I am quite curious. How did you survive that terrifying explosion? I possess my own trump cards, which I cannot disclose, Feng Tian replied. Then what was that expression you were earlier? It seemed as if you were truly on the verge of demise. Just for show, Feng Tian quickly responded, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Seeing this, Shishui refrained from saying more. He turned his attention to the peculiar stance of Karabi, who wielded his blades with a theatrical flair, and softly remarked, I have heard of a master swordsman known as Murder Hornet from the Hidden Cloud Village. I have long desired to test my mettle against you. With that declaration, Shishui activated his Manjiki Sharingan, charging towards Karabi with his short blade drawn. Karabi, noticing this, allowed a playful smirk to grace his lips. He did not engage immediately, but rather sidestepped with a grace akin to a dance, deftly evading Shishui's rapid initial strike. Oh my, this young man possesses commendable skill. Yet, with such abilities, to challenge me, Karabi, is still quite premature. Shishui's eyes sparkled with surprise at this display, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that against an opponent like Karabi, even the slightest distraction could prove fatal. Thus, He began to employ the formidable insight of his Manjiki Sharingan, striving to capture every subtle movement of Karabi. Karabi, in turn, danced across the battlefield with an almost ethereal lightness, his 7 blades tracing brilliant arcs in the air. At times, they formed a defensive barrier, while at others, they transformed into lethal strikes. Each slash and thrust was a harmonious blend of power and technique, as if each blade possessed its own will, refusing to yield. Shishui moved like a specter across the battlefield, his short sword carving silvery trails through the air. Utilizing the perceptive prowess of his Sharingan, he accurately anticipated Karabi's attack trajectories, executing astonishingly swift evasions and counterattacks. Each clash of their blades resonated with deafening metallic clangs, sparking fireworks in their wake. Yet, Karabi's 7 blades seemed almost sentient, perpetually altering their angles and methods of assault. At times, he would abruptly alter the direction of his assault, leaving Shishui taken aback. At other moments, he would skillfully coordinate the blades, crafting intricate combinations of attacks that rendered Shishui nearly defenseless. For a time, Shishui found himself overwhelmed by Karabi, the entire battle swaying unfavorably against him. He had never confronted an adversary with such an enigmatic fighting style, and for a moment, he was at a loss. He could only continuously adjust his combat rhythm, striving to discern any vulnerabilities in Karabi's technique. After a fierce exchange, he astutely noticed a fleeting pause in Karabi's movement following a rapid slash. Seizing this opportunity, Shishui propelled himself toward Karabi like an arrow released from a bow. His short sword traced a silver arc through the air, striking with astonishing speed toward Karabi's chest. However, Karabi's response was equally swift. He abruptly sidestepped, and the 7 blades instantly formed a dense defensive barrier, successfully thwarting Shishui's attack. This stalemate was untenable. I must resolve this battle swiftly, Shishui thought to himself, as his eyes transitioned to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, unleashing an illusion upon Karabi. Yet, even under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Karabi merely paused momentarily before continuing his advance toward Shishui. How could this be? My illusion has no effect on him. Shishui's expression flickered with disbelief. He had not anticipated that his signature Jinjutsu would prove ineffective against Karabi, leaving him momentarily flustered. Seizing this chance, Karabi commanded his 7 blades to strike fiercely at Shishui's vital points. In this critical juncture, Shishui resolved to no longer conceal his power, instantly manifesting Susanoo to block Karabi's onslaught. Shishui, being the 8 tails Jinchuriki and a perfect Jinchuriki, possessed immunity to illusions. Your Jinjutsu is utterly ineffective against him, a voice whispered in Shishui's ear. After this revelation, he finally understood. Thus, with his swordsmanship unable to surpass Karabi and his Jinjutsu failing to take effect, the most viable strategy was to employ Susanoo. In the next instant, a spiraling spear materialized in the hands of Shishui's green half-Susanoo, thrusting fiercely toward Karabi. Unwilling to yield, Karabi deftly evaded Shishui's powerful strike and immediately activated Tailed Beast Transformation. In an instant, the colossal form of the 8 tails, Gyki, surged onto the battlefield like a torrent, starkly contrasting with Shishui's verdant half-Susanoo. The wild gleam in the eyes of Gyki shone fiercely as it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a deafening roar. The resounding shockwave reverberated across the battlefield, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. The tranquil green of Shishui's Susanoo stood resolutely in place, the spiral spear in his grasp gleaming with a cold light, as if poised to confront the tempest unleashed by the 8 tails. Kaibai. Come forth, Killer Bee. Shishui's voice resonated within the chest of Susanoo, imbued with unwavering determination. Killer Bee, undeterred, commanded the 8 tails to launch a fierce assault against Shishui. The clash between the monstrous creature and Susanoo wove a tapestry of breathtaking visuals on the battlefield, each encounter threatening to rend the very fabric of reality asunder. As the battle escalated to a fevered pitch, a sudden flash of lightning darted across the battlefield with such swiftness that even the observing Fengtian was caught off guard. Die! With that furious exclamation, the lightning struck with devastating force, delivering a single blow that shattered Shishui's Susanoo. As the power surged, the lightning rampaged through the arena, and in the next heartbeat, Shishui's Susanoo was utterly obliterated. Shishui, be careful. Reeling from the catastrophic impact, Shishui coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figure of his assailant loomed before him, delivering another punch without hesitation. Chapter 28. Fourth Raikage. In that critical moment, Tian finally reacted. His eyes instantly shifted to the Mangeki Sharingan, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed inversion of cause and effect, forcibly altering Shizue's position. Boom! The terrifying thunder struck the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air, while the crackling lightning roared, proclaiming its might. Phew! I owe you my life again, Tian. Shizue exclaimed, gratitude evident in his voice as he turned to face Tian just as the lightning-s assault was about to connect. You have performed admirably, Shizue. But now the real battle begins, Tian replied, casting a deep glance at Shizue. His expression had remained grave ever since the emergence of the lightning. Only he understood the significance of the figure behind that flash, the fourth Raikage candidate, A. As the lightning dissipated, the robust silhouette of the fourth A appeared before them. His gaze sharp and fierce, with subtle currents of lightning flickering across his form. A directed his attention toward the recovering Yuzuki and the now-tailed beast-empowered Killer Bee. Speaking with authority, are you unharmed, Yuzuki? I'm fine, thanks to Killer Bee. My chakra has recovered significantly. It should suffice for healing. Yuzuki responded with a calm demeanor. Rising to her feet as faint blue flames began to envelop her, steadily mending her wounds. Soon, she would be able to rejoin the fray. Oh dear brother. With you by my side, our brotherhood is invincible, even in the face of the fourth Raikage, whose formidable presence is undeniable. We cannot help but feel an overwhelming surge of confidence. To us, no adversary stands a chance except for that illustrious figure from Konoha, the Yellow Flash. Now, however, we find ourselves in dire straits. The fourth Raikage has indeed arrived, and it seems that a peaceful resolution is out of reach. Tian gazed gravely at the fourth Raikage, his eyes, imbued with the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, slowly spinning. He initially attempted to manipulate the course of events, hoping to alter the reality of the fourth Raikage's arrival. Alas, the repercussions of such a causal manipulation were far beyond his current capacity to endure. At this moment, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee had successfully allied, while the ever-watchful Yuzumuto lurked nearby. Tian and Shizue were no match for them. Additionally, given their proximity to the Land of Lightning, the legendary third Raikage, known for his unmatched prowess, could arrive at any moment. Shizue, the mission has failed. We must retreat. But before Tian's words could fully escape his lips, the fourth Raikage surged forth, enveloped in the dazzling radiance of his lightning armor. It was as if the thunder god himself had possessed him, transforming him into a streak of blinding lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar. He unleashed a devastating hand strike, infused with the boundless might of thunder, aimed directly at Tian. The blade of lightning flickered ominously, reminiscent of the brightest bolt from the heavens, intent on obliterating anything in its path. Tian turned, a frosty chill rapidly enveloping his features, his eyes narrowing with focus. In that moment, the very fabric of space around him seemed to solidify, as the unstoppable hand strike bore down with an intent that could alter the very essence of existence. Yet, just as the strike was about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The fourth Raikage's pupils contracted in disbelief. His hand strike had passed through Tian as if he were but a mirage, failing to make any tangible contact. A profound sense of shock and confusion surged within him. As the fourth Raikage grappled with this bewildering phenomenon, Tian's gaze deepened, as if two portals to an unknown realm had opened within his eyes. From his left eye emerged an invisible vortex, swirling with incredible velocity, appearing to devour all in its vicinity, inexorably drawing closer to the fourth Raikage, intent on consuming him whole. Shinra Tensei. Tian uttered these words with an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the fourth Raikage's ears, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Nevertheless, the fourth Raikage was no ordinary opponent. His reflexes were honed to the limits of human capability. At the very moment before the unseen vortex was about to engulf him, his figure transformed once again into a flash of lightning, vanishing into the void like a fleeting spark, leaving behind only a faint trace of thunderous energy that gradually dissipated in the air. Everything around appeared to be frozen in time, save for the lingering remnants of electricity in the still swirling vortex, which narrated the breathtaking clash that had just transpired. Are you all right, Oni-chan? I'm fine. Having witnessed his elder brother, the fourth Raikage, nearly suffer a grave defeat from a mere encounter, the previously jovial Kurabi was now utterly serious. He began to communicate with the Eight Tails, Gyuki, in an attempt to analyze the opponent's abilities. Unfortunately, Gyuki admitted to never having encountered such a bizarre power, even having never heard of it. However, based on the recent events, It surmised that Feng Tian's abilities were likely related to space-time techniques. Just after Feng Tian employed Kamui to evade the fourth Reikige's knife hand strike, Gyuki had keenly sensed a ripple in space. When Feng Tian activated Kamui in preparation to draw the fourth Reikige into the void, Gyuki continued to perceive that familiar spatial fluctuation, thus deducing the essence of Feng Tian's abilities. This kid's power must be tied to space-time techniques. He seems capable of instantly concealing his body within the space-time continuum to evade attacks while also being able to draw his enemies into his own realm. Based on my conjecture, when he attacks, his body cannot utilize space-time for evasion. Upon hearing Gyuki's words, Karabi's expression grew increasingly grave. He quickly relayed the intelligence he had just acquired to the others. After listening to Karabi, the previously arrogant fourth Reikige displayed an unusual seriousness. The figure before him, Feng Tian, had now been regarded as an adversary on par with the Yellow Flash. "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming here?" The fourth Reikige shouted at Feng Tian and his companion, his voice laden with inquiry. In response, Feng Tian took a step forward, spreading his arms wide, and declared, "We are the Twilight Organization, existing in the shadows, seeking the singular glimmer of redemption. For the sake of that grand plan, the 2 tails and the 8 tails shall be mine. Not even Jesus can stop this. I speak the truth." Upon hearing this, an overwhelming fury surged within the fourth Reikige. He could no longer tolerate Feng Tian's arrogance. He activated his lightning armor and charged towards him once more. "Haha, come at me." Feng Tian responded with a smile, swiftly employing causality reversal to alter the positions of himself and Shirzue, shouting, "Shirzue, now is the time. Use it, heavenly deity." Chapter 29, A Scheme Within a Scheme. What? The fourth Reikige's gaze toward Shirzue was filled with terror as he heard those words. The renowned technique known as Kodo Amatsukami, reputed to be the most formidable jinjutsu capable of permanently altering a person's will, is indeed an awe-inspiring concept. Before me stands the singular ninja of the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure, Shirzue Uchiha, the only one capable of wielding this extraordinary power. As the distance between him and fourth Reikige narrows, the latter, in a bid to mitigate the influence of Kodo Amatsukami, resolutely closes his eyes, attempting to resist through this method. Observing this scenario, the expression on Feng Tian's face transforms into a cold smirk, reveling in the success of his scheme. Subsequently, his Manjiki Sharingan begins to rotate slowly, and he activates Tenchi Shinji once more, exchanging positions with Shirzue yet again. "Oniai-chan, be careful." Yagura calls out urgently, striving to alert fourth Reikige. Alas, the rapid sequence of events unfolds too swiftly. Amidst the fleeting moments, fourth Reikige's mind, still engulfed in the swift evaluation of the situation, opens his eyes to behold an abyssal shadow looming over him. It is Feng Tian's Susanoo, its colossal skeletal hand descending with apocalyptic force, akin to the most merciless judgment in the night sky. Boom. The air seems to tear apart at this instant, a thunderous roar echoing throughout the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding clouds to churn and the winds to surge. Under the weight of this unparalleled might, fourth Reikige's body is pierced through as if it were a mere candle flickering in the wind, his internal organs trembling in agony. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. A flicker of disbelief crosses his eyes, overshadowed by regret for his delayed reaction. His body involuntarily begins to plummet, resembling a withered leaf swept away by the autumn breeze, devoid of strength and support. In this critical moment, Yagura's figure suddenly appears, and the tentacles of the 8 tails, akin to ethereal serpents, move with astonishing speed and precision, catching fourth Reikige just as he is about to meet the ground. These tentacles, both supple and resilient, serve as nature's finest shock absorbers, dissipating the impact of the fall into nothingness. Though fourth Reikige's complexion remains pallid, he is spared from further harm. Coughing painfully, fourth Reikige struggles to regain his composure, his eyes reflecting both anguish and indignation. "Must we continue?" he queries, alongside Yagura and Uzumaki. Feng Tian, arms crossed and wearing an expression of indifference, responds with a tone laced with disdain for the trio. In his view, were it not for the concern for Shirsue's safety, he could traverse freely using Flying Thunder God and Kamui. There exists an alternative strategy, one that involves drawing Shirsue into the Kamui dimension, allowing for a complete retreat. However, Feng Tian harbors his own reservations. It is in his best interest to keep his Kamui dimension concealed for the time being. As for his recent attempt to draw fourth Reikige into the Kamui dimension, he believes that once ensnared, the individual would already be as good as dead. The deceased remained silent, and I was rather careless just now. Do you truly believe that both of you can escape unscathed? The fourth Raikage could no longer tolerate the disdainful gaze of Feng Tian, and thus he unleashed his lightning armor, once more, poised to charge into battle. After a brief analysis, he had come to a rough understanding of Feng Tian's abilities. It appeared that the young man's skills belonged to a high-level space-time ninjutsu, akin to Konoha's Yellow Flash. His offensive capabilities were modest, and his power was not particularly formidable. However, it was the presence of the other boy that he truly feared, his Kodo Amatsukami. In other words, if he could eliminate the boy beside him, Feng Tian would no longer pose a threat. The fourth Raikage's mind raced, swiftly crafting his battle strategy. He cast a cold smirk at Feng Tian and, empowered by the lightning armor, began to close the distance between them. Feng Tian, observing this, readily assumed his combat stance, his eyes emanating a subtle pressure, as if he could see through everything. Just as the fourth Raikage was mere steps away from Feng Tian, he noticed the boy's eyes beginning to spin slowly. That familiar spatial distortion manifesting. A smirk crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "It is done." In that instant, the fourth Raikage abruptly pivoted and charged towards Shui, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Shui, startled by this sudden turn of events, froze momentarily, hastily activating his Manjiki Sharingan in an attempt to forcibly alter the course of events with Kodo Amatsukami. However, this had all been anticipated by the fourth Raikage. Just as Shui switched to his Manjiki Sharingan, preparing for his next move, the lightning coiling around the Raikage's arm surged violently, glowing fiercely, as if transforming into an incredibly sharp blade of lightning aimed at the heavens. Lightning destruction level 1000 dance. The fourth Raikage bellowed, his voice resonating with undeniable resolve and dominance. The lightning blade elongated instantaneously, morphing into a silver streak of lightning that cut through the air, targeting Shui's vital points. Shui's eyes, adorned with the Manjiki pattern, whirled rapidly, yet it was all too late. That razor-sharp hand strike pierced through Shui's body like the first light of dawn, bearing an irresistible force. Shock and disbelief intertwined in Shui's eyes. He could not have fathomed that he would fall on this battlefield in such a manner. His body began to descend slowly, akin to a wilting flower, bereft of all vitality and hue. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, plunging everything into an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the fourth Raikage, which resonated starkly in this stillness. Witnessing this scene, a triumphant smile spread across the Raikage's face as he turned to regard Feng Tian, his eyes gleaming with mockery. At long last, he had accomplished one task, yet the ease of it filled him with an unsettling apprehension. The fourth Raikage, felt an inexplicable wave of unease surging within him. As he rapidly sifted through various possibilities in his mind, striving to uncover the source of his disquiet, suddenly his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Shui, and a chill coursed through him, as if struck at his very core. He hurried forward, crouching down to scrutinize the seemingly lifeless form. "Blood?" he murmured, his eyes scanning Shui's body, only to be astonished to discover that the expected traces of blood, which should have stained the ground after being pierced by the Raijin blade, were conspicuously absent. How could it be? After I struck him down, not a single drop of blood has spilled. A's brow furrowed tightly, as the tide of unease surged within him. This is bad. I've been ensnared. The realization dawned upon him, and his countenance turned a ghastly shade. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that he was unwittingly stepping deeper into a meticulously crafted trap laid by his adversary. A shiver ran up his spine, causing cold sweat to drench his back. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. He sprang to his feet, preparing to flee this treacherous ground. However, before he could act, the anxious shout of Killer Bee pierced his ears. "Big Brother, run!" Chapter 30. The Perfect Plan. Big Brother, run! Killer Bee's urgent cry yanked the fourth Raikage, from the clutches of illusion. He jolted his eyes wide open, witnessing his brother Killer Bee battling against the Susanoo manipulated by Shui. Before him, the figure of Feng Tian bore a mocking grin. What the hell? When was I ensnared in this illusion? Could it be? In response to A's confusion, Feng Tian, unusually, began to elucidate. Do you recall the first time you switched places? The moment Shui appeared before you, you had already fallen into his genjutsu. This is precisely why he is known as Shunshin Shui. Upon hearing Feng Tian's explanation, A grasped the entirety of the situation, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating, as if liberated from a heavy burden. So that's it, I was undone by my own negligence. A's face bore a hint of self-deprecation as he turned to Fong Tian, utterly relinquishing all resistance, signaling for him to proceed. There was no other choice at that moment. He was firmly under Fong Tian's control, sensing a faint aura of Shinra circulating within the depths of his opponent's eyes. Clearly, Fong Tian had long possessed the ability to draw A into the Shinra space. His restraint was merely to preserve a semblance of dignity. "You've crossed a line." Fong Tian spoke indifferently, devoid of any emotion, as his Sharingan began to whirl, a formidable force emanating from his left eye. "Be careful." Just as Fong Tian was about to successfully draw the fourth Reikage into the Shin'i eye space, Yuzuki suddenly appeared, forcefully colliding with the fourth Reikage and enabling him to evade the fate of being consumed by the Shin'i eye space. Unfortunately, she herself was drawn into the Shin'i eye space. At the moment before Yuzuki's figure vanished, she slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with warmth as she gazed at the fourth Reikage, her lips parting slightly as she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "You must survive." Before her words could fully resonate, Yuzuki was swallowed by the Shin'i eye space, disappearing completely from this realm. Yuzuki, witnessing this unfold, the fourth Reikage's eyes turned crimson, and he roared, unleashing a fierce surge of chakra that seemed capable of tearing apart everything around him. He charged towards Fong Tian, his Reikage armor pushed to its utmost limits, enveloping him in an endless tempest of lightning, as if the thunder god himself had descended. "Return Yuzuki to me." The fourth Reikage's voice brimmed with fury and sorrow, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Fong Tian observed the approaching fourth Reikage, his Sharingan spinning slowly, yet a cold smirk formed on his lips. Unexpectedly, the two tails had willingly come to him, thus saving him considerable effort. However, as the fourth Reikage's attack drew near, Fong Tian remained unmoved, allowing him to strike at will. Under the effect of Shin'i Eye's intangibility, as long as Fong Tian refrained from initiating an attack, no matter what means the fourth Reikage employed, he could not inflict any harm upon Fong Tian. "Give up, fourth Reikage. You cannot stop me." Fong Tian spoke with a tone of resignation, attempting to dissuade the fourth Reikage from his futile endeavors. Yet, the fourth Reikage remained silent, relentlessly launching his assaults. He was not foolish, though his actions appeared fruitless. He had indeed managed to stall Fong Tian, preventing him from escaping for the time being. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Killer Bee and Shirzue had escalated to a critical juncture, with the monstrous eight tails firmly suppressing Shirzue's half-formed Susanoo. Victory was merely a matter of time. All the fourth Reikage needed to do was keep Fong Tian occupied, and once Killer Bee defeated Shirzue, he could use him as leverage to negotiate for Yuzuki's return. However, while the fourth Reikage believed his plan was foolproof, Fong Tian suddenly vanished from his sight. In the next moment, Fong Tian reappeared behind the eight tails with the aid of Flying Thunder God, bellowing, "Shin'i Eye." With Fong Tian's declaration, a tremendous force emanated from behind the eight tails, attempting to draw its colossal form into the void. Upon witnessing this, the fourth Reikage's eyes widened in furious disbelief, and he charged at Fong Tian in a frenzied state. He could no longer bear the loss of Yuzuki, unwilling to accept the departure of his brother. "Big brother, the pull is weak, it holds no effect on me. Do not be deceived." Killer Bee's frantic cries sought to alert the fourth Reikage. The latter's reflexes were remarkably swift. In the very moment Killer Bee's words fell, he pivoted rapidly, avoiding the ideal attack range envisioned by Fong Tian. Indeed, the reactions and speed of the past Reikage were unparalleled, even allowing them to respond to such a situation. Fong Tian could only sigh in resignation, ceasing the release of Kimui, as Killer Bee had indicated. The current gravitational pull of Kimui was utterly insufficient to absorb the colossal eight tails, and his intention was to lure the fourth Reikage into the Kimui space. Following that, he intended to employ moral coercion, compelling Killer Bee to sacrifice himself for the safe passage of the fourth Reikage. This sequence would not only yield two-tailed beasts but also facilitate a complete retreat, a plan that could be deemed flawless. Alas, the execution of this plan fell short of perfection, leaving Fong Tian feeling somewhat speechless. The fourth Reikage gasped for breath, his lightning armor flickering with residual sparks, indicative of the immense burden he currently bore. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, were fixed intently on Fong Tian, a mixture of awe and vigilance evident within them. From this young man, he sensed an unprecedented sense of oppression, a pressure that even surpassed that which he had faced from the legendary yellow flash of Konoha. Just as the fourth Reikage immersed himself in evaluating Fong Tian's prowess and contemplating his next strategic move, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted on the battlefield. The speed of this lightning was astonishing, its force terrifying. Even with his speed and strength, the fourth Raikage felt a twinge of trepidation. The bolt moved so swiftly that even Feng Tian could not react effectively, narrowly evading the strike through the passive ability of Kimui's intangibility. The lightning traced a perfect arc through the air before dissipating in the distance, leaving scorched earth and stunned onlookers in its wake. Have you truly given up? As a candidate for the next Raikage, you are indeed lacking. Chapter 31. 5 minutes as these words were spoken, the crowd focused intently. At the moment the lightning faded, an elder with dark skin and a long beard stood proudly with arms crossed. His yellow hair fell over his shoulders, and a lightning-shaped scar adorned his chest, giving him an appearance that was both rugged and tempestuous. This man was none other than the father of the fourth Raikage, the third Raikage of Kumogakure. Renowned as the ultimate warrior, the strongest spear and the strongest shield, the legendary A. Father, how could you possibly be here? The fourth Raikage exclaimed upon recognizing the figure. To him, the third Raikage, as a leader of Kumogakure, was rarely seen, only appearing for matters of great significance, given that the battle had only just begun. How could his father have arrived? I received intelligence regarding the predicament of the two tails and the 8 tails today. It seems the information was indeed accurate. The third Raikage cast a fleeting glance at the fourth Raikage and continued, You have left me quite disappointed. With just these 2 young lads. You 3 seem unable to best each other. It appears I have been too lenient with you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage turned exceedingly awkward, finding themselves at a loss for any justification in the face of such a blunt admonishment. Feng Tian observed the recently arrived third Raikage from a distance, a shadow of gravity flickering in his eyes. The strength of the third Raikage was formidable, with both offensive and defensive capabilities ranking among the pinnacle of the ninja world. Not to mention his powerful physique, augmented by the lightning armor, would render any attack from Feng Tian futile against his defenses. With the third Raikage's arrival, it was likely that Scorpion was also becoming occupied. Feng Tian murmured, The entire operation remains within my planned parameters, including the arrival of the third Raikage. In the next moment, Shirzue appeared beside Feng Tian, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. How are you holding up? Do you need a moment to rest? Feng Tian inquired with genuine concern, his expression revealing a hint of worry. I'm fine. It's just that my eyes seem unable to endure the intensity of battle any longer, Shirzue replied, a tinge of helplessness in his tone. Then, could you do me a favor? Feng Tian asked. What do you need? There's a little cat that has been an immense source of frustration for me. Its presence prevents me from fighting freely. What can I do for you, Feng Tian? Shirzue responded. As we previously discussed, I need you to hold me off for 5 minutes. Regardless of the method you choose. After 5 minutes, everything here will come to an end. After hearing Feng Tian's earnest words, Shirzue nodded gravely, understanding that the success of the entire plan hinged upon his ability to endure those excruciating 5 minutes. He had no other choice for the sake of the mission's success. I entrust everything to you, Feng Tian said heavily, and then once more invoked reversal of cause and effect, restoring Shirzue to his peak condition. With a resigned sigh, a ripple of spatial distortion occurred, and Feng Tian's figure vanished from the battlefield, entering the Kamui space. At this moment, there was little more he could do. The remainder was left to fate. Meanwhile, the third Raikage, the fourth Raikage, and the 8 tails Gyuki, in their transformed states, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Shirzue. They felt no confusion at Feng Tian's departure. According to Gyuki's assessment, Feng Tian had merely entered a peculiar space, one with a time constraint. Although they were uncertain of his reasons for concealing himself, it mattered not. If they could subdue Shirzue, then, with the passage of time, Feng Tian would undoubtedly return. Shirzue, facing the unfriendly expressions of the 3, could not help but feel a twinge of fear within. There is no escape. The 3 individuals before me are the most formidable beings of Yunin Village. Even though I am a renowned genius ninja, I would undoubtedly fall short against them. Based on the speed exhibited by the third Raikage moments ago, I realized that even if I were to employ the Kotoame Tsukumi technique at this very moment, the outcome would remain unchanged. I would be interrupted before I could even initiate the technique by their unparalleled velocity. It is time to act. There is no need for mercy in the face of adversaries. As the words of the third Raikage resonated, apart from Killer Bee, the other 2 transformed into streaks of lightning, swiftly advancing towards me. How swift! I couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunate that I had activated my Manjiki Sharingan, from the very beginning. Otherwise, I would be unable to discern their movements. The third Raikage and fourth AI struck like twin bolts of lightning, attacking from either side. I swiftly maneuvered, employing body flicker technique to evade their initial onslaught. However, the moment was short-lived as Killer Bee, in his eight tails form, joined the fray, wielding his massive tail with a thunderous crash aimed directly at me. A chill ran down my spine. I understood that I could not remain on the defensive indefinitely. I must seize an opportunity to counterattack, otherwise. Should I be ensnared by the three of them, the consequences would be dire. Child, your Sharingan is indeed powerful, but it is futile in the face of absolute strength. The voice of the third Raikage thundered across the battlefield. I remained silent, my gaze fixed intently on my foes, seeking a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, I perceived a slight flaw in the third Raikage's attack, a subtle adjustment he made to maintain balance while moving at such high speeds. Seizing the moment, I vanished once more, appearing in the blind spot of the third Raikage. With hands swiftly forming seals, I prepared to unleash my ultimate technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. I exclaimed, unleashing a multitude of flames that soared from my palms like feathers of a phoenix, hurtling towards the third Raikage. The third Raikage scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping the fiery barrage. Yet, at that very instant, I materialized behind him, my dagger gleaming with lethal intent as it lunged toward his vital points. Humph! The third Raikage grunted, caught off guard by my sudden assault. However, just then, the fourth AI appeared behind me, seizing my shoulder and violently hurling me away. I tumbled through the air, managing to stabilize myself after several rotations. As an adversary, I commend your bravery, yet I find your actions exceedingly foolish. If you lack further means, then this day next year shall mark your demise. The fourth AI could not restrain himself from speaking, and soon both he and the third Raikage resolved to unleash their full might. Thus, the two figures' arms simultaneously shimmered with blinding lightning, infused with an intensely pure murderous intent, advancing toward Shirshue in a synchronized manner. Chapter 32, The Third Form. Sisanu. In the land of lightning, within the hidden cloud village, the urgency was palpable. Brothers, the third Raikage has already departed. We must hasten our pace. Except for the essential personnel remaining in the village, all Jonin and above, follow me at once. Quickly, move faster. Within the confines of the hidden cloud village, numerous ninjas were gearing up, preparing to rush to the battlefield alongside the third Raikage to lend their support. They urged one another on, their discourse tinged with a sense of urgency. Yet, in an unseen corner, Scorpion observed coldly, his gaze profound, a grave expression briefly crossing his face. With a sigh, he retrieved the scroll of Bai Ji Chao Lian and slammed it onto the ground. In an instant, a myriad of puppets emerged in the air above the hidden cloud village, appearing as formidable judges illuminated by the sun's rays. Enemy attack. It's an enemy assault. All personnel, prioritize neutralizing the foes in the sky, then rush to the side of the third Raikage. Upon spotting Scorpion's puppets, the ninjas of the hidden cloud village experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. However, under the leadership of a senior Jonin, they took to the skies, launching an assault on the floating puppets. The puppets adeptly shifted their formations in midair, behaving as if they possessed life, responding swiftly to the ninjas' ambush. Their weapons gleamed ominously, each swing accompanied by the sound of rending air, akin to the scythe of death. From the outset of the battle, the ninjas of the hidden cloud village found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Despite their numbers, they struggled against the hundreds of puppets controlled by Scorpion. These puppets were not only plentiful but also exhibited diverse combat styles and jutsu, rendering the conflict exceedingly arduous. Continuing in this manner would be futile. They must locate the puppeteer. An experienced Jonin shouted, attempting to discern a pattern in the puppet's assault, hoping to unveil Scorpion's hiding place. At that moment, Scorpion's chilling voice echoed, "Do you think you can find me this way?" Such naivety. As his words faded, more puppets surged forth from the scroll, forming an enormous formation that obscured the sky, as if to engulf the entire hidden cloud village in darkness. We cannot allow this to continue. We must break through this encirclement. The leading Jonin's gaze was resolute, fully aware that failing to swiftly eliminate Scorpion would plunge the entire hidden cloud village into peril. Thus, the ninjas of the hidden cloud village began to recalibrate their tactics. Some took charge of restraining the puppets, while others sought openings for a breakthrough. Among them, several ninjas skilled in speed and stealth stealthily approached Scorpion's location, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, Scorpion seemed to have anticipated this, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Several seemingly defenseless puppets suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of chakra, transforming into beams of light that shot toward the lurking ninjas. "Be careful," the leading Jonin exclaimed. But it was already too late. Several beams struck their targets with unerring precision, causing the ninjas to vanish in an instant, leaving only wisps of green smoke dissipating in the air. This was sufficient. According to the original plan, Scorpion coldly observed the unfolding scene, his heart devoid of emotion. With the absence of the third Raikage and others' defenses, the Hidden Cloud Village currently lacked any formidable warriors, which facilitated Scorpion's mission of encirclement with surprising ease. His gaze shifted toward the distance, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. That location was where Shui was currently engaged in a desperate battle. The success of this confrontation hinged critically on those 5 minutes. "I hope you can hold on. My task has already been accomplished." Meanwhile, Shui's battle could be described as exceptionally brutal. Despite his continuous evasive maneuvers, they bore little fruit. After all, he faced the third Raikage, renowned as the strongest. Alongside his successor, the fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. In less than a minute, Shui had already sustained severe injuries. 2 scars left by lightning coursing across his abdomen. Had he not narrowly avoided a fatal blow at the critical moment, he might have truly met his end right there. "Shui of the Leaf Village, surrender at once. You stand no chance against us," the fourth Raikage shouted, urgency evident in his tone, seemingly eager to reclaim the Yamatsu Gate through Shui. However, upon hearing this, Shui offered no response, merely wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. He shakily stood once more, his eyes adorned with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, indicating his unwavering resolve. "Humph, stubborn as ever," the third Raikage scoffed at the sight, then transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Shui. Relying on the inside of his Sharingan, Shui narrowly evaded the Raikage's lethal strike. Yet, the speed and power of the Raikage's attacks were astonishingly overwhelming. Each clash left Shui feeling utterly drained. His garments were torn by the lightning, and his skin bore numerous small burn marks, the remnants of his fierce exchanges with the third and fourth Raikage. "Save your strength, Shui," Killer Bee interjected from the sidelines, his 8 tails power simmering with anticipation, ready to join the fray. "Your Sharingan is formidable, but against absolute power, it is all in vain." Shui paid no heed to Killer Bee's taunts. His focus remained wholly on the battle before him. He understood that he must endure for 5 minutes, otherwise the entire plan would be rendered futile. Susanoo. With a low growl, his eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance as a colossal Susanoo erupted from his being, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. What manifested this time was not an ordinary half-formed Susanoo, but rather the formidable third form, the Tengu armor. However, upon the emergence of the third form, discomfort quickly surged within his eyes. This particular form placed an immense burden on its wielder. Without the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, sustaining this form for an extended period was nearly impossible. Yet, facing such a formidable adversary, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and desperately maintain the third form of Susanoo. "Humph, a futile endeavor," the third Raikage snorted coldly, then transformed once more into a streak of lightning, propelled by an insatiable killing intent, charging towards Susanoo with relentless ferocity. Chapter 33, Mission Accomplished. Boom. With an earth-shattering sound, the third form of Susanoo was shattered by the third Raikage's blow, splintering like a shattered mirror. What? Shock filled his eyes as he realized that his so-called absolute defense, the third form of Susanoo, could not even withstand a single strike. Helplessness and fear flickered rapidly through his mind. Clenching his teeth, he twisted his body in an extraordinarily bizarre manner to evade the attack. However, as Susanoo crumbled, he was met with immense backlash. His vision began to blur, and everything around him became disorientingly unfamiliar. Yet, he refused to surrender. Drawing the short sword from his back, he assumed a battle stance. Even if he could not discern his enemy, his acute sensory perception allowed him to anticipate their movements. "Are you still unwilling to abandon the fight?" Karabi gazed at him with a serious expression, speaking softly. Even as an adversary, he could not help but feel moved by Shui's tenacity. "I am no monster." Shui's voice, weakened and trembling from his injuries, held a flicker of indomitable spirit in his eyes. "I am merely a ninja who refuses to give up." The third Raikage approached, his gaze lingering on Shui for a moment before he spoke slowly. "Shui, you are no longer capable of combat. If you surrender the Uzuki Gate now, we may consider sparing your life." Shui understood the implications of the third Rakige's words. However, he showed no signs of retreat or fear. Instead, his resolve grew ever stronger. Lord Rakige, there is no possibility for negotiation in this matter, for I have compelling reasons to act as I do, and I do not believe I will perish here. At least for now, there is no need to hold back. With a firm expression, he gripped his short sword tightly, which emitted a chilling glow. Thus, there was no necessity for further discourse. The third Rakige spoke regretfully, and without hesitation, his face was instantly suffused with a fierce murderous intent. Though he was uncertain of the current relationship between Shizuka and Konoha, as the leader of Kumogakure, he must prioritize the well-being of his own ninjas. Since Shizuka was unwilling to surrender the Yuzuki Gate, he felt no qualms about eliminating him, regardless of Konoha's potential reaction. Lightning release, Hell Stab. The third Rakige's figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. His hands rapidly coalesced vast amounts of lightning chakra, forming 4 exceptionally sharp lightning spears, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstruction. Shizuka, brace yourself. The third Rakige's voice resonated coldly amidst the thunderous cacophony. His gaze fixed intently upon Shizuka, awaiting his response. Yet, Shizuka did not falter. His eyes radiated only determination and resilience. He was acutely aware that this battle was inevitable. And he was already prepared. Come on, Lord Third Rakige. Shizuka growled softly, the short sword in his hand glimmering with a frosty sheen under the lightning-s illumination. With an astonishing speed, he dashed toward the third Rakige, as if casting aside his own life and death. Bang! Their attacks collided instantaneously. The lightning spears intertwining with Shizuka's short sword, creating dazzling sparks, the tremendous force causing the very air around them to tremble. After a brief moment, silence reclaimed the scene. The third Rakige gradually released his lightning armor, his step steady as he walked directly toward the fourth A and Killer B. His countenance remained as calm as still water, devoid of sorrow or joy, as though the fierce battle just fought was but a fleeting moment. Stirring not a ripple within his heart, he continued on his path, never glancing back, nor bestowing even a modicum of attention upon Shizuka, who had once stood defiantly against him. Bang! A heavy thud shattered the tranquility. It was the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. In the astonished gazes of the fourth A and Killer B, SH-10 collapsed weakly, his once glorious short sword now shattered in two, lying quietly in a pool of blood, narrating the harsh reality of defeat. Has it all come to an end? Shizuka murmured softly, his voice imbued with endless bitterness and reluctance. I am so unwilling. Why am I so weak? His words brimmed with self-doubt, leaving him feeling utterly drained, crumpled upon the ground, muttering self-reproaches, his eyes filled with despair. Yet, even with his chakra depleted, his body battered and bruised, and his once proud, Mangeki Sharingan, now devoid of its brilliance, the indomitable spirit within him never waned. It burned like an unquenchable flame in the depths of his heart, compelling him to willfully rise against the exhaustion that enveloped him. He trembled as he picked up the broken short sword, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, and a bittersweet yet resolute smile graced his lips. Despite the dire situation, you still manage to stand? Are you human or ghost? The fourth Rakige couldn't help but exclaim, and at the moment his words fell, the third Rakige turned back in astonishment, only to find Shizuka still standing before him. Humph, you are but a candle in the wind. Why endure further suffering when you can simply await capture? The third Rakige questioned, perplexed, before once again activating his lightning armor. However, Shizuku merely smiled faintly, offering no response. At this juncture, there was little left to say. The third Rakige sighed helplessly and charged once more at Shizuku, determined to vanquish him entirely. Faced with this scenario, Shizuka had no means to resist. He smiled, relinquished all opposition, and calmly accepted his fate. It was evident he had made his choice. He would rather die than become a burden to Fontian. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, a familiar spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged before Shizuku, whisking him away from the third Rakige's assault. In the next instant, a familiar figure materialized before the crowd. 5 minutes had elapsed. Fontian had re-entered the battlefield. Shizuku, are you all right? Fontian gazed at the motionless Shizuku in his arms, his face etched with panic. Yet, Shizuku merely looked at Fontian, a smile tugging at his lips as he whispered, the agreed 5 minutes have passed. My task is complete. Chapter 34, Prediction. As Shizuku's words fell, he succumbed to unconsciousness, lying in Fontian's embrace. Fontian carefully placed Shizuku into the Divine Might space, then glared darkly at the three individuals not far away. At that moment, Veins bulged on his forehead, and the murderous intent on his face was unmistakable. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, laced with seething rage. You have done well. Now, you may prepare your final words. The instant Feng Tian's words left his lips, his figure vanished, only to reappear beside the Eight Tails Jiwai Qi through the Flying Thunder God technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed several kunai, each affixed with explosive tags. The sequence unfolded so swiftly that the three had no time to react. Bang! Bang! Explosions erupted in quick succession. Even the Eight Tails GY Key's formidable defenses were significantly compromised under such sudden onslaught. Coughing. The Eight Tails GY Key was momentarily choked by the smoke from the explosions, causing his vision to blur. Observing his brother under attack, the fourth Reikage instantly donned his lightning armor and charged towards Feng Tian. Humph. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Tian let out a cold snort. A hint of disdain etched across his visage. He deftly evaded the fourth Reikage's onslaught using the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Feng Tian's form descended, another bolt of lightning appeared before him with remarkable speed and precision. It was the third Reikage. Die. Without hesitation, the third Reikage unleashed a thunderous hand strike towards Feng Tian. Yet, a mocking smile graced Feng Tian's lips. He made no effort to evade, allowing the third Reikage's hand strike to descend upon him. Kamui, he murmured softly, and in an instant, his body dissolved into nothingness. Under the influence of Kamui, the third Reikage's attack met only empty space. In the flickering light of the lightning, a glimmer of astonishment crossed the third Reikage's eyes. At that moment, Feng Tian's voice echoed hauntingly in his ears, reminiscent of a specter. Your speed and strength are commendable, but alas, they are still too slow. Before the words had fully left his lips, Feng Tian reappeared, this time directly behind the third Reikage, wielding a razor-sharp dagger infused with chakra. Its blade gleaming ominously as it pierced toward the third Reikage's vital points with astonishing swiftness. The third Reikage reacted with remarkable speed, drawing upon years of battle experience to narrowly evade the lethal strike at the last moment. Damn it! He roared, his body enveloped in an intensified aura of lightning, as if he sought to rend the very air around him. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage, witnessing the unfolding events, shed any reservations. Clad in lightning armor, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, intent on subduing Feng Tian with overwhelming force. Thunder Bomb! He bellowed, his body expanding instantaneously, radiating electricity like a volatile thunderball, hurtling towards Feng Tian with annihilating power. Faced with this onslaught, Feng Tian remained composed, opting not to confront the attack head-on. Instead, he activated the Flying Thunder God once more, leaving behind a mere afterimage as he instantaneously appeared at a distance. Boom! The fourth Reikage's Thunder Bomb detonated with a resounding blast, shaking the ground and sending plumes of dust into the air. Yet, Feng Tian stood unharmed at a distance, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Father, this boy's abilities are tied to space. He only becomes corporeal for a fleeting moment when he strikes. The fourth Reikage spoke quietly to the third Reikage, beginning to strategize. So, he can only attack at that fleeting moment, at a faster pace? The third Reikage replied gravely, then exchanged a knowing glance with the fourth Reikage, their battle plan solidifying in their minds. Have you come to an agreement? I have already stated. You may prepare your last words. Feng Tian stepped forward, his eyes, adorned with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, began to whirl, emanating an indescribable aura of oppression toward the trio nearby. Let us go. Indeed. The third Reikage and the fourth Eye exchanged a glance, and in unison, they activated their lightning armor, charging towards Feng Tian. The fourth Eye, in perfect sync with the third Reikage, wielded his blade enveloped in lightning and launched a surprise attack from Feng Tian's flank. This strike, embodying the full might of two formidable warriors, possessed the power to cleave mountains and sever rivers. Yet, Feng Tian seemed to have anticipated their move at the critical moment. His body transformed into nothingness, effortlessly evading the deadly assault through the use of his godly might's intangibility. Humph, mere parlor tricks, Feng Tian scoffed. Reappearing at the center of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with an even more intense light, as if he sought to engulf the entire arena. With a burst of power, he unleashed his godly might, creating an overwhelming gravitational force aimed at the third Reikage and fourth Eye, attempting to draw them into the godly space. However, rather than panic, the two exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying a triumphant smirk. Now's the time. Leave it to me, brother. At Killer Bee's command, a massive tailed beast ball began to coalesce. Its emergence distorted the surrounding space, radiating an aura of imminent destruction. Fontion's expression turned grave at this development. The situation had become dire for him. Should he persist in using godly might to draw the third Reikage and his allies into the godly space, that tailed beast ball would strike him directly. Even if he utilized his intangibility to evade the attack, the moment he stepped into the godly space, he would be instantly overwhelmed and annihilated by the combined onslaught of the third Reikage and his comrades. Damn it, what a troublesome scenario. In that critical moment, Fontion made a decisive choice, reluctantly canceling the release of godly might while employing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the tailed beast ball's range. However, to his astonishment, just as he thought he had evaded the battlefield, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears like a clap of thunder. Where do you think you're going? Startled, Fontion turned to see that the third Reikage had anticipated his escape, arriving at the location marked by the Flying Thunder God before him. With no time to contemplate further, the third Reikage's razor-sharp hand strike was poised to land on Fontion. In such peril, the only recourse for Fontion was to summon Susanoo to shield himself from the impending harm. Yet, the third Reikage's intent was not merely to shatter Susanoo, but to launch Fontion into the lethal vicinity of Killer Bee's tailed beast ball. Die! With a thunderous roar, the third Reikage unleashed an unimaginable surge of power, sending Fontion and his summoned Susanoo hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its strings. In the next instant, Fontion collided with the tailed beast ball, a sphere brimming with boundless energy. The impact resonated with a deafening explosion, igniting the very fabric of space and unleashing a dazzling brilliance. The shockwave from the blast swept across the battlefield, reducing everything in its vicinity to nothingness, leaving only a whirlwind of debris and dust, along with an enduring scent of scorched air. Chapter 35, The Table Turned. Did we succeed? The three onlookers gazed anxiously at the cloud of dust generated by the explosion, hoping that this strike would annihilate Fontion. However, as the dust settled, they were astonished to find Fontion standing unscathed. He pressed his hands against his bleeding eyes, and the once spiraling kaleidoscope Sharingan had now vanished entirely. How was this possible? How did he survive such a terrifying explosion unscathed? Killer Bee's eyes widened in disbelief at this unfathomable scene, his heart churning with tumultuous emotions. He could hardly fathom that someone could emerge unscathed from the tailed beast ball. As the host of the Eight Tails, he understood the tremendous power contained within that attack. Even the formidable third Reikage would never dare claim he could withstand such a blow without injury. That was close. Had I not activated the reverse causality at the last moment, I could have very well perished from that strike. Fontion cast a fearful glance at the three before him, surprised that, after mastering Flying Thunder God in Kimui, he had found himself facing such a perilous threat to his life. Fortunately, his ocular prowess had been enhanced twice. Otherwise, altering such a formidable causality would have been impossible. Yet now, his kaleidoscope Sharingan lay dormant, and he could not employ the Kamui technique, leaving him with only the ability to utilize Flying Thunder God. What a troublesome adversary, but it seems his Sharingan can no longer be used. This means he is temporarily unable to employ that peculiar ninjutsu, presenting us with the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. The fourth Reikage and the third Reikage exchanged a knowing glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Seeing this, Killer Bee continued to gather the tailed beast ball from a distance. Their objective clear: to repeat the strategy they had just employed. Go for it, father. All right. In an instant, the two sprang into action, entering their lightning armor state once more, transforming into streaks of lightning that surged toward Fontion. The two charged forward, with the fourth Reikage leading the way, aiming to force Fontion into using Flying Thunder God for a swift escape. The third Reikage remained ever vigilant, intent on launching a surprise attack the moment the Flying Thunder God descended. Do you think I would fall for the same trick again? A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a blend of disdain and concealed cunning. With a slight flick of his wrist, a kunai shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air towards the swiftly approaching fourth Reikage. Upon witnessing this, the fourth Reikage bore a look of contempt, as if the kunai were moving in slow motion, ensnared by the very fabric of time. He effortlessly sidestepped the lethal projectile, gliding past it like a fish evading a net, continuing his pursuit of the third Reikage without losing momentum. Yet, at the precise moment the kunai was by him, an indescribable sense of danger surged within him. The figure of the third Reikage inexplicably vanished, as though he melded with the very air. The third Reikage's gaze darted around, seeking any trace of his opponent's movement, but all that accompanied him were the sounds of wind and thunder. Just as confusion blanketed the onlookers, an astonishing reality unfolded before them. The third Raikage had ingeniously repurposed the discarded kunai as a medium for the flying thunder god, manifesting above the fourth Raikage's head. His voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of emotion, as if proclaiming a fate long sealed. The kunai in his hand seemed to pulsate with life, glinting ominously, imbued with a chilling intent as it lunged toward the fourth Raikage's vital points. The fourth Raikage's reflexes were remarkable, yet the suddenness of the events left him unable to mount an effective defense. The kunai's velocity was unimaginable, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, wielding the power to obliterate all in its path. At that critical moment, a massive octopus tentacle emerged from the void, like a divine weapon descending from the heavens, interposing itself between the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage, thwarting the assured strike. TCH, what a nuisance, the third Raikage thought, realizing his attack had failed. He decisively activated the flying thunder god to withdraw from the battlefield. As he landed, a storm of fury brewed within him as he glared at the Eight Tails, who had remained at the periphery, aiding the third and fourth Raikage. Had it not been for this interference, he would have undoubtedly seized victory in the previous encounters. Regrettably, the Eight Tails had acted as a relentless disruptor, thwarting his meticulously laid plans, igniting a profound rage within him. Very well, you choose to overwhelm with numbers, do you? He seethed, his voice laced with indignation and frustration. His eyes narrowed slightly, his teeth grinding together, producing a menacing click. So be it. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. In that case, I shall overturn the table. Let us cease this frivolity. Before his words had fully settled, Feng Tian swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers dancing like butterflies in flight. His body slightly descended, his feet firmly planted upon the ground, as if he had forged a mysterious connection with the earth itself. Then, with a sudden thrust downward, a vast plume of smoke erupted from the ground, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Within that smoke, a colossal silhouette began to materialize, exuding an overwhelming pressure, akin to a monstrous beast clawing its way forth from the abyss, causing the very air around it to freeze in place. What could that be? The third Raikage and fourth AI simultaneously paled, their eyes widening in disbelief as they fixated on the looming figure shrouded in smoke. The outline of that form flickered in and out of visibility, yet the formidable aura it projected instilled in them an unprecedented sense of oppression. The Eight Tails, GYK, also sensed this overwhelming presence, growling restlessly in an attempt to dispel the aura that instilled such fear within it. However, the figure within the smoke drew ever closer, becoming increasingly distinct, resembling an ancient beast on the verge of awakening, poised to consume this realm whole. Had Feng Tian encountered an insurmountable dilemma? It is merely that. Since I have appeared here, all that exists in this world shall come to an end. Chapter 36. The scheme. As these words fell from his lips, the oppressive figure of Uchiha Madara gradually approached Feng Tian's side. At this moment, he was not the frail old man with white hair, but had reverted to his youthful prime. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, the weight that had burdened Feng Tian's heart finally lifted. Only he understood the immense effort it had taken to transfer the peak state of Uchiha Madara from Konohagakure to Kimogakure. Before departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, Feng Tian had commenced his elaborate planning. First, he established an ultra-long-range flying thunder god teleportation array, connecting it with his Kamui space. To ensure a seamless connection with the Kamui space, Feng Tian employed the technique of cause and effect reversal, forcibly altering the causality to thoroughly bridge the two realms. Next, he instructed Shui to delay for 5 minutes while he entered the Kimui space, casting an illusion to incapacitate the wooden door, and activated the previously arranged Flying Thunder God teleportation array to transport Uchiha Madara along with the Outer Path Golem into his Kamui space. Subsequently, he utilized cause and effect reversal to restore Uchiha Madara to his peak condition. This restoration was distinct from previous attempts, even when Feng Tian's ocular prowess waned. Uchiha Madara was able to maintain his prime state. Finally, he continued to employ cause and effect reversal, transferring the rejuvenated Uchiha Madara back outside, where he lay in wait, poised to strike when the opportune moment arose. Regarding the swift hand seals executed by Feng Tian, they were merely a ruse to mislead others, causing the third Raikage and his companions to mistakenly believe that summoning the Outer Path Golem was a skill unique to themselves. With this, all of Feng Tian's schemes reached their conclusion. Henceforth, he merely needed to observe the legendary battle among Uchiha Madara, the third Raikage, the fourth A, and Killer Bee from the sidelines. Having watched for quite some time, I realized that the ninjas of your era are lamentably weak. Among the three of you, only that yellow-haired youth might offer me a modicum of amusement. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and gazed disdainfully at the trio before him. In his eyes, aside from the third Raikage, the other two were merely extraneous. Upon hearing this, the irritable fourth stepped forward and shouted, "Who exactly are you? And what is that thing behind you?" His voice reverberated across the battlefield, yet Uchiha Madara chose to disregard him, stepping forward as an overwhelming aura enveloped the arena. Even the formidable third Raikage felt a flicker of imperceptible fear at such terrifying presence. However, as the third Raikage, he bore the responsibility of an entire village, and thus he could not allow himself to retreat a single step. With a fierce roar, the third Raikage summoned his fighting spirit, and empowered by the lightning armor, he charged directly at Uchiha Madara. "Too slow," Madara remarked nonchalantly, with a hint of regret in his tone. He remained unfazed, arms crossed, as he stood imperiously in place against the third Raikage's assault. Just as the third Raikage's attack was about to strike, his body unexpectedly became immobilized. Unable to move an inch. "What is happening? Why can't I move?" The third Raikage spoke with a mix of confusion and astonishment in his eyes. He found that his body felt as if it were being firmly restrained by some invisible force, rendering him completely still. "Rinnegan boundary." Uchiha Madara responded calmly to the third Raikage's bewilderment, as if addressing his query. This was a unique ability of Madara's Rinnegan, allowing him to manifest shadows derived from himself, thereby achieving a seamless integration of offense and defense. Ordinary individuals could neither see nor sense these shadows. Only those possessing the Rinnegan could perceive them, and only those who had mastered sage techniques could truly sense their presence. In that moment, the third Raikage was firmly held down by two shadows, unable to move for the foreseeable future. Just as Uchiha Madara took a step forward to claim the third Raikage's life, the fourth A, donned in lightning armor and fueled by boundless fury, rushed towards Madara, aiming to deliver a decisive strike. In response to the fourth A's furious assault, Uchiha Madara merely sidestepped gracefully, effortlessly evading the swift blow. His face bore a faint, mocking smile, as if everything lay within his grasp. "Your speed is but a jest in the presence of true strength," Uchiha Madara declared disdainfully, his voice resonating across the battlefield, imbued with an undeniable authority. The fourth Raikage, having missed his strike, felt a surge of alarm, yet he did not falter. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. He pressed forward, wielding his formidable physique to engage Madara in close combat. Madara, however, did not employ any ninjutsu or abilities, relying solely on his physical prowess to confront the fourth Raikage in a fierce melee. Perhaps he wished to relish the thrill of close-quarters combat, with his body restored to its zenith. As the clash between the fourth Raikage and Uchiha Madara ensued, the Eight-Tails Gyuki reached forth with its colossal hand, liberating the third Raikage from the confines of the Wheel of Hell. "Thank you, Gyuki," he grunted. Upon his release, the third Raikage swiftly joined the fray, aligning with the fourth Raikage against Madara. The alliance of these three formidable warriors escalated the tension and intensity of the battlefield. "Die!" The third Raikage bellowed, his body enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a reincarnated thunder god as he unleashed a ferocious assault on Uchiha Madara. Yet, even in the face of this duo, Madara remained unperturbed. With his immense physical strength and masterful combat skills, he effortlessly neutralized the onslaught from both the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage, occasionally counterattacking, forcing them to remain wholly focused. Meanwhile, the immense Eight-Tails was embroiled in a fierce struggle against the even mightier Outer Path Golem. A stalemate ensued. "Do you truly believe this will suffice to vanquish me?" "How laughable," Madara scoffed, suddenly accelerating, launching himself at the third and fourth Raikage with relentless fervor. The battle among the three titans intensified, as if the very fabric of the battlefield was being torn asunder by their might. Lightning crackled, fists howled through the air, and each collision threatened to rend the space around them. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara abruptly halted his assault, his gaze turning profound and enigmatic. It seems the time has come to conclude this tedious skirmish. Chapter 37, The Power of God. As Madara's words echoed, Killer Bee and the others regarded this godlike figure with grave expressions. Swiftly, Madara formed hand seals, and in the next instant, 15 shadow clones materialized beside him. At his behest, these 15 clones swiftly divided into 3 groups of 5, each advancing towards Killer Bee, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage. Their movements were synchronized as if rehearsed countless times, each action brimming with lethal intent. Now, behold the power of a god. Uchiha Madara's voice reverberated across the battlefield, his eyes alight with fervor and confidence. As the words of Uchiha Madara fell, his figure suddenly expanded to a colossal size. An overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from within him, as if it sought to engulf the entire battlefield. Subsequently, a magnificent Susanoo materialized behind him, heralded as his complete body Susanoo. Towering at several dozen meters, this Susanoo was clad in formidable armor, wielding an enormous sword that shimmered with a chilling light, as though it could sever anything in its path. Its eyes blazed like two scorching suns, piercing through the souls of everyone present. Confronted by Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo, Killer Bee, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon them. Yet, Uchiha Madara had not concluded his display. He stood within the crystalline forehead of the vast Susanoo, arms crossed, gazing down upon the three as if they were mere ants. A slight smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a teasing tone. Do you suppose these shadow clones can utilize Susanoo? Madara's words reverberated across the battlefield like a thunderclap. Killer Bee, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief and shock. They had never heard of shadow clones wielding such a potent technique as Susanoo. How is this possible? The third Raikage's voice trembled, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage felt similarly astounded, their gazes fixed on Madara and the shadow clones, searching for any sign of a flaw or deception, but alas, they found nothing. Madara's smile grew ever more radiant, reveling in the sensation of manipulating his adversaries at will. Indeed, my shadow clones possess not only the same chakra and strength as I do, but can also perform all my techniques, including Susanoo. No sooner had he spoken than the shadow clones began to rapidly form hand seals, their forms becoming increasingly indistinct, until behind each individual appeared a complete body Susanoo identical to Madara's. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed enveloped by an invisible pressure, the air thickening as if time itself had frozen. Killer Bee, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage experienced an unparalleled sense of oppression, realizing that this battle had exceeded their expectations and preparations. Heh, that guy Madara still relishes in showing off, remarked a nearby Feng Tian, observing Madara's simultaneous summoning of so many complete body Susanoos. Fortunately, I had previously instructed Scorpion to seal off the entire Hidden Cloud village. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome if others had witnessed this. After a period of rest, his ocular power was gradually recovering, allowing him to once again harness the might of Kamui, freely traversing the Kamui dimension, estimating that in about half an hour, he would be able to employ the technique of reversing cause and effect. Feng Tian chuckled softly to himself. He then entered the divine might space. Within this ethereal realm, aside from the already unconscious figures of Yomu Min and Ji Shui, there were no other living beings. Feng Tian strode directly toward Yomu Min, his gaze devoid of any emotion, fixated upon her. Eventually, he let out a sigh and spoke softly. I am sorry, Two Tails Jinchuriki. In order to return home, I have no choice but to proceed in this manner. He then extended his hand toward Yomu Min's abdomen, commencing the absorption of the Two Tails chakra. Given that she was a perfect Jinchuriki, the absorption process was relatively slow. However, this was inconsequential, as Feng Tian also required time to restore his ocular power. As for the battlefield outside, he had no cause for concern. After all, that man was the legendary Uchiha Madara. His strength could only be described as divine. Despite the formidable prowess of the third Raikage and his companions, they were still no match for Uchiha Madara. Even if the entire Hidden Cloud village were to rally together, they would pose no threat to him. This exemplifies the chasm that exists between the divine and the mortal. Yet, with Feng Tian's current ocular power, he could only maintain Uchiha Madara in his peak state for an hour, but for Madara, that would suffice. At this moment, on the battlefield outside, Uchiha Madara remained, arms crossed, proudly ensconced within his complete body Susanoo. Beneath him, the third Raikage, fourth AI, and Killer Bee were all covered in wounds, their breath shallow and weak, appearing utterly beleaguered. Before them, dozens of complete body Susanoo loomed like mountains, insurmountable. How are you holding up? Well, I'm still alive for now. I'm managing as well. The third Raikage and fourth AI exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of bitter smiles. Deep within, they felt an overwhelming despair. Yet as the Raikage and the candidate Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village, they could not afford to retreat even a single step. They must not allow these Susanoo to enter the village. The consequences would be unimaginable. The third Raikage spoke with unwavering determination. His voice, though weary, remained resolute. The fourth AI and Killer Bee merely nodded slightly, having steeled themselves for the possibility of death. Uchiha Madara surveyed the scene from within his Susanoo, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. How pitiful it was that those who bore the title of Shadow in this era were nothing more than a swarm of ants in the face of absolute power. His voice echoed across the battlefield, akin to the whispers of death, casting a shadow of despair over the hearts of the three. Time is nearly up. This farce should come to an end. Uchiha Madara appeared to be weary of the charade, eager to swiftly conclude the battle. With a powerful slap of his hand, a colossal figure known as the Outer Path Golem emitted a tremendous roar from behind him. Immediately, several chains erupted from its body, ensnaring the Eight Tails, the bull demon. With unwavering grip. Chapter 38. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At the moment the chains secured the Eight Tails, preparing to drag it into the golem for absorption, the fourth Raikage, with eyes wide in fury, broke free from the confines of Susanoo and charged towards the bull demon. Now, the fourth Raikage bellowed, concentrating the last remnants of his lightning chakra in his hand, which swiftly coalesced into a razor-sharp blade aimed at the chains of the Outer Path Golem. Lightning Fury. The dazzling hand blade, crackling with brilliant lightning, struck down upon the golem's chains, causing a subtle distortion in the very fabric of space. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained immobile, merely casting a fleeting glance. With a mere thought, three shadows of the Wheel of Fate swiftly advanced, binding the fourth Raikage in place. Despite the surge of anger fueling the fourth Raikage's strength beyond its limits, he remained firmly restrained, unable to move. Helplessly, he watched as his beloved brother, Killer Bee, was gradually drawn into the maw of the Outer Path Golem. The harsh reality unfolded, without any unexpected turn of events. The immense form of the Eight Tails was completely engulfed by the golem. Boom. Upon absorbing the Eight Tails, the Outer Path Golem released a thunderous roar, its surface markings glowing with renewed brilliance, as if it had absorbed colossal energy, becoming even more terrifying and unstable. The entire battlefield quaked under the surge of this newfound power, as the third Raikage and fourth Raikage felt the weight of its oppressive force, their fighting spirit severely shaken. No. The fourth Raikage's eyes blazed crimson. He struggled desperately against the chains of the three shadows, but all efforts proved futile. His heart brimmed with regret and helplessness. As Killer Bee's elder brother, he had failed to protect his younger sibling, and this guilt pierced his heart like a dagger. Meanwhile, the third Raikage witnessed the unfolding tragedy, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He understood that hesitation was no longer an option. Action was imperative, even at the cost of great sacrifice. To thwart Uchiha Madara's sinister plot, "AI, hold on. I will carve a path for you," the third Raikage shouted, his body surging with lightning chakra. Undergoing a remarkable transformation, muscles bulging, skin shimmering with electric blue light. Hell's Spear, four-way piercing. With a roar, the third Raikage concentrated a torrent of lightning into his four fingers, propelling himself like a meteor towards Uchiha Madara, his massive form tracing a radiant trajectory through the air. His fingers, imbued with cataclysmic power, were aimed directly at Madara's complete body Susanoo. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Rather than confronting the threat head-on, he opted to utilize the colossal form of Susanoo as a shield to withstand the onslaught of the third Raikage. However, the subsequent turn of events took Madara by surprise. He had not anticipated that his so-called impenetrable perfect Susanoo would be breached by the third Raikage's lethal technique, resulting in him being forcefully ejected from Susanoo itself. Landing awkwardly on the ground, Madara's gaze towards the third Raikage was devoid of its earlier disdain. "Your attack is commendable. It has evoked a semblance of threat within me," he remarked, offering an unexpectedly high appraisal. Yet, the Raikage dismissed this with a scoff and seized the opportunity to launch another assault. With a thunderous crash, Madara was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The third Raikage, observing Madara's disheveled form from a distance, felt a flicker of triumph in his eyes. He was acutely aware that victory was drawing ever closer. Just then, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Madara, causing his figure to blur as if he were merging with the very air. "It appears you possess some skill," Madara mused, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, unperturbed by his injuries, his expression bordering on madness. Just as he was about to weave hand signs for a fierce counterattack, A distortion rippled through the space beside him. In the next instant, Feng Tian, accompanied by 2 Yuzuki members, materialized at Madara's side. Have all matters been resolved? Madara inquired nonchalantly, a hint of irritation in his tone. He found the presence of others at his back rather bothersome. Indeed, Feng Tian replied softly, nodding slightly, before gesturing grandly to hurl the unconscious Yuzuki away. Yuzuki! The 4th Reikage bellowed, finally breaking free from the shadow's constraints. His form transformed instantly into a flash of lightning, deftly catching Yuzuki with precision. With trembling hands, he checked for signs of life at Yuzuki's nose, and upon sensing a warm breath, the weight of anxiety that had burdened him lifted at last. Boom! At that moment, the outer path golem unleashed another resounding roar, followed by the expulsion of Killer Bee's body. Witnessing this, Feng Tian once again activated causality reversal to alter the course of events. However, this time, he felt no discomfort, for his eyes had transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Upon seeing the outer path golem release Killer Bee, the 3rd Reikage, akin to the 4th, instantaneously morphed into a bolt of lightning, securely catching Killer Bee. However, what took him by surprise was that he sensed no trace of the 8 Tails chakra emanating from Killer Bee, as if the chakra had never existed at all. Even more astonishing was the fact that, devoid of the 8 Tails chakra, Killer Bee lay in a state of unconsciousness akin to a mere wooden door, having not succumbed to death immediately upon the beast's disappearance. Feng Tian, your compassion is rather excessive, Uchiha Madara remarked, his incredulity evident. In his view, one must not be overly merciful when undertaking grand endeavors. One must be ruthless and abandon all sentimentality. Lord Madara, my actions are guided by my own reasoning. Feng Tian replied with measured composure. Having successfully enhanced his ocular power twice, evolving his ordinary Sharingan into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he finally felt emboldened to confront Uchiha Madara at his zenith. Do as you wish. However, this matter has reached its conclusion. Allow me to orchestrate a grand finale for this battle. Chapter 39. Celestial Impact. What do you intend to do? Feng Tian inquired quietly, a hint of concern for Uchiha Madara's potential recklessness evident in his voice. After all, as a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed whenever possible. Even if this were merely a fictional world of Naruto, he found it difficult to disregard the moral implications. Rest assured, their physical resilience exceeds your expectations, Uchiha Madara replied, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, with a sudden, forceful clap of his hand. It was as if he had unleashed Pandora's box, an overwhelming surge of chakra flooding forth like a relentless tide. Celestial Impact. Madara's deep, resonant voice echoed through the heavens, causing even the air to tremble. As he bellowed, the once clear sky darkened ominously, thick clouds roiling like a harbinger of doom. The entire realm seemed shrouded in an oppressive weight that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Moments later, a colossal meteor streaked through the sky like a comet, hurtling toward the location of the 3rd Reikage with cataclysmic force. The size of the meteor was beyond imagination, nearly obscuring half the sky, and its astonishing speed suggested it had traversed from an endless void, intent on annihilating the land below. What? The 3rd Reikage gazed upward in astonishment, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated Uchiha Madara would unleash such a terrifying technique. The sheer magnitude and velocity of the meteor defied comprehension, even for him, making it nearly impossible to withstand. Is this the power of a god? Our strengths do not reside within the same dimension, the 4th Reikage mused, staring at the colossal rock above, an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness welling within him. A look of resignation crossed his face, as if he were quietly awaiting the judgment of fate. Why are you dazed? As my successor, are you truly so ineffectual? In an instant, the furious words of the 3rd Reikage awakened the 4th Reikage from his stupor. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at the colossal boulder plummeting towards them, devoid of any trace of fear. You are absolutely right, father. I will not fall here. The 4th Reikage's words resonated with resolute determination. He had made his decision. In the next moment, the remaining chakra surged within him, allowing him to enter the lightning armor state one final time. Casting a glance back at the 3rd Reikage, he hesitated no longer and leaped forth, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the rapidly descending boulder. On the other side, the 3rd Reikage, unwilling to be outdone, also activated the lightning armor state, launching himself high into the air to join the 4th Reikage in their desperate bid to shatter the massive stone. The two figures, akin to twin bolts of lightning, collided with the enormous meteorite in a thunderous impact. The explosion reverberated loudly, shaking the entire battlefield with its force. Dust and debris erupted, enveloping the surroundings in chaos. As the smoke gradually cleared, Feng Tian was astonished to discover that the seemingly indomitable meteorite had been shattered by the combined might of the third and fourth Reikage. Though both warriors staggered slightly from the effort, they had successfully withstood the onslaught. Truly, the Reikage's physical prowess is unparalleled, aside from the 8 gates. I cannot conceive of any physical strength that could rival it, Feng Tian mused, awestruck at their resilience. However, Uchiha Madara scoffed at this display, casting a haughty glance at the third Reikage and his companion before murmuring, "The first one has been thwarted. But what of the second?" In the next moment, a second colossal meteorite, imbued with overwhelming pressure, hurtled down from the void above. What? There's a second one. The expressions of the third and fourth Reikage shifted dramatically. They had just expended every ounce of their strength to block the first meteorite. And now another was descending upon them. Feng Tian's heart tightened at the realization of Uchiha Madara's relentless malevolence, unleashing such terrifying attacks in succession. Boom. Just then, the second meteorite descended rapidly, exuding an even greater aura of destruction. "Father, what shall we do?" The fourth Reikage's heart brimmed with fear and despair as he beheld the approaching stone, knowing he lacked the chakra to enter the lightning armor. State once more. "We must leave it to fate," the third Reikage replied in a low voice, a hint of resignation evident in his tone. Faced with such a vast chasm of power, even the steadfast third Reikage felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet, as he turned to glance towards the direction of the hidden cloud village, a profound sense of responsibility swiftly dispelled his inner dread. This time, he resolved to shoulder the responsibilities of the Reikage alone. Henceforth, the village of Kumogakure shall be entrusted to you. What? Father, what are you saying? The fourth Reikage looked at the third Reikage in bewilderment, his eyes brimming with confusion. Could it be that you intend to? No, this cannot be. I vehemently oppose this. Suddenly, the fourth Reikage came to his senses, hastily attempting to dissuade the third Reikage. Yet, regardless of his pleas, the third Reikage bore an expression of unwavering determination, despite his loud cries. The third Reikage remained resolute and unresponsive. Take care of your brother, and of Kumogakure. As the words of the third Reikage echoed, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, akin to an arrow released from its bow, instantly hurtling toward the massive stone plummeting at high speed. His figure traced a brilliant arc through the air, as if intent on rending the very fabric of the heavens. "Father!" The fourth Reikage's anguished shout reverberated across the battlefield, his eyes filled with tears and reluctance. He understood that the third Reikage was prepared to sacrifice his life to protect Kumogakure and all that they cherished. Yet, the third Reikage exhibited no hesitation or retreat. His heart was imbued with unwavering resolve, as if he intended to channel every last ounce of his strength into this strike. Lightning release, lightning storm. With a thunderous roar, the third Reikage erupted in a blinding radiance of lightning, as if to engulf the world itself. In an instant, his form collided with the colossal stone, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. Boom. In that fleeting moment of contact, the immense stone was enveloped in an inexhaustible blaze of lightning. The third Reikage let out another furious cry, and the lightning cleaved the stone apart, erupting at its core. Bang! With this earth-shattering sound, the stone was utterly reduced to dust by the explosion of the lightning. Yet, alongside the disappearance of the stone, the majestic figure of the third Reikage also vanished. Thus, the third Reikage met his demise in battle. Chapter 40. Aftermath. Madara, you have crossed a line. Upon witnessing the third Reikage's death, F10's eyes flickered with a hint of fury. He fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Madara, seeking an explanation from the latter. F10. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me so? Uchiha Madara did not turn around, his words laced with anger. How absurd, he is Uchiha Madara, the most formidable existence in the current shinobi world. When has he ever needed to heed the opinions of others? Not even F10, who restored him to his peak, is an exception. Master Ban, I fervently hope that such occurrences will not transpire in the future. Before Feng Tian could finish his statement, Uchiha Ben interjected, perceive reality. This world seldom unfolds as one desires. The longer one lives, the more one comprehends that life is rife with helplessness, suffering, and emptiness. Everything in this world epitomizes such truths. As these words escaped his lips, Uchiha Ben felt his vitality beginning to wane, the enigmatic power of causality gradually dissipating. It was evident that this was the effect of Feng Tian's prior use of inversion of cause and effect. Time appeared to be drawing near. I shall leave the rest to you, Feng Tian, Uchiha-ban declared, before slamming his hand down, causing the colossal outer path golem to vanish from existence. Swiftly, his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and with remarkable speed, he unleashed a memory-erasing genjutsu upon the grief-stricken fourth Raikage. Caught completely off guard, the fourth Raikage succumbed to the attack, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. After completing this, Uchiha-ban turned to Feng Tian, offering him a slight nod. In response, Feng Tian nodded back, then without hesitation, activated Kamui to draw Uchiha-ban into the Kamui space. Subsequently, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Uchiha-ban back to the depths of Konohagakure. Sigh, it seems such matters of aftermath must fall upon me. Feng Tian lamented, shaking his head in resignation, then swiftly switching to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He directed his gaze towards the unconscious Killer Bee and the Gatekeeper, and with a mere thought, released inversion of cause and effect once more. Soon enough, their memories of the battle were erased by Feng Tian as well. Upon completing this task, Feng Tian raised his gaze towards the empty sky, a hint of regret in his voice as he slowly spoke. The burden of causality required to reverse life and death is beyond my current capability. Thus, third Raikage, I can only extend my apologies, though regrettably, you shall not hear them. With those words, Feng Tian's figure distorted through space, gradually vanishing without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, the legion of puppets enveloping the area had suffered considerable losses since the onset of the battle on Feng Tian's front. Sasori had prevented any of the hidden cloud ninja from escaping. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, dotted his forehead. The prolonged exertion of controlling the puppets leaving him utterly exhausted. Is the battle still ongoing? How dreadfully slow, Sasori muttered under his breath. His words tinged with dissatisfaction over the sluggish progress on Feng Tian's side. His cherished art of puppetry was being systematically dismantled, causing him both anguish and frustration. He understood all too well that if he were to act on his impulses and unleash toxic mist within the hidden cloud village, chaos and death would ensue, engulfing the entire village in turmoil. However, Feng Tian issued him a stringent command forbidding the slaying of any ninja, which left him perpetually on the defensive, unable to unleash his true potential. Quickly, the puppets in the east have been nearly destroyed. We must hasten to assist Lord Third Raikage. A flurry of urgent calls shattered Scorpion's reverie. He gazed up to see a throng of Cloud Village ninjas rushing towards the eastern front. Hurry! Half of you continue dismantling the puppets to protect the village, while the other half follows me to engage. A leader bellowed. Their voices reverberated across the battlefield, imbued with strength and valor. Charge! With the leader's command, the ninjas from Cloud Village surged like a tidal wave towards the gaping breach in the puppet formation. Scorpion's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting his stance in preparation for continued defense. Suddenly, he turned sharply, noticing a distortion in the space behind him. The next moment, Feng Tian's figure gradually emerged before him. You've worked hard, Scorpion. Humph. If you're this slow again, I might just abandon the mission and flee. Scorpion scoffed at Feng Tian's genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian did not display any resentment. Instead, he offered gentle words of comfort, tinged with a hint of regret. Feng Tian understood well that in each of the recent skirmishes, Scorpion had exerted himself to the utmost, refusing to relent until the last puppet was dismantled. Having successfully completed 2 consecutive missions, he remarked, but perhaps the workload has been a tad excessive. Have we captured the target? Scorpion inquired coldly, his tone slightly softened this time. Yes, we captured 2 this time. Now we can withdraw, Feng Tian affirmed with a nod, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's previously grave expression finally relaxed. He then turned to Feng Tian, nodding slightly, and Feng Tian instantly understood, extending his hand in invitation. Without hesitation, Scorpion stepped forward and grasped Feng Tian's hand. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tian activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking Scorpion away from Cloud Village. As for the remaining puppets, left unattended after Scorpion's departure, they fell to the ground, silent and motionless. It was not that Scorpion intended to squander these puppets. Rather, after witnessing Feng Tian's astonishing capabilities, he mused, repairing puppets? Apologies, but with a master who commands causality present, puppets can be restored in the blink of an eye. Repair them manually? Absolutely not. In the Cloud Village, Following the disappearance of Foam Tian and Scorpion, chaos erupted. What is happening? Why have all the puppets fallen? Has the mastermind departed? Putting aside these concerns, the leading Cloud Village Jonin quickly organized their subsequent actions upon witnessing the myriad of puppets cascading to the ground. They did not linger excessively, forming groups of 3 to begin their search for the whereabouts of the third Raikage and others. As time passed, a small team finally spotted the unconscious figures of the fourth Raikage and his companions on an open plain. We have found them. They are here. Chapter 41. The final plan. Beneath Konoha village, the aged Madara sat solemnly upon a wooden throne, with several additional chairs now positioned below him. Occupying these seats were Foam Tian, Shui, Sasori, and Obito, who had just completed his training. A month had elapsed since the battle at Kumogakure, during which time Foam Tian had instructed everyone to remain underground in Konoha, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Foam Tian, have you formulated the next course of action? Madara inquired from his lofty seat, casting a domineering gaze upon those gathered below. In response, Foam Tian remained seated, leaning back in his chair, gently tapping the armrest with his fingers as he replied, "The plan has been meticulously crafted in my mind, but we must continue to wait." Wait? Until when? I am eager to unleash chaos. Before Madara could interject, Obito, unable to contain himself, urged Foam Tian to commence their actions. Having remained underground for several months since his return, he was the most restless among them, yearning to breathe freely. "Che, you little brat," Sasori remarked, casting a sideways glance at Obito with evident discontent. "What did you say? Who are you calling a brat?" Obito exclaimed, anger instantly surging through him. He turned to Sasori, his eyes shifting to the Sharingan, and retorted, "Do you wish to fight?" Seeing Obito activate the Sharingan, Sasori internally acknowledged that he was prepared for battle. He quickly rose and unleashed a scroll. With a puff of smoke, the third wind shadow puppet was summoned. The two stood in a standoff, neither willing to yield. Enough. At that moment, Madara could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to overturn this place?" Upon hearing Madara's words, Obito reluctantly deactivated the Sharingan and slumped back into his chair, simmering in frustration. Sasori, witnessing this, refrained from saying more, retracting the third wind shadow puppet and returning to his seat with a displeased expression. Madara observed the scene silently, a satisfied nod indicating his approval, before directing his attention back to Foam Tian, continuing to inquire, "What are your thoughts?" The next step is quite straightforward. Foam Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued. "Ever since our tumultuous escapades in the Sand-Hidden Village and the Cloud-Hidden Village, the entire ninja world has become aware of our organization's Twilight true objective, to capture the tailed beasts. At present, we have successfully acquired 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails. Next, Lord Ban may ponder what the leaders of the entire ninja world, namely the shadows of each village, would undertake." Foam Tian, having uttered these words, gazed expectantly at the elderly man, awaiting his response. The elder remained silent for a brief moment before finally speaking slowly. "They will safeguard the tailed beasts, preventing us from acquiring the remaining ones." "Indeed, Lord Madara." At this moment, a triumphant smile graced the face of Foam Tian as he continued, "In other words, they shall gather all the tailed beasts and implement a unified protection for them. In other words, we need not undertake any further actions at present. Simply await their completion in gathering the tailed beasts, then launch a full-scale war to seize all the tailed beasts in one decisive strike." At this point, Shui, who had been standing nearby, inquired, "What shall we do if they conceal the tailed beasts so effectively that we are unable to locate them?" Upon hearing this, Foam Tian turned to Shui and continued, "This is where we must employ your Tian Shun. I have refrained from allowing you to utilize Tian Shun precisely for this moment, the culmination of our meticulously devised plan. We merely need to capture a high-ranking official during the battle and utilize Kotoame Tsukumi to uncover the hiding place of the tailed beasts." Upon hearing this, Shui nodded slightly in agreement with Foam Tian's plan. There is yet another crucial point. Previously, in the village of Yunin, the reason Foam Tian expended considerable effort to erase the memories of the 4th generation of AI and others, as well as to lure out the ninjas from Yunin through Scorpion, was to conceal a crucial piece of intelligence. That is, their trump card during its prime, Uchiha Madara. In the present shinobi world, even if all forces were to unite, they would still stand no chance against the formidable Uchiha Madara of his prime. It is precisely due to their ignorance of the trump card possessed by Foam Tian that they mistakenly believe they have the strength to engage in battle. which gives them the possibility of unifying and safeguarding the tailed beasts. However, should they become aware of the existence of such a trump card in Fontian, they would surely refrain from collecting all the tailed beasts. Instead, they would choose to completely seal the tailed beast away, concealing them amidst the vast sea of humanity, rendering their plans unfeasible. Concealing the existence of Uchiha Madara while ostentatiously capturing tailed beasts in succession, he compelled the shinobi world to gather and safeguard all tailed beasts. Ultimately, through the powers of Uchiha Madara and the Kodo Amatsukami of Shursui, he successfully captured all the tailed beasts in one fell swoop. This is the ultimate plan of Fontian. Upon hearing the entire plan from the Elder Spot, he nodded slightly and then gradually closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. In the land of fire, at this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in his office with his hands resting on his chin, lost in contemplation. Before him stood the leader of the Umbu of Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo. Monkey, what are you still hesitating for? They are waiting for us to deliver a verdict. Can you not make a decision at this moment? After a brief silence, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to respond, Danzo questioned him. However, Hiruzen merely cast a fleeting glance at Danzo, not holding his rudeness against him. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. This matter is of great significance. As Hokage, I must consider the village's well-being. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, and in anger, he turned away, leaving the Hokage's office with a look of resentment. Hiruzen sighed helplessly at this scene, recalling the discussions he had had with the other village leaders a few days prior, which left him feeling quite troubled. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through Hiruzen's office, interrupting his contemplation. He lifted his head, his eyes revealing a hint of focus and composure, and softly said, "Come in." As the words left his lips, the door to the office was gently pushed open, and a figure entered. It was Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. Third Hokage. The other village leaders have arrived at the conference room and are requesting your presence, he stated. Hiruzen nodded slightly, a serious expression crossing his face. He understood the importance of this meeting, which not only pertained to the future of Konoha but also to the peace and stability of the entire shinobi world. Very well. Minato, you may head to the conference room. I shall join you shortly. As he spoke, Hiruzen stood and adjusted his Hokage cloak, fully aware of the gravity of his responsibilities, leaving no room for negligence or complacency. Minato bowed slightly in acknowledgement before turning and exiting the Hokage's office. In the Konoha conference room, a brash voice echoed, "Humph. Those scoundrels from the Twilight Organization. If I catch them, I will ensure they are utterly obliterated." The newly appointed fourth Raikage, sat arrogantly in his chair, slamming his hand on the table as he spoke through gritted teeth. Beside him sat Waikimaru, who had lost the two tails. As for Killer Bee, since losing the 8 tails, his typically optimistic demeanor had rarely been seen, which is why I had not brought him along. Humph. Those ruffians first attacked our Sunagakure. If given the chance, I would not hesitate to annihilate them completely. Across from sat Raza, the new Kazekage, flanked by the calm and composed Maki. Gentlemen, I implore you to remain calm. The enemy's strength and numbers are currently unknown. Let us concentrate on solidifying the tailed beast project, spoke a small, elderly figure positioned at the side, Anoki, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Upon hearing these words, the fourth Raikage cast a glance at the seemingly benevolent old man and continued, "Humph, it is not your Awagakure that has been attacked, so naturally, you remain composed." However, before Noki could respond, the representative of Kirigakure, the recently appointed fourth Mizukage Shizun, interjected, "Please, everyone, let us remain calm. We should wait for Lord Hokage to arrive and discuss this together." Compared to Noki, the fourth Raikage held an even lower regard for the young fourth Mizukage Shizun. Just as he was about to speak again, the door to the conference room was slowly pushed open. Entering the room was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon his arrival, a rare silence enveloped the gathering. Even the previously agitated fourth Raikage merely scoffed, his displeasure evident, yet he refrained from uttering another word. As Hiruzen took his seat at the head of the conference table, the 5 Kage summit was officially underway. Lord Hokage, may I inquire if you have any objections to the preliminary discussions we had earlier? Began Raza, directly addressing Hiruzen. This matter is of great significance. We in Konoha cannot bear this burden alone. Hiruzen responded slowly, "Humph. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The Twilight Organization that launched this attack had your Konoha Shunshin no Jutsu as a key player. Are you suggesting there is more to this situation?" Raza retorted bluntly. narrowing his eyes and directing a hostile gaze at Hiruzen. From what I understand, the Sands of the Red Sand from Sunagakure seems to be a principal member of the Twilight Organization. Could it be that this is a play orchestrated by your village? Hiruzen replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Who does not know that Sasori is a rogue ninja from our village? Moreover, it was our Sunagakure that was first attacked and suffered the loss of a tailed beast. Raza continued, subtly attempting to exert pressure on Hiruzen. Just as Hiruzen was about to respond, the fourth Raikage slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Enough! Is there any meaning in your incessant bickering?" His voice resounded like thunder, shaking the very walls of the conference room. The priority now is to locate those scoundrels from the Twilight Organization and reclaim our tailed beasts, not to cast blame upon one another. Hiruzen sighed softly, understanding the fourth Raikage's anger and dissatisfaction, yet the matter at hand was far more intricate than it appeared. Lord Raikage, you are correct. However, we must remain composed and not act recklessly. As of now, we are still unaware of the true strength of the Twilight Organization. Their ability to attack a village and retreat unscathed indicates that their power should not be underestimated. What insights do you have, Lord Hokage? The voice of Yagura was calm and composed, his youthful face exuding an undeniable resolve. We cannot continue to debate endlessly. We must devise a strategy expeditiously. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his hand against his chin, contemplating in silence for a moment before slowly responding. I do not oppose your desire to gather the remaining tailed beasts and conceal them within Konohagakure. However, based on my current assessment, the strength of the Twilight Organization is exceedingly formidable. Given the current state of our village, we are ill-equipped to undertake this task. Moreover, if the tailed beasts are housed in Konoha, the next target of the Twilight Organization will undoubtedly be our village. As the Hokage, I must prioritize the safety of the village. With this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Hiruzen's words bore much wisdom. As leaders of the village, their foremost concern must be the security of their home. It was precisely for this reason that they sought to place the tailed beasts in the most powerful village, both to safeguard the beasts and to shield their own villages from the impending threat of the Twilight Organization. After a period of contemplation, Anoki spoke. I believe it is more appropriate to house the tailed beasts in Konohagakure. However, in return, our villages must dispatch formidable ninja as reinforcements to assist in safeguarding them. Furthermore, in the face of this unknown organization, it would be prudent for our villages to take a respite from the ongoing ninja world war. Reinforcements? The fourth Raikage furrowed his brow. That may not be realistic. Each village has its own defensive responsibilities and internal affairs, making it difficult to allocate personnel for support. But this is our best option, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted firmly. Only by uniting can we stand against the common adversary that is the Twilight Organization. Ultimately, under Hiruzen's insistence, the representatives of the 5 great nations reached a consensus on the proposal. They resolved to commence preparations for assistance immediately and to dispatch an elite task force to collect the tailed beasts while simultaneously reinforcing the defenses of their respective villages. After the meeting concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained alone in the conference room, gazing out at the vibrant Konohagakure, his heart heavy with worry and unease. Minato, do you believe my actions are justified? Chapter 43, Takigakure 3rd Hokage. I believe your sentiments hold merit. However, the risks remain excessively high. We must bolster the village's defensive measures. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. He then turned to Minato, continuing, How is Kushina faring? As the host of the Nine Tails, have there been any anomalies recently? The situation with Kushina remains stable, Hokage-sama, replied Minato Namikaze, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Since her pregnancy, I have intensified the protection around her and have also heightened the monitoring of the Nine-Tails seal. At present, the Nine-Tails has not exhibited any unusual signs. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slight sigh of relief. That is good. Both Kushina and the Nine-Tails are vital to the village. We must not allow ourselves the slightest lapse in vigilance. He paused momentarily before continuing, however, even though the Nine-Tails appears stable at the moment. We cannot afford to be complacent. After all, the Twilight Organization's intentions may very well revolve around the tailed beasts. We must be fully prepared. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. I will continue to bolster Kushina's protection while closely monitoring the situation with the Nine-Tails. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction before rising to leave the conference room. However, Minato remained in place, contemplating how to confront the impending events. The pace of actions among the five great nations was swift. Upon returning to their respective villages, the Kage immediately initiated personnel deployments. Aside from the ninjas who were meant to remain in the village for defense, each village dispatched its elite ninjas to Konoha for support. First, from Kumogakure. Under the persuasive efforts of the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee led a contingent of several elite jonin to Konoha. The 4th Raikage had his own motives for this arrangement, wishing to provide Killer Bee with an opportunity to breathe freely and alleviate the turmoil within his troubled heart. From Sunagakure, Chiyo was dispatched. Initially, he intended to send Maki, but considering Chiyo's advanced age and the toll of long journeys, he felt it might be too taxing for her. Nonetheless, the current situation in Sunagakure required Maki's calm intellect, leaving him with no choice but to send Chiyo along with several capable ninjas to Konoha. As for the other two villages, they had not been affected by the Twilight Organization's assault, so they did not send any renowned ninjas. Yet, they too dispatched several elite jonin to assist Konoha. In terms of Jinchuriki, the 4-tails Jinchuriki, or Sure, and the 5-tails Jinchuriki, Han, discreetly made their way to Konoha at the behest of Inoki. Additionally, the 6-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, had originally been branded as a rogue ninja for the murder of his master, becoming a target for pursuit by Kirigakure. After negotiations among the higher-ups, it was decided that his crimes would be temporarily overlooked, and he was instructed to proceed to Konoha for concealment. The most enigmatic of all, the 7-tails Jinchuriki, was merely an infant named Fu, newly born and hailing from Takigakure, a village not belonging to the 5 great nations. Although Takigakure was a small village on the periphery, it possessed considerable strength due to being the home of the 7-tails Jinchuriki. Currently, aside from the 7-tails, nearly all other Jinchuriki had already arrived in Konoha, leaving only the infant Fu, who had recently become the 7-tails Jinchuriki. In the dense forest not far from Takigakure, dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the winding path. Beside him, the illustrious Kakashi walked with a light yet vigilant stride, occasionally exchanging thoughts about their imminent journey to Takigakure. Kakashi, do you think they will easily part with the 7-tails? His tone bore a hint of playful curiosity, his rap-like cadence always capable of easing the tension in the air. Kakashi shook his head slightly, his gaze profound. I am uncertain, but since Lord Hokage has entrusted us with this mission, we must endeavor to try. However, I do harbor some concerns regarding the Akatsuki organization. Could they potentially reach Takigakure before us and make a move on the 7-tails? That seems unlikely, after all. They have been conspicuously dormant for a while, likely plotting some scheme, came the response from his companion. Yet, as he spoke, a frown began to form on his brow, signaling his own contemplation of the Akatsuki's next maneuvers. Behind them, dozens of elite ninjas maintained a tight formation. These shinobi were the finest of Konohagakure, having undergone rigorous selection and training for this mission. As the captain of this operation, Kakashi bore a significant responsibility. He was not only tasked with ensuring the success of their endeavor, but also with safeguarding each team member's safety. Even though his partner had lost the chakra of the 8 tails, his extraordinarily peculiar swordsmanship still surpassed that of many elite ninjas, providing an additional layer of assurance for their venture. As they drew closer to Takigakure, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The once dense forest gradually gave way to sparser trees, and in the distance, the outline of Takigakure became faintly discernible. It appears we are nearing our destination, Kakashi declared, pausing to survey the area for any irregularities before continuing to lead the group forward. His companion nodded, for his perceptive abilities were exceptionally acute, allowing him to detect even the slightest nuances in their environment. He held a firm belief that as long as they remained vigilant, they would successfully accomplish their mission. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance to Takigakure. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign village, both Kakashi and his partner were filled with a whirlwind of emotions. They were not here to play the role of benevolent visitors. They were on a mission to retrieve the 7-tails. Should they encounter any obstacles? According to the directives from higher-ups, they were authorized to forcibly extract the 7-tails if necessary. If the situation turned dire, Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique would ensure they could at least bring the 7-tails back, which was precisely why he had been chosen to lead the team. As for his partner, he mused, these smaller nations lacked the audacity to detain them. Such was the cost of weakness. Meanwhile, on another front, the formidable Obito and his companion were utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse swiftly toward the outskirts of Takigakure. Obito, where are you taking me? Haven't we already arrived at Takigakure? Oblivious to the situation, Obito inquired, his words laced with an air of confusion. The circumstances in the land of Waterfall are rather intricate. Even I hesitate to tread lightly there. Our journey entails not only the capture of the Seven Tails but also other objectives. Chapter 44, The Immortal Ninja Kakuzu. Objectives? What other objectives might there be? Obito's expression deepened with intrigue as he pressed for further clarification. However, Fontion merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. TCH, what a cryptic charade, Obito muttered. His disdain evident. Nevertheless, his arm remained firmly grasped by Fontion as they traversed the distance through the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon Fontion's words, their figures materialized beside a magnificent waterfall. The surroundings exuded tranquility and beauty. Lush trees and a plethora of flora vied for space, resembling a paradise meticulously crafted by nature itself. Standing still, Fontion's keen gaze swept the area, as though he sought something of great significance. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he fixated on a figure in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Fontion activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself and Obito before that figure. Finding you has required quite an effort, Fontion remarked coolly, a subtle weariness creeping into his tone. Wouldn't you agree, Kakuzu? Fontion's eyes swiftly transitioned to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, poised to respond to any unforeseen developments. Upon seeing the pair before him, Kakuzu retreated several steps, not out of fear, but due to the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Fontion, the very essence of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Kakuzu inquired, sensing no malice from Fontion and his companion. At this, a slight smirk graced Fontion's lips as he continued, Immortal Ninja Kakuzu, we have come to invite you to join the organization known as Twilight. Kakuzu paused momentarily, taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his voice tinged with skepticism. Twilight? You are the much-discussed organization that has stirred such commotion recently? I regret to inform you that I harbor no interest in such organizations. The only thing that captivates me is wealth. As his words lingered in the air, Fontion's gaze sharpened, and with a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a terrifying aura of pressure upon Kakuzu, amplified by the technique of inversion of cause and effect. Stepping forward, Fontion's expression hardened as he coldly declared, regardless of your interest, you must join the ranks of the Twilight Organization. Hearing these words, Jiaodu felt no trace of fear. Rather, he retorted bluntly, you certainly have a way with words. It seems you are yet another fool oblivious to the vast disparity in strength. Although the bounty on your Twilight Organization has yet to be announced, your boasts are rather excessive. Consequently, you are quite irksome. With that, Jiaodu assumed a combat stance, his arms suddenly splitting apart to reveal countless agile black threads. His body appeared to be a patchwork, each segment sewn together by these black threads, resembling a puppet. In that case, I shall force you to submit. Fontion's eyes narrowed as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan whirred into action. However, to Jiaodu's astonishment, Fontion, who was previously in a standoff, suddenly retracted his aura and pushed Obito forward. What is this? You throw out threats and then expect me to step in? Obito shouted angrily at Fontion, disdain evident in his voice. Yet, Fontion remained unfazed, brushing off Obito's words with indifference. He then smiled enigmatically at Obito before vanishing using the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this how we play now? As Obito stood in bewilderment, staring at the spot where Fontion had just been, Jiaodu swiftly closed the distance. Manipulating the black threads, he pierced through Obito's body in an instant. Under Jiaodu's scornful gaze, Obito's body collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of despair, as if he had truly lost the breath of life. Such an ignorant little brat, Jiaodu sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Obito, a smirk curling at his lips. He then shut his eyes, concentrating intently to sense the movements around him, seeking any trace of Fontion. However, just as Jiaodu was entirely focused, Obito suddenly sprang to life, rising with astonishing speed as if resurrected. Seizing the opportunity while Jiaodu was distracted, he swiftly lunged at him, attempting a surprise attack. What? Jiaodu's reaction was equally rapid. He almost instantaneously perceived Obito's assault, twisting his body at an improbable angle to deftly evade the critical strike. Yet, despite dodging the fatal blow, Obito's hand, empowered by Kamui, pierced through Jiaodu's thigh as well as his own. Obito grinned triumphantly at this turn of events. With a mere thought, countless sharp branches erupted from within Jiaodu's thigh, catching him entirely off guard. In pain, Jiaodu stumbled back several steps. Disbelief etched across his face. He could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary figure, Obito, harbored such an uncanny ability. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakuzu questioned through gritted teeth, his eyes glimmering with anger and caution. Obito chuckled softly, choosing not to respond directly. Instead, he activated Kamui once more, flickering between reality and an alternate dimension, eluding Kakuzu's attempts to track him. Mere parlor tricks. Kakuzu scoffed, though inwardly astonished. He refused to show any sign of weakness. He swiftly adjusted his stance, the dark lines within him surging like living entities, bracing for Obito's next assault. Just as Kakuzu anticipated another sneak attack via Kamui, Obito swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a colossal fireball. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball roared forth, radiating intense heat as it surged towards Kakuzu. However, faced with this sudden onslaught, Kakuzu remained unfazed. The ground beneath him fractured, and 5 black tendrils erupted, shattering the fireball effortlessly. I cannot underestimate you after all, Kakuzu remarked, his expression now tinged with seriousness. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the figure of Feng Tian appeared beside him like a wraith. Before Kakuzu could react, Feng Tian placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, whispering, "This is the end, Kakuzu." Chapter 45, The Grievance of the Earth. Do not grow overly complacent, Kakuzu roared, sweeping his hand with an irresistible force, violently casting aside Feng Tian's arm, which arced through the air, producing a faint sound of wind. Soon after, a peculiar noise emanated from Kakuzu, as if something within him stirred restlessly. The two focused intently, witnessing Kakuzu's garments beginning to tear apart, as if rent by an invisible power, revealing his back, which was stitched together with dark threads. Upon this back lay 4 extraordinarily eerie protruding masks. Lying silently as if fused with Kakuzu's very being, it exuding a disquieting aura. Then, an unfathomable scene unfolded. The 4 bizarre masks seemed to come to life, gradually writhing and bulging outward. Each pulsation resonated with a slight tremor through Kakuzu's body, as though something within him was gathering strength, poised to break free at any moment. Earth grievance, Kakuzu bellowed, his voice brimming with determination and madness. With that fierce cry, the 4 eerie masks appeared to be liberated, bursting forth from his back, transforming into 4 shadowy figures that swiftly took shape in the air, morphing into grotesque humanoid monsters. They varied in height and girth, each bearing a fearsome visage and emanating a distinct, colorful chakra aura. Some are as blazing hot as flames, while others are as piercing cold as ice. Some rage like a wild tempest, and others strike with the swiftness of lightning. What monstrous beings are these? How repugnant! Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Obito could not suppress a sound of disgust. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. To him, such occurrences transcended his wildest imagination, resembling demons that had crawled forth from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of dread. Who could fathom that these 4 grotesque creatures could erupt from a human body, each emanating distinct fluctuations of chakra, as if they were terrifying entities from another realm? The Earth Grudge fear? How intriguing! Feng Tian observed the 4 monsters before him with an impassive demeanor, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Together with Obito, armed with the power of Kamui, they could effortlessly retreat from any situation. However, just as Feng Tian prepared to activate Kamui to counter this unexpected turn of events, the creatures did not attack as he anticipated. Instead, they circled around Kakuzu, beginning to rotate in an unusual rhythm. With each revolution, the air seemed to grow heavier, and even the space around them shimmered with subtle ripples. A cold smile appeared on Kakuzu's face, one that radiated absolute confidence in his power. This is my Earth Grudge fear, the ultimate secret technique forged from the hearts of elite ninja of the 5 elements that I have hunted over the years. You little pests, go repent in hell. As Kakuzu's chilling words fell, the 4 monsters seemingly heeded their master's command, abruptly ceasing their frenzied rotation. Each opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, unleashing 4 beams of chakra in different hues. These beams intertwined and collided in midair, radiant like a rainbow yet laden with lethal peril, instantly weaving a complex and intricate net that ensnared Feng Tian and Obito. This was an assault from which evasion was utterly impossible. The chakra net seemed to possess a life of its own, wrapping tightly around the two, making escape an impossibility. Despite feeling the terrifying chakra aura, Feng Tian's expression remained as serene as still water, devoid of any turmoil. He merely turned his head slightly to glance at Obito, his eyes conveying a silent understanding and trust. With a subtle gesture, Feng Tian's figure vanished like a wraith, leaving only a faint afterimage and Obito, who stood resolutely in a defensive stance, alone confronting the menacing chakra net. Humph, did one escape? Kakuzu remarked, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, infused with disdain and mockery. He then intensified the flow of chakra, amplifying the ferocity of the Earth Grudge Fear's assault, as if seeking to wholly devour Obito. Bang! A multitude of beams, each possessing distinct chakra attributes, suddenly erupted towards Obito's direction. The deafening explosion reverberated, unleashing a torrent of smoke and flames, enveloping the entire space in a chaotic shroud. As the smoke billowed, obscuring the view, the situation remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the haze dissipated to reveal Obito, miraculously unscathed, standing firm at his original position. His eyes shimmered with a golden radiance, a clear indication that the unique phasing state of Kamui had just been lifted, as if he had traversed back from another realm. It was revealed that, at the instant of his disappearance, Obito had cleverly concealed himself within the enigmatic Kamui space, deftly evading the deadly strike and preserving his life. Humph, Kakuzu. Your Doton, Domu does not appear to be as invincible as you claim, Obito remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with provocation and disdain. He seemed to convey to Kakuzu that, regardless of the might of his attack, it would not leave a scratch on him. Kakuzu's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Obito could so effortlessly evade his assault. A flicker of astonishment crossed his murderous gaze. Yet it swiftly transformed into a cold and resolute glare, as if he intended to reduce all obstacles to ashes. Do not revel too much, brat. Kakuzu scoffed, his voice filled with authority and ire. He then commanded the four monstrous entities to spring into action once more. This time, they did not merely rotate or unleash chakra beams. Instead, they transformed into streaks of light, racing towards Obito with astonishing speed. Their velocity was akin to lightning cleaving through the sky, rendering their trajectory nearly impossible to track. Observing this, Obito tempered his earlier arrogance, retreating swiftly, taking refuge against the trees while nimbly dodging their onslaught. Humph, you think you can escape? Kakuzu sneered, disdain evident in his tone, as he continued to manipulate Doton, Domu, to pursue Obito relentlessly. Simultaneously, the dark threads within him surged, diverting a portion of his focus to sense the sudden disappearance of F10, preparing for an imminent strike. Just as the Doton, Domu, was about to close in on Obito, an overwhelming sense of pressure abruptly manifested behind Kakuzu. Humph, I was prepared for this, Kakuzu bellowed, swiftly pivoting to confront the threat, extending the dark threads within him towards F10 with ferocity. It is time to conclude this. Chapter 46. Annihilation. It is time to conclude this. F10's deep, oppressive voice echoed through the air, imbued with an irresistible force. As his words resonated, the countless dark threads that should have surged towards him eerily froze mid-air, as if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to advance even an inch. Kakuzu's expression turned to one of shock. He realized that his body was entirely beyond his control, as though bound by some arcane power. Even the distant, once ferocious, earth grievance seemed to have lost its life force, helplessly plummeting to the ground, unable to move any longer. What have you done to me? Kaidi exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic and confusion, fixated on the approaching Feng Tian, as if seeking answers from his expression. Yet, Feng Tian's face remained inscrutable, as he silently advanced step by step toward Kaidi. With each stride, the oppressive aura emanating from his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan intensified, enveloping Kaidi in an unprecedented sensation of suffocation, as if the very world had grown unbearably heavy in that moment. Do you yield? Feng Tian finally spoke, his voice cold and authoritative, reminiscent of a true deity interrogating a mere mortal. Kaidi opened his mouth to retort, but before he could fully articulate his thoughts, he found himself rendered speechless. Before him materialized a sight that left him utterly astonished. That towering figure loomed like a god emerging from ancient mythology. Casting a gaze upon him, this insignificant mortal, the figure radiated an extraordinarily pure essence of destruction, as if it could annihilate the entire world at any moment. In that instant, Kaidi experienced an unprecedented jolt of shock and fear. Just then, he suddenly realized that he had regained control of his body. Yet, at that moment, he felt no desire to fight. Upon witnessing that majestic silhouette, he had already collapsed helplessly to the ground, his heart filled with despair and impotence. He relinquished any struggle, merely staring vacantly at the godlike presence before him. Is this the power of God? Kaidi's voice was but a whisper, trembling in the biting wind, as though it might be consumed by the tremendous force of nature at any moment. His eyes widened in horror, not merely filled with awe and fear, but profoundly shaken by the realization of his own insignificance. In that moment, he felt as though he stood before an endless abyss, catching a glimpse of the ineffable terror of power, finally comprehending the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself and true strength. His past arrogance and hubris appeared absurd and laughable in the face of such power, provoking a bitter smile, his heart heavy with sorrow and resignation. Die quietly. Feng Tian's words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from him, akin to a volcanic eruption or the fall of stars, instantly engulfing everything around in an endless conflagration and storm. It was a devastating calamity. Within a radius of several miles, mountains, grass, and living beings were entirely obliterated in that fleeting moment, reduced to nothingness. The shockwave from the explosion roared like tumultuous waves, reaching dozens of miles away to the village of Takigakure, causing the entire settlement to tremble as if the apocalypse had descended, instilling a sense of dread among its inhabitants. Takigakure village killer bee, do you sense it? Minato's voice was low and urgent, his posture upright, his gaze sharp as a blade. Having detected the powerful energy ripple in the distance, he immediately turned to his companion, eyes alight with inquiry. Killer bee gave a slight nod, his brow furrowed, his expression heavy with unspoken gravity. Yes, it seems an unusual force stirs in the distance. That power. It's far too immense to belong to any ordinary being. Their eyes met, and without another word, an understanding passed between them. Both knew this mission was no trivial matter. Caution was paramount. Should we send a few men to investigate? Killer bee proposed, his voice firm and resolute, brooking no argument. Yet Minato shook his head, his face etched with concern. No. Our priority is retrieving the Seven Tails. As for that disturbance, unless it directly interferes with our objective, we should leave it be for now. Killer bee inclined his head slightly in agreement. With that, the two stepped through the gates of Takigakure village. The moment they entered, the tense and solemn atmosphere of the village enveloped them. Villagers hurried through the streets or gathered in hushed conversations, their faces shadowed with unease. Welcome to Takigakure. Friends from afar greeted a guard at the entrance, bowing respectfully, his eyes a mix of curiosity and wariness. Minato returned the greeting with a polite smile before he and Killer bee proceeded deeper into the village. However, halfway through, an elderly man suddenly blocked their path. Behind him stood several masked shinobi, their vigilant gazes locked onto the newcomers, poised for any sudden threat. The old man cleared his throat softly before speaking. Might I ask, are you here for the Seven Tails? Minato nodded courteously. Indeed. We have been dispatched by Konohagakure to retrieve and safeguard the Seven Tails. Might you know of its whereabouts? The old man's response sent a chill through them. You are too late. The Seven Tails is no longer within our village. At those words, Minato and Killer bee stiffened, exchanging a glance that mirrored shock and unease. Gone. What happened? Minato pressed, urgency threading his voice. The elder sighed, weariness lining his features. Not long ago, intruders breached our defenses. Their strength was overwhelming. We stood no chance. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki was taken into chaos. What? Killer bee exclaimed, disbelief sharp in his voice. He had not anticipated that such audacious forces would dare to seize the tailed beasts. Minato, however, quickly regained his composure. Beginning to analyze the situation, was the individual invading the Takigakure village perhaps claiming to be from the Twilight Organization? The elder, upon hearing this, shook his head slowly and began to speak. It is not so. The one who attacked our Takigakure village and stole the Seven Tails is none other than our village's traitor. Kakuzu. Chapter 47. Minato's plan. Upon hearing the name Kakuzu, both Minato and Killer bee's expressions shifted noticeably. Kakuzu, a notorious rogue ninja within the shinobi world, was infamous for his immense strength and immortality, having posed significant threats to various ninja villages on numerous occasions. Kakuzu has stolen the Seven Tails? A hint of disbelief tinged Minato's voice. The elder nodded heavily, his eyes filled with sorrow. Indeed, it is he. Ever since he obtained the village's secret technique, Dunu, he has harbored a covetous desire for the power of the tailed beasts, and it is unimaginable that he would resort to such actions. Killer bee clenched his fists, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. Humph, this Kakuzu is becoming increasingly arrogant. We must not allow him to succeed. Minato took a deep breath. Striving to maintain his calm, The most crucial matter now is to locate Kakuzu and the Seven Tails. We must act swiftly, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. If you can assist us in retrieving the Seven Tails, Takigakure will be eternally grateful. I will do everything in my power to provide you with clues regarding Kakuzu's whereabouts. Minato nodded in appreciation. Then we shall entrust this matter to you. We will do our utmost to reclaim the Seven Tails and ensure it does not fall into the hands of evil. Subsequently, Minato and Killer Bee bid farewell to the elder and led their companions outside Takigakure. Killer Bee, what are your thoughts on this matter? Minato asked gravely, ensuring that no one was around before he spoke. Something feels amiss, very amiss. The entire Takigakure village, including that elder, gives me a profound sense of unease. It seems they are concealing something from us. Minato nodded gently, a trace of seriousness crossing his brow. What you say resonates with me. I too harbor such doubts, sensing that there is more to this than meets the eye. By my estimation, the Seven Tails may not have genuinely fallen into Kakuzu's grasp. Are you suggesting? Killer Bee's gaze sharpened, as if he had caught a crucial piece of information. Precisely, it is quite possible that she remains within Takigakure, hidden in a corner we have overlooked. Minato's tone was resolute, unwavering. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by this unexpected turn. If that is the case, should we attempt to forcibly retrieve her, we may inadvertently disturb the entire village, inviting unnecessary trouble. The Watergate smiled faintly, a smile that radiated both confidence and cunning. His gaze pierced through layers of buildings, as if he had already glimpsed the secrets concealed within the village of Takigakure. It is precisely for this reason that we must tread cautiously, first discerning the true nature of our adversary. Once we ascertain the precise location of the Seven Tails' hiding place, we shall make our decision. What, then, is your plan? Kurabi inquired eagerly. You will disperse in small teams, ostensibly searching for the traces of Kakuzu, while in reality, you will be clandestinely gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, I must caution you that numerous eyes may already be watching us from the shadows. Thus, every step must be taken with utmost care. With that, Watergate produced a specially crafted kunai from within his robe, intricately engraved with the symbol of the Flying Thunder God. He gently handed it to Kurabi, saying, "This kunai is my meticulous preparation. At a crucial moment, it will serve as our link." He then turned, signaling to a nearby elite ninja, who instantly understood, swiftly employing the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. In an instant, a duplicate of Watergate appeared, identical in every aspect. With all preparations complete, Watergate concentrated his mind, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure left behind a faint afterimage before vanishing without a trace, leaving only a gentle breeze that whisked away a bit of dust. Observing this, Kurabi turned to the transformed Watergate, momentarily lost in thought. Ultimately, adhering to Watergate's strategy, they formed groups of 3 and set forth on the path to locate Kakuzu, deep within the village of Takigakure. The elder who had just conversed with Watergate now stood solemnly with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him stood several shadowy figures of masked ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of swift movements, more masked ninjas emerged behind him. What is the situation? The elder spoke calmly, his words laden with the weight of authority. Had Watergate witnessed this scene, he would have been taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the previously benevolent elder could possess such an imposing demeanor. Returning, Lord Takage, those ninjas dispersed after a brief stay in the village, seemingly on a genuine quest to uncover the whereabouts of the rogue ninja Kakuzu. A masked ninja stepped forward swiftly to report to the elder. Yet, this did not quell the elder's suspicions. He slowly turned, his gaze fixed on the half-kneeling masked ninjas before him, and continued, "Is the situation as you claim?" "Indeed, Lord Takage, this matter is unequivocally true. We, a few brothers, have discreetly followed them for quite some time, only abandoning our pursuit when they ventured dozens of miles away from Takigakure." Upon hearing this, the elder contemplated for a moment, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. "Continue to monitor them, but maintain your distance. I wish to know their every move, especially whether they have uncovered anything." "Yes, Lord Takage." The ghostly-faced ninjas responded in unison and swiftly vanished from sight once more. The elder gazed at the direction of their departure, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In his heart, he had already devised a scheme. The arrival of Minato and Killer Bee was both surprising and presented an extraordinary opportunity. "Kakuzu, oh Kakuzu, this time I shall seize this chance to utterly eradicate you." The elder muttered to himself, turning to step into the inner chamber, where he began to orchestrate his next plan. Within the dimly lit inner sanctum, flickering candlelight illuminated the elder's face, revealing a countenance marked by shifting shadows. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, each strike resonating like the beats of fate's drum, while the contours of his plan gradually crystallized in his mind. However, in that pivotal moment, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped him, akin to a biting winter wind, causing Takian to involuntarily shudder. A foreboding sense surged within him, as if an unknown presence stealthily approached, its gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly penetrating his very essence. Takian abruptly turned, attempting to discern the source of that mysterious force. Yet, in that fleeting instant of his turn, an invisible power erupted unexpectedly, manifesting as countless black chains that ensnared him, pinning him firmly against the wall, leaving him utterly immobilized. It was a suffocating sensation of oppression, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. When Takian finally managed to turn his head, his eyes widened in disbelief and terror as he recognized the visage of his visitor. It's you. Chapter 48. The Truth of the Betrayer. Is it truly you? Takian's voice trembled with shock, his gaze fixated on Kakuzu, whose cold and merciless face appeared even more sinister under the flickering candlelight. How is this possible? How did you bypass my meticulously arranged defenses and arrive here undetected? Takian's words were laced with incredulity, struggling to comprehend how Kakuzu had so effortlessly breached his defenses. However, Kakuzu offered no answer to his inquiries, merely regarding Takian with a chilling stare, his eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all truths. He then moved swiftly, using dark threads to seal all of Takian's joints, rendering him completely immobile. The black threads coiled around Takian like living entities, instilling an unprecedented sense of confinement within him. Utterly foolish old man. Kakuzu's tone dripped with fury and disdain. Is it merely a single failed mission? You would seek to condemn me to death? Do you have any notion of the sacrifices I have made for this endeavor? Kakuzu, for once, lost his emotional restraint, his words brimming with rage and resentment. He unleashed his frustrations, as though needing to expunge all dissatisfaction and anguish. Takian observed this once loyal subordinate, now transformed into a figure of madness and irrationality. His heart entangled with a tumult of complex emotions. He understood that the recent incident had utterly enraged Kakuzu, pushing their relationship to an irreparable brink. Once a distinguished ninja of the Takigakure village, Kakuzu harbored an unwavering loyalty to his homeland. However, one fateful day, he received a mission that commanded him to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju of Konohagakure. Reluctantly, he set forth to fulfill the task, yet Hashirama was no ordinary ninja. Had it not been for his compassionate heart, Kakuzu would have never returned alive to Takigakure. Thus, the current Takikage seized upon this as a pretext to impose severe punishment upon Kakuzu. Yet, Kakuzu could not acquiesce. In a bold act of defiance, he pilfered the forbidden technique, demonic illusion, Hell's Grudge, gaining formidable power and subsequently defecting from Takigakure. The elder before him was, in fact, the true architect of Kakuzu's betrayal. Kakuzu, how dare you betray the village and infiltrate here? The Takikage spat through gritted teeth, his eyes aflame with rage and resentment. Kakuzu cast a cold glance in his direction, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. Betrayal? It is you who have wronged me first. I am merely seeking my own path to survival. As he spoke, he intensified the black threads binding the Takikage, eliciting greater agony from him. The Takikage struggled to break free, yet Kakuzu's overwhelming strength rendered him powerless to resist. Kakuzu, your actions will lead to dire consequences, he exclaimed, desperation lacing his voice. Kakuzu, however, remained unfazed, replying indifferently, the outcome is of no concern to me. I am fully aware that I now possess sufficient power to pursue my desires. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, to end this futile struggle, the space around them rippled subtly, as if disturbed by a gentle breeze across water's surface. Suddenly, the figures of Obito and F10 materialized before them. The appearance of F10 caused a fleeting change in Kakuzu's expression, a hint of reluctance swiftly concealed. He quickly regained his composure, retracting the black threads into his body like a serpent, burying his fury and frustration deep within as he stepped aside to observe the unfolding events. At that moment, the Takikage erupted into a fit of violent coughing, each spasm threatening to expel his very insides. He laboriously lifted his gaze, filled with wariness and confusion. Who are you? He inquired. F10, calm as still waters, tilted his head slightly. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of existence, regarding the Takikage with an almost divine demeanor. His voice resonated with a deep authority. "We are Twilight, here to salvage this wretched world. For the peace of the entire ninja realm, Takakage, surrender the Seven Tails." As F-10's words echoed, his eyes suddenly ignited with a dazzling brilliance. That was the unique radiance of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, exuding an overwhelming pressure that descended upon Takayuki like a towering mountain. Beneath the weight of this nearly soul-crushing force, Takayuki trembled like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, akin to a stubborn rock amidst raging flames, filled with indomitable spirit. "Ah, so you are the notorious Twilight that has stirred the ninja world." Although his voice was hoarse from agony, the mockery and defiance within it were unmistakably clear. "Alas, you shall not extract a single drop of information regarding the Seven Tails from this old man's weary bones." Takayuki's words were laced with determination, a glimmer of madness flashing across his face, a madness that clung to unwavering faith even in the face of despair. In an instant, his right hand shot forth like lightning, a sphere of chakra, condensed to its utmost brilliance, radiating like a miniature sun in his palm. This was his final trump card, the secret he was prepared to defend with his very life. Without a moment's hesitation, Takayuki clenched his teeth and brought the world-ending chakra sphere crashing towards his forehead. He sought to bury this power, this secret, eternally in darkness at the cost of his own life. However, in that critical moment, a smirk that intertwined amusement and disdain crept across Feng Tian's lips. His eyes suddenly blazed with a dazzling light. The unique mystical power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan reaching its zenith. With a flick of his command, the forbidden technique known as turning cause into effect erupted forth like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, the cataclysmic chakra sphere in Takayuki's grasp vanished, as if erased by an unseen hand, as though it had never existed. "What manner of power is this?" Takayuki, taken aback, could not help but inquire, yet before he could receive an answer, Feng Tian had materialized before him like a specter. With one hand, he delicately grasped Takayuki's throat, lifting him high into the air. As the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan whirled, the light in Takayuki's eyes gradually dimmed, ultimately replaced by a shroud of chaos. This was the illusion Feng Tian had cast upon him, an inescapable fate he could not resist. Just as it seemed all was settled, Feng Tian suddenly turned his gaze towards the window, where a figure lurked in the shadows, quietly observing the scene. A playful smile graced Feng Tian's face as his voice echoed through the spacious room. "How much longer do you intend to watch?" Chapter 49. Feng Tian and the Fourth Hokage. How much longer do you intend to watch? The moment Feng Tian's words fell, the figure of the Fourth Hokage, Minato, instantaneously appeared before the gathered crowd. "Apologies, friends of Konoha." Takayuki's face flickered with a hint of regret upon witnessing Minato's arrival, as he now comprehended the entirety of the situation. "It turns out that I had not deceived Minato and the others at all. In fact, Kira and the others were searching for Kakazu merely to stage a performance for themselves. Their true aim was to avert conflict and discord. Should Minato and his comrades have approached aggressively, the hidden waterfall village would undoubtedly have been engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, something he, as the water shadow, wished to avoid. At the moment when Obito encountered Minato, he instinctively felt compelled to speak, but swiftly reconsidered his position and suppressed his words. Minato cast a wary glance at Obito, who had just made a sound, feeling a flicker of curiosity. From Obito, he sensed an oddly familiar aura. Yet, recalling the source of this familiarity proved to be a challenge. After a brief moment of contemplation, he redirected his gaze towards the heavens. Obito, cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a tiger-striped mask, concealed his presence so effectively that Minato could not recognize him at first. Upon noticing Minato divert his attention, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of Obito's sorrowful gaze beneath the mask. "Indeed, as my former mentor, you still cannot identify me?" Obito mused internally, before pulling his thoughts back to the present, standing alongside Feng Tian to face Minato. "You must be the infamous Twilight. I never anticipated that Kakuzu would join your ranks," Minato stated, wielding a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, assuming a defensive posture while maintaining a serious demeanor. "Regardless of the cost, even if it means risking my life, I shall dismantle your conspiracy here and now." With that declaration, he moved with an ethereal grace, fingers flicking, sending several kunai soaring like shooting stars, embedding themselves with precision into the surrounding walls. Each placement was meticulously calculated, weaving an invisible net that ensnared Feng Tian and his companions within a carefully orchestrated encirclement. Feng Tian, witnessing this, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. a blend of acknowledgement for Minato's strategic prowess and unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. He did not exhibit the slightest hint of fear in response to Minato's flying thunder god technique. Rather, he advanced step by step, each footfall radiating an undeniable pressure. His eyes subtly transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the light within them seeming to perceive the very essence of the world. Delving into the deepest secrets of the human heart, Minato Namikaze, Feng Tian's voice resonated deep and magnetic, each word echoing as if emerging from the abyss. Infused with an undeniable force, the yellow flash of Konoha, your reputation has long echoed throughout the ninja realm. As the hope of Konoha and a candidate for the next Hokage, it is indeed a pity to extinguish your flame here. As he spoke, Feng Tian's eternal Mangeki Sharingan began to whirl into motion, activating the technique reversal of cause and effect. This power erupted instantaneously, and even Minato, with his lightning-fast reflexes, could not evade the alteration of causality that ensued. One could only watch in helpless astonishment as his own reflection distorted alongside the surrounding scenery, as if ensnared in a vortex of time and space. The environment appeared otherworldly, and in the blink of an eye, the two found themselves amidst a dense forest on the outskirts of Takigakure. Watergate's gaze was piercing, his brow furrowed, and his face etched with suspicion. What manner of ability is this? To be transported here in the blink of an eye? He pondered quietly, various possibilities flashing through his mind. Could it be the long-lost space-time ninjutsu? No, I clearly sensed no fluctuations of spatial transfer. His expression grew increasingly grave, evidently. The adversary before him possessed powers beyond imagination, akin to what Karabi had previously analyzed, seemingly capable of touching and altering the very essence of reality. Feng Tian stood tall, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, brimming with disdain for his opponent and confidence in his own prowess. He slowly extended a finger, beckoning Watergate with a subtle yet provocative motion, as if to say, "Come forth, let me witness your capabilities." Watergate, undeterred, flicked his wrist, sending a flying thunder god kunai slicing through the air like a shooting star, aimed directly at Feng Tian. Simultaneously, he began to gather chakra in his palm, forming a spiraling Rasengan, imbued with a tempestuous force, advancing towards Feng Tian in swift pursuit. Yet, under the scrutiny of Feng Tian's keen eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the kunai's speed seemed to decelerate 100-fold, each minuscule movement laid bare. He merely tilted his head, allowing the sharp kunai to graze past his hair, narrowly evading the attack. Watergate's figure shadowed closely, almost simultaneously closing in on Feng Tian, the Rasengan in his hand resembling a sphere of contained storms, crashing towards his foe. At that critical moment, Feng Tian's form abruptly blurred, as if melding into the void. This was the technique of Kamui, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. However, Feng Tian's counterattack did not cease. His outstretched palm grasped at the air, seemingly attempting to seize something. Just as he was about to make contact with Watergate, the latter's form vanished like a specter, reappearing atop the previously launched kunai, exclaiming, "Second stage of Flying Thunder God." With those words uttered, the Rasengan, already primed and ready, plummeted like a meteor to the ground, striking the location where Feng Tian had once stood, sending dust swirling and creating a deep crater in the earth. Watergate did not pursue his advantage, but rather retreated swiftly, his eyes devoid of any victor's elation, instead filled with a profound solemnity. He had subtly marked Feng Tian with a Flying Thunder God seal for future contingencies. Yet, this caution did not allow him to lower his guard. For he understood all too well that as a core member of the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian could not be so easily vanquished. As time flowed like sand through an hourglass, the dust gradually settled. Feng Tian's silhouette emerged slowly from the crater, his robes tattered, revealing the scars left by the spiral sphere. Yet his eyes betrayed no pain, instead shimmering with an inexplicable excitement and triumph. Once more, he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the power of reversed causality surged forth again. In an instant, something inconceivable occurred upon Minato's body, so shocking that even the famously composed man couldn't suppress his disbelief, his voice breaking in astonishment. How is this possible? Chapter 50, The Only Chance. How is this possible? Under Minato's stunned gaze, as Feng Tian's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whirled slowly, his wounds began healing at an unfathomable speed, even his tattered robes restored to perfection in the blink of an eye. Reversed causality, altering the threads of fate. Minato, you should savor the taste of your own spiral sphere. With a smirk, Feng Tian raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! The moment the snap echoed, An overwhelming force, identical to the spiral sphere, struck Minato from behind. The impact sent him hurtling uncontrollably, like a kite severed from its string, until he crashed violently against a distant tree. Dust billowed, debris scattered. Minato's face was etched with disbelief, his chest heaving from the tremendous shock. What just happened? Struggling to rise, his eyes burned with confusion and awe. He remembered clearly his spiral sphere had struck Photion moments ago. Yet now, not only was his opponent unscathed, but the attack had somehow rebounded onto him. Photion's playful expression faded, replaced by a chilling depth in his gaze. This is but one of the abilities granted by my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, to perceive the essence of all things, to manipulate causality, to reverse the flow of time itself. Every attack you unleash is merely a link in the chain of fate, one I can twist effortlessly, turning the consequences back upon the caster. Minato's pupils constricted. Never had he encountered such a godlike power. A sense of unprecedented danger coiled in his chest. He knew conventional tactics were meaningless against such an opponent. Trembling, Minato pushed himself upright, the earlier strike having taken its toll. His mind raced, strategizing his next move. The power to control causality, unheard of. But an ability this overwhelming must have its limits, perhaps a cooldown, or a condition for activation. Within seconds, his plan crystallized. He endured the searing pain emanating from his back, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Photion in the distance. If only he could transfer the burden of his injuries onto me. Perhaps a single fatal blow would render him incapable of wielding that enigmatic ability. Thus, the crux of this battle lies in the swiftness of our assaults. Minato once again grasped the kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, adjusting his breath with simplicity before launching an assault on Photion anew. Seeing Minato charge straight towards him, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Photion's lips. It seems you remain undeterred, Minato. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated once more, intricate patterns swirling in his eyes, as if capable of unraveling all the world's secrets. However, this time he chose not to retaliate directly, but stood still, seemingly awaiting something. Minato's speed reached its zenith, nearly transforming him into a fleeting shadow. The kunai glinting ominously as it aimed for Photion's vital points. He understood that this was his solitary chance, and he must exert every ounce of strength. Just as the kunai was about to make contact with Photion's body, the latter's figure abruptly blurred, as though melding into the fabric of space itself. Deftly evading the strike. Space-time ninjutsu. A jolt of surprise coursed through Minato, but he quickly steadied his mind. He was not surprised by Photion's evasion. After all, he had anticipated the use of such techniques. To successfully strike Photion, he needed to land a hit the moment he transitioned to a corporeal form to attack. However, do you believe that this alone can secure your victory? Minato scoffed, accelerating once more, his form fragmenting into countless afterimages, launching simultaneous assaults from all directions against Photion. Photion retained his composure, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan continuously tracking Minato's movements, each attack deftly countered. It was as if he relished the game of cat and mouse, toying with Minato at his leisure. Yet, Minato did not relent. He persistently adjusted his rhythm and angles of attack, seeking to uncover a chink in Photion's armor. He knew that a single successful strike could shatter this stalemate. It appears you still do not comprehend, Minato. Photion suddenly spoke, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. In the face of absolute power, all technique is futile. Observing Minato's unwavering resolve, Photion could no longer contain himself. As the spatial fluctuations enveloped him, a long sword materialized in his grasp. With the insight granted by his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Photion acutely sensed a significant opening in Minato's defense. A subtle smile graced his lips as an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped the longsword. In the next instant, he lunged fiercely towards Minato's vital points. At last, I have awaited you. This is the singular opportunity. However, the reaction of Minato was beyond Photion's expectations. Faced with this lethal blow, Minato furrowed his brow, only to soon relax, his eyes shimmering with a spark of wisdom. It was as if he had anticipated Photion's actions, directing his full attention to the long sword wielded by him. In an instant, Minato's figure abruptly vanished, like a leaf whisked away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's voice echoed in the air, imbued with an undeniable resolve. When Photion turned in astonishment, he discovered Minato's figure standing behind him, the familiar kunai glinting ominously, poised at his throat. Damn, could it be at that moment? Photion suddenly realized, recalling their previous encounter. when Minato had silently inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on his back after a Rasengan attack. This subtle action had become the pivotal key for Minato to reverse the tide of battle. It was this singular opportunity that Minato had seized with unwavering determination. "It is time to end this." Minato's voice resonated calmly and resolutely as the kunai edged closer. "Though you are my adversary, you remain a worthy opponent." As Minato's words fell, the kunai swiftly sliced through Feng Tian's neck, marking the conclusion of all disputes and grievances in that singular moment. Chapter 51. The fury of Kakuzu. The kunai of the Flying Thunder God, gleaming with a brilliant cold light, was directed towards Feng Tian's neck. And everything seemed to settle into silence. Yet, at this critical juncture, the corner of Feng Tian's mouth curled into a most playful smile. An enigmatic glimmer sparkled in his eyes, as if he held everything within his grasp. He spoke slowly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. As though reminiscing with an old friend, "Do you truly believe that this is the end?" Flying Thunder God, Minato's voice was deep and solemn. As he gazed incredulously at the scene before him, an ominous premonition swelling within his heart. "You are correct. The Flying Thunder God is not a technique solely for your use." Before Feng Tian's words could fully escape his lips, his figure vanished like a specter, reappearing several paces away, flawlessly evading Minato's deadly strike. His silhouette traced a graceful arc through the air, elegant and composed like a dance. Minato was taken aback. He had never anticipated that, at such a critical moment, Feng Tian could so effortlessly unravel his lethal maneuver. Just as he stood in stunned disbelief, a subtle yet lethal change occurred behind him. A Flying Thunder God seal silently emerged. Simultaneously, the mark on Feng Tian's back had vanished without a trace. This was the reverse cause and effect technique, a forbidden power capable of distorting causality and rewriting fate. A cold, detached smile graced Feng Tian's face, his voice cutting through the air like an icy blade, piercing Minato's eardrums and striking at his very soul. "It is time to end this." Minato quickly turned around. Yet he could no longer see Feng Tian's figure. Suddenly, Minato felt a heavy sensation in his mind as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness surged over him. Despite his desperate attempts to maintain a modicum of rationality, he gradually succumbed to slumber. In that instant, Feng Tian, witnessing Minato plummeting from the sky, promptly utilized his Shinra technique to draw him into his Shinra space. Once the commotion subsided, he glanced at the Flying Thunder God kunai that had fallen nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and also secured it within the Shinra space. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the office of the Water Shadow was fraught with tension. The Water Shadow's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Kakuzu and Obito, his voice trembling with rage. "Kakuzu, do you truly intend to annihilate the Hidden Water Village?" In response, Kakuzu merely scoffed coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. "At this point, does it even matter what you say? You have destroyed me, cast me out from the Hidden Water Village, and pursued me relentlessly. And now, you ask me to consider the village? How utterly absurd." As he spoke, a rare, frenzied madness flickered across Kakuzu's face. With a swift motion, he brandished his hand, the black threads writhing as if they possessed life, firmly binding the Water Shadow to the wall. Simultaneously, his back writhed, and four grotesque, terrifying forms of Doton, Yomi, emerged before the onlookers. "Behold, foolish old man." Kakuzu's voice brimmed with triumph and madness. "This is what you have always regarded as a forbidden technique, Doton, Yomi. Observe their vibrant, life-filled forms, the enigma of immortality. All of this has forged me into an immensely powerful entity." As he reached this crescendo, Kakuzu was wholly consumed by madness. Ignoring Feng Tian's orders, he signaled for the Doton, Yomi, to unleash its assault, intent on eradicating the Water Shadow within the confines of the office. "Have you lost your mind?" Obito exclaimed, unable to restrain his voice. In a flash, he appeared beside the Water Shadow, gently placing his right hand on the Water Shadow's shoulder, his right eye glistening with a faint Shinra light, ready to transport the Water Shadow to the Shinra space at a moment's notice. "Step aside, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Kakuzu bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the office, filled with fury and resentment. Under the weight of such intense anger, he struggled to retain a shred of clarity, attempting to dissuade Obito from the Water Shadow. However, Obito remained undeterred, his gaze resolute, his voice calm yet firm. "Kaku, do not forget our purpose. We are here to capture the Seven Tails, not to obliterate this village. If you kill the Water Shadow now, we will have no means to locate the whereabouts of the Seven Tails." What awaits us then will be the shadow of mission failure. Kakuzu's movements faltered slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his frenzied eyes. Obito's mention of mission failure acted as a cold splash of water, extinguishing the flames of his anger and temporarily pulling him back from the throes of vengeance. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. As the four grievous spirits gradually withdrew from his body, Takiing was liberated, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing violently. Humph, this is the last time. Kaku uttered a cold snort. Though resentment lingered in his heart, he understood that Obito spoke the truth. As members of the Twilight organization, their mission was of paramount importance, and personal grievances must not jeopardize the greater objective. Noticing the situation, Obito retracted his Kamui power and turned his gaze towards Takiing. His tone tinged with a subtle trace of sympathy. Old man, we have no intention of becoming adversaries with Takigakure. We merely hope you will cooperate with us and peacefully surrender the Seven Tails. This will not only protect your village from the ravages of war, but also allow us to fulfill our mission seamlessly. Upon hearing these words, Takiing's expression betrayed no hint of relief from his near demise. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the two before him, clinging to his last vestige of defiance, and declared, You shall never uncover the whereabouts of the Seven Tails. Even in death, I shall not grant you your wish. At this declaration, Obito's countenance darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that the person he had worked so hard to preserve would show such blatant disregard. In that case, do not blame us. Obito's right eye radiated a faint aura of Kamui, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Clearly, he intended to draw Takiing into the Kamui dimension and subject him to severe interrogation. However, just as Obito was about to act, the space around them distorted, and the figure of Photion materialized before them. Obito, cease your actions. Allow me to handle this. Photion spoke calmly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Upon witnessing Fengtian's arrival, Obito fell silent for a moment, then resolutely asked, Where is Minato Namikaze? Photion was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Obito to still be concerned about Minato. Yet, it was not entirely surprising, for the bond between teacher and student remained. Photion turned slightly, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he replied, Minato is no longer in this world. Chapter 52, The Death of Takiing. Minato is no longer in this world. Fengtian's voice was calm and detached, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, those few simple words struck like a heavy hammer against Obito's heart. Beneath his tiger-striped mask, his pupils dilated in disbelief, and his face was etched with shock and anguish. Obito's body trembled slightly, as though he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. In his eyes, his mentor, Minato Namikaze, was a legend within the ninja world. Even in defeat against Fengtian, he should not have met such a premature end. At the very least, he could have retreated using Flying Thunder God. Obito stared intently at Fengtian, attempting to discern the truth of his words. However, the outcome left him profoundly disheartened. He discerned no emotional fluctuation upon Fengtian's visage, as if the events were destined to unfold thus. What do you intend to do? Long Ying crumpled to the ground, dust staining his garments. His gaze fixated on the steadily approaching Fengtian. Fear gripped him like a chilling frost, encroaching inch by inch upon his heart. The air around them seemed to stagnate. Even the wind ceased to blow, leaving only the taut tension between the two. Fengtian's strides were steady and powerful, each step resonating upon Long Ying's heartstrings, inducing tremors of anxiety. Within those profound eyes lay an indescribable pressure that made Long Ying's very soul quiver. Long Ying's fear did not stem from a dread of death itself, but rather from the apprehension that Fengtian might employ some arcane means to extract the information regarding the Seven Tails from him. You inquire what I desire? Naturally, it is to fulfill that which was left unfinished. At this, a cruel and merciless smile crept across Fengtian's face as he advanced toward Long Ying, each step sounding like the tolling of a hellish bell. You, old man, are not a good man. As Long Ying, you indeed are a capable leader. Yet, as a human being, you exhibit a lack of integrity. Your loyal ninja, Jiao, has been coerced into betrayal by your actions. Hence, I shall eliminate you without a shred of remorse. Upon uttering these words, Fengtian's hand shot forth like lightning, grasping Long Ying's throat with a vice-like grip, lifting him high into the air. Long Ying's hands fell limply, his eyes bulging from asphyxiation, his face flushed a deep crimson. He struggled with all his might, yet it was akin to an ant shaking a tree, ineffectual against Fengtian's iron-like fingers. In that moment, Long Ying resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly devoid of the power to resist. Feng Tian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light, transforming into the fearsome eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. A powerful illusionary force surged toward Long Ying like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him. "Tell me, where is the Seven Tails?" Feng Tian's voice echoed in Long Ying's ears, exuding an undeniable authority. Long Ying's gaze grew vacant, as though his soul had fled, mechanically responding. "The location of the Seven Tails is within a secret underground chamber in the village, guarded by some of the most formidable elite ninja of our Longyin village. Outsiders cannot easily gain entry." A cold smirk curled at the corners of Feng Tian's mouth as he relinquished his grip on Long Ying's throat, allowing him to collapse to the ground like a rag doll, gasping for breath. He turned to Jiao and Abito, his eyes sparkling with triumph. "It appears our plan may now advance further," Feng Tian declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Though Abito was initially astonished by Feng Tian's effortless domination over Long Ying, he was predominantly filled with anticipation for the imminent acquisition of the Seven Tails. He nodded in agreement. Jiao Du appeared somewhat indifferent, his interest in the Seven Tails minimal. Rather, he was more concerned with augmenting his power amidst the chaos. However, having joined Twilight, he was resolutely committed to fulfilling the organization's tasks. Feng Tian turned back, casting a sharp glare at Jiao Du, who immediately understood the unspoken message. With a swift motion, he severed his wrist, releasing countless black threads that writhed like living creatures, exuding a chilling aura. "Kill me," murmured Long Ying, his voice frail and trembling, guilt and remorse etched across his face. "This was ultimately my fault." He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Jiao Du stepped forward, approaching Long Ying with a demeanor as tranquil as still water. He gazed upon Long Ying, whose spirit had long been extinguished, and sighed before softly inquiring, "Do you have any last words?" A flicker of light ignited in Long Ying's murky eyes as he gradually lifted his head to meet Jiao Du's gaze, summoning his final strength to utter the long-overdue words. "I'm sorry, Jiao Du." Upon hearing this, Jiao Du's body trembled slightly. He had awaited this belated apology for what felt like an eternity, long enough to nearly forget his hatred. Yet, this did not sway his resolve. He decisively unleashed countless black threads towards Long Ying, imbued with an inexorable killing intent, swiftly engulfing him. In the next moment, the flicker of Long Ying's life diminished, leaving behind an endless void of regret and sorrow, scattering through the stillness of the night. Having completed this act, Jiao Du's form quivered slightly, his expression devoid of any pleasure, instead shrouded in an ineffable heaviness. Despite having personally ended the life of the one who had betrayed him, the anticipated thrill of vengeance eluded him, deepening his awareness of his identity as a traitorous ninja, an indelible mark etched into his very soul. Hatred spread like a wildfire, silently consuming him. The ninjas of Longyin Village, once his comrades in arms, had now become sworn enemies seeking his life. Their relentless pursuit was akin to invisible chains, binding him tightly, rendering him incapable of escape or liberation. "Let us depart. This matter is concluded," Feng Tian's voice whispered in Jiao Du's ear, imbued with a subtle tenderness. He stepped closer, gently patting Jiao Du's shoulder in an attempt to offer a modicum of solace, a flicker of warmth. However, just as this rare tranquility was on the verge of enveloping them, a thunderous roar suddenly shattered the night silence. "There are assassins." The voice resounded like thunder, instantly breaking the stillness of the night. The ninjas of Longyin Village, stirred from slumber like awakened beasts, soared into the air, rushing towards the direction of Jiao Du and his companions. Their figures traced brilliant arcs across the night sky, resembling shooting stars streaking through the heavens, laden with boundless malice and wrath. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Feng Tian felt no surprise. His words fell lightly, devoid of any emotion. "It seems there are tasks to undertake once more." Chapter 53. The game of chess confronted by the sudden appearance of adversaries. Feng Tian swiftly transitioned into a state of battle readiness, his eyes glinting with the brilliance of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, ever prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. "No need for bloodshed, merely delay. I require a moment. Buy me 3 minutes." Kakuza nodded, his form instantly transforming into a shadow, darting swiftly through the night sky, continuously launching black threads to assail the approaching foes. Concurrently, his 4 Earth Grudge fear manifestations unleashed a torrent of chakra beams, repelling the ninjas that relentlessly advanced toward Feng Tian. As a member of the original Takigakure, Even the ruthless Kakuzu was unwilling to slaughter his former comrades at this moment. At the very least, not now. Obito remained closely behind Feng Tian, his right eye emanating a faint aura of Kamui, ready to transport Feng Tian into the Kamui dimension for concealment. However, the ninjas of Takigakure did not retreat. Instead, their fury intensified, attacking Feng Tian and his companions with a vengeance, as if to pour all their hatred upon them. Kakuzu, you treacherous rogue! How dare you conspire with outsiders to assassinate Lord Takikage? This is unforgivable. Your head must be offered in tribute to Lord Takikage. Amidst the fierce combat, several elite ninjas of Takikage quickly recognized Kakuzu. Upon seeing the lifeless body of their leader, their inner rage surged even stronger. They unleashed powerful ninjutsu attacks aimed directly at Kakuzu's vital points, attempting to eradicate him on the spot. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of the Takigakure ninjas, Kakuzu displayed no hint of fear. His form flitted across the battlefield like a specter, each movement perfectly timed to evade the enemy's lethal strikes. Simultaneously, the black threads, akin to the tendrils of death, wove a formidable net in the air, blocking those ninjas attempting to breach the defenses. A group of foolish beings. Do they truly believe I cannot slay them? Kakuzu sneered, his tone rife with disdain and mockery. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. But in the face of these blinded ninjas consumed by vengeance, he felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. I, Kakuzu, have taken countless lives and have never feared death, however. Today, I wish not to stain this land with blood. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, causing the very air around him to tremble. Nevertheless, the ninjas of Takigakure remained undeterred. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, an array of ninjutsu flooding forth, as though they sought to engulf Kakuzu in an ocean of wrath. Observing this, Obito's Kamui radiated intensely, his gaze fixed on those attempting to breach Kakuzu's defenses. Poised to unleash the space-time ninjutsu, ready to whisk Feng Tian away to safety in the Kamui dimension. Feng Tian stood resolutely, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan perceiving every nuance of the battlefield, silently calculating the passage of time. He understood that these 3 minutes were pivotal for the forthcoming strategy. At last, when those decisive 3 minutes quietly arrived, Feng Tian's voice thundered across the battlefield. Kakuzu, come swiftly to my side. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu felt a weight lift from his heart. He recognized that this was their optimal opportunity for escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth, drawing upon his indomitable will and extraordinary strength to withstand countless ninjutsu assaults, advancing toward Feng Tian like a valiant warrior drenched in blood. Let us go. Feng Tian's voice resonated once more, succinct yet powerful. As his words fell, an unprecedented force of causality surged forth from inversion of cause and effect, instantly permeating the entire battlefield. This power seemed to possess the miraculous ability to overturn the cosmos and reverse causality. Under the influence of inversion of cause and effect, the figures of Feng Tian, Kakuzu, and Obito appeared to be enveloped by an invisible force, vanishing from the sight of the Takigakure ninjas in an instant. The battlefield was left in disarray, with the ninjas in a state of shock. They stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before them. Some ninjas even questioned whether they were dreaming, as the events were too bizarre, too unfathomable. What is happening? Where have they gone? The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with confusion and dread. They had never witnessed such an enigmatic ability, one that seemed capable of reversing causality and erasing all existence. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired that left everyone present astounded. The once-deceased Takikage began to rise slowly, as if nothing had happened, coldly regarding the multitude of Takigakure ninjas before him. Had Kakuzu witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly astonished, for he could never have imagined that this seemingly righteous elder had also mastered the Takigakure's secret technique. Earthly grievance. His revival was attributed to the fact that, like Kakuzu, he possessed multiple hearts. However, Kakuzu's black threads had fortuitously spared another crucial heart, revealing the truth behind the Takikage's resurrection. The sudden revival of the Takikage struck like a bolt from the blue, rendering all the Takigakure ninjas speechless with shock. They gaped in disbelief at their leader, who should have long been departed, now standing before them as if returned from the depths of hell. Lord Takikage, we arrived late to your rescue. Please impose a severe punishment upon us. The ninjas knelt, expressing their respect and remorse. However, the Takikage merely raised his hand slowly, silencing their clamor. His gaze was profound and frigid, as if he could perceive the deepest secrets of the human heart. The ninjas exchanged glances, filled with bewilderment and doubt. They could not comprehend why Lord Takakage would resurrect under such circumstances, nor could they grasp the meaning behind his words of foreknowledge. Takage's eyes swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon the desolate battlefield. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering something. Kakuzu, your betrayal has long been perceived by me. Yet, I never anticipated that you would collude with outsiders to confront me. His tone bore a hint of reproach, yet was laden with a more intricate emotion. Shortly thereafter, a staff materialized in his hand, meandering slowly through the wreckage. Finally, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze, and his words became acutely sharp. You have done well to compel me to play such a precarious game, forcing me to regard you with seriousness. However, it is now my turn to make a move. Chapter 54. The Arbiter. As ripples of spatial distortion gently rippled through the air, Feng Tian, Kakuzu, and Obito's figures were as though gently cast down by an invisible hand, landing steadily in a concealed and profound corner of Takigakure. At that moment, a wave of discomfort coursed through Feng Tian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He gently rubbed his eye sockets, feeling the surge of ocular power within, a faint smile gracing his lips. His eternal Meijiki Sharingan, having undergone several enhancements, remained unfazed by the formidable backlash of causality, merely stirring a trivial ripple that was effortlessly quelled. Kakuzu, you should be aware of the location that the old man spoke of, correct? Upon sensing the restoration of his ocular energy, Feng Tian inquired of Kakuzu. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu nodded slightly, a flicker of gravity passing through his wrinkled gaze. Before he spoke, I know the place. The elite guards within are not particularly surprising, yet one thing troubles me greatly. Have we been progressing too smoothly along our path? His voice carried an air of confusion and caution. It feels as if everything has been predetermined, unfolding seamlessly without any hindrance. As these words left his lips, both Feng Tian and Obito instinctively furrowed their brows, plunging into profound contemplation. Indeed, the process of acquiring the location of the Seven Tails seemed excessively effortless, too perfect. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating their fates from the shadows, guiding them step by step toward the unknown abyss. Your intuition is not without merit, Kakuzu. Feng Tian mused for a moment, his gaze penetrating the distance. Since embarking on the quest to gather the tailed beasts, though each mission has been formidable, I have invariably found a breakthrough at critical moments, successfully completing my tasks. This instance is no exception. The old man's guidance appears flawless. Yet such an overly smooth progression is indeed worthy of vigilance. In a moment of contemplation, Obito nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the process of acquiring this intelligence has been remarkably smooth, which instills a sense of unease within me. Perhaps this is a trap set by our adversaries, luring us into their web. Kakuzu let out a chilling laugh, the deep creases on his face becoming more pronounced. Whether it be a trap or a conspiracy, having come this far, we have no path of retreat. Feng Tian nodded and continued, you are correct, regardless of whether it is a trap. Capturing the Seven Tails is our imperative target. As long as we possess sufficient strength, any schemes will be rendered ineffective in the face of absolute power. With that, Feng Tian turned to Kakuzu and added, you are familiar with the terrain, lead us forth. As for the elite guards, I shall handle them alongside Obito. Kakuzu nodded, his form flickering as he swiftly advanced towards their destination. Feng Tian and Obito followed closely behind, their silhouettes vanishing into the shadows of the night. Navigating through a dense forest and winding alleyways, they arrived before a seemingly abandoned temple. Although dilapidated, a subtle flow of chakra could still be felt within, indicating that extraordinary power lay hidden here. This is the place, Kakuzu murmured, halting his steps and motioning for caution. Through this temple, we can access the underground chamber of Takigakure. It is also where I can obtain the Dyuinyu. Feng Tian inclined his head slightly and activated his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, his formidable ocular prowess scanning the surroundings for any latent threats. Meanwhile, Obito switched his right eye to the Meijiki Sharingan, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Just as they were about to enter the temple, a deep tolling of a bell reverberated, accompanied by a distortion in the surrounding air as a powerful barrier unfurled silently, ensnaring the trio in place. It seems we have indeed been ensnared, Obito remarked gravely, his gaze fixed on the barrier that had materialized around them. Merely trivial tricks. Such a barrier can be easily shattered by my hand. Kakuzu scoffed, but then he felt a strange writhing in his back, only to discover that his chakra flow had become alarmingly chaotic. This disruption rendered him incapable of executing any ninjutsu. How is this possible? My chakra is spiraling out of control, and I cannot release. Dunu. Kakuzu exclaimed in shock, a hint of panic in his voice. Seeing the situation unfold, Obito quickly activated Kimui, attempting to escape the barrier by shifting into the Kimui space. However, he soon realized that his condition mirrored Kakuzu's. He too was incapable of performing any ninjutsu. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes gravitating towards Feng Tian, whose tranquil gaze seemed to embody their only glimmer of hope. Feng Tian's expression remained placid, as though the tumult of the outside world bore no relevance to him. He gently extended his right hand, his fingertips brushing against the minuscule phosphorescent particles suspended in the air, which glimmered with an eerie blue light under the faint illumination, exuding an ominous aura. These phosphorescent particles undoubtedly represented the power of Zhongming. Through the chaotic nature of the phosphor, they would only induce turmoil within the chakra system. It appeared that Takigakure was not as straightforward as it seemed. After Feng Tian's words resonated, Obito and his companion comprehended the genuine cause of the chakra disturbance. However, despite their newfound understanding, they remained devoid of any strategies for resolution. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes, his demeanor grave. He fixated on a particular section of the barrier, as if he perceived the threads of fate intertwining into an invisible net that ensnared them tightly. He contemplated forcibly employing Dao Guoyin to alter causality with divine power and reverse their predicament. Yet, the power of the phosphor was too peculiar. Even he could not wield Dao Guoyin in such an environment. Just as the three pondered how to break free from their predicament, a rapid sequence of footsteps shattered the surrounding silence. A group of ninjas clad in the attire of Takigakure materialized before them like phantoms. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a cold smirk, wielding a gleaming long sword, his steps measured and deliberate, as if each stride resonated with the heartbeat of his adversaries. "Welcome, everyone, to my domain." The middle-aged man's voice dripped with mockery and derision, relishing in the delight of his dominion over the situation, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "I am the guardian of Takigakure, as well as the architect of this barrier." He paused, a more sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You may call me the Arbiter." "The Arbiter?" Obito echoed, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. "Humph, merely a self-bestowed title. Do you think that will intimidate us?" The Arbiter scoffed, a cruel smile crossing his lips as he deftly swung his sword, its tip tracing a dazzling arc through the air. "Intimidate you? No. I merely wish to convey that within this barrier, I am the omnipotent presence." Kakuzu glared defiantly, and despite the chaos within their chakra, he refused to yield. "Enough of your grandstanding. Even if we cannot utilize ninjutsu, we shall never concede easily." Feng Tian maintained his composure, acutely aware that rashness would only exacerbate their circumstances. He meticulously observed the Arbiter and the surrounding ninjas, seeking potential avenues for escape. The Arbiter seemed to perceive Feng Tian's intent. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. The barrier and the phosphor here were meticulously crafted by me to ensure you cannot employ ninjutsu, leaving you in dire straits. Nevertheless, I am not devoid of compassion." The adjudicator shifted the tone of the conversation and continued, "As long as you are willing to surrender and divulge your secrets, I may consider sparing your lives." Hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. "Surrender? That is not our style. Furthermore, do you truly believe you can confine us?" The adjudicator's expression darkened, evidently enraged by Feng Tian's words. "You refuse to heed my offer. Then allow me to demonstrate my true power." With that, the adjudicator's figure flickered, and his sword lunged like a dragon, aimed directly at Feng Tian's head. Feng Tian deftly evaded this attack with a slight sidestep, barely escaping the strike. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas prepared to launch their assaults, and the battle erupted instantaneously. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Feng Tian, and the murderous intent he exuded caused the seemingly indestructible barrier to tremble perilously. "Impossible! How can you utilize ninjutsu within the barrier?" The adjudicator gazed at Feng Tian in astonishment, utterly shocked by the unfolding scene. "If ninjutsu is unfeasible, then I shall resort to taijutsu," Feng Tian replied with a playful glint in his eyes, his lips curling upwards, exuding absolute confidence. "Eight gates. Open." With a low exclamation from Feng Tian, an astonishing momentum erupted around him, as if countless forces surged within him, pushing his physical limits to an unknown height. The adjudicator's expression turned grave, He could sense the powerful energy waves emanating from Feng Tian, far exceeding his expectations. You have mastered such a forbidden technique, the Eight Gates? The adjudicator exclaimed incredulously. The Eight Gates is one of the most perilous forbidden techniques in the world of Naruto, allowing the user to unlock the Eight Gates that confine chakra within the body, unleashing power that transcends limits. However, the cost of this power is immense. Each gate opened causes severe damage to the body, potentially endangering one's life. Feng Tian did not respond to the adjudicator's words. He merely clenched his fists and struck fiercely against the seemingly unbreakable barrier, with a resounding crash reminiscent of shattering glass. The barrier that had confined Feng Tian and the others crumbled. Yet, before the adjudicator could react, Feng Tian's figure flickered and surged toward him like a wraith. His speed was utterly unfathomable, as though he tore through the very air itself. Seeing this, the adjudicator hastily swung his sword to defend. However, Feng Tian's fist rained down like a tempest, rapid and relentless, leaving the adjudicator struggling to withstand the onslaught. With a series of thunderous impacts, the adjudicator was forced to retreat repeatedly, barely managing to maintain his footing. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment at the sight. They had never witnessed such formidable physical prowess. Nor could they fathom that Feng Tian could unleash such astonishing strength in the absence of ninjutsu. Kakuzu and Obito were left utterly astonished. They had initially assumed that their combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished without the use of ninjutsu. However, Feng Tian's performance revealed another possibility. Even without ninjutsu, immense combat power could be manifested through alternative means. What are you still dawdling for? Take advantage of their unfamiliarity with the flow of chakra within their bodies and swiftly obliterate them. The adjudicator, confronted with Feng Tian's fierce onslaught, finally managed to spare a moment to issue commands to his subordinates, who were still standing idly. Upon hearing his words, the elite ninjas immediately snapped out of their stupor and charged toward Kakuzu and Obito. You insignificant pests, do you think you can confine me like this? Kakuzu's voice dripped with disdain as he darted left and right, skillfully evading the ninjas' attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Obito, on the other hand, remained notably composed. He closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. And he intoned, Kamui. As his words echoed, Obito's form vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving only a faint vortex in his wake. The ninjas preparing to strike were momentarily paralyzed, utterly unable to discern his whereabouts. Do you think you can evade my attack with such tricks? Tu Navi. One ninja scoffed, ready to launch a new assault, but was abruptly struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. Obito's silhouette materialized behind him. A hand firmly pressed upon his shoulder. The ninja's countenance paled in fright as he attempted to resist, only to find his body ensnared by some enigmatic force, rendering him utterly immobile. Kamui. Obito's voice resonated once more, and in an instant, the ninja was transported to an unknown realm, accompanied by a scream of terror, vanishing completely from the sight of the others. I am quite curious. Did you ever contemplate that events would unfold in this manner? Feng Tian relentlessly launched fierce attacks against the adjudicator while simultaneously taunting him. Upon hearing Feng Tian's mockery, the adjudicator's expression darkened instantly. He had never anticipated that Feng Tian would employ the Eight Gates to shatter his barrier, though Feng Tian was currently unable to utilize ninjutsu. As time passed, and he fully adapted, what awaited him would be death. Just as the situation seemed overwhelmingly favorable, a bolt of lightning struck Feng Tian's back. A searing sensation surged through him, and in a moment of pain, he exposed a significant vulnerability. The adjudicator, keenly aware of this rare opportunity, revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and sneered. Got you. Chapter 56. 3 minutes. Success. The figure of the adjudicator was as swift as the wind, seizing the fleeting opportunity without hesitation, and unleashed a devastating punch towards the already taut form of Feng Tian. The force of this blow was so immense that even with the activation of the Eight Gates of Duanjia, Feng Tian could not suppress a mouthful of vital blood. His figure resembling a leaf caught in a tempest, rapidly stumbling backward. Each step he took sent tremors through the ground, rendering him utterly disheveled. Yet, in the eyes of the adjudicator, there was no trace of pity or hesitation. His form was spectral, almost as if a wraith, pursuing Feng Tian the instant he touched the ground. His fists were clenched tightly, muscles bulging, emanating an overwhelming and unstoppable momentum as he struck again towards Feng Tian's still unsteady abdomen. In that moment, It felt as though the very air was rent asunder by this force, producing a piercing howl. Feng Tian, sensing the anomaly, Abito could not restrain himself from shouting. And in an instant, he vanished into the Kamui dimension. The very next moment, before the Judicator's strike could land, Abito had already materialized beside Feng Tian. With one hand grasping Feng Tian, a wave of spatial fluctuation enveloped them, and the two swiftly entered the divine might space, narrowly evading the lethal strike. They escaped rather swiftly. The judge cast an irritated glance at the two individuals from Feng Tian in the distance, yet internally expressed profound regret. Just a fraction more, and he could have incapacitated Feng Tian completely. Are you all right, Feng Tian? His gaze towards Feng Tian carried not just concern, but a swirl of intricate emotions. Thanks to the Hashirama cells within him, he could swiftly adapt to the chaotic chakra, yet at this moment, his foremost concern was Feng Tian's safety. I'm fine. Just a minor flesh wound. Feng Tian wiped the lingering blood from the corner of his lips, his expression darkening as he glared into the distance. It was precisely the lightning release assault from that direction that had exposed a fatal opening in his battle against the executioner. It was precisely due to that flaw that Feng Tian nearly faced utter ruin. And from that direction, the one employing the lightning technique for a surprise attack was none other than the supposedly deceased Takakage. How could this be possible? How is this old man still alive? In Taito's voice was a palpable incredulity as he followed Feng Tian's gaze, only to behold Ryukage, whose countenance was laden with gravity, his eyes ablaze, unwaveringly fixed upon them. What? Not far away, Kai Di, who was fiercely engaged in combat with the enemy, sensed something unusual about Abito. Suddenly, he withdrew, turning his gaze towards the direction of Takakage. When his eyes met those of Takakage, a look of astonishment involuntarily crossed his face. However, being a seasoned ninja, Kai Di quickly regained his composure after that brief moment of surprise, contemplating silently. I never expected that the one who repeatedly declared Di Yuan Yu to be a forbidden technique, Takakage, would secretly practice it on their own. What a wretched and grotesque heart it possesses. In response to Kakuzu's derision, Takin merely shook his head gently, his gaze revealing a tapestry of complex emotions. To him, the cultivation of a land's grievance was not a pursuit of personal desire, but rather a means to uphold the beleaguered Takigakure village. In this world where strength reigns supreme, without sufficient power, Takigakure would inevitably be engulfed in the relentless conflicts between great nations, much like the Rain Village, consumed by the fires of war. The current situation was exceedingly dire for Feng Tian and his companions. Not only were Feng Tian and Kakuzu unable to employ ninjutsu, but even more troubling was the throng of elite ninjas that surrounded Takin. They stood like a pack of fierce wolves, poised to join the fray and utterly devour Feng Tian and his allies. Esteemed friends of Twilight, welcome to my game. It is time for the curtain to fall. Takian's voice resonated deeply, each word laden with profound significance. As his declaration echoed, the elite ninjas swiftly dispersed, forming an impenetrable encirclement that ensnared Feng Tian and Abito within. The faces of these ninjas were etched with sinister smiles, their hands gripping an array of weapons that gleamed ominously, clearly ready for slaughter. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and an atmosphere of palpable tension, as if a tempest were about to descend. In the face of such peril, there was no trace of fear upon Feng Tian's countenance. His sharp gaze was fixed intently upon the distant Takin, and he disdainfully remarked, I had hoped to gauge the extent of my physical prowess under the enhancement of 8 gates, yet it appears that this endeavor is not quite feasible at the moment. At this juncture, Feng Tian's eyes abruptly shifted to the scrutinizing figure of the Judicator beside him, his voice brimming with an inexorable intent. Since my enjoyment has waned, I have resolved to eradicate all of you here. The moment Feng Tian's words resonated, a chilling dread enveloped all present. They were acutely aware that Feng Tian's threat had diminished considerably upon losing the ability to wield ninjutsu. Yet, from his icy proclamation, they could palpably sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as if the specter of death loomed above them. Such theatrics. Though the Judicator felt a tremor of fear at Feng Tian's words, he swiftly regained his composure. To him, a Feng Tian stripped of ninjutsu was akin to a tiger without fangs. No longer formidable, he scoffed, gathering chakra around him, preparing to unleash a new wave of assault. However, Feng Tian paid no heed to the provocation. He merely cast a silent glance toward Abito, a glimmer of trust flickering in his eyes. With a calm demeanor, he uttered with unwavering confidence, 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Abito nodded slightly. He understood Feng Tian's intentions and felt the steadfast resolve emanating from him. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon Feng Tian's shoulder, and their figures gradually vanished amidst a distortion of space. Feng Tian's voice reverberated through the void, imbued with mockery and provocation. Savor these final 3 minutes of your lives. Chapter 57. Countdown What? Upon witnessing the bizarre disappearance of Feng Tian and Obito, an ominous sensation surged within the judge. 3 minutes. The judge's lips moved slightly. Those 4 words weighed heavily, almost suffocating him. He continuously murmured them, each repetition akin to an interrogation of his own fragile psyche, as fear surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. For him, those 3 minutes transformed from mere passage of time to a countdown to death. Feng Tian's words echoed in his mind, cold and merciless like a decree. The barrier's effect was on the verge of dissipating, and the confidence exuded by Feng Tian compelled him to believe that once the barrier faltered, they would be obliterated in an instant. The mere thought of this caused beads of sweat to form on the judge's forehead, trickling down his furrowed brow and falling onto the cold ground, producing a faint, crisp sound. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, his gaze piercing as he sought any trace of Feng Tian and Obito in the darkness, yet all was in vain. The two appeared to have vanished into the void, leaving not even a whisper behind, as if they had never existed. Ha ha ha, today is your day. Kakuzu's laughter erupted abruptly, laced with a sense of vindictive delight. He stood not far away, his eyes glinting with mockery, as if he were witnessing a splendid performance. Just wait. That boy claims 3 minutes will erase you completely. Kakuzu's words sliced through the already fragile nerves of the judge like a sharp blade. His tone brimmed with certainty, as if he had foreseen the judge's fate. What he proclaimed, he would undoubtedly accomplish. You might as well prepare your final words. Previously, during Kakuzu's acquisition of the Earth Grudge Fear, he had engaged in fierce combat with the judge, resulting in a lasting enmity. Now, witnessing the judge's dismal visage, Kakuzu spared no effort in his taunts. Upon hearing this, the judge's already somber expression darkened further. He glared at Kakuzu, whose battle raged on, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed. His body stirred slightly, yearning to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Kakuzu, the traitor of Takigakure. Almost forgot. They left you behind, the judge muttered under his breath as his hands swiftly formed seals, chakra surging within him like a tumultuous tide, gathering at his fingertips. Gradually, it coalesced into a sphere pulsating with dazzling lightning. The lightning flickered in the dim hall, a manifestation of the judge's pin-up fury. Lightning release, thunderclap. The judge's voice erupted with a thunderous roar, echoing like a tempest. As his words reverberated through the air, the sphere imbued with lightning seemed to come alive, slicing through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, propelled by a force of destruction aimed directly at Kakuzu. Observing this dire situation, Kakuzu attempted to evade. Yet he was compelled to withstand the onslaught of dozens of elite ninjas with sheer physical resilience. In that critical moment, a familiar spatial fluctuation heralded the appearance of Obito beside Kakuzu. My apologies for the haste. I seem to have forgotten about you, Obito confessed awkwardly upon his arrival. Could you possibly be any slower? Kakuzu retorted without hesitation, though a flicker of relief crossed his visage. Sorry, I shall be more mindful next time, Obito replied, scratching his head before seizing Kakuzu's shoulder. Farewell. With a sudden surge of spatial distortion, Obito whisked Kakuzu away into the Kamui space, deftly evading the judge's lightning release technique. The judge's expression darkened instantly as he realized his attack had missed its mark. He turned his gaze toward Takigakure, hoping for a solution to this predicament. However, the latter merely shook his head gently, indicating his own helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, Takigakure slowly spoke. A minute has elapsed. Our time is running short. To put it simply, that young man's abilities are related to space-time ninjutsu, seemingly allowing him to transport himself and others into a special realm to evade attacks. He mentioned 3 minutes, and it appears he intends to remain in that unique space until he can utilize his jutsu once more. This means that when the 3 minutes are up and his abilities are restored, the three of us will undoubtedly find ourselves here, facing utter annihilation. As Takigakure articulated this, a glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes. He turned to the judge and continued, "Can your barrier be restored? If so, we may still cling to a thread of hope." Do not question the veracity of the young man's words, Takigakure interjected firmly. I can only tell you that, before him, I possess no semblance of resistance. Upon hearing this, the judge's expression grew even grimmer. He understood Takigakure's prowess, If even he was rendered powerless, their situation was indeed dire. "I shall do my utmost to restore the barrier," the judge declared with great difficulty. He was acutely aware of his barrier's might. Yet whether it could be reinstated in such a brief span remained uncertain. Takigakure nodded solemnly, his gaze drifting into the distance, the weight of anxiety deepening within his eyes. Subsequently, the judge, with an expression of grave determination, began to frantically form hand seals. As time passed, the fragments of the barrier in the void appeared to be reassembling. With a sweeping gesture, he cast forth a multitude of phosphorescent powder, which began to resonate with the barrier in a distant harmony. At the very moment the barrier was about to take shape, an overwhelming wave of destructive energy surged forth, accompanied by a distortion of space. The sudden force rendered the onlookers paralyzed with fear, leaving only the Arbiter and Takian capable of limited movement. They turned to behold the figure of Fontian. Exuding an insatiable bloodlust, akin to a Shura emerging from the depths of hell, advancing slowly towards them. "Continue to restore the barrier. I shall delay him for a moment." In an instant, Takian swiftly devised a battle strategy, channeling a potent surge of lightning chakra as he charged towards Fontian. Observing this, the Arbiter hastened the formation of seals, striving to expedite the barrier's restoration. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an immense figure casually unleashed an aura that shattered the nearly restored barrier in an instant. At that moment, the chilling voice of Fontian resonated in everyone's ears, akin to a death knell. Next, the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 58. The consciousness of destruction. As Fontian's calm, yet commanding words echoed, an unprecedented wave of terrifying destruction swept through the entire space, like a tempest. The intensity of this aura was so profound that it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality, instilling a tremor of dread from the depths of the soul within every individual present. In that fleeting moment, Takian and the Arbiter instinctively sought to gather their strength to resist the formidable aura capable of annihilating all. However, before such an overwhelmingly suffocating power, their efforts appeared utterly insignificant and laughable, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, oblivious to its own folly. "What is this power?" The Arbiter's voice quivered, his gaze filled with disbelief and terror. In the final moments of his life, he strained to look up at the colossal figure gradually emerging from the darkness, a presence that loomed like a towering mountain, suffocating them with its sheer weight. Before this figure, even those who held themselves in high regard, including Takian, felt an unparalleled sense of helplessness. Their strength seemed to dissolve into nothingness, yielding no semblance of resistance. They could only watch in despair as the gigantic figure drew closer, their hearts heavy with hopelessness. Fontian stood with arms crossed, his chin slightly raised, his youthful and indifferent visage devoid of any expression. His gaze was profound and tranquil, as if he had transcended all worldly emotions. Slowly, he spoke, as if bestowing a divine gift upon the onlookers. "Complete body Sisu." As Fontian's declaration fell, the enormous figure finally materialized before their eyes. It was a colossal giant, towering dozens of yards, clad in black armor that emanated a chilling, ethereal glow. Its eyes resembled two resplendent stars, shimmering with a haunting brilliance. Before it, everything appeared diminutive and fragile. Even the very fabric of space seemed to warp under its presence. They knelt helplessly upon the ground, eyes wide with terror, gazing upon the towering figure of the complete body Susanoo, an entity soaring to several meters in height, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. In the face of this colossal, complete body Susanoo, an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness engulfed all. The obsidian giant seemed to emerge from the depths of an abyss, radiating an aura of annihilation that instilled deep-seated fear. "Is this the legendary complete body Susanoo?" Takikage managed to utter, his voice trembling slightly. As the shadow of his village, he had witnessed much, yet he had never beheld such terrifying power. The Judicator and the other elite ninjas had long since surrendered their will to resist. They lay prostrate, powerless to avert their gaze from the massive figure as it slowly raised its colossal hand, poised to deliver the final blow. Fontian stood expressionless to the side, his gaze betraying no emotion, as though all of this unfolded within the realm of his expectations. He softly intoned the final words, "Eradication's end." As his words resonated, the dark hand of the Susanoo struck down with cataclysmic force. The air was filled with a sound akin to tearing fabric, and an irresistible wave of destruction enveloped the entire battlefield. Under the impact of that overwhelming force, Takikage, the Judicator, and all the elite ninjas of Takigakure were seized by an unparalleled dread and despair. They exerted every ounce of strength to withstand it. Yet in the face of such absolute power, all seemed utterly impotent. Ultimately, when tranquility returned, the battlefield lay in ruins, marked only by charred remnants. Feng Tian stood quietly amidst the devastation, his gaze unwavering as he beheld the scene before him. "It is over," he murmured softly, almost as if addressing himself, or perhaps the world at large. Thus, Takakage, the Judicator, and dozens of elite ninjas from Takigakure were completely obliterated beneath Feng Tian's strike of eradication's end. At that moment, with a ripple of spatial disturbance, the figures of Obito and Kakuzu materialized before Feng Tian. Upon witnessing this, Feng Tian swiftly dispelled the complete body Susanoo. Despite possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the strain of summoning the complete body Susanoo, at what was considerable for him, he preferred to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. "Impressive, Feng Tian," Obito remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress his admiration for Feng Tian's prowess. Not a single survivor. Upon hearing Obito's words, Feng Tian was suddenly seized by a violent headache. The repetition of those two words echoed in his mind, stirring tumultuous waves within. When did this happen? Have I truly become so bloodthirsty? These were dozens of living souls. Feng Tian questioned himself relentlessly, a flicker of madness crossing his face. When did it begin? Could it be that after the elevation of my ocular power, that sense of annihilation has infiltrated my subjective consciousness? Feng Tian cradled his head in his hands. A pained expression etched upon his face as an internal struggle and self-doubt surged within him like an overwhelming tide. He was acutely aware that his recent actions had transgressed previously established boundaries, and the power bestowed by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed to quietly alter his state of mind. "Feng Tian, what is troubling you?" Obito inquired, his tone tinged with concern. Though they were comrades, their understanding of one another was superficial. Witnessing Feng Tian's torment inevitably sparked a flicker of worry within him. Kakuzu, however, stood impassively to the side, seemingly indifferent to Feng Tian's suffering. He contemplated that this might be a side effect of Feng Tian's burgeoning power, or perhaps a latent obsession hidden deep within him had been awakened. "I'm fine." Feng Tian exhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He recognized that in this moment, he needed to maintain composure and not allow this sudden pain to engulf him. "Perhaps the enhancement of my ocular power has indeed rendered me somewhat unaccustomed," he offered as an excuse, attempting to veil the turmoil within. He understood that if this sense of destruction remained unchecked, it would undoubtedly become a significant impediment on his path to cultivation. Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, an increase in ocular power often accompanies a shift in one's mental state. You must adjust yourself and not let this power dominate you. Upon hearing these words, Feng Tian nodded slightly and gradually rose, preparing to embark on the next course of action. Yet at that moment, a series of whispers resonated in his mind. Their tones imbued with urgency. Recognize yourself, resolve the cause and effect, reclaim your essence. Chapter 59, The Arbiter. Recognize myself? Feng Tian felt as though he were caught in an invisible tempest, each word striking his soul like a hammer. He clutched his head in anguish, his body trembling as if he were battling some indescribable force. The ground beneath him stirred, dust swirling into delicate vortices due to his struggle. Feng Tian's gaze became unfocused. His lips pressed tightly together. The intertwining emotions of pain and confusion mirrored a solitary spirit adrift in an abyss, seeking a glimmer of light. "I am who I am. I am Feng Tian." His voice rang with conviction, yet bore an undertone of uncertainty, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, flickering between brilliance and obscurity. "Why must I recognize myself? I am but a traveler from another realm. How can I claim the identity of Uchiha Feng Tian?" The whispers surged within his mind like a torrential wave, each thought slicing through his already fragile rationality like a sharp blade. "Am I Uchiha Feng Tian?" he murmured, a glimmer of confusion and struggle flashing in his eyes, as if he stood at the precipice of two worlds, one familiar and modern, the other a strange yet wondrous realm of ninjas. "No, I am certainly not of the Uchiha clan." Feng Tian suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open, and the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan dimmed in agony, resembling a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment, reflecting the turmoil and dread within him. "Why are my memories so chaotic? Where lies the boundary between truth and illusion?" He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, the pain momentarily jolting him awake, yet amplifying his sense of helplessness and despair. "Pull yourself together, Feng Tian." Obito's voice thundered in Feng Tian's ears, imbued with an undeniable conviction. He anxiously gazed at Feng Tian, his Sharingan filled with concern and worry, as if wishing to impart his unwavering belief to him. At last, the whispering voice gradually faded, and Feng Tian's gaze refocused. As he gasped for breath, it felt as if he had awakened from a protracted dream, a wave of relief washing over him, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. He panted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The surroundings became increasingly vivid to him, the ruins of the temple, the acrid scent of smoke in the air, and Obito's anxious yet warm gaze. All of this served as a reminder that he was still alive, still struggling in this endless cycle. "I'm fine, just a backlash of my ocular power," Feng Tian spoke calmly, his tone restored to its usual composure and indifference, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Soon after, as his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to rotate slowly, under the influence of causality, Feng Tian's body returned to its peak condition. Obito furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt and unease crossing his features. "What do you mean by recognizing yourself?" Feng Tian turned his gaze, his eyes as profound as the abyss, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Does it matter? In this endless cycle, what are we truly seeking? Perhaps recognizing oneself is the key to unraveling all mysteries." Obito was momentarily speechless, merely watching Feng Tian, the concern in his Sharingan deepening. Feng Tian chose not to elaborate further, directing his attention towards Kakuzu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Now that the obstacles have been removed, it is time to collect the seven tails." Kakuzu nodded silently, his figure moving towards the depths of the shattered temple. His hands swiftly formed seals, and with a low rumble, the ground erupted, revealing a vast underground entrance, akin to a portal to another realm. If the old man spoke the truth, the seven tails should be within. After completing this, Kakuzu spoke again. Feng Tian slightly nodded, closing his eyes to concentrate, feeling the powerful chakra fluctuations emanating from deep underground. It was the aura of the seven tails, formidable and ancient, like a slumbering beast waiting for the moment of awakening. "It is time to conclude this game," Feng Tian murmured softly, his eyes glimmering with determination and coldness, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. "Let us proceed," he spoke once more, leading the way into the underground passage. Obito and Kakuzu, upon witnessing this, promptly followed in his footsteps, entering the subterranean corridor together. The passage was dim and profound, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the stone walls, seemingly emanating from naturally occurring fluorescent minerals. A damp and musty odor pervaded the air, and the stone pathway beneath their feet, worn by the passage of time, was uneven, each step echoing softly. Feng Tian walked at the forefront, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shining like two brilliant moons in the darkness, penetrating all obstructions and discerning everything ahead. Obito trailed closely behind, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any unforeseen dangers. Kakuzu took up the rear, his grotesquely stitched body appearing even more menacing in the shadows, ready to confront any sudden developments. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the passage gradually dropped, a chill palpable even in their breaths. Feng Tian's senses heightened, allowing him to distinctly perceive the immense chakra of the seven tails stirring not far ahead, seemingly preparing for the impending battle. "Prepare for combat." Feng Tian's voice reverberated through the narrow passage, brief yet forceful, like a taut string, instantly tightening the atmosphere among the group. His gaze was icy, as if already bracing for the impending storm. At that moment, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the passage, shattering the silence. Instantly, several figures sprang forth from the shadows like phantoms of the night, wielding sharp blades, their eyes sharp and keen, elite ninjas tasked with guarding the seven tails. Their emergence was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of chaos. How could anyone have ventured this far? "It seems the judges and decision-makers have failed." A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the passage, laced with a hint of amusement and disdain. As the voice faded, a slender figure gradually emerged from the dim light, like a streak of black lightning piercing through the silence. He was the Arbiter. His presence seemed to freeze the very atmosphere of the space. A formidable force of regulatory power emanated from him, like invisible shackles, firmly sealing the surrounding space. Under the weight of this power, Obito and Feng Tian's godly might lost its efficacy, as if obstructed by an unseen barrier, rendering them unable to unleash their abilities. The voice of the Arbiter was calm and indifferent, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I am the Arbiter, the last bastion of Takayan Village, but also an entity capable of eradicating you utterly." Chapter 60. The final line of defense: the judge, the decider, and now another arbiter. I remarked. "You all are like nested dolls, one after another. Isn't it tiresome?" Feng Tian looked at the man before him, who claimed to be the arbiter, with exasperation. Feeling utterly speechless, although the surrounding space had been sealed off, it would be an effortless task for Feng Tian to annihilate this man. Nesting dolls? What does that mean? The arbiter gazed at Feng Tian with a perplexed expression, indicating his inability to comprehend the words. However, in an instant, the arbiter waved his hand lightly, as if grasping the very threads of the universe. Suddenly, the space around them seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand, the air resonating with a low, thunderous rumble, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, the expressions of Feng Tian's two companions changed dramatically, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. Yet, Feng Tian remained composed, his eyes suddenly brightening with the unique radiance of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, subsequently unleashing a formidable force of causality. In this absolute spatial confinement, no one can easily escape. The arbiter's tone was laced with confidence and disdain. However, his self-assurance was soon shattered by Feng Tian's counterattack. Feng Tian's technique of reversing cause and effect surged forth like a countercurrent, gradually dismantling the arbiter's spatial pressure. The suffocating sense of oppression began to dissipate into nothingness under the influence of causality. The arbiter's expression shifted from disdain to astonishment. He had not anticipated that Feng Tian could so effortlessly dissolve his spatial confinement. This realization dawned upon him. His opponent was not to be underestimated, and he must exert his utmost to achieve victory. It seems that without demonstrating some true power, you shall not easily submit, the arbiter scoffed, suddenly spreading his hands wide as a more potent spatial disturbance erupted from within him. In an instant, the entire space appeared to tear apart, with countless spatial rifts spreading around Feng Tian and his companions, as if intending to engulf them. Humph! Observing this scene, Feng Tian merely let out a cold snort. The formidable force of causality surged once more, as the strange light in his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan flickered. With his movements, the rampant spatial rifts began to slowly close, as if smoothed by some invisible force. The cold smile on the arbiter's face gradually froze, disbelief washing over him as he witnessed this spectacle. A profound sense of crisis welling up within him. What manner of power is this? The arbiter murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Feng Tian smiled faintly, refraining from directly addressing his inquiry. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, seemingly merging with the very fabric of the space around him. The arbitrator was taken aback, hastily employing all his skills in a futile attempt to trace Feng Tian's whereabouts. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed in the arbitrator's ear. No matter how formidable the power may be, it can never transcend the constraints of causality. And I am the deity who commands this worldly force of causality. As the voice faded, the arbitrator's body suddenly stiffened. He realized he was utterly immobilized. An invisible force surged from all directions, binding him firmly in place. Feng Tian's figure materialized before the arbitrator like a specter. His gaze was profound and intricate, imbued with both compassion and an ineffable benevolence. Your abilities are commendable, yet they are merely fleeting. Before the words could fully dissipate, a colossal hand of Susanoo abruptly coalesced from the void, wielding cataclysmic power, akin to a collapsing mountain, descending violently upon the arbitrator. The arbitrator was struck with disbelief. He had never anticipated such a sudden assault from Feng Tian. He quickly summoned every ounce of his strength to counter this dreadful strike. However, the might of Susanoo was overwhelming, rendering his defenses as fragile as mere parchment, which were shattered in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the arbitrator was propelled away by the immense force, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall crumbled upon impact, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Yet, Feng Tian's onslaught was far from over. As the arbitrator was hurled away, Feng Tian showed no signs of respite. The radiance within his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan intensified, as if threatening to engulf the entire space. Your struggles are in vain. Feng Tian's voice was calm and resolute as he slowly raised his hand, commanding Susanoo to continue its assault. The arbitrator, laboriously sliding down the wall, was filled with despair and dread. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Feng Tian's power exceeded all his expectations. Susanoo's hand struck down once more, wielding an unparalleled force, intent on reducing the arbitrator to mere dust. Summoning every last ounce of his strength, the arbitrator initiated his final defense, yet against this force, his protection was as flimsy as paper. With another earth-shattering explosion, the arbitrator's form was utterly obliterated, dissolving into a mist of blood that dispersed into the air. However, even in such dire circumstances, A glimmer of defiance shone in the arbitrator's eyes. "Who are you?" he gasped, summoning his final breath, his voice faint and trembling. Feng Tian slightly lowered his head, gazing at the spot where the arbiter had vanished, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. "I am Feng Tian, a member of the Twilight Organization," he spoke slowly. "Though your power is formidable, it remains but an illusion in the face of causality." With the arbiter's complete dissolution, the surrounding spatial barriers dissipated as well. Feng Tian retracted his Susanoo, restoring his presence to one of tranquility and indifference. Kakuzu and Obito regarded Feng Tian, who appeared almost divine, their hearts inevitably tinged with a hint of wariness. However, as allies for the moment, they harbored little concern that he might turn against them. After completing these actions, Feng Tian's attention swiftly shifted to the heavy door guarded by several elite ninjas. Witnessing Feng Tian's prowess, despair was etched across their faces. Yet, as the last elite of Takigakure and the final line of defense for the Seven Tails, they were resolute in not retreating a single step, even if it meant death. For beyond their door resided the pulsating chakra of the Seven Tails, the ultimate objective of this endeavor. "Kakuzu, Obito, I leave this to you. I shall proceed to capture the Seven Tails." Chapter 61. Dread. Despite the elite ninjas risking their lives in a desperate attempt to intercept Feng Tian and his companions, the chasm of disparity in strength was insurmountable. Kakuzu and Obito, akin to invincible war deities, effortlessly bested the brave ninjas one by one. Feng Tian stood at a corner of the battlefield, nodding slightly, his expression devoid of any tumult. He stepped forward, slowly pushing open the heavy door under the tense and intricate gazes of those present. The creaking of the door hinges resonated sharply in the stillness, foreboding a sense of ominousness. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a newborn echoed, reminiscent of a solitary goose amidst a chilling wind, shattering the silence. The sound was imbued with helplessness and terror, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Feng Tian's heart tightened. He recognized it as the voice of Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Without hesitation, he advanced through the dim corridor, swiftly arriving at Fu's side. There, he found Fu curled in a corner, a small trembling figure, tears and snot mingling as the heart-wrenching cries filled the air. Those innocent eyes brimmed with fear and despair, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. Feng Tian crouched down, his gaze gentle yet complex as it fell upon Fu. A subtle flicker of guilt passed through his eyes, a profound sense of remorse and helplessness. He spoke softly, his voice deep and resonant. "I am sorry. My intentions were never to come to this." Throughout this journey, Feng Tian had taken far too many lives, the policymakers, the judges, the arbiters, and numerous elite ninjas from Takigakure all lay slain by his hand. It can be said that over 80% of the strength of the Takian village has been entirely diminished at the hands of a single individual, Feng Tian. Such a tremendous loss may provoke nearby forces that have long been eyeing Takian village to seize the opportunity and plunder its resources entirely, especially now. After Feng Tian has taken the Seven Tails, those forces will become even more unrestrained. Upon reflecting on this, a rare ripple of emotion flickered across Feng Tian's face. However, there is no alternative. His actions are solely motivated by the desire to return home. Before embarking on this journey, he employed all his ocular power to unleash cause and effect, rectifying the chaos surrounding him. Feng Tian murmured softly, placing his hand above Feng's abdomen, initiating the extraction of chakra. Feng's cries gradually diminished, and with the warmth of Feng Tian's palm, an indescribable force began to circulate between them. This time, unimpeded by any external interference, the extraction of chakra proceeded swiftly. In less than an hour, the immense chakra of the Seven Tails had been completely drawn out. As the Seven Tails chakra dissipated, Feng's life force began to wane at an alarming rate. Observing the scene before him, Feng Tian sighed helplessly, and subsequently activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. A powerful, causal force restored Feng's rapidly diminishing life force entirely. Upon hearing Feng's cries, Feng Tian turned back and exited the chamber. He was aware that his actions might be perceived as somewhat altruistic, yet he could not bring himself to arbitrarily take the life of another, especially when he bore no grudge against the Jinchuriki. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he simply could not commit such an act. Moreover, possessing the ability to reverse cause and effect, he deemed it a trivial matter. "How did it go? Did you succeed?" Upon seeing Feng Tian emerge from the chamber, Obito could not help but inquire. Meanwhile, Kakuzu leaned coldly against the wall, awaiting Feng Tian's response. "Yes, the process went smoothly," Feng Tian replied with a slight nod. However, before Obito could speak, Kakuzu interjected coldly. Since the task is complete, what about the reward I am owed? At this remark, Feng Tian's expression remained placid. He merely raised his hand slightly. The causal force swirling around him. Suddenly, countless gold coins materialized in the void above, cascading down like a waterfall, instantly inundating the ground beneath Kakuzu in a golden sea. This is your reward, Kakuzu, Feng Tian stated flatly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. These coins were not sourced from anywhere, but were borrowed from a future point in time through the causal force, serving as compensation for Kakuzu's services. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakuzu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He reached out to catch a handful of the flying coins, inspecting them closely before a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Excellent, Feng Tian, your methods never fail to astonish. Toby stood silently by, increasingly wary of Feng Tian's formidable abilities. He was acutely aware that, despite being a member of the Twilight organization and sharing a common goal with Feng Tian, the latter's strength and methods had far surpassed his expectations, necessitating a more cautious approach. So what shall we do next? Toby inquired, attempting to divert the conversation from Feng Tian's prowess. Feng Tian gazed into the distance, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. I still have one more task to attend to, he replied softly, a glint of malice momentarily flashing in his gaze. He then ascended from the underground, returning to the surface. In the next moment, as the eternal Mangeki Sharingan gradually rotated, intricate, mysterious patterns began to emanate from his pupils, an ineffable power surging quietly through the air. Suddenly, a towering black giant, the complete body Susanoo, materialized before Kakuzu and Toby, resembling a deity emerging from the abyss, instilling a profound sense of reverence. In the hands of the complete body Susanoo, a razor-sharp long blade gradually coalesced, shimmering with a faint light of causality, as if it could perceive all worldly connections and adjudicate life and death. Feng Tian named this blade the Blade of Judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Tian focused his will, and the complete body Susanoo swung the Blade of Judgment, like a mountain, striking fiercely at the distant, undulating mountains. In an instant, the sword's energy surged forth, wielding destructive power that flattened the entire range to the ground, a cloud of dust soaring skyward, obscuring the sun. After completing this, Feng Tian closed his eyes, his being enveloped in a peculiar wave, embodying the essence of the technique, reversal of cause and effect. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled as if filled with stars, and his voice resonated, amplified beyond measure, transcending the confines of space and time to reach every corner within miles. Echoing clearly in the ears of all factions, to those who seek to pry into the affairs of Takigakure, lend me your ears. Should anyone dare to oppress Takigakure after my departure, I shall personally pay you a visit and eradicate you all. Chapter 62. The Blacklist. Feng Tian's voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, imbued with an undeniable resolve and authority. The colossal black giant, the complete body Susanoo, stood as a living god, the Blade of Judgment, in its grasp still radiating a faint light of causality, evoking awe. Kakuzu and Toby, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a profound shock. They understood that Feng Tian had acquired the power to rewrite any causality, transcending the realm of mortals. Feng Tian, do you not fear inciting the wrath of many? Obito couldn't help but speak up, though he already had a thorough understanding of Feng Tian's capabilities. He still felt compelled to offer a warning. Feng Tian cast him a cool glance, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. Public outrage? What of it? In this world, there exists no force that can threaten me anymore. With such power, why should I fear the wrath of others? Kakuzu remained silent by his side, well aware that in a world where strength reigned supreme, Feng Tian's words held undeniable truth. Moreover, he understood that both he and Obito were merely pawns in Feng Tian's grand design, disposable at any moment should he so choose. Enough. We've spoken enough. Feng Tian slowly retracted his perfect Susanoo, his form shrinking back to normal size. His gaze shifted between Kakuzu and Obito, his tone laced with an unshakable authority. This matter is settled. It's time we departed. The two exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, though doubts lingered in their hearts. They knew there was no turning back now. Just as the trio prepared to leave, an unexpected assault shattered the uneasy calm. Blades, swift as shooting stars in the night, whistled through the air toward them. Feng Tian reacted with preternatural speed. His eyes flickered coldly, instantly discerning the trajectory of the attack. In the next breath, the skeletal arms of his Susanoo erupted from within him, forming an impenetrable barrier that deflected the blades with sharp metallic clangs. Humph. Since you've come, don't expect to leave. A commanding, icy voice rang out as Killer Bee emerged, flanked by dozens of elite Konoha shinobi. With a subtle nod from Killer Bee, one of the elites swiftly directed several ninja to encircle Feng Tian's group from behind, sealing off any escape. The tension thickened, suffocating in its intensity. When Feng Tian recognized the intruder, a smirk of amusement played on his lips. So it's you, Killer Bee. I spared you once before, yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. Do you truly believe I won't kill you? His words dripped with disdain and menace. He took a single step forward. An overwhelming pressure radiating from his body. Like a torrential flood, it bore down on everyone present, save for Obito and Kakuzu. Killer Bee's thoughts raced. This pressure. He's grown even stronger. Despite the creeping fear, he tightened his grip on his blades, his gaze unwavering as he stared Feng Tian down, refusing to retreat. Yet, just as Killer Bee braced himself for battle, Feng Tian's figure vanished like a phantom. In the next instant, he appeared behind Kurabi with astonishing speed. Kurabi reacted swiftly, thrusting his blade backward the moment Feng Tian materialized. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact, a formidable force of causality suddenly surged forth, rendering Kurabi's body rigid and immobile. The blade, aimed at Feng Tian, hung suspended in midair as if ensnared by an invisible power. What is happening? My body cannot move. Kurabi pondered in bewilderment, as the effects of Feng Tian's reversal of cause and effect rendered him utterly powerless, despite his desperate efforts to break free. Feng Tian's gaze was icy as he slowly extended his hand and lightly tapped Kurabi's back. Instantly, Kurabi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his body collapsed weakly to the ground. You are fortunate. I have already taken enough lives today, Feng Tian spoke again. And the overwhelming force of causality swept across the battlefield in an instant. The dozens of elite ninjas, under this mighty power, found themselves as immobile as Kurabi. Just sleep peacefully. War will soon arrive. Feng Tian's words fell coldly, followed by an even greater surge of causality. In the next moment, the elite ninjas fell to the ground, all unconscious except for Obito and Kakuzu. Humph, you truly possess a saintly heart, Kakuzu mockingly remarked upon witnessing the scene. Before Kakuzu's taunt could fully escape his lips, an immense force of causality descended upon him like a mountain, compelling him to kneel, utterly unable to move. He looked up, astonished, and was about to speak when Feng Tian's figure appeared before him like a specter. Feng Tian's expression remained devoid of emotion, his cold demeanor radiating an uncontrollable murderous intent directed at Kakuzu. You are but a defeated pawn. What right do you have to converse with me as an equal? Feng Tian's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any sentiment. With a sweeping gesture, a powerful force erupted, sending Kakuzu flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently into a distant wall, dust billowing around him. Feng Tian turned his gaze away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A saintly heart? That is reserved for those I deem worthy. As for you, his tone grew increasingly frigid, and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate, emanating a disquieting brilliance. As the Sharingan spun, an even greater sense of oppression enveloped Kakuzu, causing his internal energy to surge violently, and he could no longer contain himself, violently spitting blood as his complexion turned as pale as parchment. The voice emanating from Feng Tian seemed to rise from the depths of the underworld, carrying an unshakable finality. Killing you would burden me not in the slightest. Do not presume that membership in our Twilight organization grants you any measure of my mercy. Those whose hands are stained with blood have already been inscribed upon my blacklist. Chapter 63. The High Council meeting. Kakuzu lay sprawled upon the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with resentment and terror. The surrounding air grew thick and motionless, as if time itself had frozen. Obito stood rigid, scarcely daring to breathe as he witnessed the scene unfold, privately grateful that he was not the target of Feng Tian's wrath. Feng Tian remained motionless, a cold and unyielding arbiter of fate, awaiting the final judgment. Remember this, his voice cut through the silence like a blade of ice, piercing Kakuzu to his core. In this filthy, war-torn shinobi world, there must exist a force absolute enough to restore balance. And I am the scale that weighs good and evil, the sovereign who severs the threads of karma. This is your last warning. Should you dare to insult me again, I will not hesitate to erase you from existence. With that, Feng Tian withdrew the overwhelming pressure of his karma power. Kakuzu felt the crushing weight lift from his body, and he exhaled in profound relief. In that moment, his defiance crumbled. He had been utterly subdued. Easy now, brother Kakuzu. Don't take it to heart. This is just how he is. Obito quickly stepped forward, offering a hand to help the fallen man to his feet. Kakuzu responded with nothing but a silent sneer before rising, dusting himself off, and standing as though nothing had happened. Obito said no more, and at Fengtian's signal, the two of them vanished into the depths of Kimi's dimension. A ripple of spatial distortion marked their departure. To prevent Obito from discovering Minato within the Kimi's dimension, Fengtian employed reverse causality to conceal the fourth Hokage's presence. Once the deed was done, Obito gazed into the distance, his emotions turbulent. Then, his eyes fell upon the unconscious forms of Killer Bee and his companions. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to bring them into Kimi's dimension as well. A sigh escaped him. So they are finally coming, aren't they? Fengtian's murmur lingered in the ruins before he vanished in a flicker of flying thunder god. 3 days later, Hokage's office, Konohagakure what? The entire Waterfall Village leadership annihilated? And Team Minato missing? Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his palms against the desk, his voice thick with disbelief as he addressed the two shinobi who had just returned from reconnaissance. The two ninja exchanged glances. One of them steadied himself before speaking in a measured tone. Lord Third, please, remain calm. 3 days ago, Team Minato abruptly lost all contact with us. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, we promptly dispatched a reinforcement team for investigation, only to uncover traces of battle and the bodies of what appeared to be ninjas from Takigakure. Meanwhile, the circumstances in Takigakure were equally dire. Reports suggested that their leadership had fallen victim to an unidentifiable force's ambush, with all, including the Takikage, meeting a grim fate. Presently, the entire village of Takigakure was engulfed in chaos. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes revealing an unprecedented severity. How could this be possible? Team Minato was among the elite of Konohagakure. Although their missions were perilous, Minato possessed mastery over space-time ninjutsu akin to that of the second Hokage. The Flying Thunder God technique. Logically, even if they were unable to overcome their adversaries, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. The strength of Takigakure should not be underestimated. How could they have been so easily annihilated? As he pondered, Hiruzen's furrows deepened, and the shadow of despair loomed larger upon his countenance. Lord Third, we too are skeptical of this intelligence, yet the evidence before us is disconcerting, another ninja interjected. Furthermore, our conjectures suggest a potential connection between these two incidents. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then rose, his gaze piercing. At that instant, one of the ninjas appeared to recall something and spoke up. Lord Third, there is another matter I believe warrants your attention. What is it? Hiruzen inquired. The ninja paused briefly before continuing. 3 days prior, surrounding forces reported that they simultaneously heard a sound akin to the earth shattering. Shortly thereafter, they were met with a menacing voice that threatened them, warning them not to lay a hand on Takigakure. After a considerable interval, those surrounding forces dared to send individuals to investigate Takigakure. According to their reports, they discovered that the mountain range, previously several miles away, had been flattened by an extraordinarily potent force. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen lowered the Hokage hood over his head, obscuring his expression. Moments later, he suddenly commanded, "Immediately summon all senior officials for an emergency meeting. We must ascertain the truth as swiftly as possible. Whatever conspiracy lurks in the shadows, Konohagakure cannot afford to remain passive." "Yes," responded the two ninjas as they departed, leaving Hiruzen alone in the room, gazing out at the overcast sky, turmoil and determination swirling within him. Before long, the senior members of Konohagakure gathered in the conference room, each face etched with gravity. At the head of the table stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the esteemed Hokage, tall and resolute, his demeanor exuding calmness and resolve. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful, relaying the newly acquired intelligence to every individual present. Each word resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of all in attendance. "Ladies and gentlemen, the current situation is exceedingly dire." The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen convey an undeniable gravity. The disappearance of the Team Minato and the devastation of the Takigakure leadership are no mere coincidences. A senior official, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty, and could not suppress his inquiry. "Hiruzen, what kind of conspiracy do you believe may lurk behind these events?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, as if to draw in all his worries, and then slowly exhaled. His gaze swept across the faces of those present, finally settling on the setting sun outside the window, as he spoke softly. "It is still unclear, but based on my conjecture, The only organization capable of simultaneously obliterating Team Minato and Takigakure is that mysterious organization known as Twilight. They operate with secrecy and employ ruthless tactics. We must swiftly ascertain the true intentions of this force, as well as detailed intelligence about their organization. Another senior official, exhibiting signs of anxiety, pressed further. So, what should we do? We cannot simply sit idly by, can we? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to respond, the door to the conference room was suddenly thrust open with great force. A gust of wind, laden with dust, interrupted his words. Soon, a tempestuous figure, akin to a furious lion, appeared before the assembly. It was none other than the fourth Raikage, his imposing frame, with muscles bulging like mountains, were eyes aflame with seething anger. He strode forth with purpose, his voice resounding like thunder. Hiruzen, where is my dear brother, Killer Bee? You must provide me with an explanation. Chapter 64. The suitable candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the suddenly barging in, wrathful fourth Raikage, feeling a twinge of surprise within, yet maintaining an air of composure. He rose slowly, his stature unwavering, and met A's fiery gaze with a tone of undeniable calm and resolve. Raikage, please, remain patient. With that, he gently raised a hand, signaling A to wait, embodying the poise of a Hokage. A's brow was furrowed in a way that seemed capable of crushing a fly, his anger burning fiercely in his eyes, as if ready to manifest and consume the conference room whole. Remain patient? My brother, Killer Bee, is missing. He may be in peril at this very moment. How can you ask me to remain patient? His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into A's eyes, filled with anxiety and fury, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. He understood the Raikage's urgency and anguish. Yet he was acutely aware that, at this critical juncture, rationality outweighed any emotion. Raikage, I empathize with your feelings. His voice was gentle yet profound, akin to the soft drizzle of spring, endeavoring to soothe the fury within Ai's heart. However, the events involving the Watergate Squad and the upper echelons of the Takigakure village suggested that they might be intricately linked to the disappearance of Killer Bee. We are exerting every effort in our investigation, hoping to locate them swiftly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that all of this is orchestrated by the same force? A flicker of surprise crossed the fourth Raikage's eyes, only to be swiftly eclipsed by a surge of anger. Indeed, we have reason to believe that a vast organization is manipulating these events from the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. And this organization is likely what you refer to as the Twilight faction. Upon hearing the name Twilight, the fourth Raikage clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking with a sharp sound, as if the very air was being torn apart by his fury. Twilight, it is you wretches again. Do not let me cross paths with you. One day, I shall personally eradicate this organization. His voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire conference room to tremble. The malice radiating from his visage was palpable, his eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity. Not long ago, the Twilight organization had infiltrated the hidden Cloud Village like a phantom, seizing the Eight Tails GY key and leading to the fall of the third Raikage. Now, they had abducted his dear brother, Killer Bee. Such enmity was enough to incite his burning wrath. Lord Raikage, we are currently convening a high-level meeting in Konoha, and our objective is to gather sufficient intelligence regarding the Twilight organization. If you trust my words, please take a seat and join our discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the fourth Raikage to sit at the side of the conference room and partake in the proceedings. Though the fourth Raikage remained unsettled, he recognized that this was not the moment for impulsive actions. With a huff, he slowly moved to a corner of the room, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if attempting to unravel his every thought. Noticing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and continued. The Twilight organization seems to have emerged from nowhere, shrouded in mystery. According to the intelligence we currently possess, this organization comprises several key members. His voice was deep and resonant, each word striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. The suspected leader, Feng Tian, possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, and his abilities are enigmatic, seemingly linked to causality. He has the capacity to alter certain aspects of causality, thereby influencing reality. He is an exceedingly perilous individual. In confronting him, we must deploy formidable strength, lest the consequences be unthinkable. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with concern. He glanced at the fourth Raikage, who, upon hearing the intelligence about Feng Tian, uncharacteristically lowered his head. The fourth Raikage had once clashed with Feng Tian and was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. He even harbored doubts that Fontion might have grown even stronger during this period. Besides Fontion, the members of the Twilight organization included the rogue ninja Sasori from Sunagakure, who was exceptionally skilled in the art of puppetry and had once successfully assassinated the third Kazekage through a surprise attack, his ruthless methods shocking to behold. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen carried a chill, as if it could freeze one's very blood. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence, the rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure seemed to have also joined the Twilight organization. This individual had once faced the first Hokage and emerged unscathed, a testament to his formidable strength. Next, there was the enigmatic figure known as the Hooded Man, whose mystery surpassed even that of Fontion. From the intelligence gathered thus far, it appeared he possessed space-time ninjutsu that rivaled the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the would-release techniques of the first Hokage. Although his record of actions during the battle at Takigakure was sparse, each of his interventions was enough to leave a lasting impression. He was undoubtedly a figure worthy of serious consideration. Having articulated so much, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily. His gaze shifted away from the fourth Raikage to rest upon Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, as if awaiting their reactions. The final individual mentioned was none other than Uchiha Shursui, a ninja from our very own Konohagakure. His prowess needs no embellishment. Skilled in Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, he possessed unparalleled combat experience. If a breakthrough point for infiltrating the Twilight organization were to be identified, Uchiha Shursui would serve as the most advantageous entry. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated with conviction, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Upon hearing these words, Danzo nodded, a rare moment of agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. He then spoke slowly, his tone imbued with authority. Uchiha Shursui is an elite member of our Umbu. Indeed, he represents our best chance at obtaining intelligence on the Twilight organization. If we wish to gather information from him, I happen to know someone I can recommend. Who? As Danzo's words fell, an array of inquiries erupted from the assembly. All eyes were fixed upon Danzo, eagerly anticipating his response. However, Danzo did not answer directly. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and with each crisp sound, the door to the conference room slowly creaked open. A remarkably young leaf ninja clad in Umbu attire stepped into view. His face was obscured by a cold mask, revealing only a pair of profound eyes that seemed capable of discerning the world's deepest illusions. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 65. The meeting concludes as this name slowly escaped Danzo's lips. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly thickened. All gazes converged upon the young Umbu ninja, Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious ninja of Konohagakure. His steps exuded a steady confidence as he slowly approached the conference table. His deep-set eyes meticulously scanned each individual present, ultimately locking onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Itachi, you are among the most distinguished ninjas of our Hidden Leaf Village and a prominent member of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. This mission is of utmost significance. We require you to leverage your past connection with Uchiha Shursui to infiltrate him and procure intelligence regarding the Twilight organization. Itachi slightly bowed his head, signifying his acceptance of the task. His voice was low and composed. I understand, Hokage-sama. I will do my utmost to fulfill this mission. Danzo, seated nearby, interjected, Itachi, you must be aware that although Uchiha Shursui was once a ninja of the leaf, he is now affiliated with the Twilight organization, and his loyalties have shifted. Exercise no mercy during the execution of your duties. Itachi nodded gently, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. Then let us not delay, Itachi. Be prepared to depart at a moment's notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, once we have everything in place to draw out the Twilight organization, you shall seize this opportunity to feign allegiance to them. However, remember to proceed with utmost caution. Itachi turned to leave the conference room, but at the threshold, he paused. Glancing back at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others gathered. Rest assured, I will return with intelligence regarding the Twilight organization and ensure my own safety. His voice was resolute and compelling, as if pledging a promise to all present. With that, the door to the conference room closed, and Itachi's figure vanished from sight. Uchiha Fugaku cast a deep, contemplative glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart a tumult of emotions. As Itachi's father, he naturally wished to shield him from such perilous undertakings. Nevertheless, as a ninja of the leaf, the greater good must always take precedence. Thus, during the task's arrangement, he remained silent, merely observing without voicing any dissent. Humph! Can such a young lad truly retrieve intelligence from the Twilight organization? The fourth Raikage, who had been seated quietly, snorted derisively, his tone laced with skepticism. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with calm assurance, brimming with faith in Itachi. Itachi is a composed and formidable prodigy within our Leaf Village. I have complete confidence in his ability to handle this mission. He turned to Uchiha Fugaku, adding, "You see, Fugaku?" Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, acknowledging Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Humph. If that's the case, do as you wish. However, I remain concerned for Kurabi. Should any information regarding him arise, I must be informed at once. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded slightly and spoke. That is only natural. Since this is the case, let us conclude this meeting. Deep beneath Konoha, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths, and Feng Tian's ocular prowess surged once more. At this moment, the outer path golem had completely absorbed the chakra of the seven tails, exuding an exceedingly volatile aura. Feng Tian, I am curious to know how far your eyes can see now. The oppressive voice of Uchiha Madara resonated, eliciting a palpable pressure upon all present. Save for Feng Tian. Yet, Feng Tian remained silent, taking a deliberate step forward as the power of causality enveloped him, instantly sweeping across the arena with a mere thought. The crowd felt the weight of this causative force pressing upon them, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, their gazes towards Feng Tian tinged with trepidation. Lord Madara, following this enhancement, you shall be able to maintain your peak combat prowess for an extended period under the protection of causality. Feng Tian's voice finally broke the silence. Calm and self-assured, as if he held everything in his grasp. Moreover, even in my absence, this power can continue to serve you. As Feng Tian's words fell, Uchiha Madara felt the surging force within him swell even more, as if countless rivers converged into a vast ocean, coursing through his veins. He reveled in this unprecedented strength, his heart brimming with joy that threatened to erupt in unrestrained laughter. After a brief warm-up, he slowly produced a scroll, slapping it forcefully against the ground, which summoned a massive hand fan into his grasp. This power is truly intoxicating, Uchiha Madara mused, caressing the fan, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Feng Tian, your abilities are undoubtedly the pinnacle of all Sharingan capabilities known to me. With vigorous swings of the fan, each movement was accompanied by the sound of tearing air, as if space itself were being rent asunder by his overwhelming might. He then turned to Feng Tian, a look of exhilaration on his face, and continued, at this moment. The blood within me is boiling. This is the first time, aside from Hashirama, that I have felt such intense battle fervor towards another. The battle in the Hidden Cloud Village was but a tedious farce for me. Yet now, facing you, Feng Tian, I see a magnificent dance unfolding. Every one of your movements will be my finest counterplay. So, let us revel in the joy that battle brings us on this battlefield. As Uchiha Madara's words resonated, a pressure even more potent than Feng Tian's causative force enveloped the surroundings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble at that moment. Feng Tian stood there silently, his gaze piercing, locking onto Uchiha Madara, who was brimming with combat spirit. Though his expression remained as tranquil as water, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes burned with an inferno of martial zeal. In the next moment, Feng Tian unhesitatingly switched to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Accompanied by a surge of causal power, he and Uchiha Madara vanished from their original location, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that gradually faded from the astonished gazes of onlookers. When they reappeared, they found themselves ensconced within a void of dimensional space. Here, the flow of time was in disarray, and the spatial structure twisted in a dizzying manner, with nothing but the boundless earth surrounding them. This was the battlefield tailored specifically for the two of them, the dimensional space. As you wish, Lord Madara. Feng Tian's voice resonated within the emptiness of the dimensional realm. Now, we can unleash our full power without reservation. Chapter 66. The Battle in Dimensional Space Beneath the Village of Konoha. Jisue, who do you think will emerge victorious? Obito inquired of Jisue after witnessing the disappearance of Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara. As fellow members of the Uchiha clan, their bond within the organization, Twilight, was naturally closer. I don't know. Perhaps it will be Madara, Jisue replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After all, he wields godlike power. Although Feng Tian's causal force is indeed peculiar, I believe Madara still has the upper hand. However, Obito suddenly shifted the conversation, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. That guy Feng Tian always manages to conjure miraculous feats in dire situations. Do you recall the mission in the Hidden Cloud Village? We all thought there was no hope, yet he single-handedly summoned Madara and turned the tide of battle. And not long ago in the Hidden Waterfall Village, you didn't see it, but the oppressive aura exuded by Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo was staggering. With just one strike, he annihilated nearly all the elite ninjas of the hidden waterfall village, including the Water Shadow. Jisue nodded slightly, memories of Feng Tian's numerous exploits flickering in his mind. He could not deny that Feng Tian possessed an indescribable resilience and potential, a quality even he found awe-inspiring. Indeed, Feng Tian's potential is unfathomable, Jisue spoke slowly. Moreover, while his causal power is enigmatic, it also harbors profound principles. If he can further comprehend it, he might truly rival Madara. While the two engaged in conversation, Kakuzu turned to Scorpion and asked, "What do you think?" Scorpion merely cast a cold glance at Kakuzu before responding, "Tch, a tedious endeavor." After that, he moved aside to delve into research on his puppets. Ever since the inception of his mad desire to transform himself into a puppet, Scorpion had been pondering how to achieve this aim flawlessly. The arrival of Kakuzu sparked new ideas within his mind. Kakuzu observed the scene with a cold snort before settling into silent anticipation, awaiting the battle's outcome. Within the warped dimensions of the space-time battlefield, the confrontation between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara reached an unprecedented intensity. The very fabric of space seemed to tear under the weight of their auras, each breath sending faint tremors through the distorted void. "Feng Tian, your growth has indeed surpassed my expectations," Madara's voice echoed through the fractured dimensions, laced with a trace of admiration, yet dominated by the fervor of impending combat. A faint smile curved Feng Tian's lips as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though capable of unraveling the threads of fate itself. "Lord Madara, let us dispense with idle words and begin," Feng Tian replied, his voice steady. "I, too, am curious to what heights my current strength may ascend." Before the last syllable faded, Feng Tian vanished, reappearing in a flash at Madara's flank. His fist, wreathed in the power of causality, surged toward the Uchiha's ribs. Yet Madara's reflexes proved equally formidable. With a subtle shift of his body, he evaded the strike, his war fans sweeping forth in retaliation, unleashing a tempestuous gale aimed squarely at Feng Tian's face. Feng Tian flickered away once more, narrowly avoiding the assault, his eyes already cycling in preparation for the next offensive. Unwilling to yield, Madara lunged forward like a beast unleashed, his form a blur of predatory motion. Within that fractured realm, their clash escalated into a storm of devastation. Each collision threatened to sunder the very fabric of space-time. Their opposing forces, Feng Tian's causality and Madara's overwhelming might, clashing in dazzling eruptions of energy, painting the void in surreal brilliance. For a suspended moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze, leaving only the two figures locked in relentless combat. Every impact resonated with deafening force, every strike carrying the potential to annihilate the fragile dimensions around them. "Feng Tian," Madara's voice cut through the chaos, laced with disdain, "let us dispense with these childish taijutsu games." Uchiha Madara let out a furious roar, and in an instant, a colossal, complete body Susanoo materialized around him. "Excellent." Feng Tian also responded, and soon, as his eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, began to rotate, he unleashed the pitch-black complete body Susanoo. At that moment, two colossal figures towered, with Uchiha Madara and Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo resembling two moving mountains. Their auras clashed, distorting the surrounding space, as if it were on the verge of collapse. "Feng Tian, allow me to witness whether your so-called power of causality can withstand my might." The voice of Uchiha Madara reverberated from atop the Susanoo, imbued with an aura of boundless authority and self-assurance. Faintly smiling, his Susanoo wielded a colossal long sword, its blade shimmering with the radiance of causality, as if it possessed the power to sever all ties of cause and effect in the world. "Lord Madara, I humbly ask for your guidance." As soon as the words left his lips, two Susanoo simultaneously launched their assaults. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo wielded its colossal blade, radiating a cataclysmic force as it struck towards Feng Tian. In response, Feng Tian's Susanoo, grasping the blade of judgment, unleashed a beam of causal light to meet it. The two forces collided, erupting in a deafening cacophony that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of space-time. A powerful shockwave dispersed, tearing the surrounding realm asunder. Yet, neither Feng Tian nor Uchiha Madara exhibited the slightest inclination to retreat. They continued to command their Susanoos in a fierce clash, each impact threatening to obliterate the very space they occupied. As both adversaries matched each other in strength, A flicker of madness crossed Uchiha Madara's visage. With swift hand seals, he summoned dozens of shadow clones. Upon witnessing this, Fontian immediately discerned Madara's intent. He planned to have his clones utilize Susanoo for a coordinated assault. Realizing this, Fengtian's power of causality surged forth from his eyes. Under the effect of reversing cause and effect, the shadow clones poised to unleash Susanoo were obliterated in an instant. Uchiha Madara paused momentarily, yet the madness on his face remained undiminished. Indeed, battling with you ignites my fervor. Haha. At this moment, Fengtian was perceived by Madara as an equal to Hashirama. Fengtian, hearing these words, momentarily wore a grave expression. Subsequently, an overwhelming force of annihilation surged from the blade of judgment in his grasp. In the next instant, Madara heard Fengtian's icy voice. It is time to end this. Chapter 67. The Eighth Gate of Death. The end of annihilation. As Fengtian's words faded, an immense destructive force erupted from the blade of judgment. Following this, Fengtian gestured, and the complete form of Susanoo wielded the blade of judgment, sending forth a torrent of sword energy imbued with terrifying annihilation towards Uchiha Madara. Sensing the approaching wave of destruction, even someone as formidable as Madara felt a twinge of gravity in his gaze. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, Madara no longer held back. His eyes swiftly transitioned to the Rinnegan, and he raised his hand slightly, releasing a tremendous gravitational pull that absorbed Fengtian's sword energy entirely. So, you finally resorted to using the Rinnegan? This power must be the Hungry Ghost Path's absorption technique, right? Fengtian observed coldly, knowing all of Uchiha Madara's abilities as a traveler. Yet, facing him directly still instilled a sense of pressure. Fengtian, you indeed have impressed me. But with just this, you are still insufficient to defeat me. The voice of Uchiha Madara reverberated within the Susanoo, laced with disdain and provocation. However, Fengtian remained unfazed by the taunts, acutely aware of the necessity to maintain composure in the heat of battle. Lord Madara, I am indeed aware of your prowess. Yet, I believe you will indelibly remember what is about to transpire. Fengtian's words fell coldly, yet this time imbued with a sense of resolve. Subsequently, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan gradually ceased its operation, causing the immense complete Susanoo to dissipate. At that moment, Uchiha Madara unexpectedly erupted into laughter, his mirth dripping with derision. Fengtian, do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? Such naivety. In response to Madara's scorn, Fengtian merely shook his head and softly replied, this technique was originally intended for them. However, it presents a perfect opportunity to ascertain whether I can withstand the consequences it entails. Upon uttering these words, Fengtian abruptly concentrated all his chakra at his heart, as a stream of crimson steam began to emanate from within him. Eighth Gate of Death, open. With Fengtian's calm yet resolute declaration, the atmosphere of the battlefield thickened with tension. Madara's smile froze upon his face as he sensed the terrifying power brewing within Fengtian. When did you learn this technique? Madara's incredulous voice betrayed his astonishment. He understood all too well that the Eight Gates technique represented the pinnacle of taijutsu, with the opening of the eighth gate signifying a sacrifice of life for unparalleled strength. Fengtian offered no reply, instead closing his eyes tightly, his muscles taut as if every inch of his skin braced for the imminent eruption. The red steam continued to pour forth from his being, enveloping him in a heart-stopping tableau. Even so, you may not triumph over me. Madara scoffed coldly, swiftly forming hand seals in preparation for Fengtian's final strike. Come, let me witness the extent of your capabilities. However, at that moment, Fengtian's body seemed propelled by an invisible force, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning as he surged toward Uchiha Madara. His speed was so extraordinary that even Madara's Rinnegan struggled to track his movement. Lord Madara, receive my final blow. Fengtian's voice thundered in Madara's ears. And then his fist, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck mercilessly against Madara's Susanoo. In that instant, the very fabric of space appeared to tear asunder under the weight of this force. The Susanoo emitted a deafening roar as its massive form began to crack, ultimately collapsing in a resounding crash. Uchiha Madara was also repelled by this overwhelming power, his complexion turning a ghastly pale. What is this power? Uchiha Madara gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Fengtian could unleash such a terrifying force. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Fengtian's fist, enveloped in a menacing red steam, came crashing toward him. Madara's expression darkened instantly, and a glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the Wheel of Fate, and several figures flickered into existence in the void, his clones concealed within the subspace. They emerged like phantoms, exerting their utmost efforts to construct an impenetrable barrier with their flesh and blood, staunchly resisting Feng Tian's overwhelming assault. However, the terrifying power unleashed by the Eight Gates was not something to be trifled with. Despite the exceptional strength of the clones, they could only hold their ground for a fleeting few seconds against the tempestuous onslaught of Feng Tian, shattering like candles in the wind, ultimately overwhelmed by his relentless advance. Confronted with Feng Tian's impending, lethal strike, Madara curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, his profound gaze radiating resolve and pride. With a clap of his hands, he bellowed, "Would release, flowering tree world descends." As his thunderous proclamation echoed, the battlefield seemed to be shrouded in an enigmatic force. In an instant, countless towering trees erupted from the earth, twisting and spiraling, intertwining to form an expansive green sea. These trees appeared to possess life, their branches and leaves glowing faintly, ensnaring Feng Tian, binding him within this vibrant, yet perilous forest. Under the peculiar and formidable suppression of the wood release, Feng Tian felt his chakra receding like a receding tide. The once boiling red steam gradually lost its former arrogance, wilting as if consumed by an invisible force. "Lord Madara, do you truly believe this can restrain me?" Feng Tian remarked, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, before vanishing instantaneously through Flying Thunder God. Simultaneously, under the control of the miraculous ninjutsu reversal of cause and effect, a conspicuous Flying Thunder God mark emerged behind Uchiha Madara, silently proclaiming Feng Tian's return as if it were a shackle of fate. Before Madara could react, Feng Tian's figure reappeared at his back, striking with a devastating punch, akin to a meteor crashing to the ground, aiming to obliterate all in its path. It is time for the curtain to fall. However, just as Feng Tian believed he had secured victory, a deep, imposing voice resonated from the other end of the battlefield, resembling thunder. "Feng Tian, I believe I mentioned my aversion to having someone appear behind me." Chapter 68, The Time Has Come. "What?" Feng Tian exclaimed in shock, turning to locate Madara's figure. But regrettably, he found no trace of him. At the same moment, the fist that embodied Feng Tian's full strength, carrying the sound of splitting wind, crashed thunderously toward the spot where Uchiha Madara had stood, only to strike empty air, the reverberation deafening. In that instant, a cold, knowing smirk curled at the corner of Madara's lips, laden with mockery and disdain. Then, his form twisted unnaturally, morphing into an eerily lifelike wooden effigy. In the next breath, countless tendrils slithered forth like serpents, coiling tightly around Feng Tian, rendering him immobile. "Damn it! The wood clone technique. I've fallen into his trap." Alarm and dread intertwined in Feng Tian's mind as he struggled violently, desperate to break free while attempting to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to escape this dire predicament. Yet fate was unkind. Before he could invoke the technique, dozens of colossal wooden pillars descended from the heavens like divine wrath, pinning him mercilessly to the ground, leaving him utterly paralyzed. "Wood release, Gate of the Great God." Madara's voice, low and commanding, resonated as he materialized before Feng Tian like a specter, his battle robes fluttering, his gaze as frigid as glacial ice. He stepped forward deliberately, his fingers tracing the gate of the great god that sealed Feng Tian, each touch seemingly steeped in reminiscence. A fleeting trace of tenderness and nostalgia flickering deep within his eyes, though it pales in comparison to that man's sage art, Gate of the Great God. For sealing purposes, this will suffice. Then, Madara tilted his head slightly, observing Feng Tian's disheveled state on the ground before adding, "Well, do you require assistance rising?" Feng Tian lifted his head, a flash of defiance crossing his face. "I believe that won't be necessary." To Madara's astonishment, Feng Tian rose effortlessly, utterly disregarding the seal of the Gate of the Great God. Instinctively, Madara retreated several paces. But those steps of retreat granted Feng Tian the opening he needed. Channeling a surge of annihilation energy, he launched a devastating strike toward Madara. The moment his fist made contact, Madara sensed the all-consuming force of annihilation. In desperation, he tore off his armor and flung it aside, narrowly evading obliteration by the destructive power. "I'm curious, how did you accomplish that?" Despite the perilous encounter, Madara swiftly regained his composure, his voice steady as he posed the question. Yet Feng Tian remained silent, his eyes shimmering faintly with the aura of Kamui. as if conveying everything and nothing at all. I see. It's a Beto-S ability. Madara's expression shifted to one of realization, though a trace of bewilderment lingered in his piercing gaze. To my knowledge, each Manjiki Sharingan's power is unique. Yours is tied to causality, so why do you wield a Beto-S space-time manipulation as well? Upon hearing these words, Feng Tian smiled faintly and remarked, "Everyone must possess their own secrets, do they not, Lord Madara?" Uchiha Madara stared at Feng Tian, his gaze a mixture of curiosity and wariness. He nodded slowly, conceding, "Indeed. Each individual harbors their own mysteries. It appears that your secret is even more unfathomable than I had anticipated." Feng Tian stood firm, his aura slightly chaotic despite having just broken free from the constraints of wood release. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his inner energy, while vigilantly watching Uchiha Madara, ready for any sudden aggression. "Shall we continue?" Uchiha Madara spoke gravely, having already devised a countermeasure upon learning of Feng Tian's capabilities. "Of course, for I too wish to ascertain the extent of my abilities," Feng Tian replied nonchalantly, a surge of crimson steam erupting from his form once more. The second phase of battle commenced. Feng Tian swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, intending to depart from this location. However, just as he was about to execute the jutsu, Uchiha Madara's eyes sharpened with intensity. Attempting to flee? That will not be so simple. In an instant, Uchiha Madara appeared before Feng Tian, seizing his shoulder. Feng Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rapid reaction from Uchiha Madara. Yet, in this critical moment, the power of annihilation within him surged violently, unleashing formidable strength that forced Uchiha Madara back several paces. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Tian promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a flash of light and vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, Feng Tian reappeared at Uchiha Madara's side. This time he maintained a sufficient distance, launching a powerful punch forward. The fist's wind, infused with the power of annihilation, seemed to devour the surrounding air, leaving behind a dark, gaping fissure. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted at this sight. The speed of this attack surpassed the previous one, yet he did not falter. He raised one hand and commanded, "Shinra Tensei." Accompanied by his incantation, an invisible force erupted from him, as if the very fabric of space were violently repelling everything in that moment. Feng Tian's punch wind was abruptly deflected upon contact with this force, unable to advance even a fraction further, while the dark cracks swiftly healed under its influence, as if it had never existed. This is intriguing, Feng Tian thought, executing a roll in midair before landing steadily, his eyes reflecting both surprise and exhilaration. He was acutely aware that Shinra Tensei was a unique ability of the Rinnegan, capable of repelling all matter and energy. He had not expected Uchiha Madara to wield such a technique to counter his punch wind. Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his hand, a faint smile gracing his features. "It seems your power, while formidable, is still insufficient to breach my defenses." Then, it was my turn to strike. No sooner had the words left my lips than Uchiha Madara's figure vanished once more, as if merging with the very air, leaving behind only flickering afterimages in his wake. Feng Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed the surrounding space being subtly distorted by an unseen force, a harbinger of Madara's impending assault. At that moment, Madara reappeared behind Feng Tian, his hand slowly extending to rest upon Feng Tian's shoulder. Almost immediately, a voice laced with an oppressive aura resonated from behind. "ISNT at time?" Chapter 69, Itachi's Choice What? Feng Tian spun around abruptly, disbelief etched across his face, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Madara's countenance, adorned with disdain. The air around them seemed to solidify, even the wind stilled, leaving only the taut silence of their confrontation, so intense one could almost hear a pin drop. A sly smile curled at the corners of Madara's mouth, his movements casual, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. Yet, within the gentle push lay the force of a cataclysm. Feng Tian felt an irresistible surge of power crash upon him, his chest struck as if by a heavy hammer, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Radiant like the evening glow, yet tinged with a mournful hue, he was propelled like a kite severed from its string, hurtling into the distance before crashing heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him. Gasping for breath, each inhalation felt like a dance upon the edge of a blade, painful and arduous. His eyes widened as he gazed at the dimming light of the sky, an overwhelming tide of confusion swelling within him. What is happening? Why is my strength waning? The chakra that ebbed away was akin to grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, silent yet despair-inducing. Madara approached with measured steps, arms crossed over his chest. His Rinnegan now retracted, returning to a semblance of calm, though his ordinary black eyes concealed an unfathomable abyss. He regarded the half-kneeling Feng Tian with a gaze almost tinged with pity, his voice deep and magnetic, the forbidden power of the Eight Gates. While it grants you momentary strength beyond limits, exacts a dire toll, the rapid burning of your life force. Time is running short. If you cannot find a way to restrain this power, I fear your life as flame may extinguish at this very moment. Madara's words pierced like a cold wind in winter, chilling to the bone. After speaking, he slowly crouched down, his long fingers gently resting upon Feng Tian's trembling shoulder. This time, he refrained from unleashing a terrifying attack. Instead, he began to infuse Feng Tian with a warm and pure chakra, akin to gentle spring rain nourishing parched earth. Under the nurturing embrace of this energy, Feng Tian's body seemed to awaken under a mysterious force, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flaring open, revealing the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. As an immense force of causality coursed through his being, the once rapidly fading breath of life miraculously began to rejuvenate. Akin to wilted flowers in spring that reclaimed their vitality. Yet, the repercussions of the dead gate of the Eight Gates of Bypass were exceedingly profound. Fortunately, Feng Tian had captured the Seven Tails, which once again amplified his ocular prowess. Otherwise, even if recovery were possible, it would undoubtedly be accompanied by severe aftereffects. Feeling the restoration of chakra and the resurgence of life force within, Feng Tian gradually relaxed his furrowed brow and raised his gaze towards Uchiha Madara, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and gratitude. "Why help me?" Feng Tian managed to utter, his voice tinged with a raspy quality. Uchiha Madara rose, his gaze penetrating the distance as if transcending the barriers of time and space. Witnessing both a distant past and an uncertain future, this world has long been devoid of a worthy companion to fight alongside me. You, Feng Tian, are an exception. He turned to face Feng Tian, his eyes sharp and piercing. In comparison to Obito, you are a remarkably perfect pawn. As the player of this fast chess game, I do not wish to expend the power of the samsara on you. Upon hearing these words, Feng Tian's lips curled into a bitter smile. He understood well that Uchiha Madara's character was proud and intricate, often driven by his own will and judgment. Today's actions might merely stem from a fleeting whim or perhaps a recognition of his potential. Regardless, thank you. Feng Tian struggled to rise, though his body remained frail. Shall we continue? Upon seeing Feng Tian stand, Uchiha Madara also straightened, crossing his arms and gazing down at him with an air of superiority. To this, Feng Tian merely lifted his head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. No need. Continuing would serve no purpose. Then, with the enhancement of the force of causality, Feng Tian's body began to recover at an astonishing pace. Turning away from Uchiha Madara, he spoke softly yet confidently. "Do you believe, Lord Madara, that I still have one last card to play? If I were to utilize it, I am confident you would not stand a chance against me." Intrigued by this assertion, Uchiha Madara inquired, "Oh, is that so? I am curious about the confidence that allows you to make such a statement." Feng Tian remained silent, gently shaking his head. After a moment's pause, he slowly replied, "Once this card is played, both of us shall meet our demise, though you would tread the path to the underworld before I." With that, Feng Tian gazed into the distance, a grave expression crossing his features, and whispered in a tone only he could hear, "This move is reserved for them." At the waterfall of Kanahagakur, Uchiha Itachi meandered through the forest, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The traces left by battle serve as a testament to his enduring friendship with Shursui. Ever since Shursui fled Konoha alongside F10, Itachi Uchiha has not worn a smile. Now, he finds himself reminiscing about the moments shared with Shursui, yet the harsh reality plunges his thoughts into an abyss of turmoil. Brother Shursui, what could have compelled you? Such an exceptional individual as yourself. Why did you choose to forsake Konoha? Itachi murmurs, struggling to comprehend Shursui's actions. Before long, he arrives at a waterfall, the very site of their last sparring match, the place where F10 appeared and took Shursui away. Standing before the cascading waters, Itachi's gaze grows profound and intricate. The torrent rushes down like the Milky Way, crashing against the rocks with a deafening roar. Yet it cannot drown out the inner conflict and uncertainty he feels. He closes his eyes, and the image of Shursui's gentle yet resolute eyes arises, along with the memory of their final encounter. In that moment, Shursui had mastered his swordsmanship, and under his guidance, Itachi had made significant strides. However, all this beauty was brutally shattered with F10's arrival. Brother Shursui, what did you truly see? What led you to abandon Konoha, to leave us behind? Itachi quietly questions himself, as if hoping to hear Shirsui's distant response amidst the roar of the waterfall. He slowly sits upon a rock beside the cascade, allowing the droplets to splatter upon his face, dampening his hair and clothing. At that moment, he feels as though he is isolated from the world, lost in his own thoughts. Brother Shirsui, I have never blamed you. I merely wish to know, was your choice genuinely the right one? Is Konoha, the home where we both grew up, truly unworthy of our affection? A flicker of confusion flashes in Itachi's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by determination. He rises, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, the very direction from which F10 led Shirsui away. Regardless of your choice, I will seek the truth. If there are indeed issues within Konoha, I will use my own eyes to discern the reality. If, dear brother Shirsui, your choice proves to be just, I will respect and understand it. Taking a deep breath, Itachi turns away from the waterfall, preparing to return to Konoha. He knows there are numerous tasks awaiting him, countless enigmas to unravel. All of this necessitates his personal investigation, his experiences, and his judgment. However, unbeknownst to Itachi, Shirsui stands not far off on a branch, witnessing it all. His expression is a tapestry of complex emotions, regret, conflict, but above all, a resolute determination. Weasel, I apologize. There are many matters I must attend to alone. It is not suitable for us to meet at this moment. Chapter 70. The inquiry of Photion with an extraordinary sight as if the very fabric of space were gently rippling like the surface of water. The figures of Photion and Uchiha Madara gradually materialized before the eyes of the crowd, as if stepping forth from the void. The fluctuations in the space gradually subsided, returning everything to tranquility. What is the outcome of your confrontation? Who emerged victorious? As Obito's figure flickered, he instinctively took a few hurried steps forward, eagerly inquiring. His gaze swept back and forth between the two, attempting to discern any trace of battle beneath their calm exteriors. Yet, both Photion and Uchiha Madara appeared impeccably composed, their presence restored to an apex state through that enigmatic principle of causality, rendering it impossible to ascertain the victor merely by their appearance. Just as Photion was about to speak, a subtle smile gracing his lips, he was interrupted by Madara's deep, resonant voice. The outcome of that battle was merely an illusion. What truly matters is how we should strategize and act moving forward. Madara's words conveyed an air of detached tranquility, as if the preceding conflict had been nothing more than a trivial game. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Their expressions varied. Photion turned to face Uchiha Madara, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes, admiration, wariness, and an indescribable sense of kinship. Where is Shirsui? After a cursory glance around, Photion was astonished to discover that Ji had inexplicably vanished. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired aloud. Upon hearing this, Obito was momentarily taken aback. He then surveyed the surroundings and, upon realizing that Ji was indeed missing, spoke up. This is strange. Ji was just beside me a moment ago. How could he suddenly disappear? Obito scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Scorpion and Kakuzu, seeking answers from them. However, the icy indifference in Scorpion's eyes and Kakuzu's unyielding silence left him feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation in the air occurred, and Shirsui, with an elusive speed, reappeared before everyone like a specter. His eyes locked onto those of F10, and an ominous aura seemed to permeate the atmosphere. Finally, after a brief pause, F10 spoke with a grim expression, his words laced with an air of authority. Where have you been? Did I not make it clear that no one is permitted to leave without my consent? Shirsui's figure trembled slightly, yet he swiftly regained his composure, facing Photion's imposing gaze. A trace of remorse flickered in his eyes. Forgive me, Photion. There are matters I must attend to alone, Shirsui uttered, his voice serene yet resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. Photion's brow furrowed deeply, sensing the unusual aura emanating from Shirsui, an intricate blend of determination and secrecy. He comprehended that Shirsui's actions carried profound significance. Shirsui, you are aware of the paramount importance of our plan. At this critical juncture, the actions of any individual could potentially alter the entire situation. The tone of Photion was imbued with an undeniable seriousness. I expect you to elucidate what precisely you have done. Taking a deep breath, Shirsui appeared to be organizing his thoughts. After a brief moment, he slowly spoke, revealing the reasons for his departure. I sensed a familiar, yet foreign fluctuation of chakra. It belonged to Itachi, and I feared it might jeopardize our plans, hence I resolved to investigate personally. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression softened. The hostility in his gaze towards Ashuri dissipated, though his mind remained contemplative. After a lengthy pause, Feng Tian inquired, was he alone? Zhuwei slightly nodded, offering no denial. However, Feng Tian, observing this reaction, furrowed his brow slightly and, resting his chin on his hand, spoke slowly. At such a sensitive time, how could Itachi appear alone? Could it be that this is a trap set by Konoha for us? He then directed his intense gaze back at Zhuwei, and a powerful sense of pressure enveloped the room once more. This time, his tone regained a darker edge, or perhaps, you are the spy sent by Konoha. Confronted with Feng Tian's sudden accusation, Zhuwei's expression shifted, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that any display of panic at such a moment could exacerbate misunderstandings. Taking a deep breath, he firmly met Feng Tian's eyes. Feng Tian, I recognize your concerns, but I assure you, I, Zhuwei, am in no way a spy dispatched by Konoha. If I were indeed a spy, it would be much simpler to directly employ Tianxin against you. His words exuded sincerity and determination, and there was not a flicker of doubt in his gaze. Feng Tian scrutinized Zhuwei, seemingly weighing the veracity of his statements. After a moment, Feng Tian gradually nodded. His tone still tinged with caution but less sharp than before. Given that we have reached this point in our conversation, I can only place my trust in you. However, Itachi's appearance undeniably warrants vigilance. At this pivotal moment, any slight disturbance could herald a crisis. Perhaps this is a trap deliberately laid by Konoha to ensnare you and extract more intelligence regarding Twilight. Acknowledging Feng Tian's words with a slight nod, Zhuwei expressed his understanding. I comprehend, which is precisely why I chose to investigate personally. Itachi's chakra fluctuations indeed unsettled me. I must ensure he does not obstruct our plans. What were the findings of your investigation? Feng Tian pressed, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency. Zhuwei paused for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Before he slowly began to speak, Itachi is indeed a person. I have not sensed the presence of any other aura in his vicinity. Moreover, during this operation, I did not confront him directly, as my intention was to avoid falling into a trap. Upon hearing Zhuwei's explanation, Feng Tian felt a sense of relief. His scrutinizing gaze shifted to one of admiration as he approached, gently patting Zhuwei on the shoulder and softly uttering, I understand now. I have wronged you. Zhuwei merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from taking advantage of the moment to challenge Feng Tian. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who had been standing with his arms crossed for quite some time, grew impatient. He simply spoke, yet his words bore an unspoken weight that cast an invisible pressure upon all present, except Feng Tian. Enough. Regardless of the conspiracy at play, my power is sufficient to obliterate all existence in this world. What I desire to know now is how we shall proceed. With that, Madara turned his gaze towards Feng Tian, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. After all, whether he could maintain this peak state largely depended on Feng Tian's disposition. Feng Tian exhaled slowly, releasing a breath laden with tension. Then, under the expectant gazes of those around him, he began to articulate, next. We must eliminate the sole variable that could alter the outcome of our decisive battle, Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Orochimaru? Obito furrowed his brow. I have heard whispers of his exploits, Zhuwei interjected, a contemplative expression crossing his face. However, I find it puzzling, given our current strength. How has Orochimaru become the only variable in our path to victory? Obito voiced his confusion, his gaze fixated on Feng Tian. Feng Tian offered a subtle smile, a playful curve gracing his lips as he replied, Orochimaru's power, while noteworthy, pales in comparison to ours. He remains somewhat lacking. He paused, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Yet, it is not his power that truly concerns me. Rather, it is the forbidden technique he wields, Edo Tensei. At the mere mention of Edo Tensei, the countenances of everyone present, save for Madara, shifted, becoming solemn. This forbidden technique was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It has the capability to summon the souls of the deceased from the afterlife and implant them into the bodies of the living, achieving an almost perfect resurrection effect. In the normal timeline, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto's Edo Tensei caused immense strife throughout the ninja world. In the later stages, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei successfully summoned past Hokages, thus altering the course of the entire battle. It can be said that Edo Tensei is a jutsu capable of determining the fate of the world. Of course, this is contingent upon having sufficient sacrifices. Edo Tensei? Obito repeated the name, clearly having heard of this forbidden technique. Are you suggesting that Orochimaru might employ this forbidden jutsu against us? Feng Tian nodded solemnly, his expression grave. There is such a possibility, though it is not certain. Orochimaru has relentlessly pursued immortality and power, and his research into forbidden techniques has reached unparalleled heights. If, at the critical moment, he were to utilize Ito Tensei to summon powerful, deceased warriors to battle, our plans would face severe disruption. We cannot afford to overlook such matters. What shall we do? Kaku asked, unable to suppress his curiosity after Feng Tian's statement. Despite his formidable strength, he found this supernatural forbidden technique rather daunting. Feng Tian pondered for a moment before replying. We must locate Orochimaru first and ascertain his current state. If he harbors hostility towards us, we must devise a means to thwart him. Moreover, if necessary, we may choose to seal him away or, to put it more bluntly, erase him entirely. At this juncture, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Feng Tian's eyes. Although the later version of Orochimaru had managed to redeem himself, for Feng Tian, the earlier incarnation of Orochimaru had mercilessly slain countless innocents in pursuit of his selfish desires, including his own mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such actions were deserving of the label villain. Thus, even though the current Orochimaru had yet to make a move, he had already been placed on Feng Tian's blacklist. But how can we find him? Given Orochimaru's elusive nature? Obito continued, voicing his concerns. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled softly and shook his head gently, as he activated his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. An array of delicate lines materialized before the group. This was the new ability, Causality Line, granted by the enhancement of his ocular powers. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. They had never witnessed such a wondrous ability that could perceive the causal connections of all things in the world. What is this? Obito exclaimed, his eyes widening with curiosity. Feng Tian smiled slightly and explained, this is the Causality Line, a new ability I acquired after enhancing my ocular powers. It reveals the causal relationships of all things in existence. Through it, we can trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. As he spoke, Feng Tian pointed to the intricate lines, one of which subtly directed towards the horizon. Look. That line is Orochimaru's Causality Line, guiding us to his location. Upon hearing this, the group exhibited expressions of enlightenment. They were astonished to discover that Feng Tian possessed such a remarkable ability, enabling them to track Orochimaru's movements. This is wonderful. With this newfound ability, we shall effortlessly locate Orochimaru. Obito exclaimed with enthusiasm. Feng Tian nodded in agreement, then remarked, indeed, yet we must not let our guard down. After all, Orochimaru is a cunning adversary. When engaging him in battle, we must remain vigilant to his every move. That man possesses a myriad of escape routes, making him difficult to eliminate. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and in a grave tone asked, shall I take matters into my own hands? Feng Tian gently shook his head, his gaze resolute. Lord Madara, you are our greatest asset within the Twilight Organization. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best that you refrain from revealing yourself. He paused, his tone imbued with undeniable determination. As for Orochimaru, I shall personally handle the situation. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara refrained from further comment. He slowly paced towards the imposing wooden throne, each step seeming to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens. His words, though light, carried an unmistakable air of authority. Should the need arise, summon me. His gaze bore into Feng Tian's, a hint of barely perceptible emotion lacing his voice. Feng Tian. My time is running short. Upon hearing Madara's statement regarding his dwindling time, Feng Tian was suddenly struck by the realization. Indeed, he had been so engrossed in capturing the tailed beast that he had overlooked a crucial matter. Uchiha Madara's lifespan within this timeline was nearly at its end. Particularly after restoring him to his prime state, they had engaged in 2 formidable battles. Although Madara remained silent on the matter, Feng Tian knew that each time he utilized his chakra, he was depleting his own body. Perhaps, at this moment, his body was already riddled with wounds. And even the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells and the Outer Path Golem could not restore him. I understand, Lord Madara. Feng Tian replied, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, his voice low. I will swiftly resolve this unpredictable variable known as Orochimaru, ensuring that no obstacles impede our plans. His words were resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. Then, Feng Tian turned his attention to Obito and Shursui, his tone carrying an authoritative weight. This mission requires you both, Obito and Shursui, to accompany me. He then glanced at Kakuzu and Scorpion, instructing, You too will remain here. Remember, it is imperative that no outsiders detect anything unusual. The four nodded in acknowledgement of Feng Tian's directives. After issuing his orders, Feng Tian extended his hand towards Obito and Shui, making a grasping gesture to signal them to follow. Their eyes met in silent understanding, and they nodded in agreement, stepping forward to firmly grasp Feng Tian's hand. In that instant, Feng Tian suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, his form becoming a blur. He followed the subtle pull of the causal thread, racing towards the location of Orochimaru like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 72. The Realm of the Divine under the guidance of Feng Tian. The three of them traversed a vast distance in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at Orochimaru's hideout. It was a concealed and profound underground cavern, surrounded by intricate mechanisms and traps, clearly meticulously arranged by Orochimaru to obscure his presence. Feng Tian and his companions navigated the cave with utmost caution, successfully avoiding most of the traps thanks to the precise positioning of the causal thread and Shui's keen perception. However, just as they were nearing the core area where Orochimaru resided, a sudden surge of chakra energy struck them. "Be careful," Feng Tian whispered, quickly assuming a defensive stance. A figure surged forth from the shadows. It was none other than Orochimaru himself. Exuding a chilling aura, his eyes glimmered with cunning light, clearly aware of Feng Tian and the others' arrival. "To my surprise, I have guests," Orochimaru said, a sinister expression on his face, his words dripping with disdain. It was hardly surprising, given the youth of Feng Tian and his companions compared to Orochimaru's own age. Realizing the situation, Feng Tian and his companions immediately distanced themselves from Orochimaru. They activated their Sharingan, remaining vigilant to his every move. However, upon noticing that all three possessed the Sharingan, Orochimaru erupted with uncontainable joy. In his eyes, nothing was more worthy of study than the Sharingan. What a delightful find! Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone laced with greed. "Three young Sharingan wielders, this is truly a gift from the heavens." Obito clenched his fists, the flames of anger ignited by Orochimaru's demeanor. "You audacious fool! How dare you harbor such intentions towards us?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern. In contrast, Feng Tian remained composed, slowly advancing. He confirmed that the figure before him was indeed the true Orochimaru, and decided to hold nothing back. "Shui, Obito, immediately create a barrier to completely conceal this place. Orochimaru, I shall handle you alone." With that, Feng Tian's eyes shifted to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, and with a sudden surge of causal power, Orochimaru felt the surrounding scenery shift and distort. In the next moment, he and Feng Tian found themselves in the subspace created by the causal power, a place where Feng Tian had previously battled Uchiha Madara. Within this subspace constructed from causal energy, time and space seemed to lose their original significance, all under the dominion of Feng Tian's will. Orochimaru glanced around, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He never anticipated that this young ninja possessed such formidable power, capable of instantly drawing him into such an extraordinary realm. Intriguing indeed, Orochimaru scoffed. Though he reassessed Feng Tian's strength internally, the disdain on his face remained unaltered. "However, do you think this will suffice to defeat me?" Feng Tian offered no response, merely standing silently, the mysterious luminescence of his eternal Meijiki Sharingan flickering in his eyes. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly, his words imbued with absolute confidence. "This is my domain, which you may also refer to as the realm of the divine." With that, a subtle smile graced Feng Tian's lips as he snapped his fingers. In the next instant, numerous explosive tags appeared upon Orochimaru's body. Before he could react, they suddenly radiated light and detonated. Boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Orochimaru stumbled from the aftermath, enveloped in smoke and debris, his garments tattered, revealing his gaunt and sinister physique. No longer did his eyes reflect disdain, they were now filled with vigilance and shock. Without hesitation, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, an eerie aura beginning to envelop him, as if countless vengeful spirits lingered in the vicinity. "Edo Tensei." Feng Tian's gaze sharpened, yet he exhibited no trace of panic. "Edo Tensei? In this realm, no causality can escape my dominion." Before his words faded, Feng Tian gently waved his hands, an invisible force emanating forth, abruptly disrupting the formation of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru's expression shifted, clearly astonished that Feng Tian could so effortlessly dismantle his jutsu. He fixated intently on Feng Tian, his eyes devoid of previous arrogance. "How did you accomplish this? I can't perceive any trace of your actions." Upon hearing this, Feng Tian crossed his arms, casting a proud glance at the disheveled Orochimaru. He spoke softly, yet with the divine resonance of this causality power. I have stated, within this space, all causality is under my control. Here, I am the omniscient and omnipotent deity. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, for the first time in his life. He felt an unprecedented sense of terror and helplessness. In this realm, absolutely dominated by Feng Tian, his cherished ninjutsu and intellect seemed utterly ineffective. Every attempt at resistance appearing futile. Omniscient and omnipotent deity, Orochimaru murmured, the phrase laced with both reluctance and reverence for the unknown power. How absurd. In my pursuit of immortality and strength, I never anticipated encountering an existence such as yours. Feng Tian remained expressionless, his gaze penetrating through Orochimaru's very being, as if peering into an even deeper abyss. Orochimaru, your ambition and desires have led you down this irreversible path. Today, allow me to bring this to an end. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Feng Tian's figure flickered, merging almost seamlessly with the air, his speed astonishingly swift. When he reappeared, he stood behind Orochimaru, gently placing a finger upon his shoulder. A warm yet terrifying force erupted from within Orochimaru, a manifestation of the power of causality, correcting the trajectory of his distorted fate. Orochimaru felt an irresistible force raging within him, his body trembling uncontrollably as countless memories and failed attempts flashed before his mind like a revolving lantern. These were the answers he had sought throughout his life, yet in this moment, they became utterly meaningless. No, it's impossible, Orochimaru roared, striving to resist this force with sheer willpower, but his voice was swiftly consumed by an inexplicable power, leaving no echo behind. However, just as Feng Tian believed everything was settled, a low growl suddenly emanated from Orochimaru's mouth, followed by his body beginning to swell as if it were about to explode. This was the eight-headed serpent technique. Feng Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would resort to such a formidable forbidden technique at this moment. In an instant, Orochimaru transformed into 8 massive white serpents, each pulsating with potent chakra, as if capable of obliterating everything. Yet, Feng Tian merely shook his head slightly. His heart stirred not a whit by such colossal creatures. Complete Susanoo, Feng Tian declared calmly, and in the next moment, a towering black giant appeared around him. Standing several meters tall, this giant, clad in black armor, with eyes ablaze like burning flames, exuded a chilling aura, embodying Feng Tian's complete Susanoo. The giant swung the blade of judgment, lightly, conjuring a tempest that seemed to cleave space itself asunder. How could this be? The 8 white serpents, transformed by Orochimaru, appeared utterly diminutive before this Susanoo, emitting cries of defiance, unwilling to be crushed so easily. Feng Tian, ensconced within the Susanoo, gazed down coldly at the struggling Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your struggles are in vain. In this domain, no power can escape the bindings of causality. Now, night has fallen. Chapter 73. The familiar whispers faced with the complete Susanoo, summoned by Feng Tian. The 8 white serpents that Orochimaru had become appeared increasingly insignificant and powerless. The black giant resembled a war deity emerging from the abyss, its overwhelming presence causing the 8 serpents to tremble involuntarily. What is this power? Orochimaru's voice reverberated in the minds of the 8 serpents, filled with incredulous terror. He had never encountered an adversary so formidable and terrifying. Not even during his protracted wars had he felt such an intense sense of helplessness. The Susanoo wielded the blade of judgment, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. The tempest it conjured tore apart the surrounding atmosphere, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. Suddenly, the colossal blade swung down with fierce intent, targeting one of the 8 white serpents. With a thunderous boom, the serpent struck by the blade erupted, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. The remaining 7 serpents, witnessing this calamity, emitted terrified shrieks and scattered in a desperate attempt to flee from the fearsome giant. Yet, Susanoo's speed far surpassed their expectations. The giant advanced with great strides, as if trampling upon ants, swiftly vanquishing the remaining serpents. Blood mist engulfed the entire subspace, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. As the last serpent dissipated into nothingness, Feng Tian spoke softly. Orochimaru, your 8-headed technique is nothing but this. With his words, Susanoo gradually faded, revealing Feng Tian's calm and profound gaze. He directed his attention to Orochimaru's original position, now in utter disarray, his hands rendered useless by the force of annihilation. Unable to wield any jutsu. Who are you? Orochimaru's voice trembled in the vast emptiness, infused with deep resentment and fear, akin to the last flicker of a candle extinguished by the night. He had never anticipated such a crushing defeat, with not a shred of opportunity for retaliation. Akin to a chick ensnared by an eagle, powerless to resist. Feng Tian's gaze was as frigid as winter ice, devoid of warmth. He slowly parted his lips. His voice sharp and clear, "We are Twilight, which you may also refer to as God." Before his words could fully dissipate, Feng Tian merely raised a hand. An invisible force descending upon Orochimaru like a mountain, compelling him to bend his knee and kneel upon the ground, dust swirling around him. Before Orochimaru could catch his breath, Feng Tian's cold, merciless words pierced through his ears once more like a chilling wind. "Now, two paths lie before you. Either submit to me, or become a mere wisp of oblivion within this subspace." Orochimaru's pupils constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand, experiencing an unprecedented suffocation and despair. The air around him seemingly solidified, rendering even breathing an arduous task. Once, he had wielded his intelligence and strength to command the ninja world, repeatedly returning from the brink of death. Yet, in this moment, he truly comprehended the meaning of being powerless to alter fate. "Submit." Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse. Each word ground out from the depths of his throat, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. "To me, it is merely an absurd jest." Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of warmth, akin to the biting winter wind that pierces the heart, evoking an involuntary shiver. "Thus, your answer is self-evident." As Feng Tian's words gently fell, an invisible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly magnified to its utmost, as if it sought to crush the entire space into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's battered form contorted and shattered beneath the terrifying weight, ultimately dissolving into a resplendent, yet tragic mist of blood, slowly dissipating within the dim and enigmatic subspace, leaving behind a lingering metallic scent in the air. Having completed this act, Feng Tian did not hasten to withdraw from the subspace. He simply stood there, his gaze piercing and unwavering, fixed upon an ethereal direction. From his vantage point, the causal thread that once connected him to Orochimaru began to fade. Just as Feng Tian believed everything had settled and prepared to exhale in relief, his head suddenly felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, a fierce pain nearly causing him to faint. Accompanied by this abrupt agony, a familiar yet strange whisper resonated in his ears, reminiscent of an ancient incantation or a prophecy of the future. Recognize oneself, sever the causal ties, reclaim oneself. At that moment, Feng Tian was thrust into a staggering state by this sudden force, nearly losing control over the subspace. He clasped his head with both hands, eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Attempting to resist the torment and whispers emerging from the depths of his soul with sheer willpower. What on earth is happening? Feng Tian was engulfed in terror, having never encountered such an unfathomable situation, as if the entire world had inverted and distorted in that instant. The whispers echoed through time and space, reverberating directly in his mind, each reverberation slicing through his soul like a sharp blade, etching deep scars. He felt his consciousness being torn apart by this force, as if he were to plunge into an abyss of infinite darkness. As the pain intensified, a series of blurred and bizarre images began to materialize before him, akin to shards of a shattered mirror, failing to coalesce into a coherent meaning. He exerted every ounce of strength to discern these images. But even with the enhancement of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, they remained elusive, like phantoms lost in the mist. Recognize oneself, sever the causal ties. The whispers grew clearer, as if an invisible force was guiding him to examine his past, present, and future. He sensed his soul being drawn by this power, as if it were on the verge of unveiling the secrets concealed in the deepest recesses. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his mind. Fists clenched tightly, striving to maintain his consciousness. Yet this time, the pain was far more intense and enduring than before. He felt as if he had been ensnared in an endless whirlpool, unable to extricate himself. Ultimately, as time flowed on, Feng Tian's willpower began to crumble. He could no longer resist the overwhelming agony and collapsed weakly to the ground. In an instant, this subspace he had constructed shattered like fragile bubbles, vanishing into the void at an astonishing speed. The next moment, he returned directly to the realm of reality. Chapter 74. One more kill. Feng Tian. Both Dato and Shizue cried out simultaneously, their eyes filled with concern and urgency. Upon seeing Feng Tian appear before them, contorted in pain, the two rushed towards him without hesitation. "Don't come near me." Feng Tian exerted every ounce of strength to utter those words, his voice faint and trembling, each syllable seemingly costing him monumental effort. His gaze was rife with warning and struggle, as if he were enduring unprecedented suffering and torment. Upon hearing this, Dato and Shizue involuntarily halted their steps, exchanging glances filled with confusion and bewilderment. Yet, observing Feng Tian's agonized visage, they understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. "Feng Tian, what has happened to you? Have you sustained any injuries?" Dato asked anxiously, his tone brimming with concern. Shizue also furrowed his brow, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Feng Tian, prepared to respond at any moment. However, Feng Tian remained silent, his features contorted, half kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. As the soul-rending pain continued to intensify, just before he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a sudden epiphany struck him, drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength. He activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the next moment, an aura of causal power surged forth, enveloping him, relentlessly altering the causality of his pain. At last, influenced by this causal power, the excruciating torment began to subside, and a hint of color returned to Feng Tian's pale complexion. He gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks, falling to the ground with a gentle sound. Seeing this, Dato and Shizue hurriedly approached, supporting Feng Tian from either side. "Feng Tian, are you all right?" Dato asked with concern, his gaze filled with worry. Shizue also kept a close watch on Feng Tian, fearful of any further complications. Feng Tian slowly shook his head, his voice still somewhat feeble. "I'm fine. For now, I won't die." He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The recent ordeal left him shaken, the sudden onslaught of pain felt as though it threatened to tear his very soul apart. Had he not activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan at the last moment, harnessing the causal power to alter the causality of his pain, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness, perhaps never to awaken again. What on earth was happening? Jishue frowned and inquired, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Feng Tian remained silent for a moment, as if weighing how much to reveal. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with resignation, merely the backlash of ocular power. As the strength of the eyes continues to grow, this backlash strikes unpredictably, bringing unbearable agony, and even strange auditory hallucinations. At the mention of hallucinations, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Jishue's eyes. He fixed his gaze intently on Feng Tian, his voice laced with unmistakable doubt. "Hallucinations? Feng Tian, what did you hear?" Yet Feng Tian merely shook his head lightly, choosing silence. He knew all too well that some secrets, once spoken, could set off a chain reaction, inviting unnecessary trouble and danger. Thus, he resolved to bury this burden deep within his heart. Seeing this, Jishue, though still brimming with questions, understood that Feng Tian's reticence concealed deeper reasons. He sighed softly and pressed no further. After a prolonged silence, Feng Tian's condition seemed to have stabilized, his complexion no longer bearing the traces of earlier suffering. Then Jishue spoke again, urgency and curiosity threading his words. "What of Orochimaru? How is he? Why have you returned alone?" Before the question could settle, Abido, unable to contain himself, interjected with unshakable confidence. "Orochimaru must be dead. Before Feng Tian, who but Lord Madara could possibly stand against him? Isn't it obvious?" Yet even as Abido's words hung in the air, Feng Tian shook his head gently. His gaze grew profound, as if piercing through the present to relive the battle and its aftermath. Now capable of barely activating the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, his eyes shimmered with intricate light. With an elegant and enigmatic motion, Feng Tian raised his hand slightly. The air seemed to ripple with an indescribable force, the power of causality. Under its influence, ethereal yet intricate threads of causality materialized before Jishue and Abido, weaving an elaborate web that bound all things in fate and connection. Feng Tian traced these threads with delicate precision, his focus deep and unwavering, as though searching for a singular truth. After a moment, he exhaled softly, his fingers closing around one particular thread while the others dissolved like mist before their eyes. "What is this?" Abido asked, his curiosity sharp as he followed the chosen thread. "This is Orochimaru's thread of causality," Feng Tian murmured, his voice carrying a subtle weight. "Look closely." As he released the thread, it shimmered faintly, its meaning yet to unfold. The causal thread, which ought to have gradually faded away, underwent a shocking transformation at the final moment. It unexpectedly sprouted an exquisitely slender branch, its life force so feeble that it seemed on the verge of dissipating entirely into nothingness. Yet, this faint essence struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing the hearts of Shui and Obito. It confirmed that Orochimaru had not truly perished, in a manner that defied logic and was exceedingly bizarre. He continued to exist in some corner of this world. How could this be? Obito murmured in disbelief, his gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. H-Ten's expression remained as serene as water. He exhibited not the slightest hint of surprise at the revelation that Orochimaru was still alive. After all, he had long been aware that this adversary was not one to be trifled with, notorious for his cunning and treachery within the ninja world. As you can see, he is not dead, H-Ten stated calmly, his eyes deep as if he had already glimpsed the trajectory of the future. It is merely. He paused slightly, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, another opportunity for me to kill him. Chapter 75. The causality of slaughter in the depths of Orochimaru's laboratory. 10 minutes prior, Orochimaru abruptly sensed several surging waves of chakra and hastily departed the laboratory, leaving Kabuto alone to guard. Kabuto watched Orochimaru's hurried retreat without the slightest ripple of concern in his heart. Orochimaru's eccentric nature rendered any of his actions unsurprising to Kabuto. He focused intently on the potion in his hands, meticulously calibrating it, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. Even when Shui and Obito silently set up a sealing barrier outside, Kabuto remained entirely unaware. The proportions this time are quite satisfactory. It bodes well for the next phase of research. Kabuto gently shook the vial in his hand, observing the unusually perfect outcome, a proud smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation emanated from the cursed seal on his body, as if an inexplicable force was surging within him. However, before he could react, the laboratory door was violently smashed open by a tremendous force. Subsequently, a powerful and mysterious essence of causality swept in, rendering Kabuto instantly immobile. Indeed, it was no mistake. Orochimaru is truly cunning, hiding the final curse seal within you. A deep and resonant voice echoed in Kabuto's ears. As the words settled, 3 figures slowly materialized before him. Who are you? Where is Lord Orochimaru? A flicker of astonishment crossed Kabuto's gaze. He could scarcely believe that anyone could locate this clandestine laboratory. What shocked him even more was that he could not sense Orochimaru's essence at all. Could it be that Orochimaru has already been anticipated by these individuals before me? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill surged within Do's heart. Feng Tian observed Do's astonished expression and offered a slight smile before speaking. Who we are is of little significance. What truly matters is. He deliberately elongated his words, causing Do's heart to rise to his throat. I require your cooperation. The tone of Feng Tian's voice carried an undeniable authority. No sooner had he finished speaking than the force of causality surged once more, akin to tumultuous waves, forcibly erasing the cursed seal that clung to Do's form. Having completed this act, Feng Tian nodded in satisfaction. In his gaze, the causality thread once linking to Orochimaru had utterly dissipated into the void. How dare you? What have you done? At this moment, Do finally comprehended the true intent of Feng Tian and his companions. His face contorted like a fiend from the depths of hell as he roared in fury. The disappearance of this cursed seal signified that Orochimaru could no longer be resurrected through the malevolent technique of impure reincarnation. This also meant that Orochimaru, once a formidable figure that instilled fear across the entire shinobi world, had irrevocably fallen. Do's roar echoed throughout the vast laboratory. Yet Feng Tian and his companions stood as cold, unyielding statues, impervious to his outburst. Their gazes remained resolute and indifferent, as if executing a preordained task, unalterable in its nature. Humph, we merely eliminated some unknown impediments. Feng Tian's words fell coldly, his expression devoid of any ripple, as though he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Unknown impediments? You took the life of Lord Orochimaru for such a ridiculous reason? Do ground his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury as he grappled with this harsh reality. Feng Tian spoke ominously, his words imbued with an oppressive aura, as if a great mountain bore down upon Do's heart. A reason? The strong reign supreme in this world. Only through strength can one ensure their own survival. What you call a reason is merely an excuse for the weak. Such as this moment, Feng Tian's voice brimmed with confidence and dominance. To kill you is as effortless as crushing an ant. With that proclamation, the mysterious force of causality erupted once more, manifesting as an invisible hand that pressed Do firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Do strained with all his might to lift his head, and gaze at Feng Tian. Yet he felt as though all strength had been stripped from him, unable to perform even this simple action. Humph, for now, my mood remains quite pleasant. So I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Feng Tian's words dripped with mockery and derision. However, it is a reprieve confined within the chains of captivity. As Feng Tian's words settled, his eyes suddenly blazed with radiant brilliance, the aura of divine might permeating the air. The surrounding space began to warp and contort, seemingly under the control of a mysterious force. Immediately, Feng Tian bent down and placed his hand on Dou's shoulder. In the next moment, Dou's figure began to blur, as if being consumed by an invisible force. Ultimately, Dou's presence vanished entirely within Feng Tian's divine power space, leaving behind a vast and silent laboratory. Both Obito and Shizun displayed a complex array of emotions upon witnessing this scene. After a brief pause, Obito finally spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation. Feng Tian, is what we're doing a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nearly burst into laughter. Please, he had just dealt with Orochimaru, who was no trifling matter. That individual had ruthlessly harmed countless innocent lives in pursuit of his own ambitions. As for Yakushi Kabuto, as Orochimaru's capable assistant, he had also engaged in many unsavory dealings. Feng Tian considered merely sealing him within the divine power space, without taking his life as a considerable act of mercy. However, in response to Obito's inquiry, Feng Tian chose not to elaborate further. He silently invoked the power of causality, revealing the causality line, originally belonging to Orochimaru. With Feng Tian's actions, the causality line seemed to come alive, instantly branching out into a dense network, each branch clearly documenting the killing causality that Orochimaru would inevitably cause in the future. Do you see clearly? Feng Tian's voice was as cold as ice. This is the chain reaction that would ensue if Orochimaru were not killed. After speaking, Feng Tian turned and strode out of the dim underground laboratory without a backward glance. Obito and Shizun gazed at the intricate causality line, and its countless branches representing death, a chill creeping into their hearts. They understood well that if Orochimaru continued to exist, it would undoubtedly lead to more tragedies and disasters. Is this truly the consequence of Orochimaru's survival? Obito murmured, his voice laced with shock and fear. He finally comprehended that Feng Tian's resolute decision stemmed from the fact that Orochimaru's existence posed a grave threat to the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Shizun also nodded silently, and after exchanging a glance with Obito, they both rose to follow Feng Tian, leaving the vast and chilly laboratory together. Chapter 76. Yuga at the entrance of Konohagakure, a handsome young man clad in an elegant light blue robe, holding a specially designed bubble-blowing tool, was slowly making his way towards the village. His expression was aloof, exuding an air of distance, yet there was an inexplicable charm of tranquility about him. This individual was Yuga, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, who had been exonerated from the assassination order by the Mist Village. During his flight from pursuit, Yuga had stumbled upon several pieces of information regarding the heinous deeds of the Twilight organization, prompting him to heed the Mist Village's counsel and seek refuge in Konohagakure. As Yuga gradually approached the gates of Konohagakure, the gazes of the guarding shinobi were inevitably drawn to him. They secretly speculated about the identity and intentions of this enigmatic youth, their eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and tension. After all, in the midst of the turmoil wrought by the Twilight organization, the arrival of any stranger warranted caution. Yugo halted his steps, his gaze calmly meeting that of the gatekeepers. His voice, though understated, carried an undeniable weight. I am Yugo, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, hailing from the hidden Mist Village. By the directive of my village, I have come to seek refuge in Konohagakure. Upon hearing this, the gatekeepers exchanged relieved smiles, their taut nerves finally easing. One of them stepped forward, responding politely. Welcome to Konohagakure, Mr. Yugo. You are the last Jinchuriki to arrive here. Please hold on for a moment while we notify the appropriate authorities. Yugo nodded slightly, patiently awaiting their response. In a moment of boredom, he took out a bubble-blowing tool and gently blew into it, creating a cascade of colorful bubbles that danced in the air, adding a touch of levity to the tense atmosphere. Before long, a ninja clad in the uniform of Konohagakure hurried over, a warm smile illuminating his face. Mr. Yugo, we are delighted to have you here. I am the reception ninja responsible for your arrangements in the village. Please follow me. The Hokage has been waiting for you. Yugo tucked away his bubble-blowing tool and followed the reception ninja into the long-anticipated Konohagakure. He marveled inwardly, recognizing that this place was indeed extraordinary. The air was suffused with an essence of peace and tranquility, a stark contrast to the hidden mist village where he had once resided. As Yugo delved deeper into the village, the vibrant scenes of Kanahagakure gradually unfolded before him. Shops lined the streets, bustling with activity. The marketplace thrived with a constant flow of people, filled with laughter and joy, and the villagers, adorned with beaming smiles, imparted to him an unprecedented sense of warmth and belonging. Just as Yugo was lost in this serene beauty, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Yugo, the Hokage is awaiting you inside. Please, proceed." He looked up to see a young female ninja standing nearby, her smile radiating friendliness and respect. With a gentle bow, she gestured for him to enter the Hokage's office. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Yugo. At this moment, receiving the acceptance and respect from Kanahagakure was indeed a profound solace for him. He straightened his attire and stepped toward the Hokage's office. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been waiting for some time. Seated behind a spacious desk, his demeanor was both kind and solemn, his gaze conveying concern and anticipation for Yugo. Upon entering the room, Yugo respectfully bowed, saying, "Hokage-sama, I am Yugo. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." Sarutobi Hiruzen rose with a smile, approaching Yugao and gently patting his shoulder. "Yugao, welcome to Kanahagakure. In order to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Twilight Organization, I hope you will seek refuge here temporarily, just as the other Jinchuriki have done. We will arrange a concealed dwelling for you and dispatch a formidable team to ensure your safety." Upon hearing these words, a warm surge welled up within Yugao. He solemnly nodded, and, at Sarutobi's gesture, departed the Hokage's office. Accompanied by a guiding ninja, Yugao traversed multiple layers of barriers, eventually arriving at a small island. "Mr. Yugao, I will escort you here. Beyond this point, I shall refrain from intruding further," the accommodating ninja stated politely. After receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Yugao, she swiftly took her leave. After a brief moment of observation, Yugao discerned that there was nothing amiss in his surroundings and prepared to enter the island. However, not long after, a tall figure adorned with a forehead protector bearing the kanji for oil and with silvery hair abruptly blocked his path. "Welcome, the last Jinchuriki," the ninja proclaimed with a hearty voice. "I am one of the legendary three of Konoha, tasked with overseeing treasures such as yourself." He chuckled, adding, "Of course, you may call me Jiraiya." Surprise flickered across Yugao's face, followed by a faint smile. He was well aware of Jiraiya's esteemed reputation. This legendary ninja, one of the legendary three of Konoha, was renowned not only for his exceptional ninjutsu, but also for his vibrant personality and unique insights into the ninja world, leaving an indelible mark upon it. "Lord Jiraiya, it is truly a pleasure to meet you in person," Yugao said respectfully, bowing slightly. "I am Yugao, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, hailing from Kirigakure." Jiraiya smiled and nodded, gesturing for Yugao to follow. "Then let us proceed." With that, he led Yugao deeper into the island. Yugao responded affirmatively, closely trailing behind. The two navigated through lush woods, ultimately arriving at a secluded residence. The environment was tranquil and elegant, surrounded by various defensive mechanisms, clearly designed to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. However, at that moment, Yugao suddenly felt an unprecedented turmoil within him. The chakra of the Seven Tails began to surge uncontrollably. This force appeared to be provoked by some unknown entity, akin to a tempestuous sea stirred by a fierce wind, wreaking havoc within him and inducing waves of agonizing pain. Yugao's countenance shifted dramatically as he clenched his teeth and balled his hands into fists, striving to suppress the unruly chakra with his sheer willpower. But at that instant, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Before him, figures began to materialize in the once empty space. With a scrutinizing gaze, he regarded him coldly. Chapter 77, Kushina's Inquiry Humph. Another new face. A shinobi clad in a violet combat suit, draped with a black chestplate, his thick beard framing a stern expression, crossed his arms and eyed the nearly unstable Utakata with detached indifference. This was none other than the formidable Four Tails Jinchuriki, or sure. Seems he hasn't quite mastered that power yet. Beside him, the towering Five Tails Jinchuriki, Hans, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, let out a low chuckle. His hands buried in his pockets, his eyes gleamed with amusement as he observed Utakata's struggle, making no move to assist, only to relish the spectacle. At the critical moment, golden chains, radiant with sealing energy, shot forth from the opposite side of the field. Like serpents of light, they coiled swiftly around Utakata's abdomen, their potent sealing force surging into his body, suppressing the violent chakra within. Under the overwhelming pressure of this sealing power, Utakata's trembling form gradually stilled, his furrowed brow easing. The raging six-tails chakra, once a tempest within him, was forcibly subdued, tamed like a wild beast now rendered powerless. Utakata lifted his gaze, following the chains to their source. Standing not far away was a kunoichi with fiery red hair, Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the fourth Hokage and the nine-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Her eyes, firm yet gentle, held a reassuring strength as she retracted the chains. The seals on her palms flickered briefly before dissolving into the air. This newcomer must be the last one. The six-tails Jinchuriki, right? Are you feeling better now? Her voice carried a soothing warmth as she approached, concern evident in her gaze. Utakata exhaled deeply, steadying his ragged breath. Sweat trickled down his face as he shook his head slightly, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Thank you. Archer smirked, his tone laced with mockery. Seems our little six-tails still has much to learn. Though, to earn the personal intervention of Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki, you must be quite the special case. A flicker of cold fury passed through Utakata's eyes before he rose to his feet, gripping his bubble-blowing tool tightly. His voice was steel. If you think I'm an easy target, you're sorely mistaken. His gaze, once icy, now burned with unyielding resolve, like a beast poised to strike. The laughter of the old man abruptly ceased as he squinted his eyes, surveying Yugao from head to toe, seemingly both surprised and amused by Yugao's reaction. Oh, how intriguing. It appears you are not the type to be easily underestimated, he remarked, his tone infused with a hint of admiration, yet primarily laced with skepticism. Han, having shed his prior casual demeanor, stepped forward to position himself between the old man and Yugao, proclaiming in his deep voice, now is not the time for discord. Six-tails Jinchuriki. We understand that you have recently become a Jinchuriki and are still in a phase of adjustment. The old man was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Yugao turned his gaze towards Han, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating, yet he remained vigilant. I understand. I simply do not wish to be looked down upon, he replied, his words tinged with a touch of bitterness. As a Jinchuriki, he bore not only the weight of the tailed beast's power, but also the burden of fear and misunderstanding from others. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped forward, embracing both the old man and Yugao, exclaiming cheerfully, ha ha ha. Now that we are here, we are like family. As fellow Jinchuriki, you should cherish one another. I hope you can coexist harmoniously on this day. Upon hearing this, a rare flicker of remorse crossed the old man's face. After Jiraiya released his hold, the old man slowly approached Yugao, extending his hand and saying, I apologize, my earlier comments were out of line. Upon receiving the old man's apology, Yugao's expression softened. He reached out, shaking hands with the old man. Their grip was firm, as if in that moment all misunderstandings and barriers had vanished into thin air. Sensei Jiraiya, must we remain on this island for the foreseeable future? At that moment, Kushina posed the pivotal question to Jiraiya. As her words hung in the air, the four Jinchuriki present turned their gazes towards him, eager to discern how long they would be confined to this place. Jiraiya paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before responding in a solemn tone. Currently, the entire ninja world is in turmoil. Besides you four Jinchuriki, the remaining tailed beasts have been captured by the Twilight Organization. Although I remain uncertain of their ultimate intentions, it is undoubtedly ominous for the ninja world. Therefore, until the Twilight Organization is thoroughly eradicated, you must remain on this island. It is fortified with powerful defensive barriers, as well as numerous illusionary and sensory protections. In other words, this place is presently the safest haven in the entire ninja world. There is even a mysterious barrier that ensures that even if the Twilight Organization were to locate this site, once activated, it would prevent your capture. Jiraiya's words exuded confidence. Yet a subtle trace of concern flickered in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that each individual was attentively absorbing every word he uttered. I understand that as Jinchuriki, each of you bears a heavy destiny. However, please believe that this is not a form of imprisonment, but rather a means to protect you, as well as to safeguard the entire shinobi world. Jiraiya's tone softened yet remained resolute. Here, you will undergo specialized training to learn how to better harness the power of the tailed beasts. Kushina nodded, then spoke. I comprehend, Master Jiraiya. As long as it is for the sake of Konoha and the peace of the shinobi realm, I am willing to train here, no matter the duration. Yutaka also silently nodded. Although feelings of resentment and loneliness lingered in his heart, he understood that he was no longer fighting alone. He glanced at Otsutsuki and Han, whose eyes mirrored the same determination and trust. Thus, without further ado, let us commence our training. Jiraiya rose, his gaze intense. Each of you must push your limits, not only to control the tailed beasts, but to transcend yourselves and become true warriors. At that moment, however, Kushina spoke again, her words causing Jiraiya, typically composed, to falter. I have one more question, Master Jiraiya. Where has Minato gone? Chapter 78. The fate of Minato. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. He met Kushina's gaze and replied, Minato has gone on a mission and has yet to return. Despite Jiraiya's careful concealment, the perceptive Kushina discerned the underlying tension. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her calm, and continued, Master Jiraiya, you cannot deceive me, although you disguise it well. My intuition tells me that Minato may have encountered misfortune. As one of the legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya certainly knew Minato's situation. In truth, the most suitable protector for the Jinchuriki should have been Minato himself. With Minato's flying thunder god technique, he could have instantly relocated the Jinchuriki in the face of any anomaly. However, due to Minato's disappearance, the higher-ups of Konoha had no choice but to entrust this weighty responsibility to Jiraiya. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Jiraiya fell into contemplation. Finally, he sighed and resolved to reveal the truth to Kushina. Kushina, promise me, no matter what you hear next, you must remain calm. Kushina nodded emphatically, signifying her strength. Jiraiya continued. Not long ago, Minato went to Takigakure on a mission, aiming to bring back the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. However, they encountered the organization known as Twilight. According to intelligence from the front lines, Minato's entire team has gone missing and is currently unaccounted for. At this revelation, Kushina's expression turned pale in an instant. Her tightly clasped hands trembled slightly, despite having mentally prepared herself beforehand. The actual impact of the news struck her like a towering wave, leaving her heart tumultuous and restless. A flicker of disbelief crossed her gaze, soon replaced by profound anxiety and unease. All personnel are missing, Kushina murmured, as if she sought to etch those words deep within her heart. She raised her eyes to Jiraiya, tears glistening within them, yet she resolutely held back their descent. Is there still a chance for him to return? Minato is so powerful. He must have a way back, right? Jiraiya's expression grew complex and heavy. He slowly shook his head, his voice low yet firm. Kushina, I empathize with your feelings, but we must confront reality. Minato is indeed formidable, yet the Twilight Organization is not to be underestimated. They operate with secrecy and cruelty, and even we at Konoha know little about them. This mission is exceptionally daunting. The enemies Minato and his team face far exceed our expectations. However, Jiraiya shifted his tone, attempting to instill a glimmer of hope within Kushina. Though the situation appears grim, we have not relinquished our search for them. Konoha has dispatched multiple rescue teams, and I am actively reaching out to other ninja villages, hoping to gather more intelligence regarding Twilight and Minato's whereabouts. As long as there is a sliver of hope, we shall never give up. Listening to Jiraiya's words, the light in Kushina's eyes gradually dimmed, yet she managed to force a faint smile. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. I will wait. No matter how long it takes, I will await Minato's return. He is my husband, and I believe he will come back safely. Jiraiya nodded silently, his heart a tapestry of mixed emotions. He understood well the essence of waiting and recognized the hidden pain and fear behind Kushina's current strength. He gently patted her shoulder, as if to convey his own strength and conviction to her. Kushina, you must also take care of yourself. If Minato were aware, he would certainly wish for your safety. Afterward, Jiraiya shifted the conversation, addressing the current situation. Kushina, we are particularly concerned about the rampage of the Nine Tails. But do not worry, I will personally ensure your safety. However, you must remain vigilant, for the Nine Tails is the most unique and powerful among the tailed beasts. Kushina listened intently to Jiraiya's arrangements, her eyes shining with determination. She understood that she was not merely a wife awaiting her husband's return, but also a member of the Uzumaki clan, tasked with sealing the Nine Tails as the current Jinchuriki. The weight of responsibility on her shoulders was greater than that of anyone present. Soon, after coordinating with everyone, Jiraiya hurriedly departed. His current responsibilities were far more critical than merely safeguarding the Jinchuriki, certainly not anything as ludicrous as spying on a women's bathhouse. According to his own account, this is appreciation. Deep beneath the village of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Madara sat regally upon an ancient wooden throne, one hand gently resting on his chin, his profound gaze shimmering with contemplation. The atmosphere of the entire space was thick with an oppressive yet majestic aura, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, Madara's sharp eyes fixated on a particular direction, as if piercing through the barriers of space to uncover hidden secrets. Immediately following, amidst a peculiar distortion of space, the figures of Fontian and others materialized before Madara, as though stepping forth from the void. "Welcome back, Fontian." Madara rose slowly, his voice deep and commanding, each word imbued with an irresistible power. Fontian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then released the imprisoned individuals, Minato, Killer Bee, and Yukushi Kabuto from the Kamui dimension. Observing this scene, Madara furrowed his brow, his heart filled with confusion. And he inquired in a low voice, "What does this mean, Fontian?" Fontian, unperturbed, responded calmly, "These individuals have been thoroughly sealed by me. Their chakra is rendered unusable, and they are entirely within my control." He paused briefly before continuing, "However, if they remain in my dimension, it would indeed restrict my movements. After all, I must be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. They can be monitored by white Zetsu, receiving periodic sustenance to sustain their lives." At this, Uchiha Madara did not display any sign of approval. Instead, he shook his head, a cold glint of murderous intent creeping into his gaze. "Such a troublesome approach does not align with my style. It would be far more efficient to eliminate them all and eradicate future threats." Before his words had fully faded, an astonishing aura began to emanate from Madara, an oppressive presence belonging to a formidable warrior that instilled fear. His eyes gradually turned crimson, as if flames were igniting within them, and the next moment, he was poised to eradicate those before him. Seeing this, Fengtian's heart tightened, and he hastily interjected, "Please, stop. Lord Madara, do not kill them for the time being." His voice bore a note of urgency, clearly reflecting his deep concern for the impending situation. Madara's movements momentarily halted, a flicker of perplexity passing through his scarlet eyes as he coldly uttered, "Reason?" His tone was devoid of any emotional inflection, as if he were merely inquiring about a trivial matter. Fontian, relieved that Madara had not immediately acted, took a deep breath to steady his emotions and spoke. "I suspect that the backlash of my ocular power is related to killing causality." "Backlash of ocular power? Elaborate?" Madara inquired, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, though it was somewhat reassuring to note that his gaze towards Minato and the others was no longer filled with bloodlust. As Fontian observed the situation, he felt an unspoken sense of relief. His gaze met that of Uchiha Madara, their eyes colliding in the air, and he slowly began to speak. "In the earlier instances of my ocular power enhancement, the backlash surged forth like a relentless tide, nearly consuming me and leaving me teetering on the brink of life and death." His words bore an ineffable weight, as if he were recalling a past he was reluctant to revisit. Yet, upon reflection, during my initial absorption of the 3 tails and 1 tail, although that power was formidable, it did not invoke any backlash. In those moments, my heart was untainted, my hands unstained with blood, and my conscience clear. Fontian's gaze deepened, as if transcending time and space, returning to that distant past. "It was not until I consumed the 2 tails and 8 tails that I broke my vow against killing, slaying the illustrious Third Raikage." His voice grew somber, tinged with a hint of regret. "In that instant, I felt as though I had touched upon some forbidden taboo. And from that point onward, the backlash shadowed me relentlessly. Particularly during the incident in Takigakure, I suffered unprecedented devastation. Coincidentally, in the battle to seize the 7 tails, my hands were drenched in the blood of innocent ninja." Fontian's eyes became hollow, as if the weight of that memory was too burdensome to bear. This directly resulted in an unparalleled backlash during my confrontation with Orochimaru. That time, I found myself hanging by a thread, life and death balanced on a razor's edge. As he spoke, his tone shifted to one of determination. As if making a momentous decision, I began to realize that the backlash of this ocular power may not solely pertain to its enhancement, but is inextricably linked to the murderous intent within my heart and the sins I have committed. Each act of slaughter seemed to add weight to this double-edged sword, ultimately binding me tightly with the force of backlash. His words carried a heavy burden yet hinted at a sense of liberation. It was as if he were confessing everything to Uchiha Madara, engaging in a form of self-redemption, unveiling the secrets and suffering of his inner self without reservation. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly. He had never contemplated the profound connection between the backlash of ocular power and the user's state of mind. "Are you suggesting that your ocular power, after being tainted by excessive bloodshed, began to impose a form of punishment upon you?" His voice, though cold, revealed a flicker of curiosity. "Precisely," Fontian nodded, continuing, "In my understanding, as one who wields the most enigmatic causal power. I may be burdened by certain laws or wills that impose constraints on the user's actions. When I could not resist the influence of my murderous intent and began indiscriminately killing, that power commenced its backlash, striving to correct my path. Intriguing. Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, though the complexity in his gaze deepened. What do you intend to do? Continue down this path until you are utterly consumed, or seek a way to balance your power with your spirit? Feng Tian fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his options. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke. I choose the latter. Holding that causality is not a trivial matter, and as my ocular power strengthens, that will to kill will increasingly affect me. I must suppress the will to kill within. To achieve my goals, I cannot be consumed by this backlash. At that moment, Feng Tian finally realized why, at the very beginning of this reincarnation, he had manifested such a compassionate nature. Everything stemmed from the experiences accumulated during previous cycles. These experiences subtly influenced Feng Tian's thoughts in this iteration, guiding him to avoid the taint of bloodshed as much as possible. Thus, he initially adopted such a compassionate demeanor. Uchiha Madara listened quietly to Feng Tian's resolve, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing the inner will to kill is no simple task. However, since you possess such awareness, I can indeed illuminate a path for you. A clear path? Feng Tian was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Indeed, an opportunity that can enhance your strength while helping you suppress the will to kill. Uchiha Madara slowly rose, his thoughts drifting to distant realms. The image of a certain man gradually emerging in his mind. After a brief pause, Madara spoke again, his voice flowing gently. The sage mode. I have never held it in high regard, yet for you, it seems quite suitable at this moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian instinctively cradled his chin, lost in contemplation. Madara was correct. Given the current circumstances, sage mode indeed represented the most appropriate power for him to cultivate. The essence of sage mode lies in absorbing and utilizing the natural energy of the world. During the absorption process, one must maintain absolute stillness, allowing the heart to settle and keenly feel. This not only cultivates and enhances willpower, but also significantly weakens the will to kill, erosion and influence in the state of sage mode. However, Feng Tian presently lacked sufficient time to cultivate sage mode. Isn't that an excellent idea? He remarked casually, soon solidifying his decision. With a ripple of spatial distortion, Feng Tian gradually stepped into the Kamui space. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, a massive wheel appeared before him. This was the extraction ability wheel obtained from devouring the chakra of the seven tails, which Feng Tian had sealed within his Kamui space for long-term preservation. Below are all the abilities currently acquired. 3 Tails Chakra, Flying Thunder God Technique 1 Tail Chakra, Kamui 2 Tails Chakra, 8 Gates 8 Tails Chakra. I hope this will resonate deeply, Feng Tian murmured, slowly extending his hand to gently manipulate the spinning wheel before him. Each delicate movement revealed his inner tension and anticipation. The wheel began to turn gradually, and with each fluctuation of the pointer, Feng Tian could feel his heartbeat quickening. The rhythm intertwined with the sound of the wheel's rotation, composing a symphony of fate. An indescribable heaviness filled the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if beseeching the unknown destiny for the most favorable outcome. At last, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer steadfastly indicating an undisclosed domain. This was Chapter 80, The Voices of Them. Feng Tian's gaze fixated on the name where the pointer had settled, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. To his dismay, the pointer pointed to none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 Sannin of Konoha. Oh no, what a dreadful system! Feng Tian could not help but mutter, his tone laced with frustration and resignation. The image of Jiraiya's grand figure flashed in his mind, and he inwardly lamented, Jiraiya is right there. Why didn't you spin a little longer instead of stopping at Tsunade? Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Feng Tian quickly regained his composure. He understood that every individual possesses unique value and abilities. The crux lies in how one learns to harness and apply them. Thus, he took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and resolved to accept the outcome with grace. He stepped forward, gently tapping on Tsunade's name. In the next moment, skill options concerning Tsunade appeared before Feng Tian. Healing Technique unlocks the sealing technique, allowing the vast chakra stored within to be wielded freely, enabling the execution of powerful and forbidden jutsu. Creation Rebirth, the ultimate medical ninjutsu that complements the healing technique, capable of rapidly restoring bodily injuries during combat. Approaching a state of immortality, though it consumes a significant amount of chakra and reduces lifespan. Feng Tian found himself in rare hesitation as he scrutinized the skill descriptions. His gaze flickered between healing technique and creation rebirth, a look of inner turmoil crossing his face. If he prioritized combat strength, healing technique would undoubtedly take precedence. However, with them approaching, he felt compelled to maximize his survival capabilities. A complex expression enveloped his visage as he thought of them, filled with anger, fear, and a touch of helplessness. Yet, this was not the moment for such deliberations. After considerable contemplation, Feng Tian ultimately directed his focus towards the skill, creation rebirth. In his view, while healing technique could significantly enhance combat prowess, ensuring his survival in the impending crisis was of utmost importance. I shall choose creation rebirth. Feng Tian silently resolved to reach out and touch the skill options. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a frenzied thought flashed across his mind. In a hurry, he withdrew his hand and took several steps back. Perhaps I should attempt something different, he murmured to himself, and in that instant, his gaze shifted to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Soon, an overwhelming aura of causality enveloped the entire wheel. As the formidable power of causality relentlessly sought to alter the wheel's rules, Feng Tian deduced that since this wheel could be preserved within the Kamui space through special means, it was not omnipotent. It was precisely for this reason that he contemplated whether he could modify the wheel's rules through an inverted approach. His objective was to acquire both the 100 hero technique and the creation rebirth skill. His eyes shimmered with the unique radiance of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. As he focused intently on manipulating the power of causality, attempting to influence the wheel's rules with his will, the entire space seemed shrouded in a mysterious force, and an oppressive tension filled the air. As the power of causality surged, the light upon the wheel began to flicker erratically, and the pointer appeared to lose its original rhythm, bouncing chaotically. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals, merging his chakra with the power of causality, and dedicating himself to guiding this force in pursuit of his extraordinary aspiration. At last, through his relentless efforts, the light on the wheel suddenly condensed, and remarkably, the pointer pointed simultaneously at both the 100 hero technique and creation rebirth. In that moment, an indescribable surge of excitement and joy welled up within Feng Tian. He realized he had succeeded in breaking the wheel's rules and acquiring both skills at once. Haha, it truly works. He laughed heartily, then reached out to touch the two skill options. Instantly, two powerful forces surged into his body, and he felt his chakra undergo a qualitative leap, his vitality becoming more resilient than ever before. Just as Feng Tian reveled in his triumph, a voice echoed in his ears. The owner of that voice was someone he never wished to encounter in his lifetime. I've finally found you, Feng Tian. Trust me, we shall meet again soon. He. With that, the voice vanished completely. Upon hearing it, the joy on Feng Tian's face was instantly overshadowed by darkness. The voice belonged to them. The fact that they could transmit their voice across endless space and time indicated that they were indeed approaching. Time was running out for Feng Tian. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within his heart. He understood that in the face of the impending threat, any panic or fear would be futile. Only by enhancing his own strength and preparing meticulously could he devise a strategy to cope. He closed his eyes, beginning to keenly sense the immense chakra surging within him, a result of acquiring the techniques of great mastery and creation rebirth. These two skills complemented each other, not only elevating his combat prowess but, more importantly, granting him an almost immortal capacity for recovery. In his heart, he contemplated that with such power, he might carve out a sliver of hope for himself in the confrontation with them. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The ever-looming threat of the killing intent was currently his most pressing concern, since he had not drawn the sage mode in this round of fate. He had but one path left to tread, to cultivate the sage mode himself. At this realization, he could not help but grimace. He never imagined that one of his nearly indomitable existence would one day engage in earnest training. Almost immediately, the figure of Jiraiya manifested in his mind. If he were to teach him, he should be able to master sage mode without delay. With this thought, he unhesitatingly summoned the causal power within him. Thin, elongated causal lines intertwined before his eyes like living entities, dancing as if the fate of the entire world lay within his grasp. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus, and began to carefully manipulate these fine threads, attempting to locate the one associated with Jiraiya. However, as time passed, his expression gradually grew somber. He was astonished to discover that the causal line, which should have been distinctly visible and belonged to Jiraiya, had entirely vanished within this intricate web of causality. Chapter 81. Obito's reaction. Feng Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with perplexity and confusion, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. He searched diligently once more. Yet the outcome remained disappointingly elusive, akin to seeking an illusion that did not exist. He murmured to himself, disbelief tinged in his voice. How could this be? How could Jiraiya's causal line simply disappear? He gently cradled his chin, his fingers slowly caressing his cheek, lost in profound contemplation, as various possibilities swirled in his mind. The disappearance of the causal line could stem from only two reasons. One possibility was that the individual was no longer of this world, much like Orochimaru, causing the causal line to dissipate, akin to a kite severed from its string, leaving no trace behind. The other possibility was that the individual was ensnared within a complex array of barriers or sealed within a powerful formation. These formations possessed the remarkable ability to disrupt the causal lines, rendering Feng Tian unable to precisely discern their location. Based on the current signs, it is highly probable that Jiraiya has entered some form of isolation or sealing formation, concealed by a mysterious force. Upon this realization, Feng Tian was struck by an idea and began to cautiously manipulate the threads of causality, attempting to validate his hypothesis. As moments ticked by, Feng Tian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in his eyes. Moments later, he seemed to experience an epiphany, as all enigmas unraveled before him. Indeed, both Jiraiya and the remaining Jinchuriki's threads of causality had vanished, indicating that they had indeed been hidden away. Feng Tian murmured to himself, his voice laced with certainty and relief. He then took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and focused, seeking to uncover more clues about them through the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the power of causality. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not capture any further useful information. It appeared that he would have to take things one step at a time. Feng Tian shook his head in resignation, yet within, he had already steeled himself for what lay ahead. He then departed from the Kemui space and returned underground. Upon witnessing Feng Tian's return, Uchiha Madara keenly sensed the vibrant life force emanating from him, as if he had undergone a transformation, rejuvenated anew. Curiously, he inquired, Feng Tian, you seem markedly different from before. Feng Tian nodded gently in response, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he candidly replied, Indeed, I cannot escape your discerning gaze, Lord Madara. However, I remain utterly perplexed regarding the sage mode. I possess no leads whatsoever. Uchiha Madara shook his head in exasperation, indicating his own inability to assist. Yet, moments later, a spark of inspiration seemed to strike him, and he continued, Feng Tian, did you not claim mastery over the power of causality? Might you not attempt to alter causality and directly learn sage mode? Upon hearing Madara's words, Feng Tian involuntarily fell into deep contemplation. His gaze deepened, akin to the most distant stars in the night sky, as he began to meticulously examine this unprecedented and audacious notion. However, this contemplation did not linger for long. He gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness and a bitter smile gracing his features, as he slowly responded, Lord Madara, your proposal is indeed feasible. Yet forcibly altering such a defiant causal chain would yield repercussions far beyond my capacity to endure. You may not be aware that the backlash from any modification I could make is entirely contingent upon the complexity of its impact on reality. Just as in our previous battle, Lord Madara, my reluctance to employ the technique of reversing cause and effect against you stemmed from the profound ramifications such a modification would impose upon the real world. In other words, the backlash from such an alteration would be unprecedentedly colossal, rendering it an unworthy gamble for me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression slightly tightened, a glimmer of understanding and acceptance flickering in his deep-set eyes. I see now, I have indeed been too hasty. Feng Tian nodded slightly and continued, Lord Madara, although I cannot learn the sage mode through the modification of causality, I shall persist in seeking alternative methods. Just then, Kakuzu interjected, there is no need for such complications. Simply locate someone capable of utilizing sage mode, forcibly extract their chakra, and through the power of causality, appropriate that chakra for yourself. It is akin to my earthgrudge fear, seizing another's heart to command their chakra. With Kakuzu's words, Feng Tian suddenly experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how had he not considered this approach? All that was required was to find an individual proficient in Sage mode and claim their essence through the power of causality. Moreover, this method would significantly mitigate the backlash, greatly diminishing its impact on Feng Tian. Fortuitously, aside from Jiraiya, there was another who possessed the legendary Sage mode, a fact that he was acutely aware of. Furthermore, that individual was currently well within Feng Tian's grasp. Feng Tian gently turned his gaze towards the unconscious figure of Minato Namikaze beside him. A fleeting shadow of remorse passing through his eyes, swiftly replaced by resolution. He took a step forward, slowly approaching Minato, as the enigmatic power of causality enveloped him, seemingly isolating him from the outside world. His voice was low and heavy, each word seeming to be wrenched from the depths of his heart. "I apologize, Minato." With that, Feng Tian's right hand, shrouded in a mass of causal power, moved directly towards Minato's abdomen. In a nearby corner, Obito, having observed everything, found that his right eye had inexplicably transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. His countenance was somber, fist clenched tightly, an imperceptible aura of divine might emanating from him. Chapter 82. Successfully taking control. What do you mean, Obito? Uchiha Madara detected the anomaly in Obito, his tone laced with a hint of coldness as he cast a chilling inquiry. Obito fell silent, as if abruptly awakened by Madara's words, realizing he had lost his composure. His expression shifting slightly. Thus, he retracted his Manjiki Sharingan, turning away to avert his gaze. After all, Minato was his mentor, who had treated him well in the past. At this juncture, Obito had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. He still retained the essence of the boy he once was. Consequently, he felt a sense of reflection regarding the act of extracting chakra from Minato. As Madara's words settled, Feng Tian also regained his composure. He gently waved his hand, temporarily halting the extraction of Sage chakra from Minato's body, then turned to face Obito with a gentle gaze, slowly articulating, "Obito, I can understand your feelings. However, at this moment, this Sage chakra is of paramount importance to me. I assure you that throughout the extraction process, Minato will not suffer a single harm." Upon hearing this, Obito's tense expression softened slightly, yet he still did not turn to face Feng Tian. Instead, he strode decisively toward the door, his steps imbued with resolve. "Do as you wish," he remarked, and with that, his silhouette swiftly vanished beyond the threshold, leaving the others in the room exchanging glances, the atmosphere momentarily awkward. Despite the minor interruption, Feng Tian had no intention of ceasing the extraction of Sage chakra. Previously, within the Kamui space, he had heard their voices. Now, he needed to hasten the pace of capturing tailed beasts, for he must realize the Eye of the Moon planned before they descended. After Obito's abrupt departure, the atmosphere between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara grew exceptionally heavy. They both understood that while Obito's reaction was unexpected, it also reflected some underlying fissures in their plan. Feng Tian took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He comprehended that Obito's emotional entanglements were natural. However, the greater scheme was paramount, and he could not abandon the extraction of Sage chakra. "Minato, I am truly sorry," Feng Tian murmured softly, a tinge of helplessness in his tone. Subsequently, under the wondrous influence of causal power, Minato's body began to transform into Sage mode without his awareness. Feng Tian's expression grew solemn as he gently placed his right hand, imbued with causal power, on Minato's abdomen, cautiously initiating the extraction of Sage chakra. As Feng Tian's palm gradually approached Minato's abdomen, an indescribable wave permeated the air. A subtle rhythm as the Sage chakra was guided and extracted. In a state of unconsciousness, Minato's body trembled slightly, as if undergoing an unseen transformation, all under the precise and ruthless control of Feng Tian. Uchiha Madara silently observed from the side, his Rinnegan eyes deep as an abyss, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. Feng Tian's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized that the process of extracting Sage chakra was far more arduous than he had anticipated. This endeavor required his undivided attention, leaving no room for distraction, while he meticulously maintained Minato's life signs, fearful that a single misstep could lead to disaster, compounding his troubles. As an increasing amount of Sage chakra surged into his body, Feng Tian sensed a chaotic turmoil within, as if countless tiny hands were tearing at his meridians. Lacking formal training, he found himself unable to harness this immense power, and his body began to exhibit uncontrollable signs of transformation. His skin grew rough, and his limbs appeared to elongate gradually. With a snort, Feng Tian summoned his causal power to restore his body to normalcy, simultaneously reallocating a portion of this power to stabilize the internal chaos. Finally, as time passed, he ceased the extraction of Sage Chakra. After successfully drawing out Minato's Sage Chakra, he was enveloped by an unprecedented fatigue and weakness. Though his body had returned to normal through the use of causal power, the mental strain he bore grew heavier. Now was not the time for relaxation. Although the transformation had been temporarily suppressed, the internal chaos remained difficult to balance. A moment's carelessness could lead Feng Tian to the brink of death. Just then, Uchiha Madara placed a hand on Feng Tian's back, using his own chakra to assist in regulating the balance of Feng Tian's energy. Feeling the warmth of Madara's chakra flow into him, Feng Tian was filled with gratitude. This power flowed like a gentle stream, gradually stabilizing the chaotic energy resulting from the extraction of Sage Chakra. "Thank you, Lord Madara," Feng Tian murmured, tilting his head slightly, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. He understood that without Madara's timely intervention, he could have truly lost himself within this chaotic power. Madara said nothing, silently continuing to channel chakra, his gaze imbued with profound determination, as if to convey to Feng Tian, "All of this is for our plan. You must persevere." With Madara's assistance, Feng Tian's internal turmoil gradually settled, and the discomfort from the transformation slowly faded. He took a deep breath, sensing the resurgence of strength within him, and felt a surge of relief. In the next moment, without hesitation, Feng Tian activated Sage Mode. He could distinctly sense the harmonious fusion of Sage Chakra and causal power within him, creating an unprecedented surge of strength, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Slowly, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the tranquil yet profound power. Indeed, under the aegis of Sage Mode, the once incessant will to kill, which had plagued him like a relentless parasite, now exerted almost no influence over him. This long-standing affliction had finally found resolution. And a genuine joy crept upon Feng Tian's lips, his eyes shimmering with the light of triumph. However, upon witnessing Feng Tian seemingly master Sage Mode flawlessly, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly and inquired solemnly, "Given the current circumstances, where do we proceed from here?" Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile blossomed on Feng Tian's face, concealing a cunning that should not be underestimated. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing skyward. Empowered by causal power, his aura intensified dramatically, rendering the air almost palpable. "Next, it is time to launch a full-scale assault. What I intend to do is to pierce a hole through this sky." Chapter 83. Return to Konohagakure. Before the gates of Konohagakure, a guard rubbed his frostbitten hands and nudged his companion. "Hey, have you heard? The ninja world is in turmoil lately, quite unsettled." "Indeed," the other guard replied. "I've heard that several villages have been thrown into disarray by a mysterious organization known as Twilight. I even heard that Minato has gone missing because of this." The second guard whispered, his brow furrowed in concern. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Such talk should not be taken lightly. If it reaches the higher-ups, we could be in serious trouble." A more seasoned guard suddenly turned around, casting a nervous glance around. At the ancient and solemn gates of Konohagakure, several guards gathered in hushed conversation, their expressions filled with worry and unease. Their discussions invariably revolved around the fearsome Twilight organization. The cold wind swept by, stirring fallen leaves, as if lamenting the turmoil within the ninja world. As they continued their discourse, a man cloaked entirely in black approached the gates of Konohagakure, moving with a ghostly grace. "Who goes there?" A sharp shout pierced the night's silence, and all the guards instinctively fell into a combat stance, their hands reaching for their weapons. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, continued his leisurely pace. The guards' gazes sharpened, their nerves taut with anticipation. Meanwhile, several agile ninjas quietly retreated a few steps, discreetly assessing the situation, ready to rush back to the village at the slightest hint of danger to call for reinforcements. The night wind howled, carrying a hint of chill that intensified the atmosphere with an air of tension and foreboding. "Humph." The figure cloaked in black merely issued a soft snort before slowly raising a hand. Though his movement appeared languid, it seemed imbued with immense power. In the next moment, a disquieting aura of terror surged forth from beneath the cloak, instantly overwhelming all the guards at the entrance, rendering them immobile as if gripped by an invisible giant's hand. Their bodies found it arduous to breathe, let alone speak, leaving them wide-eyed and filled with dread as they gazed upon the cloaked figure. This enigmatic figure was none other than Feng Tian. This time, He entered the Hidden Leaf Village not by forging connections with the guards, but by choosing a direct confrontation. Foolish, struggling insects, Feng Tian coldly remarked, striding boldly into the village. As he passed through the sensory barrier, he invoked the technique of reversal of cause and effect to alter reality, thus evading detection. Upon entering the village, Feng Tian's objective was crystal clear, to make his way directly to the Hokage's office. He had significant matters to discuss with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before the Hokage's office, the night was as dark as ink, illuminated only by a few flickering streetlights casting mottled shadows in the wind. Feng Tian moved with measured steps across the empty plaza, each stride seemingly imbued with ineffable strength. The ninjas along the way sensed the oppressive aura and cast uncertain glances, yet none dared to intervene. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Feng Tian hesitated not a moment, reaching out to push against the heavy wooden door. The creaking of the door hinges resonated sharply in the stillness of the night, as if the very air trembled. The door slowly opened, revealing the dim light within and the vast lobby beyond. "Who goes there?" a cautious voice called from the second floor. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in Hokage robes appeared at the top of the stairs, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the uninvited guest below. "I am Feng Tian, the founder of the Twilight Organization," he declared, his voice calm and resolute as he ascended the stairs, each step seemingly a testament to his power. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's brow furrowed, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. "The Twilight Organization? How dare you intrude into the Hidden Leaf Village alone? Are you not aware that you are courting death?" "Courting death?" A cold smile graced Feng Tian's lips. "I believe you have misunderstood the true nature of the situation. My presence here alone signifies that, in my eyes, you are nothing more than ants." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression darkened considerably. He looked up at Feng Tian, his voice heavy with gravity. "What is your true purpose? Are Minato and the others in your possession?" As the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed, Feng Tian merely cast a deep glance at him before responding. "First, let me address your second inquiry. Indeed, Minato and Karabi are in my possession, but I regret to inform you that I have no intention of returning them, at least not for the time being." With that, Feng Tian approached the desk in the Hokage's office and seated himself with a certain nonchalance. He turned slightly to gaze out at the moonlit night and continued. "As for my purpose, I prefer to maintain an air of mystery. I did not come here merely to engage in idle conversation." With a swift motion, Feng Tian's eyes transformed into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, and an overwhelming aura of causal power surged throughout the Hokage's office. Despite the terrifying pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unyielding, though a flicker of solemnity passed through his gaze as he regarded Feng Tian. "What is it you truly desire?" Sarutobi's voice was steady and authoritative as he took a measured step forward, forming hand seals, clearly prepared for battle at any moment. Observing this, Feng Tian allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and gently waved his hand, causing the oppressive causal energy to recede like a receding tide. His eyes remained fixed on the luminous moon as he spoke softly yet with undeniable authority. "I require the 5 Kages to convene within 3 days. The location shall be the Hidden Leaf Village." A resolute glimmer shone in Feng Tian's eyes. "Of course, I shall also attend, and we will discuss matters in depth then." Upon finishing his statement, a slight tremor coursed through his form, and with a subtle distortion of space, he gradually vanished from sight, leaving behind a resonating proclamation filled with pressure. "Should you wish to detain me now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, feel free to attempt it. However, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he pondered his next course of action. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open with force, revealing Danzo's silhouette before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What transpired, monkey?" Sarutobi remained silent in response to Danzo's inquiry, but eventually exhaled a heavy breath and spoke solemnly. "Contact the other 4 Kages and inform them that we shall reconvene for a 5 Kage summit in 3 days at the Hidden Leaf Village." Chapter 84, The 5 Kage Summit, Part 1. In the conference room of the Hidden Leaf Village, the atmosphere was tense. "Humph! What sort of farce are you orchestrating, Hokage?" roared the 4th Raikage, slamming his fist onto the table, causing the teacups to tremble. His brows furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone laced with inquiry. At this juncture, the conference room was filled to capacity, with all the Kage from the 4 major ninja villages having arrived, gathered around the long table for a crucial 5 Kage summit. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain himself, The fourth Reikage could no longer contain his impatience and took the initiative to voice his concerns. It has only been a few months since our last meeting. Why have we been summoned again so suddenly? What does this mean? His voice echoed in the conference room like thunder, faced with the relentless questioning from the fourth Reikage. The other leaders, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, and Gaara, the Kazekage, remained unusually silent. Some bowed their heads in contemplation, while others exchanged furtive glances, seemingly weighing their options. In that moment, the room was filled solely with the furious breaths of the fourth Reikage. They too were eager to discern the true purpose behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's urgent summons for this 5-Kage summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently adjusted his Hokage hood, his eyes, having weathered countless storms, now gleamed sharply like an eagle's as he fixed his gaze upon the fourth Reikage. Slowly, he began to speak. His voice steady and powerful. We have acquired some leads regarding Killer Bee. He paused deliberately, seemingly gauging the reaction of those present. Indeed, as we have surmised, they have fallen into the hands of the Twilight Organization and are currently under the control of a man named Fontian. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words resonated, the atmosphere in the conference room became palpably tense, as if the very air had ceased to circulate. Each leader's expression grew exceedingly grave, brows furrowed in deep thought as they contemplated how to confront this sudden crisis. The fourth Reikage abruptly stood, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. His voice low and menacing. The Twilight Organization? Fontian? So it is indeed those scoundrels. Inoki, the elderly yet sharp-eyed third Tsuchikage, gently tapped his cane, producing a rhythmic sound. Before speaking slowly, if this were merely a trivial matter, the Hokage would not have convened a 5-Kage summit. I demand to know the truth behind this meeting. In response to Inoki's straightforward inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited little sign of alarm. He lightly tapped the table, allowing his gaze to sweep across the faces of the attendees. Before he spoke again, his voice tinged with an imperceptible weight. 3 days ago, in the Hokage's office, I unexpectedly encountered Fontian, the founder of the Twilight Organization. At that moment, I was consumed by a singular thought, to ensure he remained in Konohagakure. Yet, when I truly faced him, my reason told me that this man, even if I were to exert every ounce of my strength, could not be shaken in the slightest. He emanated a unique aura, a power that was both heart-stopping and formidable. In the blink of an eye, he could incapacitate any ninja with wavering resolve. It instilled an indescribable fear, rendering one unable to meet his gaze. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft sigh and continued. The crux of the matter is that the initiator of this 5-Kage summit is not I, but rather, it is Fontian. Upon uttering these words, the conference room erupted in astonishment. The other Kages exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. The fourth Reikage, in particular, could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Fontian initiated the 5-Kage summit. What qualifications does he possess? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation and replied, "Initially, I intended to refuse. But considering that Minato and Karabi are still under the influence of Twilight, and I wish to seize this opportunity to discern the true intentions of the Twilight Organization." At this moment, Rasha interjected, "Lord Hokage, your considerations are indeed thorough, but at this juncture, with only us present, can we truly ascertain the Twilight Organization's objectives through mere discussion?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly shook his head and continued, "Fontian has stated that he will attend this summit. However, given the current circumstances, it seems he should indeed make an appearance." Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his statement, the door to the conference room was forcefully swung open, a gust of cold air sweeping in, accompanied by the faint rustle of shifting papers. The assembled individuals could not help but direct their gazes towards the entrance, where a figure gradually stepped forth, the frequently mentioned founder of the Twilight Organization, Fontian, draped in a well-tailored black cloak that billowed gently in the breeze. He exuded an air of elegance and stature. His countenance was stern, perpetually shrouded in an aura of frost, and within his profound eyes gleamed an undeniable authority that compelled one to avert their gaze. He cast a sweeping glance over the gathering, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of penetrating the innermost thoughts of each individual present. Then, a subtle smile graced his lips, imbued with confidence and mockery, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp, and the others were mere pawns upon his chessboard. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage was consumed by rage, ready to retaliate, but was gently restrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand upon his shoulder. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at Fontian, indicating for him to take a seat. Without hesitation, Feng Tian approached an empty table and sat down, crossing his legs in a posture that radiated provocation. Gentlemen, now that we are all gathered, let us delve directly into the matter at hand, Feng Tian proclaimed, shattering the silence with a voice that was deep and resonant, seemingly capable of piercing the hearts of those present. I am aware that you harbor numerous questions and grievances regarding the Twilight Organization. However, today, I am not here to engage in quarrels. I am here to discuss collaboration. A hint of slyness colored Feng Tian's words. Collaboration? With the Twilight Organization? The fourth Rakage scoffed derisively, his tone laced with disdain. Do you truly believe we would be swayed by your fabrications? Feng Tian smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the fourth Rakage's derision. He continued, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, as long as you are willing to collaborate with the Twilight Organization, I can guarantee the safety of Watergate and Kira, and perhaps even save this tainted ninja world in the process. Collaboration? What precisely does that entail? Inoki furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt and caution. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he gently raised a finger. In that instant, a chilling surge of causality swept through the entire venue like a tempest. The attendees, save for the somewhat weaker water shadow, Shikru, whose expression slightly shifted under the influence of this power, remained unperturbed. The remaining four, Inoki, Raza, Sarutobi, and the Rakage, sat firmly, their expressions unchanged, evidently possessing the strength to withstand this force. Feng Tian spoke again, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I require the remaining tailed beasts from all of you. His words fell like a massive stone into the tranquil lake, creating ripples of tension throughout the conference room. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, each breath seeming more laborious. All tailed beasts? Sarutobi echoed, his brow furrowed and his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Feng Tian. Are you jesting? The tailed beasts are the treasures of the major ninja villages and are pivotal in maintaining the balance of power in the ninja world. What makes you think we would easily relinquish them to you? Feng Tian smiled slightly, a depth of meaning concealed within that smile. Lord Hokage, we both know the calamity that would befall this world if the power of the tailed beasts were to be misused. I am here to prevent such a fate. Humph. Easy words to say, the fourth Rakage scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Who do you think you are? A savior? Why should we place our trust in you? Because I am the founder of the Twilight Organization, and I wield powers beyond your imagination, Feng Tian replied, his tone calm and resolute, as if stating an irrefutable fact. At that moment, Sarutobi posed a crucial question, slowly articulating, what is the purpose of your organization collecting the tailed beasts, or rather, what is your ultimate goal? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled slightly and responded, the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts is to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Eye of the Moon plan? What does that mean? Sarutobi inquired once more. However, Feng Tian suddenly teleported to the center of the conference table, and then gently crouched down, opening his mouth to say, I wish to speak slowly, so that all things may merge with me, unifying into a complete entity. What I am about to discuss pertains to the Sage of Six Paths. His words struck like a bolt of lightning through the air, causing the attendees to tremble with shock and confusion. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment and astonishment. The Sage of Six Paths? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, as this name seemed to resonate with a deep-seated memory within him, his gaze growing profound and complex. Noticing this, Feng Tian nodded gently, his eyes seemingly piercing through the mists of time, returning to an ancient and mysterious era. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths was the creator of this world and the original master of the tailed beasts. The power he left behind is precisely the coveted goal of our organization, Twilight. What you know as the tailed beasts are merely fragments of the Sage's power. Only by collecting all these fragments can we unlock the true strength he bequeathed, fulfilling the plan of the Eye of the Moon. This will herald a new world. A world governed by us. At this point, Feng Tian's tone was imbued with an unmistakable fervor and anticipation. He paused slightly before continuing. Moreover, with my methods, I can ensure that the Jinchuriki remain unharmed after extracting the tailed beast chakra. I believe both of you, Kazakage Raza and Rakage, are familiar with this technique. With that, Feng Tian turned his gaze toward Raza and the fourth Rakage, his eyes filled with provocation and confidence, waiting for their response. He was not mistaken. Previously, when extracting the one-tail chakra in Sunagakure and the two-tails and eight-tails chakra in Kumogakure, the Jinchuriki had not lost their lives. What will happen after the Eye of the Moon plan is realized? Naka's voice trembled slightly, revealing his profound fear and unease regarding this plan. Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile appeared on Feng Tian's face, his tone imbued with an indescribable fervor and anticipation. The realization of the Eye of the Moon plan will signify the dawn of a new era for this world, an era that I will lead and dominate. In this era, war, suffering, and sorrow, these negative aspects will be forever erased, replaced by a new world filled with peace and happiness. Do you truly believe your plan can save this world? The fourth Raikage glared fiercely, his tone laced with disdain and anger. You are nothing but an ambitious madman. For your own selfish desires, you dare to sacrifice the peace and tranquility of the entire world. Feng Tian let out a light laugh, his gaze transforming into something cold and piercing. Perhaps it appears so to you, but for me, this effort is in pursuit of a grander objective. For this cause, I am willing to bear all risks and consequences, even if it means being misunderstood and despised by the world. His voice was resolute and powerful, as if he was ready to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. Enough. Saratobi Hiruzen slammed his palm onto the table, the sound reverberating like thunder within the conference room, interrupting Feng Tian's fervent discourse. His eyes were fixed intently on Feng Tian, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Your plan is far too reckless. We cannot collaborate with you. The tailed beasts are invaluable treasures of the various ninja villages and are crucial for maintaining balance in the ninja world. We will never entrust them to a dangerous individual like you. Feng Tian rose to his feet, his silhouette elongated under the illumination, exuding an air of aloofness and superiority. His gaze swept across every individual present, a smirk of scornful confidence curling at the corners of his lips. You will cooperate, he said slowly, his voice low and laden with menace, because you have no choice. This world is decayed, rife with war, suffering, and despair. Only I, Feng Tian, can usher in genuine transformation and breathe new life into this realm. You may either choose to walk alongside me, sharing in the glory of the future, or stand against me and face the fate of annihilation. As his words settled in, the atmosphere within the conference room grew increasingly tense. Saratobi Hiruzen, Noki, and Rashi all fixated intently on Feng Tian, their expressions brimming with wariness and hostility. Feng Tian, however, resembled a sovereign poised to seize dominion, patiently awaiting their response. In the next moment, the fourth Raikage could no longer restrain himself. He instantly activated his lightning armor and charged fiercely at Feng Tian. Enough of your brazen words. Return Karabi to me. In the face of the fourth Raikage's sudden assault, Feng Tian remained unperturbed. He slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the Raikage's powerful strike. A futile endeavor, Feng Tian remarked nonchalantly, his tone suffused with confidence and composure. The fourth Raikage did not relent. He flashed forward again, intent on attacking Feng Tian once more. Yet, Feng Tian seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, skillfully dodging each of the Raikage's attempts. That's enough, Saratobi Hiruzen shouted, rising to his feet and positioning himself between the fourth Raikage and Feng Tian. Lord Raikage, this will not bring back Karabi. It was only at this moment that the fourth Raikage regained a semblance of rationality, returning to his place with a disgruntled expression. Had it not been for Karabi, he would have been indifferent even to overturning the entire venue. Upon witnessing the fourth Raikage settle back into his seat, his demeanor slightly softened. Saratobi Hiruzen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards Feng Tian, and with a deep and resolute tone. He inquired, I am curious, what will you do if we refuse to surrender the remaining tailed beasts? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk. As if he had anticipated Saratobi Hiruzen's question, he stepped forward, unapologetically placing his foot upon the conference table, his posture replete with disdain and provocation. It is quite simple, he replied, his voice as frigid as ice. If you do not comply, then I hereby declare the fourth great ninja war against you. As his words resonated, the atmosphere within the conference room plummeted to a freezing point, the faces of all present etched with gravity and unease. Before anyone could utter a word, Feng Tian's figure began to fade from view, distorting the space around him. You will come to understand my methods. Chapter 86. The meeting concludes with Feng Tian's disappearance. An eerie silence enveloped the venue, as each person absorbed the weight of recent events. After a brief pause, Yagura finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he asked, what should we do next? Saratobi Hiruzen gently massaged his temples, seemingly lost in contemplation of Feng Tian's words and their precarious situation. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his tone firm and resolute. We have no choice but to prepare for the impending war. Since Feng Tian has declared war, we cannot remain idle. We must swiftly reach out to other ninja villages, collaboratively devise strategies, and formulate a comprehensive defense plan. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage scoffed disdainfully as an ardent warmonger. He felt no trepidation at the prospect of war. Let them come. Do we fear them? Shortly after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the onset of the fourth seemed rather hasty. Inoki also expressed his views, differing from the fourth Raikage, having just emerged from the turmoil of the Third Great Ninja War. The Iwagakure required a respite. Inoki, I understand your concerns, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, but as Feng Tian stated, we have no alternatives. If the power of the tailed beasts is misused, it will bring catastrophic devastation to this world. We must thwart the plans of the Twilight Organization. However, Lord Hokage, how do we intend to stop them? Yagura posed the pivotal question. Considering the visible strength of the Twilight Organization, do we truly stand a chance? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his resolve unwavering. Although we face formidable adversaries, we cannot simply concede. We must unite all forces at our disposal to confront the Twilight Organization. Unite? The fourth Raikage furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting we form alliances with other ninja villages? Precisely. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, asserting that only through unity can they hope to triumph over the Twilight Organization. He expressed confidence that the other ninja villages would not remain passive regarding the so-called Eye of the Moon plan. However, he acknowledged that such actions would require time. Inoki reminded them that the willingness of other ninja villages to ally with them remained uncertain. Furthermore, the strength of the smaller villages was far inferior to that of the 5 great villages. Was it truly necessary to involve them in the conflict? Time was indeed pressing. Yet they could not afford to surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, his gaze resolute. I shall personally visit the other ninja villages to seek their support. Simultaneously, we must fortify our defenses and prepare for the impending war. The Hokage's words resonated with truth. Yagura also stood, declaring, we cannot remain idle. I will immediately summon the elite ninjas of the Mist Village to reinforce our defenses. I will also gather the ninjas from the Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, although I am not fond of alliances, if it is to avert disaster, I shall fight alongside the other ninja villages. Therefore, I will also summon the ninjas of the Stone Village. Inoki, though reluctant, recognized this as the best course of action. The Stone Village will fully support this battle. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages ultimately reached a consensus. They resolved to unite against the Twilight Organization to safeguard the peace and security of their world. In the days that followed, the 4 great ninja villages commenced preparations for war with fervor. They intensified the training of their ninjas, enhanced defensive measures, gathered intelligence, and reached out to other ninja villages to garner their support. Meanwhile, beneath Konoha, Feng Tian inquired with an air of arrogance. The war is imminent. When shall we take action? His face betrayed no fear of battle, only an insatiable thirst for chaos. Lord Madara, I understand your yearning for war, but we must proceed with caution, Feng Tian replied firmly, his gaze profound. Although the number of white Zetsu is rapidly increasing, it has yet to meet our expectations. Moreover, the strength of Konoha and the other ninja villages should not be underestimated. If we act rashly, we may suffer significant losses. Madara Uchiha furrowed his brow. Yet he recognized the truth in Feng Tian's words. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Then, what do you propose we do? We must await the opportune moment. Feng Tian suggested slowly. Currently, the 4 great ninja villages have begun to join forces in preparation against us. Their vigilance is high. This is not an ideal time for us to strike. However, as time progresses, their alertness may gradually wane. When the time arrives, we shall launch our attack, achieving the greatest victory with minimal cost. Shursui, Obito, Scorpion, and Kankuro listened silently to the conversation between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara. Despite their differing personalities, they shared a common objective, to fight for the realization of their individual ideals. In this moment, they chose silence, for they understood that in this war, their duty was to execute orders and contribute their strength towards the ultimate victory. Very well, since you say so, I shall wait a little longer. Uchiha Madara finally yielded. Yet his gaze still flickered with an indomitable spirit. However, Feng Tian, you must remember, our time is limited. Prolonging this may incite other unnecessary troubles. I understand, Madara-sama. Feng Tian nodded slightly. I will closely monitor the movements of the 4 great ninja villages, and once the opportune moment arises, we shall strike immediately. Before his words faded, Feng Tian abruptly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shui and the others, a faint aura of causality quietly permeating the air, causing a chill to run through their hearts. He then spoke, his voice steady and powerful. Before the final battle commences, allow me to lend you my strength to enhance your abilities. Chapter 87. Enhancing Strength. Scorpion. Release all your puppets. Feng Tian's words carried a hint of anticipation as they fell softly. Scorpion nodded gently, a playful smile gracing his lips. And with a flick of his fingers, he produced several exquisite scrolls from within his robes. With a soft pop, the scrolls unfurled, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a multitude of puppets seemed to descend from the heavens, instantly filling the entire space. Though the underground chamber was quite spacious, it felt constricted in the presence of the densely packed, hundreds of puppets, as even the air grew heavy. The puppets varied in form. Some wielded sharp blades while others bore heavy artillery, their cold glimmers instilling a sense of dread. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Tian's eyes. He had not anticipated Scorpion's ability to control such a multitude of puppets. Yet Scorpion remained composed, as if everything was well within his control. Feng Tian raised his gaze toward the swirling puppets, palms upward, gently lifting his hands as though summoning something. In that instant, an indescribable, immense force of causality enveloped all the puppets like an invisible net. Scorpion furrowed his brow slightly, emitting a soft sound of confusion. Although on the surface, the puppets appeared unchanged under the influence of the causality force, a storm of emotions surged within Scorpion. He could distinctly sense that, at this moment, his puppets were being touched by some mysterious power, undergoing an astonishing transformation. This subtle yet profound change left him both astonished and curious. The enhancement of the causality force felt like a silent ritual, lasting a full 5 minutes, until a solitary bead of sweat silently trickled down Feng Tian's forehead. The infusion of this enigmatic power gradually announced its conclusion. Scorpio, behold, those puppets you meticulously crafted, including the wind shadow puppet, are now entirely enveloped in a layer of causal power. Feng Tian panted lightly, his gaze revealing a hint of fatigue, yet a glow of satisfaction. Under the protection of this mysterious force, anyone daring to easily destroy your puppets would be but a dreamer. His words bore an undeniable conviction. In other words, your current puppets are virtually indestructible. Feng Tian's tone carried a touch of pride, as if showcasing his proud creation to Scorpio. A flicker of incredulity flashed in Scorpio's eyes as he slowly approached one of the puppets, his fingertips gently brushing against its surface, as though he could sense an unprecedented resilience and a peculiar flow of energy. This was not merely an enhancement of materials, it transcended the constraints of physical laws, rendering each puppet seemingly immortal. Truly astonishing power. The causal power can achieve such heights, Scorpio whispered, his voice imbued with both shock and reverence for the unknown force. He lifted his gaze to Feng Tian, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Thus, my art shall know no boundaries. Feng Tian smiled faintly, weariness mingling with contentment in his expression. Your art should never be easily constrained by this world. This is the only gift I can offer you. May it aid you in traversing this path further. Before he could catch his breath, Feng Tian turned his attention to Jiao Du now. It is your turn. Feng Tian's voice was deep and powerful. Upon speaking, he harnessed the mysterious causal power, like an invisible chain, swiftly sweeping toward Jiao Du in an instant. Jiao Du was tightly enveloped by this strange yet potent energy, his figure flickering in the light. As time elapsed, four bizarre bulges suddenly swelled up behind Jiao Du, seemingly brimming with boundless power, writhing and expanding. The next moment, these 4 bulges appeared to finally succumb to the pressure within, bursting forth with a violent explosion. 4 grotesque black monsters emerging with a foul wind, instantly detaching from Jiao Du's body. That was Jiao Du's signature secret technique, the Earth Grievance Curse. However, under the augmentation of causal power, these monsters had unexpectedly swelled several times in size. They flailed about in the air with destructive force, causing even the solid underground base to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Just then, Feng Tian sensed the moment was ripe and ceased the infusion of causal power. This allowed the ever-expanding Earth Grievance monsters to halt their transformation. Your Earth Grievance, empowered by my causal power, has amplified the potency of all chakra attacks severfold. Moreover, their physical forms have been significantly reinforced by me. Although not as robust as the puppets of Scorpion, They possess considerable strength. His eyes widened as he gazed in disbelief at the four enormous earth grievances behind him. He could sense that these already formidable appendages now harbored an even more terrifying power, as if a mere flick could reduce any obstacle before him to dust. Is this truly my earth grievance? S voice quivered, a mixture of astonishment and trepidation towards the unknown force. Feng Tian nodded gravely, his expression serious. Indeed. This is your earth grievance, but it has transcended being a mere product of chakra. With the enhancement of causal power, not only has its offensive capability been greatly augmented, but its defensive prowess and endurance have also been fortified. You shall henceforth possess a terrifying strength. Taking a deep breath, endeavored to steady the tumult within. He approached one of the earth grievances and gently touched its resilient exterior, feeling the immense power it contained. Feng Tian, this gift is truly weighty, he murmured, his tone imbued with gratitude and anticipation for the future. We both understand that in this chaotic era, strength is the only means of self-preservation. Feng Tian replied calmly. I merely hope that you will wield this power for meaningful purposes, rather than squander it in endless slaughter and conflict. Nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Feng Tian. I know what I must do and how to accomplish it. Having expended the vast, causal power, twice without reservation, even Feng Tian now appeared somewhat fatigued. He slowly moved to a somewhat weathered wooden chair, his gaze penetrating as he regarded an scorpion before him. After catching his breath, he continued, Now, both of you truly possess the formidable strength capable of toppling nations. I believe that in the forthcoming war, you will play a pivotal role. Upon hearing Feng Tian's words, Scorpion and exchanged glances, discerning a shared resolve and expectation in each other's eyes. They then nodded in unison, as if to assure Feng Tian that they would not betray his trust and hopes. At that moment, both felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and engage in battle. Yet they restrained their impulses, awaiting Feng Tian's command. After a brief moment, Feng Tian felt the restoration of his ocular power and then rose to his feet. Casting a contemplative gaze at Ji Shui, he spoke in a low voice, Your situation is somewhat unique. I cannot directly enhance your strength as I have with others, but it has led me to contemplate alternative methods. Chapter 88. Ji Shui's choice. What methods? Ji Shui inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone, for he was not particularly concerned about enhancing his strength. However, Feng Tian's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Ji Shui, and after a moment of deliberation, he resolved to articulate his thoughts. Your strength cannot be elevated in the same manner as those two. To achieve a significant enhancement, we must focus on your Meijiki Sharingan. Meijiki Sharingan. Ji Shui continued to question, his brow furrowing slightly, as he struggled to grasp Feng Tian's intentions. Indeed, if we can evolve your Meijiki Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, your power would undergo a transformative leap. There is even a possibility that your Susanoo could evolve into its complete form. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui's pupils dilated sharply, clearly taken aback by Feng Tian's words. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan was a coveted state among the Uchiha clan, not only allowing one to circumvent the visual deterioration associated with the Meijiki Sharingan, but also unlocking even greater powers. The complete Susanoo was a legendary existence, possessing the might to devastate the world. However, achieving this would necessitate the transplantation of a brother's Meijiki Sharingan. Ji Shui's voice trembled, fully aware of the implications. Within the Uchiha clan, there were countless instances of brothers turning against one another for power. Was he truly willing to bear such a cost? Feng Tian seemed to perceive Ji Shui's hesitation. He gently placed a hand on Ji Shui's shoulder and confidently stated, You need not worry about this. With my causal power, I can bypass this step and directly evolve your Meijiki Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. But, Ji Shui pressed, his usual composure faltering at the mention of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. But the cost of this method is substantial. I would need to draw upon your future. Feng Tian declared, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he awaited Ji Shui's response. Feng Tian's approach was straightforward. He intended to extract Ji Shui's power from the future timeline, using causal power as a conduit. This action would inflict minimal backlash on Feng Tian, yet it would irrevocably alter Ji Shui's path ahead. After all, individuals who prematurely overdraw their strength would find their causal threads in utter disarray. Even Feng Tian, who possessed causal power, could not foresee what the future held for Ji Shui. Have you made your decision? Feng Tian inquired once more. Upon hearing the words, Ji Shui's body trembled slightly, his gaze lingering on Feng Tian's face for an extended period, as if weighing the pros and cons of the decision before him. His heart surged like a tumultuous ocean, with waves of emotion crashing within. On one hand, the allure of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was overwhelmingly enticing, promising unprecedented power capable of safeguarding all that he cherished. On the other hand, the cost of overextending his future loomed heavy, potentially robbing him of unknown possibilities and avenues for growth. Feng Tian, are you presenting me with a choice? Jishui's voice was deep and intricate as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Feng Tian. Seeking answers within the depths of his gaze, Feng Tian met Jishui's stare unwaveringly, nodding with resolute conviction. Indeed, Jishui, this is your choice, regardless of the path you select. I will honor your decision. However, you must comprehend that once a choice is made, there is no turning back. Jishui fell silent, closing his eyes as countless images flashed through his mind. Before he spoke slowly, I have grown weary of the smoke-filled wars. The conflicts between great nations have shattered countless families. This world is not the one I desire. Feng Tian, what does it matter to stake my future for the moon as I plan? His words bore a tone of resolve and sacrifice, his eyes shimmering with a yearning for peace and a profound disdain for the chaotic world around him. It appeared he had made his decision, willing to bear the heavy toll of overextending his future for the sake of a greater goal, ending the wars and achieving peace. Feng Tian gazed into Jishui's steadfast eyes, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. He felt both admiration for Jishui's determination and concern for the potential consequences of such a choice. He understood that once Jishui embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. His future would be irrevocably altered. Jishui, have you truly thought this through? This path is fraught with challenges. You may lose much, including your future growth and potential, Feng Tian reiterated, hoping Jishui would contemplate deeply and refrain from making a regrettable decision. Jishui smiled slightly, his eyes brimming with determination and acceptance. Feng Tian, I have made up my mind. In this world rife with war and discord, individual growth and future seem so insignificant. If my sacrifice can usher in peace, then I willingly embrace this responsibility. Feng Tian, upon hearing this, let out a profound sigh. He recognized that Jishui had made his choice, and no amount of persuasion would alter his resolve. Thus, he nodded, deciding to respect Jishui's decision. Very well, Jishui. Since you have resolved this, I shall do all within my power to assist you in achieving this goal. Yet, remember, regardless of what lies ahead, this is ultimately your own choice, Feng Tian stated with a weighty tone. Let us proceed, Feng Tian. This time, Jishui spoke without a trace of hesitation, having firmly resolved his determination. Upon witnessing this, Feng Tian also ceased to waver, directing his manipulation of the causal force towards Jishui. In the next moment, slender, causal lines emerged from Jishui, connecting him to the river of time. Feng Tian meticulously plucked at these causal lines, seeking the temporal nodes of Jishui's most formidable period. As Feng Tian deftly controlled the causal threads surrounding Jishui, the entire space seemed to freeze, and time lost its usual fluidity at that instant. Jishui felt a wondrous power surging within him, a force belonging to the future, being drawn here in an astonishing manner. Found it? Feng Tian whispered, his fingers gently brushing against a radiant causal line, marking a peak moment in Jishui's future. At that moment, Feng Tian's eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if he could perceive all illusions and gaze directly into the essence of causality. Jishui, both anxious and expectant, closed his eyes, feeling a warm and potent energy slowly infusing his being. It was a level of power he had never experienced before, as if the mysteries of the entire universe were unfolding before him at that moment. Hold on, Jishui, Feng Tian cautioned, a hint of concern in his voice. Under Feng Tian's guidance, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan within Jishui began to tremble violently, as if some ancient and formidable seal was on the verge of being broken. An indescribable pain suddenly enveloped him, and Jishui gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his gaze showed no sign of retreat. Jishui let out a low roar, a release of anguish and a yearning for power. At that moment, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan erupted in a dazzling light, and its patterns underwent a profound transformation. The formerly intricate designs were replaced by deeper, purer motifs. The eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened at last. Chapter 89. A new power. Jishui abruptly opened his eyes, which seemed capable of discerning all worldly illusions, emanating an unprecedented majesty and strength. He felt the power surging within him, an unparalleled might, as if the entire world trembled beneath his will. Is this the power of the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Jishui's voice was deep and resonant, his face radiating an uncontrollable joy. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Tian applauded continuously, congratulating Jishui on his success. Feng Tian, I want an MMM. I understand. This space is indeed too small. Feng Tian nodded gently, then flicked his finger, producing a crisp snap. Immediately, the surrounding scenery began to warp and shift, as if an invisible hand were gently kneading the fabric of space. In an instant, Feng Tian and Jishui found themselves transported to an expansive, boundless subspace. The vastness of this arena was breathtaking, a stark contrast to the previously cramped underground base, magnified multiple times over. Jishui surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this was the most ideal place he could envision at present. Let us begin, he declared, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, Feng Tian had transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly distancing himself several hundred meters from Jishui. The two figures appeared remarkably diminutive within the vast expanse of subspace. Observing this, Jishui's lips curled into a faint smile, and then, suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, a pressure akin to a torrential flood, rendering one breathless. Susanoo. Jishui uttered a commanding shout, as if awakening a slumbering giant. Instantly, a colossal half-formed Susanoo materialized behind him. Yet, this was merely the commencement. Jishui had not yet reached his limits. With another powerful shout, the half-formed Susanoo seemed to be imbued with some mysterious force, undergoing a remarkable transformation. It rapidly donned a layer of formidable armor, glistening with a chilling radiance, seemingly capable of withstanding all worldly assaults. Concurrently, a massive spiral gun, exuding an aura of dominance, materialized in its grasp, the gun's tip shimmering with a brilliant green light. This was the Susanoo in its Yatagarasa form. Still not enough. This is far from my limit. Jishui bellowed, his aura surging to unprecedented heights, as if he aimed to rend the very subspace asunder. The already colossal Yatagarasa Susanoo, under the tumultuous flow of Jishui's power, began to undergo astounding changes. Its form swelled, each muscle seemingly narrating the awakening of strength. The power within Jishui surged like a great beast fully awakened, thrumming with intensity, propelling the Susanoo's form towards an even more perfected state. Ultimately, with a deafening roar, the Yatagarasu Susanoo completed its metamorphosis into the complete Susanoo. Its stature grew even more formidable, enveloped in a potent chakra aura that seemed to make the very heavens tremble. It stood majestically within the subspace, resembling an immovable mountain. The complete Susanoo was entirely verdant, with twin wings sprouting from its back, wielding a colossal spiral gun that radiated dazzling light, as if it could tear through all existence. Indeed, although it still falls slightly short compared to Madara's, it is nonetheless incredibly formidable, Feng Tian mused, gazing with satisfaction at Jishui's towering complete Susanoo, his words of praise flowing freely and generously. However, before Feng Tian could utter another word, Shirzue suddenly expelled a mouthful of vital essence, causing his complete Susanoo to dissipate. Shirzue, witnessing this scene, Feng Tian was taken aback, and without hesitation, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, his form seemingly transcending the boundaries of space, instantly appearing in the trajectory of Shirzue's descent, catching him securely. After expelling his vital essence, Shirzue's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his body rendered exceedingly weak from the excessive consumption of energy. Feng Tian held Shirzue tightly, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. Shirzue, how are you? Feng Tian inquired anxiously while swiftly assessing Shirzue's condition. Shirzue shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I did not anticipate the power of this complete Susanoo to be so formidable, yet so taxing on my stamina. It seems I require more time to adapt and master this strength. Feng Tian nodded gently, and then harnessed the power of causality to restore Shirzue's body. Under the influence of Feng Tian's power of causality, Shirzue's body began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. His formerly pale visage gradually regained its color, and his weakened physique grew robust once more. As Shirzue felt the resurgence of power within him, a flicker of gratitude crossed his eyes. He then stood up, stretched his limbs, relishing the renewed flow of strength, and turned to Feng Tian, saying, I have fully recovered. Feng Tian, thank you. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian merely smiled in silence. And shortly thereafter, with a shift in the surrounding space, the two departed from subspace and returned underground. How is it, Feng Tian? Obito, upon seeing their return, eagerly inquired. In response to Obito's question, Fontian replied, "Very strong, far stronger than you." At this proclamation, Obito's hands rubbed together in excitement, his gaze towards Fontian brimming with desire and envy. He then exclaimed, "So, is it my turn now? I too wish to grow stronger." However, Fontian merely cast a casual glance at him, subsequently shrugging helplessly, saying, "By your own account, you are already quite strong. No need for further enhancement. Moreover, with Kamui in your possession, there are few in this world who could threaten you. Just remain as you are." Chapter 90. The false I. How could this be? Upon hearing Fontian's words, Obito's face immediately displayed an awkward expression. Internally, he muttered, "What a joke. I merely possess a modicum of wood release in that seemingly overpowered Kamui. How am I strong? It's rather weak, to be honest." He glanced around, his gaze landing on the 3 Uchiha clan members present. Aside from himself, Madara, Shirzue, and Fontian, all 3 could wield complete Susanoo. He too yearned to unleash such a formidable force, as he sensed the light in Obito's eyes gradually dimming. Fontian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, resolving to cease his teasing. He leisurely approached the wooden chair, gracefully seated himself, crossed his legs, and adopted a relaxed demeanor, slowly articulating, "Well, there are indeed ways to enhance one's abilities. However, my shoulders have been quite sore lately. If only someone could give them a massage, it would be much more comfortable." Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a drowning man seizing a piece of driftwood. He quickly rose and took a few steps to stand behind Fontian, gently placing his hands on Fontian's shoulders and cautiously beginning to massage him. As he needed, he tentatively inquired, "My lord Fontian, is that method of enhancement truly viable? Could you elaborate on it?" Fontian emitted a contented hum, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly relishing Obito's ministrations. He languidly replied, "Of course, since you seem somewhat clever, I shall reluctantly lend you a helping hand." With that, Fontian rose from his seat, stretched his limbs, and continued, "In truth, the most effective path for our Uchiha clan to augment our strength lies in awakening the legendary third power, known as Susanoo. However, to awaken such a formidable ability, one must possess a complete pair of Manjiki Sharingan. As far as I know, Obito, your other eye is currently in the possession of that fellow Kakashi. Thus, you are presently unable to utilize Susanoo." However, Fontian deliberately paused, a hint of mystery flickering in his gaze. "However, what?" Obito asked anxiously, his eyes brimming with desire. "I can, through the power of causality, alter reality for you and create a false eye, without affecting Kakashi's Sharingan. Yet, this hypothetical eye can only assist you in wielding Susanoo and cannot be used for other abilities." Obito's heart raced, as if he were on the brink of a pivotal moment in his destiny. His voice trembled with excitement. "My lord Fontian, are you serious? I could possess a complete Manjiki Sharingan and wield Susanoo?" Fontian smiled faintly, a profound glint in his eyes. "Indeed, but this comes at a cost. Utilizing the power of causality to alter reality demands immense energy and mental fortitude, and such changes will impose certain burdens on your soul. You must be prepared to endure the consequences of this power." Without hesitation, Obito nodded. "I am willing, whatever the cost. As long as I can create a world with Rin, the consequences are trivial to me." Fontian gazed into Obito's resolute eyes, sighed softly, and then ceased to hesitate. "Are you ready? Once commenced, there is no turning back." Fontian's voice resonated with a somber gravity. Obito inhaled deeply, nodding with resolute determination glimmering in his eyes. In the next moment, the vast and boundless power of causality surged towards his right eye like a torrential flood. Obito felt a warm and formidable force pour into him through his right eye, instantly permeating his entire being, as if every cell was being nourished by this energy. Immediately after, an indescribable agony erupted from his right eye, akin to something violently tearing apart his eyeball, only to be rapidly reconstituted and healed at an astonishing speed. As the blinding light gradually dissipated, Obito slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his right eye had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. A brand new kaleidoscopic Sharingan shimmered upon his visage, emanating an unsettlingly captivating glow, as if capable of unveiling the secrets of the universe. He raised a hand, gently touching his eye, feeling an unprecedented power surging within him. "Is this the strength of possessing dual kaleidoscopic Sharingan?" Obito murmured softly to himself, his tone imbued with both astonishment and anticipation. Fontian approached Obito and patted his shoulder. "Go forth, attempt to summon your Susanoo." Following this, with a shift in space, the two were transported into the subspace. Obito took a deep breath, striving to harness the nascent power within him. His hands gradually lifted, fingers interlocking. As he closed his eyes in concentration, suddenly, a powerful chakra erupted from within him, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Obito's eyes sparkled with a blazing radiance. The unique brilliance of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, imbued with boundless mysteries and strength. Susanoo. With Obito's fervent roar, an indescribable pressure enveloped the entire subspace. A colossal ethereal warrior began to materialize behind him, the fabled complete body Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Clad in azure armor, it bore wings upon its back, and its eyes blazed like burning flames, exuding an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. Obito gazed in awe at this manifestation of his will, a deity of war. As waves of unprecedented excitement and pride surged within him, he felt a power unlike any he had ever known, as if the entire world trembled beneath his feet. Is this my Susanoo? Obito's voice echoed within the vastness of the subspace, tinged with disbelief and boundless joy. Feng Tian stood by, observing with a smile, a glint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He understood that at this moment, Obito was no longer the boy who relied solely on Kamui to escape reality, but rather an Uchiha warrior truly embarking on the path of strength. Yet, Obito's elation was fleeting, akin to a brilliant firework, vanishing in an instant. He, akin to a dam holding back water, swiftly reached the limits of his physical strength. The complete body Susanoo began to crumble and dissipate like a sandcastle swept away by the wind. This time, Feng Tian was well prepared. He securely caught the faltering Obito, employing the wondrous technique of reversal of cause and effect to gently mend Obito's weary body. Once assured that Obito was no longer in grave danger, Feng Tian softly snapped his fingers, and the space seemed to twist delicately, causing their figures to vanish in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves deep underground. Feng Tian, I am immensely grateful to you. This power is simply beyond imagination, Obito exclaimed, fervently grasping Feng Tian's hand, his eyes shimmering with gratitude as he silently vowed to master this extraordinary power within the limited time available. Feng Tian smiled gently, a hint of mystery gleaming in his gaze, and slowly spoke. Beyond complete body Susanoo, there is in fact room for further enhancement. Oh, there is room for enhancement? Obito raised an eyebrow, curiosity illuminating his face. Feng Tian nodded slightly, pausing momentarily as if contemplating his words. Then continued, you might consider how to intricately weave the power of Kamui into your own ninjutsu. Chapter 91, Deployment Incorporating Kamui into Ninjutsu? Upon hearing Feng Tian's suggestion, a flicker of inspiration flashed in Obito's eyes, as if he had uncovered a new avenue of research. He nodded thoughtfully, excitement blossoming on his face. Subsequently, Obito darted away like a gust of wind, eager to commence his experiments. He understood well that if he could successfully integrate Kamui into other ninjutsu, his combat prowess would experience a monumental enhancement. Seeing that everyone else's strength had nearly reached its peak, Uchiha Madara's patience had worn thin. He rose slowly from his wooden throne, each step resonating with stability and power. Approaching Feng Tian, he inquired in a low voice, what are your plans moving forward? Feng Tian gazed at Uchiha Madara's serious and imposing countenance, a hint of embarrassment gracing his smile. Rubbing the back of his head, he responded somewhat bashfully, I apologize. Lord Madara, your strength has already ascended to the pinnacle of this world, and I truly find myself unable to enhance you further. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression became distinctly uncomfortable. How absurd, he was Uchiha Madara. How could he possibly deign to rely on external forces to amplify his power? However, after a brief moment of surprise, he continued, a trace of displeasure evident in his tone. I merely asked what your plans were. I, Uchiha Madara, would never resort to such means to enhance my strength. Upon realizing his misstep, Feng Tian quickly donned a conciliatory smile and said, I apologize, Lord Band. It was my misunderstanding. Regaining his composure, he rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment before continuing, at present, all factors that could impede us have been thoroughly eliminated. Furthermore, based on my analysis of the causal connections, it is highly probable that the remaining Jinchuriki are congregated with the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya. Therefore, I believe all the remaining tailed beasts are currently within the village of Konoha. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Feng Tian's analysis, nodded slightly, then gestured for him to proceed. Given our current strength, obliterating Konoha poses no issue whatsoever. The crux lies in the location of the Jinchuriki. Were I among the upper echelons of Konoha, I would establish a Flying Thunder God teleportation array in the vicinity of the Jinchuriki. The designated destination would be fortified with illusions and defensive barriers. In such a scenario, even if I were to ascertain the current positions of the Jinchuriki through Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami, I would remain oblivious to their next teleportation point once the array is activated. As Feng Tian concluded his remarks, Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly, clearly contemplating the feasibility of this strategy. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Your analysis is quite astute. It is indeed plausible that Konoha would employ such measures to safeguard the Jinchuriki. However, they are not without solutions. Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a confident smile as he continued, the Four Crimson Ray Formation. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's eyes lit up with realization. Lord Ban, do you mean to utilize the Four Crimson Ray Formation to seal the space and thereby hinder the operation of the Flying Thunder God teleportation array? He swiftly grasped Uchiha Madara's intent. Madara nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Precisely. The Four Crimson Ray Formation is a sealing technique executed by 4 formidable ninjas, capable of creating a barrier that completely isolates space-time ninjutsu. As long as we can preemptively set up this barrier at the locations where the Jinchuriki may be concealed, Konoha's Flying Thunder God array will be rendered ineffective. Feng Tian contemplated for a moment and concurred. Indeed, this would prevent Konoha from relocating the Jinchuriki via instantaneous movement. The execution of the Four Crimson Ray Formation requires 4 ninjas of shadow-level strength, and our current numbers suffice. However, it will alter my initial layout. Initial layout? In response to Uchiha Madara's inquiry, Feng Tian remained silent, contemplating how to execute this matter flawlessly. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and murmured, "It appears that extensive and troublesome preparations await." Shaking his head, Feng Tian gradually stepped into the Kamui space. He had begun to prepare for the impending battle. However, Ban remained silent, ultimately returning to the wooden throne with a hint of solitude, slowly closing his eyes. In the conference room of Konoha village, after a month of arduous effort, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions finally succeeded in persuading all the surrounding small nations. At this moment, he entered the conference room, bearing a trace of exhaustion. Awaiting him were the leaders of the 5 great nations and numerous smaller ones. Faced with the imminent threat posed by the Twilight Organization, despite his fatigue, he had to hasten the proceedings to ensure everything was set in motion. Is everyone present? Let us commence the discussion regarding the deployment of the Allied shinobi forces and related arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated as he took his seat, diving straight into the matter. The leaders in attendance nodded in agreement, fully aware that against such a formidable enemy, individual efforts would be futile. Only through unity could they hope for a sliver of survival. Next, I shall elaborate on the deployment of the Allied shinobi forces and the related arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Firstly, we must clarify the command structure of the coalition and designate the leaders of each unit. I propose that the shinobi from the 5 great nations, Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kiri, and Kyumo, each form a unit led by a formidable warrior from their respective villages. Simultaneously, we need to establish a central command to coordinate the actions of each unit and formulate an overarching strategy. I suggest that this command be comprised of myself and representatives from the other 4 great nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal garnered widespread support from the assembled leaders. Secondly, we need to determine the assembly point and the departure time for the coalition. Considering the operational range of the Twilight Organization and potential attack vectors, I recommend we select a concealed location at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. This will not only evade enemy reconnaissance but also facilitate a swift response. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, the departure is set for 3 days hence, allowing ample time for each unit to prepare and mobilize. His well-organized plan instilled a sense of reassurance among the leaders present. Lastly, I wish to emphasize that our endeavor is not solely to combat the Twilight Organization. It is also to uphold peace and stability across the shinobi world. Therefore, during the conflict, we must remain calm and rational, striving to minimize unnecessary casualties. His words resonated with strength and inspiration. The leaders present expressed their agreement and support, fully cognizant of the significance and urgency of this mission. The meeting proceeded in a tense yet orderly atmosphere, with leaders from various nations contributing their insights and suggestions, collectively striving for the future of the shinobi world. After several hours of deliberation, They ultimately finalized the operational plan and personnel deployment. Within 3 days, the supporting forces from various nations must arrive at the Hidden Leaf Village for a unified deployment. The leaders of the 5 great nations, divided into 5 separate teams, will engage in distinct operations. Chapter 92. The Assault on the Gates of the Hidden Leaf Village not far away. A group of ninjas clad in uniform attire and adorned with the symbol of the ninja on their forehead protectors hurriedly made their way towards the Hidden Leaf Village. The guards stationed at the village entrance scrutinized the approaching contingent with keen eyes. Upon confirming their uniforms and the distinctive forehead protectors, the guards merely posed a few inquiries before gesturing for them to enter the village. This was not due to any negligence on the part of the guards. Rather, over the past 3 days, the Hidden Leaf Village had welcomed numerous such teams. These were hastily assembled squads from the neighboring small nations, all rallying to support the Hidden Leaf Village. "Hey, brother, how many more support teams do you think will arrive?" one of the guards at the Hidden Leaf inquired, rubbing his weary eyes. "I'm not quite sure. Today should be the last day, though. These past few days have been exhausting," another guard sighed, weariness etched across his features. The two exchanged a glance, a hint of resignation reflected in their eyes, yet they soon resolved to remain steadfast. "Indeed, we haven't had a proper rest in days. But considering it's for the sake of the Hidden Leaf and the Land of Fire, a little fatigue is worth it," the first guard declared with pride. "You're right. Moreover, the quality of the support teams this time is commendable. It seems those smaller nations are truly investing in this effort." The second guard nodded, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Yes, this is largely thanks to the Hokage's exceptional diplomatic skills, which have persuaded those nations, previously indifferent towards us, to extend their hands in support," the first guard reflected. "Speaking of which, this crisis has been quite alarming. I hope the Hidden Leaf can navigate through this challenge successfully," the second guard sighed, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. "Certainly," the first guard asserted resolutely, "the Hidden Leaf carries the legacy of the Will of Fire, no matter the adversary. They cannot hinder our progress." As they spoke, their eyes shone with unwavering determination as they continued to stand firm at their posts, ready to welcome the next wave of supporting ninja teams. However, this state of affairs did not last long. In the next moment, an astonishing and earth-shattering aura erupted from the distance, surging towards the Hidden Leaf Village like a tempest, bearing an overwhelming and terrifying force that targeted the village directly. At that instant, all the guards seemed to be struck by an invisible power, their hair standing on end and their faces turning pale. They stared wide-eyed in terror towards the direction from which this formidable presence emanated. However, before they could utter a warning cry, a streak of black sword energy, stretching dozens of meters, sliced through the sky like lightning, appearing before them. This formidable sword energy was so sharp that it seemed capable of severing all obstacles in the world, instilling a profound sense of dread within their hearts. This was the manifestation of the complete Susanoo, summoned by Feng Tian, unleashing a cataclysmic strike through the boundless power of the Judgment Blade in his hand. As the black sword energy surged forth, it appeared as though the very fabric of space was being torn asunder, leaving behind a series of startling fissures. The guards, gazing at this heart-stopping sword energy, were overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear and despair. "Enemy attack," one of the guards shouted, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the earth-shattering momentum. The black sword energy, akin to a colossal dragon, surged towards the Hidden Leaf Village with devastating force. The guards exchanged terrified glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. They had never encountered an adversary of such magnitude, nor could they fathom the calamity that would befall the village should this power be unleashed upon it. "Quick, inform Lord Hokage," one guard responded swiftly, turning to dash into the village. Meanwhile, the others did their utmost to maintain order, attempting to evacuate the surrounding villagers. Yet, it was already too late. The black sword energy loomed like the scythe of death, mercilessly descending upon the Hidden Leaf Village. Just then, a golden light erupted from within the village, colliding with the black sword energy, producing a thunderous roar. It was the united defensive barrier conjured by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, who had anticipated a possible enemy assault and had prepared accordingly. Nevertheless, even so, confronted with the overwhelming power unleashed by Feng Tian's complete Susanoo, they still felt an unprecedented pressure. At that moment, sensing the cataclysmic disturbance, the ninjas rallied to reinforce the defensive barrier. In the next instant, with a collective battle cry, the terrifying black sword energy shattered into oblivion. "We did it," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed quietly, but before they could savor the relief of survival, the towering black giant of complete Susanoo materialized before their eyes. From within the colossal Susanoo, Feng Tian loomed like a deity, surveying the ninjas below with disdain. In his eyes, they appeared as insignificant as ants, utterly inconsequential. Today, Feng Tian's voice echoed within the Susanoo, imbued with cold indifference and resolute finality. There is no need for the existence of the hidden leaf village. As his chilling words fell, a throng of white Zetsu erupted violently from the ground, surging forth like a relentless tide. These white Zetsu, varying in form and grotesque in visage, emanated an eerie wave of energy. Although Feng Tian's earlier strike had failed to breach the village's defensive barrier, it had successfully dismantled their perception barrier. Thus, when this vast horde of white Zetsu infiltrated the hidden leaf village, there were no signs of detection whatsoever. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of Konoha felt a chill run down their spines. They had not anticipated that Feng Tian would possess such a hidden ace. Everyone be cautious. The monsters are upon us. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly sounded the alarm, channeling his chakra in preparation for the impending battle. The ninjas of Konoha promptly responded, quickly adjusting their stances to confront the white Zetsu alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The guards, who had initially been evacuating the villagers, immediately joined the fray, striving to protect the innocent from harm. The white Zetsu surged forth like a tide, their numbers vast and their combat prowess formidable. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of Konoha fought valiantly, they still felt an immense pressure. What a foolish move, Feng Tian scoffed softly, expressing his disdain for the situation. In his view, a person burdened with so many ties and responsibilities was acting most unwisely. He considered himself merely a traveler in this animated world, devoid of deep emotional ties to its characters. Were it not for the backlash brought by the killing cause, he could have obliterated one-third of Konoha with a single sword strike. Scum of the Twilight Organization. Die! A thunderous roar suddenly pierced through Feng Tian's thoughts. He turned toward the sound, witnessing the fourth Raikage clad in flickering lightning armor, dashing toward him like a bolt of lightning. Upon his broad back sat the aged Inoki, who was employing the mighty weight technique to drastically reduce the Raikage's weight, enabling him to momentarily possess near-flight capabilities. However, before the all-seeing gaze of Feng Tian's eternal Meijiki Sharingan, their movements appeared extraordinarily slow, as if time itself had decelerated. A smirk of disdain crept across Feng Tian's lips. He merely sidestepped to effortlessly evade the combined assault of the fourth Raikage and Inoki. The fierce onslaught seemed to him nothing more than a futile struggle. Yet, before either could utter a word, Feng Tian, with a playful expression, remarked, "What brings you two here? Have the Cloud Village and Stone Village abandoned their posts?" On this day, the Sand Village was enveloped by a myriad of puppets, while the Mist Village was inundated by devastating beams of chakra. The Cloud Village and Stone Village were under assault by two colossal giants, one green and one blue. "What did you say? What did you say?" Inoki and the fourth Raikage exclaimed in unison upon hearing Feng Tian's words. Their brows furrowed tightly, their eyes filled with urgency and confusion, as if they were desperately contemplating the veracity of his statements. The veins on their foreheads were faintly visible, betraying the tumult within their hearts. However, when their gazes once again fell upon Feng Tian's face, adorned with a mocking smile, the last shred of hope within them evaporated in an instant. Feng Tian's cunning eyes undoubtedly conveyed that his words were not mere fabrications. Realizing this, both Noki and the fourth Raikage's expressions darkened abruptly, as if they could weep with despair. Their lips pressed tightly together, and their eyes radiated a suppressed fury. Was this not evident? Feng Tian arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. "Currently, I am the sole member of Twilight present. Why not take a guess at the whereabouts of the others?" He gently shook his head, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. In the next moment, Feng Tian's gaze shifted to a short distance away, where Shikaku and Rasha were poised to strike. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he continued. "By the way, the situation at your stronghold seems rather grim as well." Here, Feng Tian deliberately paused, a flicker of pride crossing his gaze. He slowly remarked, "Of course. Without your esteemed presence, that place has likely been reduced to ruins." "You." The fourth Raikage's eyes widened in fury, his lightning chakra flickering ominously around him, as if on the brink of erupting into a tempest that would annihilate the young man before him. Noki similarly clenched his fists, the power of dust release stirring within him, his aged visage contorted with rage. With a disdainful snort, Naka's voice, though raspy, bore an undeniable authority. "Humph. You must be the mastermind behind the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian. Your plans may seem clever, but do not forget that we, the 5 Kage do not fight alone. Even if we are absent at this moment, the forces we left behind in the village are not something you can easily manipulate. Feng Tian's lips curled into a playful smile, seemingly unfazed by the ire of the 2 Kage. Oh, is that so? Then let us see whether your speed surpasses that of my comrade's destruction. Do not forget, aside from direct assaults, we possess countless methods to undermine a village from within. It seems your respective villages lack the perceptive barriers that Konoha has, do they not? My white Zetsu can effortlessly alter their appearances. What do you think that implies? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Noki, the fourth Raikage, Shikaku, and Rasha turned grim in an instant. Feng Tian's words struck a chord of alarm within them, and they even contemplated an immediate withdrawal from the battlefield to return to their villages for rescue efforts. Feng Tian, you despicable scoundrel! The fourth Raikage bellowed, his lightning chakra swirling around him, forming visible ripples of electricity, as if ready to unleash a cataclysmic force that would obliterate Feng Tian entirely. Noki was equally incensed. His aged features contorted with a fierce expression, the power of dust release churning within him, as though it sought to turn everything to nothingness. Yasakura and Rasha wore solemn expressions, fully aware of the terrifying nature of Baiju. This creature, capable of effortlessly altering its appearance, posed unimaginable consequences should it infiltrate their village. Humph, an insult? This is merely a facet of war. Feng Tian chuckled lightly, betraying no hint of remorse. In this world, only the victors possess the right to inscribe history, while the vanquished are destined to become mere dust of the past. You now face two choices. Either continue to entangle yourselves with me here and watch your village be gradually obliterated, or retreat at once to save your homeland. His tone was tinged with mockery, as if he had everything under his control. However, Feng Tian did not await their response. Several diverse chakra attacks surged toward him. Humph! A futile endeavor, he scoffed, wielding the Susanoo to effortlessly extinguish all incoming assaults with a single strike. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hizashi's voice resonated across the battlefield. What are you hesitating for? The enemy stands before us. We must eliminate them at once. Moreover, those left behind in the village, the ones you can trust, are they truly so feeble? His words ignited a renewed fighting spirit among the other 4 Kage, as if they had been spurred by an invisible force. Indeed, Hokage-sama, you are correct, Anoki responded gravely, his tone laced with resignation. He swiftly thrust his hands forward, delineating a clear, triangular outline in the air. As time progressed, a formidable power began to coalesce in the atmosphere, drawing even the air into its gravitational pull, rapidly forming a transparent inverted triangular shield. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Anoki bellowed, his voice resolute and unwavering. In an instant, the inverted triangular shield emitted a blinding radiance, followed by a terrifying beam shooting forth, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, racing toward Feng Tian. Where this beam passed, rocks, trees, and all other entities were instantaneously stripped of their existence, as though erased from the very fabric of reality. This was the pride of Anoki's bloodline limit. Dust release, a dreadful power capable of disintegrating all matter into nothingness. Yet, in the face of Anoki's fearsome beam, Feng Tian merely scoffed disdainfully. His form became a blur, as if merging with the very space around him. Subsequently, he activated Kamui, artfully shifting the imminent strike to the Kamui dimension, thereby evading this lethal assault with ease. What? Anoki exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing his attack seemingly connect yet inflict no damage upon Feng Tian. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Upon witnessing the scene, the fourth Raikage was momentarily taken aback, but being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure. In an instant, he transformed into a brilliant bolt of lightning, racing towards the heavenly offering with great speed. As he approached, the chakra of lightning rapidly coalesced in his hands, forming an extraordinarily sharp and colossal lightning blade, which he then swung down with a thunderous roar towards the target. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple, the fourth Raikage bellowed. However, the heavenly offering remained unfazed, deftly manipulating the colossal hand of Susanoo with a casual flick, effortlessly deflecting the oncoming lightning blade. Humph, mere trifles, he scoffed with a disdainful smile. At that moment, both Yagura and Rasha launched simultaneous assaults. Yagura swiftly formed hand signs, harnessing the power of water release to conjure an imposing wall of water, towering into the clouds, aiming to completely trap the heavenly offering within a watery prison. Rasha, not to be outdone, narrowed his eyes and with a subtle gesture of his fingers, summoned countless grains of sand that coalesced into razor-sharp sand blades, raining down upon the heavenly offering from all directions. Yet, in the face of their fierce onslaught, the heavenly offering appeared remarkably composed. He stood still, an enigmatic smile gracing his features, as if he had anticipated this moment. The water wall and sand blades, upon contacting his form, were halted by an invisible barrier, his full manifestation of Susanoo. Except for Naki's dust release and the fourth Raikage's body clad in lightning armor, the other attacks in the vicinity struggled to leave even a trace on this formidable shield. It seems you are not as impressive as you claim. The heavenly offering remarked with a mocking smile, his tone dripping with derision. He slightly raised his gaze towards the horizon, a glimmer of profound insight flashing in his eyes. If I were to deduce by time, the first to fall should be the village hidden in the mist. Chapter 94. The Battle of the Village Hidden in the Mist. Half an hour earlier, at the village hidden in the mist. Forcing me to lead this ragtag bunch into battle is utterly humiliating. Kakuzu grumbled internally as he trudged forward, the vast and dense army of white Zetsu behind him. Only when the outline of the village hidden in the mist became vaguely visible did he finally slow his pace and come to a halt. Immediately, the four large bundles on his back began to twist and writhe, and then the massively inflated Jianggu erupted forth. Observing this spectacle, the white Zetsu murmured among themselves, their expressions filled with resignation. They say we resemble neither human nor ghost. Look at those four monsters. Now that's what you call truly inhuman. Kakuzu's gaze, sharp as a hawk, fixated upon the village shrouded in mist. With a sudden and forceful motion of his arm, the four colossal Jianggu opened their mouths wide, beginning to gather chakra. In an instant, several beams of chakra, imbued with the power of destruction, surged forth like furious dragons emerging from the sea, relentlessly racing towards the unprepared mist village. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed above the village, and the immense energy waves swiftly dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing the concealed settlement. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarms in the village blared in succession, prompting the ninjas to rush out of their homes, hurrying towards the source of the explosions. However, upon their arrival at the scene, they were met with chaos. Countless structures lay in ruins, flames roared ferociously, and the air was filled with cries for help. What is happening? One ninja from Mist Village stood in shock, unable to fathom the scene before him. It is the Twilight Organization. They have launched an assault on us. Another ninja shouted, his face etched with anxiety and anger. Just then, another rumble resounded from the sky, and several dark figures swooped down, heading straight for Mist Village. Kakuzu maneuvered with the Earth Grudge fear, weaving through the air, each strike landing precisely on the village's vital points. Meanwhile, the white Zetsu surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, continuously sowing chaos and destruction. This is intolerable. We must stop them. The ninjas of Mist Village unleashed their jutsu, attempting to fend off the onslaught from Kakuzu and the white Zetsu. Yet, Kakuzu's formidable strength, combined with the overwhelming power of Earth Grudge fear and the sheer numbers of white Zetsu, soon plunged them into a desperate struggle. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, two ninjas wielding peculiar swords appeared on the battlefield like divine saviors. These two were none other than the distinguished members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu Hozuki and Kisame Hashigaki. Alas, it seems we have stumbled into a significant predicament. This is nothing short of a tangled mess, Suigetsu observed with a gentle sigh, gazing at what was left of Mist Village. Hey, this is still our territory. Your words seem a bit inconsiderate. Kisame interjected promptly, as he unsheathed his decapitating blade, licking the edge with fervor, his eyes shimmering with wild excitement. This chakra presence is making my Samahata quiver with anticipation, Suigetsu chuckled, his excitement palpable. He too unsheathed his Samahata, a manic expression gracing his face. It seemed the blade sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from the enhanced Earth Grudge fear, eager for the imminent feast of battle. Exchanging a glance, the two charged into the fray against the white Zetsu. With the arrival of Suigetsu and Kisame, the tide of battle in Mist Village shifted dramatically. It appears Mist Village possesses some hidden depth after all. Jiao Du gazed at the two suddenly appearing ninjas, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Suigetsu and Kazashi, with their impeccable synergy, not only repelled the onslaught of the Dainyu, but also skillfully guided the ninjas of the Mist Village to counterattack. These two were indeed worthy members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and in mere moments, they had nearly salvaged a situation that was on the brink of collapse. Originally, the 7 ninja swordsmen consisted of 7 members, But during the last Shinobi World War, 4 of them were brutally obliterated by a certain green-clad ninja from Konoha. The remaining 3 returned to the Mist Village in a state of disarray, one of whom was named Kurochi Raiga. This ninja, shortly after his return to the Mist Village, defected and became a rogue ninja. Thus he did not appear on the battlefield. The taste of chakra is simply exquisite. My Samahata has not felt such unrestrained exhilaration in ages. Suigetsu skillfully wielded the Samahata, like a ravenous beast, continuously devouring the fierce attacks unleashed by Dainyu. In the blink of an eye, the once slender form of the Samahata began to swell as if inflated, its size multiplying several times over. Seeing this, Jiaodu felt a sense of urgency. He understood that if this continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. Therefore, he made a swift decision to enter the fray himself. Vowing to eliminate the troublesome Suigetsu first, in a flash, he appeared beside Suigetsu, his 4 Dainyu resembling gigantic tentacles, lunging towards him. However, Suigetsu reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the attack and simultaneously swinging the Samahata, unleashing a fierce blade of wind aimed directly at Jiaodu's head. Jiaodu let out a cold snort, his body twisting in an uncanny manner to evade the strike, while the Dainyu swiftly adjusted its trajectory, once again charging at Suigetsu. The two became embroiled in an intense clash, the air around them trembling from the collision of blades and chakra. Meanwhile, Kazashi was not idle either. He swung his beheading sword, charging through the ranks of white Zetsu, cleaving them in 2 wherever he went, blood splattering in every direction. His fighting style was wild and ferocious, each strike imbued with enough power to sever steel, instilling great fear in the white Zetsu. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, seemingly endless. No matter how fiercely Kazashi fought, he could not eradicate them completely. Just then, a sudden idea struck him. He bellowed and swung his beheading sword down towards the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth cracked open, countless clumps of soil erupting, forming massive earthen walls that temporarily ensnared the white Zetsu. Seizing the opportunity, Kazashi leapt atop the earthen wall, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surroundings, searching for Jiaodu's whereabouts. At this moment, the battle between Jiaodu and Suigetsu had escalated to a fever pitch. The 2 individuals reached the pinnacle of speed, leaving only fleeting shadows intertwining in the air. Kakuzu's Earthgrudge Fear emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to ensnare the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, while the latter, utilizing the marvelous abilities of its skin, continuously turned peril into safety. It seems I must resort to my true skills. Chapter 95. The Form of Earthgrudge Fear. It seems I must resort to my true skills. A chilling undertone resonated in Kakuzu's words, as if they could freeze the very air around him. As his voice fell, a bolt of lightning flickered within the Earthgrudge Fear, seemingly answering its master's call, retracting into Kakuzu's body at an astonishing speed. In that instant, Kakuzu's body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. It appeared as if something writhed beneath his skin, and soon, his limbs were torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a network of densely packed black threads. These threads twisted like living creatures across his limbs, instilling a sense of dread. Moreover, black threads continued to writhe from Kakuzu's mouth, intertwining as if they sought to devour everything in their path. At this moment, Kakuzu had transformed entirely, embodying his most formidable and terrifying form, Earthgrudge Fear form. Sensing the unusual aura surrounding him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost executed a fierce sweep, scattering several white absolutes in all directions. He abruptly turned, locking his gaze in Kakuzu's direction. Upon this glance, the Puffer Ghost's expression shifted dramatically. Countless black threads surged toward him like a torrential tide, advancing with astonishing speed. These threads moved as if they possessed life, deftly weaving through the air until they surrounded him completely. In the blink of an eye, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost found himself ensnared by these black threads, rendered immobile. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? However, before his exclamation could fully escape, a powerful current surged through the black threads, enveloping his entire being. This current pierced him like 1,000 arrows, rendering him instantly paralyzed, his body trembling violently. The sensation was akin to millions of ants gnawing on his nerves. A torment beyond endurance. Lightning release, false darkness. Kakuzu's voice was deep and menacing, his figure appearing even more enigmatic beneath the black threads. As his words fell, the threads binding the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost erupted in a blinding brilliance, the current raging like an enraged dragon, casting the surrounding space into a brilliant azure hue. The puffer ghost gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the excruciating pain that felt as though it would tear his very soul apart. Yet Kakuzu's black threads and lightning release technique were far from easily resisted. The miraculous skin sought to sever the black threads, but alas, it lacked the sharpness required to do so, leaving it to helplessly witness the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost's anguished wails. Soon, the eyes of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon began to roll back, its body convulsing uncontrollably due to excessive paralysis, consciousness fading like a dimming flame in the fog. At this critical juncture, a powerful roar erupted like thunder. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. As these words resonated, the figure of Pai Pa Shirzong surged forward like a wraith, armed with a beheading blade that gleamed with a chilling light. It seemed capable of severing all obstacles in the world. With a swift and decisive motion, Pai Pa Shirzong cleaved the black threads that bound the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon in twain. The black threads shattered like vines cut by a keen edge. Puffer demon, you seem rather pathetic. Pai Pa Shirzong's tone carried an undeniable arrogance, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, as if he could see through all illusions and disguises. Upon witnessing this, Jiao Du curled his lips into a cold smirk, appearing unfazed by Pai Pa Shirzong's defiance. Interesting, but do you think this will change anything? Jiao Du scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Before the echoes of his words could fade, his body underwent a horrifying transformation once more. The black threads severed by Pai Pa Shirzong began to writhe as if imbued with life, swiftly healing their wounds and re-entering his form, as if they had never been harmed. Then, Jiao Du's hands began to move with astonishing speed, forming intricate seals. As he did so, a more violent aura erupted from within him, the lightning-charged chakra swirling around him, threatening to unleash a cataclysmic storm. Lightning release, 1,000 lightning waterfall, Jiao Du intoned softly. And in an instant, his body morphed into a colossal lightning source, unleashing countless tiny lightning rods that shot forth from him like a torrential rain of arrows. Each lightning rod contained a terrifying power capable of piercing steel, aimed directly at Pai Pa Shirzong and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon, who had just regained some mobility, saturating the air with a palpable sense of danger. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Pai Pa Shirzong swiftly positioned his beheading blade across his chest, forming a defensive barrier. The collision of lightning rods and blade produced a cacophony of explosive sounds, sparks flying, and the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched matter. Although Pai Pa Shirzong exerted all his effort to defend himself, several lightning rods penetrated his defenses, leaving charred scars upon his form. Damn it! Pai Pa Shirzong growled, pain igniting his fighting spirit. He understood well that if Jiao Du was not swiftly dealt with, both of them would plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. At that moment, under the protection of Pai Pa Shirzong, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon managed to steady itself, though its body still trembled from earlier paralysis. It seemed that this opponent was not easily dispatched. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon grasped its weapon, the shark skin, and slowly rose to its feet. Immediately, a surge of profound chakra began to emanate from the blade of the shark skin, flowing like gentle streams into the body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. As this power surged within him, his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the pain gradually subsided. In the next moment, an astonishing transformation occurred. The hair of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost seemed to acquire a life of its own, extending continuously and becoming extraordinarily sharp, standing erect atop his head like a multitude of steel needles. This was the unique secret technique of needle hair. Under the auspices of this secret art, he appeared even more ferocious, resembling a beast poised to strike. His hair transformed into countless sharp steel needles, glimmering with a cold light, further accentuated by the flashes of lightning. Tobarama, let us bring this farce to an end. The voice of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost brimmed with fighting spirit. As the chakra within him surged to its peak under the influence of the shark skin, Tobarama nodded. Although he had sustained minor injuries, his combat prowess remained unaffected. Kakuzu watched the duo join forces, a cold smirk curling his lips. Humph, merely a desperate struggle. At that moment, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost suddenly launched an attack. His form darting forth like a specter, his hair transformed into steel needles pouring down like a torrential rain upon Kakuzu. Simultaneously, Tobarama followed closely behind, swinging his decapitating blade with a fierce gleam, aimed directly at Kakuzu's vital points. Kakuzu's form flickered, seemingly merging into the air, skillfully evading their assaults. Truly a futile endeavor. Chapter 96, Scorpion Chio Sunagake, you're back again. This aura, how it evokes both nostalgia and loathing. Scorpion coldly gazed at the distant Sunagakure, a subtle yet fierce glint flashing in the depths of his icy eyes. He slowly extended his finger, and with a gentle wave, several exquisite scrolls materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he forcefully slammed these scrolls onto the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke, as the mist gradually dispersed, a vast army of puppets emerged from the void, dense and obscuring the sky. In the same breath, the earth seemed to awaken, and countless white zetsu burst forth like demons from the ground. Meanwhile, chaos and carnage ensued within Sunagakure, battles between ninjas erupting everywhere. A turmoil instigated by the white zetsu that had infiltrated the village. Sunagakure. A cold smile curled at the corners of Scorpion's mouth, his voice deep and chilling, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. It should forever slumber beneath the sands. As Scorpion's words fell, the army of puppets surged forth like a violent torrent, an unstoppable force rushing towards Sunagakure. The ninjas of Sunagakure were suddenly plunged into chaos, having never witnessed such a massive puppet assault. Nor did they anticipate an enemy strike from within. Enemy attack! Quickly protect the village! A seasoned ninja of Sunagakure shouted, attempting to rally an effective defense. However, the army of puppets commanded by Sasori surged forth like a relentless tide, each puppet endowed with formidable combat prowess, wielding sharp weapons or launching lethal poison needles, leaving the ninjas of Sunagakure utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, those lurking within the village, the white zetsu, began to wreak havoc, masquerading as Sunagakure ninjas, sowing confusion and complicating the defense efforts. Yet, Sasori remained unfazed by the unfolding chaos. He coldly observed the tragedies transpiring around him, his heart stirred not in the slightest. At that moment, a ninja from Sunagakure, like an arrow shot from a bow, charged fiercely towards Sasori, gripping a kunai that glimmered with a chilling light, intent on delivering a sudden strike. However, in the face of this unexpected assault, Sasori merely twitched his fingers, as if engaging in a trivial game. In the blink of an eye, a puppet materialized like a wraith behind the ninja, swiftly ensnaring him. You think you can defeat me? A sneer of disdain appeared on Sasori's face, his voice laced with derision. He then exerted a slight pressure with his fingers, causing the puppet's claws to tighten, the ninja's neck instantly turning taut, as if it were on the brink of being severed. Just then, a voice both familiar and commanding resonated thunderously above Sunagakure. Akin to a clap of thunder, Sasori, your arrogant ambitions end here. As the words echoed, a lithe figure descended like a meteor slicing through the night sky, appearing before Sasori in the blink of an eye. It was an elderly woman clad in the traditional garb of Sunagakure, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, radiating an aura of undeniable strength. Chiyo. The ninjas of Sunagakure, upon recognizing the newcomer, expressed a mixture of surprise and elation, their voices rising in unison. Chiyo, the elder of Sunagakure, was revered for her immense prestige and power. Her arrival ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of the village's defenders. Sasori regarded Chiyo with a glimmer of surprise, yet his demeanor quickly reverted to indifference. Chiyo, I did not expect you to come here to meet your demise. Chiyo remained silent, her eyes resolute and unwavering. Slowly, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her bosom, giving it a gentle shake, causing it to unfurl dramatically, which she then forcefully slammed to the ground. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and then 10 immaculate figures manifested from the void, emerging as if from a dream, encircling Chiyo. This is indeed a legendary masterpiece within the realm of puppetry, an unparalleled work meticulously crafted by the esteemed puppeteer Wenzhuowei Min, known as the White Secret Technique, the 10 Companions of Chikamatsu. Scorpion, your path is veered from the righteous course. Today, even if I were to meet my demise, I shall guide you back to the right way. The words of Granny Chiyo resonated with unwavering resolve. The moment she appeared, she astutely sensed the peculiar transformation occurring within Scorpion's puppets. Although these puppets appeared outwardly unchanged, her extensive experience and intuition as a puppeteer allowed her to discern the astonishing power lurking beneath the surface. Scorpion's puppets, one could assert, rival her own 10 companions of Chikamatsu in prowess. Confronted with Granny Chiyo's determination and the might of the 10 companions, a flicker of gravity crossed Scorpion's gaze, soon overshadowed by a surge of madness. Chiyo, do you believe these mere trappings can thwart me? Scorpion sneered, a subtle motion of his fingers commanding the surrounding puppets to adjust their stances, bracing for the impending battle. Indeed, your 10 companions of Chikamatsu are formidable, yet my puppets, having undergone transformation, have transcended their former capabilities. A hint of pride laced Scorpion's tone. Upon hearing this, Granny Chio furrowed her brow but stood resolute. She understood that as a puppeteer, beyond mere skill, the true essence lay in the mastery of one's puppets and the strategic grasp of the battlefield. Scorpion, your artistry is indeed remarkable, yet you have overlooked the most crucial aspect, the heart of the puppeteer. Granny Chio spoke slowly. Puppets are lifeless. Yet they can emanate the vitality of life through our hands. This is because we imbue them with souls, whereas your puppets serve merely as instruments of your ambition. As her words resonated, the 10 companions of Chikamatsu seemed infused with renewed vigor, each movement becoming increasingly fluid and powerful. They commenced their assault upon Scorpion and his puppet army, every clash accompanied by the thunderous reverberation of metal and the scintillation of sparks. Scorpion, undeterred, orchestrated his puppet legion to engage fiercely with the 10 companions, resulting in an intense exchange upon the battlefield, where both sides exhibited relentless determination. Enveloping the entire hidden sand village in a shroud of smoke and chaos,